Chapter 1. Bound to the Supreme King. In the world of Dragon Ball Super. What the heck? What is this place? Xue Tian gazed around at the desert landscape filled with bizarre peaks and stones, his astonishment palpable. Welcome to the world of Dragon Ball Super. I am your ultimate system, and you can operate it with your thoughts. What? Dragon Ball Super? Is it the same Dragon Ball that has taken Blue Star by storm? A tremor of disbelief coursed through Xue Tian's heart. Hadn't he just stumbled upon a Dragon Ball CD on the road? How'd he ended up here? Could that CD be the doing of the system? As a youth of a new era, Xue Tian was no stranger to novels. He had read numerous tales of transmigration and rebirth, and knew that those chosen often possessed a remarkable golden finger. He had always thought such stories were mere fabrications. Yet here he was, unexpectedly selected. Ha ha, this seems rather exhilarating. His eyes lit up as a sudden thought struck him, and he immediately inquired, "System, do I perhaps have a beginner's gift pack or something?" "Host, you're rather unreserved." "Unreserved, my foot. This is the Dragon Ball Super world. Any random individual could easily overpower me without a beginner's gift pack. I might not even make it out of this desert." "System, congratulations, host, you have received a super gift pack 1. Open it." "Congratulations, host, you have acquired Flight Technique, Solar Flare, Wolfang Fist, Random Binding Roulette, and a battle power of 100 million. Xue Tian looked at the 4 rewards, utterly speechless. What a pile of rubbish. The Flight Technique was acceptable, but the Solar Flare and Wolfang Fist were utterly useless. One was easily countered, and the other had an extremely low power level. However, upon seeing the battle power of 100 million, Xue Tian felt a glimmer of consolation. Well, at least I have a battle power of 100 million. With that, I could walk around unchallenged. Wait, this is the Dragon Ball Super world in this context. A mere 100 million is nothing. Any member of the main cast could easily crush me with a single finger. In other Dragon Ball series, 100 million battle power would indeed be impressive, but in Dragon Ball Super, it was laughably inadequate, as is well known. The power levels in Dragon Ball Super had spiraled out of control, showcasing an array of physiques, extraordinary techniques, and bizarre abilities that rendered battle power almost irrelevant. Damn, it seems this beginner's gift pack is truly basic. Just a bunch of junk, but what on earth is this random binding roulette? Let's take a look. Suddenly, a massive roulette appeared in Xue Tian's consciousness, adorned with images of various Dragon Ball characters. Black Goku, Frieza, King Cold, Piccolo, Goku, Vegeta, Whis, Beerus, Zeno, the Grand Minister. Then the roulette began to spin. Why is the roulette spinning? Could it be starting now? System, friendly reminder, this type of consumable item, once opened, is equivalent to being used. Damn it, what a ripoff. I just wanted to see what this was. System, if you want to see, you could simply ask me why open it at all. Xue Tian's face contorted in frustration, nearly in tears. I appreciate it. My dear system, could you not have given me that friendly reminder a bit sooner? View Random Binding Roulette Effect. Random Roulette Effect. You may randomly bind to any character on the roulette. If either party dies, the other will also perish. Completing the tasks issued by the roulette will release the binding. The stronger the person drawn or their abilities, the more difficult it will be to complete the tasks. Upon seeing this effect, Xue Tian couldn't help but express his exasperation at the system's tardy reminders. If one side dies, the other dies too. This was absolutely outrageous. Fortunately, as long as the specified tasks were completed, the binding could be undone. The roulette continued to spin. It reached the edge of Zamis's image, but did not stop, continuing to roll past Black Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, Android 18, and Android 17, the pointer slowing down progressively. Am I to bind with Android 17? If I do, it might not be so bad. He's currently just a park ranger, posing little danger, but just as he readied himself to bind with Android 17, the pointer skipped past and landed in Krillin's section. Krillin, in Dragon Ball, was fortunate in love, marrying the stunning Android 18, yet during battles, his luck was abysmal, often playing a crucial role in Goku's breakthroughs. If he bound with Krillin, wouldn't that mean if Krillin were to perish, I would too? Even if Goku and the others won, could I, someone who doesn't belong to this world, be resurrected by the Dragon Balls? This was an unknown. Moreover, who could guarantee that Goku and the others would always emerge victorious? In some timelines, Goku and Vegeta had fallen in battle, leaving the task of protecting Earth to future Trunks. Spin faster, turn harder. Xue Tian clenched his fists, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The pointer slowed to a crawl, moving slower than a snail. Just as Xue Tian thought he saw the pointer stop, it hovered at the boundary between Krillin and Zeno. The roulette flashed a line of text. The host is bound to Zeno, binding complete. In an instant, the roulette whirled rapidly, revealing the task, Tenchu Pending. Defeat the Grand Minister Tenchu Chenda Pending within 100 years, or both will merge into one, forever unable to separate, with Zeno as the controlling entity. Forever merged, with Zeno in control? I'm losing my mind. The Grand Minister is one of the top 5 strongest beings across the 12 universes, and the characters that appear later are exceedingly formidable. How terrifying must the top 5 be? Defeating him within 100 years? This is impossibly difficult. At that moment, Xue Tian found himself wishing he had bound with Krillin. Instead, at least the tasks would not be so daunting. Damn it, this ridiculous random binding roulette. I shall never open it again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he lamented, a cascade of colorful light streaked through space, materializing before him, enveloping the surroundings in radiant brilliance, only to retract in an instant. Before Xue Tian stood 4 figures. In the center was a child resembling an eraser, clad in half-purple attire emblazoned with King x King. Flanking him were 2 pencil-thin guards, their eyes perpetually narrowed, vigilantly protecting the child. The other figure stood with arms crossed, possessing light blue skin, a striking white pompadour, and violet eyes and lips. A light blue halo hovered behind his head, while a belt inscribed with great cinched his waist. Zeno, the Grand Minister. Chapter 2. I slapped myself to death. Zeno, the Grand Minister. Xue Tian recognized Zeno, the child, and the Grand Minister, the one with the white pompadour, at a glance. The former was the apex of a universe, while the latter served as the steward of this highest authority. Either one could dictate the existence or annihilation of the cosmos. His mind raced. Could it be that they had come to find him because he had just bound with Zeno? Before Xue Tian could utter a word, Zeno spoke first in a childlike voice. Why do you have a connection with me? He had been playing a marble game in the Zeno Palace when he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, and an image of Xue Tian appeared in his mind, leaving him quite perplexed, prompting him to bring the Grand Minister to investigate. Xue Tian, of course, could not reveal, I have bound with you, so he spread his hands and feigned ignorance. I'm not sure. I feel as though I share some connection with you. It's as if I die, you will also perish. He admitted that he had mustered an immense amount of courage to utter those words, for he did not know if speaking them would lead to his demise at the hands of Zeno's guards. Yet, he felt that the guards would not dare to act. Even if they did, the Grand Minister would intervene, for if he were harmed, Zeno would also meet his end. If Zeno were to perish, the 12 universes could be obliterated in an instant. Xue Tian's motivation for sharing this information was to bolster his standing in the Dragon Ball Super universe. In this world, without a background or strength, survival was nearly impossible. One could be killed at any moment. As expected, upon hearing his words, Zeno's 2 guards exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, raising a finger as if to strike at Xue Tian. Xue Tian felt an overwhelming surge of murderous intent and pressure. Stand down. The Grand Minister reprimanded instantly. The 2 guards froze, glancing at the Grand Minister. With a gentle and kind demeanor, the Grand Minister remarked, It seems you are not mistaken. You indeed possess a unique connection with Lord Zeno. As the guards were about to strike at Xue Tian, the High Priest discerned an intriguing detail. While Xue Tian felt the weight of oppression and dread, fully prepared for death, the expression in the eyes of the All-King was rife with fear. Clearly, the All-King was also experiencing the sensation. This confirmed that the individual before him spoke the truth. He possessed a peculiar bond with the All-King, such that if one perished, the other would inevitably follow suit. Could it be that this person had appeared to serve as a counterbalance to the All-King? It was reminiscent of the relationship between the Kaioshin and the god of destruction. Should the Kaioshin die, so too would the god of destruction. Yet why had he received no prior notification or forewarning regarding this matter? In that moment, he found himself at a loss. needing time to investigate the circumstances surrounding this enigma. Furthermore, why was his vast divination unable to unveil Xue Tian's origins or provide any pertinent information? May I inquire your name? Xue Tian. Xue Tian, greetings. Please accompany us back to the All-King's temple, the high priest invited with a smile. Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Tian firmly declined. Who could say whether you would take me back for examination or employ some method to forcibly sever our bond? Xue Tian was acutely aware that having bound himself to the All-King meant embarking on an irreversible path. Should the high priest attempt to break their connection by force, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise, for they would never permit a threat to endure. Why not? The high priest maintained his cheerful demeanor, though a glimmer of malice flickered in his gaze. Clearly, he harbored murderous intent toward Xue Tian, but he dared not act rashly until he comprehended the situation fully. Xue Tian fabricated a casual lie. No particular reason. I simply do not wish to go. Xue Tian, if you refuse to comply, what if something untoward occurs? Would not the All-King also encounter peril? For the safety of the entire universe, you ought to return with us to the All-King's temple. The high priest implored earnestly. As a young man of the new era, well-versed in countless novels, Xue Tian immediately saw through this feigned concern, sneering inwardly at the hollow pretense. High priest, I genuinely do not wish to go. Are you planning to confine me? If that is the case, I shall not hesitate to take matters into my own hands. Without personal freedom, then let it all be destroyed. I would simply end my own life. He raised his hand, poised to strike his forehead. Do not, the high priest exclaimed, alarmed. The All-King was also stirred despite his immature intellect. He sensed the encroaching dread. He abhorred this sensation of fear. He had always occupied a position of supremacy, capable of obliterating anything within the 12 universes with a mere thought, yet now, confronted with such trepidation, it was profoundly unsettling. The All-King, in a childlike voice, declared, if Xue Tian wishes to remain here, then let him stay. Understood, the high priest replied, resigned. Until he unraveled the mystery of Xue Tian's identity and the nature of their extraordinary connection, he dared not act impulsively. On the contrary, he had to ensure Xue Tian's protection. Xue Tian was not genuinely contemplating suicide. He merely sought to assert his position. Then I bid you farewell. The All-King made no further delay, gesturing to the guards, and the four transformed into a streak of light, swiftly returning to the All-King's temple. High priest, immediately ascertain why Xue Tian possesses this unique connection with me. I am quite displeased. As he spoke, he casually crushed a colorful marble suspended in midair, resulting in the instantaneous explosion of a certain colorful planet in another universe. Of course, my lord. The high priest bowed slightly. Furthermore, until this connection is severed, he must not be allowed to perish. Is there any danger on that planet? The high priest swiftly assessed. None, my lord. The inhabitants of that planet possess an exceedingly low average level of development. Nearly at the bottom, although Xue Tian's combat prowess is modest, it suffices against those ordinary humans. However, I shall discreetly watch over him. 7th Universe. Earth. After watching the All-King and his entourage depart, Xue Tian employed his flight technique, preparing to soar out of the desert and head towards West City, the most renowned city in Dragon Ball Super, where Bulma and the others resided. Not far away yet, in this desolate expanse, he had no clue which direction West City lay. Boom, boom, boom. Just as despair began to set in, a series of explosions echoed from ahead, accompanied by surging energy. Someone is battling. Xue Tian immediately reacted, soaring upwards without a moment's hesitation. Upon arriving at the scene of the conflict, he beheld a colossal 10-meter-high scorpion attacking a man clad in a brown martial arts uniform, accompanied by a pet that somewhat resembled a cat. Isn't that Yamcha and Poir? What brings them here? Chapter 3. Yamcha. Are you a fan of mine? Boom. The gigantic scorpion raised its pincers, crashing them down towards Yamcha with ferocity, momentarily unable to lift them. Yamcha swiftly dodged, retreating to a safe distance before shouting, "Now this is the moment." Raising his right hand, he swiftly gathered energy and bellowed, "Super Spirit Ball." A massive energy sphere suddenly materialized above Yamcha's right hand, and under his command, it hurtled towards the scorpion's pincers. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring the view between Yamcha and Puar. However, Yamcha felt that everything was under control. Turning to Puar, he smugly declared, "It's all taken care of. With my newly invented oversized energy sphere, no one can withstand it." Not far away, Xue Tian wore a look of incredulity. How could he say that? This so-called oversized energy sphere was merely a form of manipulation over the energy blast. In the world of Dragon Ball Super, anyone capable of using energy could do so with just their hands, right? Yamcha, be careful, Puar shouted urgently. Suddenly, a gigantic claw descended toward Yamcha's head. Yamcha, convinced that the scorpion was already defeated, had let his guard down. Instinctively, he cried out, "No!" Whoosh! Wolf Fang Fist. In an instant, a figure dashed forward at an astonishing speed, transforming into a lone wolf, and delivered a punch that collided with the scorpion's claw. The claw was instantly sent flying, emitting a screech of agony. Seeing its severed claw, the scorpion wasted no time and burrowed into the desert, fleeing swiftly. Yamcha instinctively patted his chest, still shaken. Once he regained his composure, he turned to the person who had saved him. "What a handsome lad," was Yamcha's immediate thought. The rescuer was none other than Xue Tian. Although he possessed a combat power of only 100 million and was no match for the main characters, he was more than capable of dealing with a mere scorpion and assisting a supporting character like Yamcha. "Bro, thank you," Yamcha said, approaching and throwing an arm around Xue Tian. Startled, Xue Tian took a step back, feeling a wave of embarrassment. This guy was far too familiar. Thinking back, it seemed no one in Dragon Ball Super was as familiar as Yamcha. Even Son Goku was a bit more reserved. "Bro, what is your name?" "Xue Tian." "Xue Tian? That's a pretty good name. I'm Yamcha. The technique you just used seemed to be my Wolf Fang Fist, right?" Yamcha inquired with a grin. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he could only perform the Wolf Fang Fist at that moment, and had he not used it, he might not have made it in time. While the Wolf Fang Fist lacked significant lethality, it did provide a certain acceleration effect. "Yes. How do you know my Wolf Fang Fist?" Yamcha asked, puzzled. Xue Tian found himself at a loss for words. Just as he searched for an explanation, Yamcha, brimming with self-admiration, chuckled, "Haha, I see. You must admire me and have secretly studied my techniques to imitate them." That's not quite it," Xue Tian replied awkwardly. "While everyone does call you the god of tea, I'm not that obsessed." However, Xue Tian chose not to press the issue. "Haha, you're too modest." Yamcha laughed. Xue Tian, not wanting to dwell on the topic, curiously asked, "How did you end up in the desert?" Was Yamcha back to his old ways of banditry? If he recalled correctly, Son Goku had first encountered Yamcha in the desert, where Yamcha had been frightened by girls. "I devised an incredibly strong attack technique called the oversized energy sphere, so I came to the desert to find an opponent to test it," Yamcha explained. "Since you admire me so much, would you like me to teach you this technique I've mastered?" "Hiki," Xue Tian, with a pained expression, replied, "No. Let us not go there. You should keep that as your trump card." Yamcha pondered for a moment and agreed. "All right, but if you ever want to learn, just ask. I'm always ready to teach." "Sure." Suddenly, Xue Tian remembered something important and curiously asked, "By the way, what stage are we in right now?" He knew this was the Dragon Ball Super world, but was unsure about the timeline. Had Beerus already arrived, or not? Had Black Goku made an appearance? Or were they still in the Moro arc? "What stage? What do you mean? I don't understand," Yamcha replied, looking baffled. Xue Tian straightforwardly asked, "Has Beerus shown up yet?" "Beerus?" Yamcha thought for a few seconds before looking at Puar. "Do you know him?" "No," Puar shook her head. Xue Tian instantly understood. Thinking to himself, "It seems Beerus has yet to arrive. This must be the very beginning of Dragon Ball Super." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Xue Tian's mind. Beep. Random mission activated. Option 1. Learn Yamcha's oversized energy sphere. Reward, 300 million combat power. Option 2. Find Son Goku and Vegeta. Inform them that Beerus will soon descend upon Earth. Reward, Saiyan bloodline. Xue Tian was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected a mission to activate so abruptly. He had thought the system would require him to gradually train to increase his combat power, but it seemed he had overestimated the situation. With such rewards, he might indeed be able to defeat the Grand Priest within a century. He breathed a sigh of relief and decisively chose the second option. While 300 million combat power was impressive, it paled in comparison to the value of a Saiyan bloodline. With the Saiyan bloodline, he would have no trouble achieving 300 million combat power. It was akin to the difference between a fishing rod and the fish itself. Yamcha, can you take me to see Son Goku? I need to discuss something with him. Oh, you know Goku? Yamcha was taken aback. Xue Tian nodded. Yes. All right. I'll take you to see him right now. Yamcha immediately activated his flight technique, soaring into the air. Xue Tian followed closely behind. The two flew towards Son Goku's home, chatting along the way. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at Goku's doorstep. Goku. Yamcha called out loudly while knocking on the door. Who is it? A woman's voice replied from within. The door opened to reveal a woman dressed in light red attire, adorned with a red scarf around her neck. Kiki, this is Goku's friend. He needs to speak with Goku, Yamcha said with an embarrassed smile. Kiki sized up Xue Tian, finding him quite handsome, and felt curious about when her husband had made such a friend without her knowledge. Goku and Goten are out in the fields, over there on the hillside. Chapter 4. With a single kick, he could send you and Vegeta's fusion flying. Who are you? At that moment, Goku, dressed in casual attire, arrived with Goten. Upon seeing Xue Tian, he was utterly bewildered, scratching his head, as he had never encountered this person before. Yamcha immediately chuckled and said, Goku. He claims to know you and has something to discuss. Really? You know me? Goku replied, his face a mask of confusion as he scrutinized Xue Tian closely, confirming he did not recognize the individual. If I don't know him, how could he possibly know me? Indeed, I am familiar with you. Your name is Son Goku, also known as Kakarot. You hail from planet Vegeta. Your father's name is Bardock, and your mother's is Jai. You have an older brother named Raditz, though he was of ill intent and was ultimately slain by you. Ill intent? What does that mean? Goku asked, perplexed, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Yamcha fell to the ground in shock, and, once he regained his footing, explained helplessly, it means he was a bad person. Understanding dawned on Goku. I see. What you said is indeed correct. You do know me. Of course, I have come to inform you that a formidable adversary is on the horizon. Xue Tian stated calmly. At this, Goku did not feel fear. Instead, he was filled with excitement, his heart ablaze with anticipation as he eagerly asked, Really? A strong enemy is coming for me? Xue Tian, taken aback by Goku's reaction, wondered about his mindset. Upon hearing of a formidable foe, Goku was not the least bit afraid but rather exhilarated. However, upon further reflection, Xue Tian realized this was precisely Goku's nature. Yes, this is fantastic. Finally, I won't be bored anymore. I've been toiling in the fields every day, and it has become dreadfully monotonous. Since defeating Kid Buu, Goku had spent his days farming, feeling as though he was on the verge of becoming an agricultural expert. Seeing Goku's attitude, Chi-Chi stepped forward and struck him on the head with a punch, exclaiming, You eat more than 10 bowls at every meal and yet refuse to farm properly. What do you expect to eat while daydreaming about fighting? Goku dared not retort and merely said with a hint of grievance, Chi-Chi, I will farm diligently. Afterward, he turned back to Xue Tian and continued to inquire, Just how strong is this formidable enemy you mentioned? How strong? Xue Tian echoed. He found it challenging to articulate the extent of Beerus's power, knowing that even if he did, Goku would struggle to comprehend it. To them, their universe was the only one that existed. In reality, there are 11 other universes. Other universes, apart from the gods of destruction and angels, are filled with formidable warriors. Goku's eyes sparkled as he looked at Xue Tian, and seeing his silence, he pressed on, Is he stronger than Majin Buu? Indeed. Let me put it this way. You could handle Majin Buu, but this impending foe, even if you transform into Super Saiyan 3, would find you no more than a mere finger's worth of challenge. As you are now, even united with Vegeta, he could easily send you both flying with a single kick. Xue Tian stated with unwavering calmness. This declaration was devoid of exaggeration. When Beerus first appeared, Goku, brimming with Na'vi courage, sought to challenge him, only to be swiftly taught a lesson. Later, even after Goku harnessed the combined powers of 6 Saiyans to transform into Super Saiyan God, it merely appeared that he was evenly matched with Beerus, who had not even exerted his full strength. Even with Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct, he could not contend with Beerus. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Beerus were to treat Goku seriously, Goku in his Ultra Instinct state would be unable to withstand even a few exchanges. Throughout their encounters, Beerus had never fought seriously, nor had he transformed, while Goku and Vegeta constantly shifted through various forms. Ah, Yamcha exclaimed, astonished. He was well aware of the immense power that Goku and Vegeta's fusion possessed, Yet Xue Tian claimed that their combined strength would fall short against this individual's kick. Xue Tian, don't you think you're exaggerating? Goku and Vegeta's fusion is the mightiest warrior. How could they possibly be overpowered by a mere kick? Goku himself found it hard to believe. Every time they faced an unbeatable foe, their fusion had always triumphed. Xue Tian understood that no matter how he explained, they would remain skeptical, for the strength of Beerus had surpassed their comprehension. However, his task was not to elucidate Beerus's might, but rather to inform them of Beerus's imminent arrival on Earth. It is no exaggeration, simply know that soon Beerus will descend upon Earth. If you wish to grasp more about Beerus's strength, you might inquire with the old Kai, Xue Tian suggested, confident that the old Kai's words would carry weight in their eyes, while he himself was merely a sudden presence in their lives. Fortunate enough that they did not question his origins. Instead of feeling fear, Goku grew even more exhilarated. If he is truly that powerful, it would be splendid. I thought I had reached the pinnacle of my strength, but it seems there is still vast potential for growth. There are higher realms yet to pursue. Keep pushing forward. Goku. The boundaries of power are limitless, and the ultimate in lies in capability. Xue Tian smiled. Goku, perplexed, queried, the ultimate in lies in capability? Xue Tian chose not to divulge the meaning behind this phrase, fearing it might dampen Goku's enthusiasm for training. For now, focus on the formidable adversary approaching. I shall consult the old Kai, Goku declared, preparing to teleport to the realm of the Kais. Xue Tian called out to him, wait. Could you take me to see Vegeta first? I must inform him of this matter. He is somewhat aware of Beerus. Goku's interest was piqued. Oh, Vegeta knows as well? All right, let us pay him a visit. It has been a while since I last saw him. Both of you, place your hands on my back. Dad, I want to go too, Goten exclaimed immediately. However, before Goku could respond, Chi-Chi firmly grasped Goten, saying, where do you think you're going? You haven't finished your homework yet. Stay home and complete your assignments like Gohan. Stop behaving like a delinquent always thinking about fighting. Goten wore an innocent expression. Reflecting on Gohan, Xue Tian felt a twinge of regret. This child possessed potential far surpassing that of Goku and Vegeta, yet during his youth, he strayed from the path, becoming a scholar and wasting his exceptional talents. Subsequently, his performances were rather unremarkable, even after he attained the Beast Gohan form, which did not live up to expectations. Chapter 5. The Terrified Vegeta West City. Capsule Corporation. Bulma, clad in a bikini, had just emerged from the water, still struggling to regain her footing. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Goku teleported in, accompanied by Xue Tian and Yamcha, right before Bulma. Xue Tian, having never encountered such a spectacle in his past life, felt his nose bleed at the sight. Although a mother now, Bulma maintained her physique and skin impeccably, exuding a captivating allure that radiated femininity in every gesture. Yamcha, despite being Bulma's former boyfriend, was equally taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless. As for Goku, he was unfazed by such scenes. However, just as he was about to greet Bulma, she lost her balance and fell into the swimming pool with a splash, creating a delightful chaos. Goku, could you not be so rude and just appear without a word of warning? Bulma exclaimed, her annoyance evident. Yamcha, attempting to ease the tension, quipped, didn't he just give a little whoosh as a warning? Bulma shot him a withering look, unimpressed by his humor. Xue Tian cleared his throat, suggesting, perhaps we should find somewhere to sit for a moment. Goku scratched his head in confusion, not grasping Xue Tian's intention. Why? Aren't we here to find Vegeta? Bulma, where's Vegeta? Goku inquired. Knowing Goku's nature, Bulma knew he wouldn't relent unless informed. In the training room, she barked. Got it, Bulma. Goku responded to Xue Tian. Let us go find Vegeta in the training room. The group swiftly flew to their destination. Once they departed, Bulma surfaced from the water. Truth be told, if not for the sudden appearance of the unfamiliar Xue Tian, she would not have felt so self-conscious. Yet, the sight of an ordinary man bleeding from his nose made her feel a tinge of embarrassment. As the group entered the training room, Vegeta emerged. Momentarily taken aback upon seeing Goku and the others, he quickly regained his composure and coldly asked, Kakarot, what brings you here? He shot a disdainful glance at Yamcha, harboring a dislike for him due to his knowledge of Bulma's past with him. Despite his aloof demeanor, Vegeta was deeply concerned about Bulma, even daring to confront the fearsome Beerus for her sake, exclaiming, my Bulma. Goku grinned. He is looking for you. Vegeta turned his gaze to Xue Tian. I see indifference in his voice. Who is he? Goku, struggling to recall, awkwardly scratched his head. What is your name? Xue Tian, he replied. Xue Tian? Not familiar. Vegeta stated dismissively, turning away with an air of superiority. Xue Tian approached, calling out, "You truly are the proud Prince Vegeta. I wonder if you remember the man who once trampled your father?" "Oh, no. I should say a cat. The Coney's Rex cat." Vegeta's foot froze mid-step. His expression locked in shock as memories flooded back of his father, King Vegeta, being utterly powerless beneath that feline's might. Goku, curious about Vegeta's sudden pallor, asked, "What's wrong, Vegeta? You look terrible. Is this cat really that strong?" "Xue Tian, is this cat the Beerus you mentioned?" Xue Tian nodded earnestly. "Indeed, Goku. That cat is Beerus. Vegeta, it won't be long before he arrives. You should consider how to respond." Moments later, a notification echoed in Xue Tian's mind. Ding. Completed Task 2. Locate Goku and Vegeta. Inform them of Beerus's impending arrival on Earth. Reward: Saiyan Bloodline. Overjoyed by the system's announcement, Xue Tian immediately activated the fusion of the Saiyan Bloodline within his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations on fusing with the Saiyan Bloodline. Current attributes: Host, Xue Tian. Techniques: Wolf Fang Fist. Sky Dance. Special skills: None. Racial Bloodline: Human, Saiyan. Items: None. Combat power: 100 million. This is the base combat power, not accounting for transformations. Once Vegeta regained his composure, he stared at Xue Tian, anxiety etched across his face. "How did you know Beerus is coming to Earth?" Goku remained perplexed, asking, "Who is this Beerus? You seem terrified of him." Rather than explain, Vegeta focused his fearful gaze on Xue Tian, his apprehension directed at Beerus, not Xue Tian. "You don't need to know that. Just understand that Beerus will soon arrive on Earth. Given his temperament, he is likely to wreak havoc, especially with you around, as you will undoubtedly seek a challenge with him. You understand?" Xue Tian chuckled softly. Vegeta shot a menacing glare at Goku. "Kakarot." "Huh? What's wrong, Vegeta?" Goku questioned innocently. "What's wrong? If Beerus truly comes to Earth, you absolutely cannot engage him in battle," Vegeta warned. Goku, however, disregarded his caution. "Why not? Such a powerful being. How can I resist fighting him? I really want to test my strength against him." "Humph. Your power pales in comparison to his." Chapter 6. The Art of Free and Unrestrained Mastery. "Humph. Your strength is utterly insignificant in his presence," Vegeta stated coldly. Goku, slightly indignant, retorted, "What do you mean?" "Vegeta, we haven't even fought yet. How can you say I'm no match for him?" "Kakarot, I warn you once more. If Beerus truly arrives, you must not engage him in battle. Do you understand?" Vegeta spoke with grave seriousness. His greatest fear was that Goku, unable to contain his fighting spirit, would provoke Beerus, leading him to certain doom, and Earth itself would face annihilation. Xue Tian shared Vegeta's apprehension regarding a confrontation between Goku and Beerus. Although he possessed a means to ensure Beerus would not devastate Earth, he preferred to avoid such a confrontation unless absolutely necessary. He longed for a peaceful existence, focused solely on enhancing his combat prowess to eventually defeat the Grand Minister and sever his ties with the Omni-King. Otherwise, should someone conspire against the Omni-King, he too would be doomed, a thought that felt profoundly unjust. If the Omni-King were to discover his thoughts, he would likely express concern for Xue Tian's well-being instead. Seeing Kakarot's obstinate demeanor, Vegeta, casting a sidelong glance at Xue Tian, remarked, "Kakarot, I could arrange a sparring partner for you, but you must promise not to engage Beerus." "Who?" Goku inquired, excitement evident in his tone, completely disregarding the latter part of Vegeta's statement. Xue Tian furrowed his brow, sensing he might become an unwitting participant in this arrangement. However, he deemed it unwise to speak up, as that would only expose his intentions to Goku. If that were to happen, Goku would undoubtedly challenge him. "Promise first," Vegeta insisted, clenching his fists. The audacity of this inferior warrior to be more combative than himself was utterly incomprehensible. I promise," Goku exclaimed eagerly. For some reason, Vegeta found it hard to believe Goku's assurances, deeming it improbable. Yet, there was little he could do. Locking Goku away was not an option, and given Goku's nature, he would never agree to it. "Vegeta, who is it?" Goku was entirely unconcerned with Beerus at this moment. His focus was solely on who he would spar with. Vegeta cast a casual glance at Xue Tian. Him. He recognized that if Beerus were to descend, he would surely possess formidable power, and Xue Tian's aura was indeed impressive. Goku's expression shifted to one of sudden clarity. "Right. How did I not think of this? Xue Tian, let's have a match." Xue Tian found himself at a loss for words. His combat power was merely 100 million. How could he possibly compete with Goku? As is well known, The power scaling in Dragon Ball Super is notoriously erratic. When the main characters prepared for the Tournament of Power, characters like Master Roshi and Krillin achieved astounding power increases after only a short training period. Master Roshi, who had barely reached Super Saiyan levels during the Beerus saga, somehow attained Super Saiyan 2 and beyond after a brief training session. The most outrageous case was Android 17, who was only at Super Saiyan levels during the Cell saga. Yet in Dragon Ball Super, he reached the level of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, after minimal training. Goku and Vegeta could attain such levels due to the guidance of Whis and the myriad battles they endured over the years. In contrast, Android 17 achieved his level with just a bit of training, which is astonishingly inconsistent. Thus, everyone came to understand that in Super, actual combat power was virtually meaningless. What mattered were abilities, various techniques, and unique bloodlines. These elements ultimately determined one's strength. Therefore, Xue Tian was certain that with his 100 million combat power, he could not possibly defeat Goku in his normal state. No, I am not your match. Xue Tian had no desire to endure a beating, especially when Goku would hold nothing back. He certainly did not have a penchant for self-inflicted suffering. Goku immediately urged, "Come on, we haven't even fought yet. How do you know you're not my match? Let's spar? I haven't fought in quite a while." Goku added cheerfully. Xue Tian was incredulous. Goku hadn't fought in a long time, yet he sought to use him as a punching bag? Ding. Random mission activated. Choice 1. Agree to fight Goku. Reward. The art of free and unrestrained mastery. Choice 2. Decline to fight Goku. Reward. Dazzling sword strike. Upon seeing the two options appear in his mind, Xue Tian was instantly elated. The art of free and unrestrained mastery. It was indeed the coveted technique. Though it was a pity it was only the level. Had he acquired the true form of the art, he would be virtually invincible, barring encounters with gods of destruction. Xue Tian understood that the art of free and unrestrained mastery is divided into several stages, with the weakest being the level. Following that are the enhanced and perfect forms, culminating in the true art, also known as emotional freedom, which requires a calm and ruthless demeanor to fully manifest its true strength. Despite being merely, it was still a divine technique capable of surpassing levels, sufficient to contend with Goku. Goku continued to plead, "It's just a spar. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'll only use a tiny bit of my strength." He gestured with his fingers to emphasize his point. Xue Tian was exasperated. His words were infuriating, particularly delivered with such earnestness. If you were not aware of Goku's character, you might have been driven to the brink of rage. It was no wonder Frieza despised Goku's demeanor. "All right, if you truly wish to fight, then I shall oblige. I accept your challenge." Ding. Choice 1 completed. Agreed to fight Goku. Reward. The art of free and unrestrained mastery. Acquired. Learning the art of free and unrestrained mastery. Congratulations. Host has acquired the art of free and unrestrained mastery. In that instant, a torrent of knowledge and combat movements flooded into Xue Tian's mind, and his body felt remarkably lighter. So, this is the art of free and unrestrained mastery? It truly is formidable, although he had yet to demonstrate it. Xue Tian could already sense the overwhelming power of the technique. If it was already this powerful, how terrifying would the true form be? Excellent. Goku exclaimed upon hearing Xue Tian's agreement, immediately adopting a battle stance. Boom. Vegeta forcefully shoved him away with a cold huff. "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Xue Tian laughed in disbelief. "Goku, are you planning to demolish Vegeta's villa by sparring here?" "Hiki." Goku sheepishly scratched the back of his head, realizing the potential destruction. Chapter 7. Vegeta's arrogance in the desolate wilderness. Xue Tian, Sun Wukong, Yamcha, and the entire Vegeta family arrived. Sun Wukong assumed an offensive stance. His gaze fixed intently on Xue Tian. "I am ready. Are you prepared?" Xue Tian took a deep breath, astonished that his first battle in the world of Dragon Ball Super would be against Sun Wukong, the most formidable of protagonists. He steadied himself, preparing for combat. "Come on." With a whoosh, Sun Wukong darted forward like a streak of lightning, his speed astonishing. Xue Tian's vision blurred. Before he could react, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Bang! Xue Tian cried out in agony, foam spilling from his mouth as he was sent flying, crashing violently onto a small hill. Witnessing this, Vegeta wore an expression of indifference, his disdain palpable. "I expected a worthy opponent, but it seems you are nothing but a waste." Yamcha, hearing these words, felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, glancing at Vegeta who offered no acknowledgement, prompting him to awkwardly avert his gaze. Trunks, unfiltered, exclaimed, This uncle is so weak. He was knocked away by Uncle Wukong with just one punch. Son Wukong, sensing the awkwardness, scratched the back of his head and approached Xue Tian. Are you all right? I only used a fraction of my strength. I don't understand why it turned out like this. Xue Tian clenched his fists, a surge of anger bubbling within him. Despite recognizing Son Wukong's nature, he felt insulted by Vegeta's remarks. If I don't show my true abilities today, I will indeed embarrass all the others who have crossed over. Never mind, let us go again. He tightened his fists, contemplating all that incited his fury. With Saiyan blood coursing through his veins, he knew the secret to transformation and had no reason to refrain. He roared, his energy dramatically escalating. Vegeta, initially dismissive, felt a flicker of surprise. What is he doing? Why does his energy feel somewhat Saiyan? It was not just Vegeta. Son Wukong sensed it too. In an instant, a golden-haired Xue Tian emerged, enveloped in a radiant aura of golden flames, undeniably striking. Son Wukong and the others stared in disbelief. Huh? You're a Saiyan too? Xue Tian, unsure how to respond, deflected the question with a vague, sort of. Vegeta, overhearing, retorted coldly, a Saiyan is a Saiyan. If you are not, then you are not. What do you mean, sort of? You disgrace the Saiyan name. Xue Tian cast a nonchalant glance at Vegeta. You seem to have a problem with that. Vegeta, sensing the affront, soared into the air, maintaining his icy demeanor. I am the Prince of Saiyans. Your previous comment suggests you look down upon Saiyan lineage. I didn't mean to disrespect Saiyan heritage. I merely stated the facts. Xue Tian countered as he too grappled with his identity. His lineage was bestowed by the system, not born into it like Vegeta and Son Wukong. If one were to categorize his bloodline, it would be as meaningless as claiming humanity. Vegeta coolly replied, Don't think that because you've transformed into a Super Saiyan, you can stand against me. In my eyes, you remain a waste. Your current Super Saiyan form is merely the weakest stage. Xue Tian's temper flared. If you didn't teach Vegeta a lesson, he might genuinely believe he was superior. Even the Omni-King or Grand Priest would treat him with respect. Otherwise, he could easily eliminate them. And you, Vegeta, do you think this is Planet Vegeta? Do you still consider yourself a prince above all? I should remind you, Planet Vegeta is no more. Even as a prince, you are merely a fallen one. Vegeta was struck where it hurt. Huh, he roared, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's combat style contrasted with Son Wukong's, while Son Wukong savored battles. Gradually unleashing his power, Vegeta preferred swift, decisive kills, reveling in the thrill of annihilation. Seeing Vegeta's anger, Son Wukong quickly intervened. Vegeta, why are you still angry? Yamcha chimed in. Yes, we're all friends. There's no need for hostility over a friendly spar. Before he could finish, Vegeta shot him a fierce glare, radiating menace, silencing Yamcha who, despite his recent breakthroughs, recognized his place before Vegeta. Vegeta advanced towards Xue Tian, fist clenched, his voice cold. I will make you understand whether or not I am a fallen prince. Vegeta, this is a match between Xue Tian and me. Son Wukong stepped in. Without uttering a word, Vegeta pushed Son Wukong aside and, without hesitation, launched a powerful punch at Xue Tian. Xue Tian in his Super Saiyan form was no match for Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 2 state. Even without transforming, Vegeta would likely overpower him. Yet, Xue Tian displayed no hesitation, swiftly raising his hands to block. Bang! Vegeta's fist collided with the point where Xue Tian's arms crossed, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Crashing into a hillside, the hill crumbled, burying Xue Tian beneath the debris, dust swirling into the air. Bulma scolded, Vegeta, you went too far? He came to warn you about an impending enemy, and you treat him like this. Indeed, Vegeta, your strike was excessive, Son Wukong reproached. Having gauged Xue Tian's combat prowess earlier, realizing he was no match for them. Humph, I said I would cripple him. So he understands the consequences of insulting the Prince of Saiyans. Vegeta declared with arrogance. Truly pitiful, even transformed into a Super Saiyan, he remains utterly defenseless. Suddenly, a silver light burst forth from the shattered remnants of the hill. Chapter 8. Overcoming Vegeta, a brilliant silver light burst forth from the shattered stones of the hill. Wisps of dust gracefully dispersed, revealing a striking young man with silver hair, enveloped in a shimmering silver aura. His handsome visage was adorned with a charming, yet slightly roguish smile that captivated all who beheld him. Even Bulma couldn't help but murmur in admiration. So handsome. This was Xue Tian. Emerging from the haze, he had ultimately chosen to unleash the ultimate technique, Ji Zai Ji Gong. Zhao. Initially, He had intended to accumulate some combat experience in his Super Saiyan form, but circumstances dictated otherwise. He realized that to teach Vegeta a lesson, he must demonstrate that there are realms beyond his comprehension. Vegeta furrowed his brow, taken aback by Xue Tian's ability to transform into another form. Goku, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Xue Tian has other forms too, that's fantastic." However, he soon observed, but Xue Tian's aura feels peculiar, it's almost elusive. This sentiment was shared by Vegeta, who noted that while they could once distinctly sense Xue Tian's energy, it now fluctuated sporadically. The reason for this anomaly was known only to Xue Tian, as it stemmed from the ultimate technique. Being a divine art, its execution by one who was not a deity resulted in an intermittent and faint presence. If one were a god, the use of this technique would render them completely undetectable. Vegeta scoffed coldly, pretending to be divine? Watch me obliterate you. In an instant, he lunged forward at Xue Tian with blinding speed, launching a devastating punch. Xue Tian merely smiled, and Vegeta's anger intensified as he declared, "Ha! Witness my power." Yet, his fist met only air. Stunned, Vegeta wondered how his blow had missed. Goku and the others were equally astonished, having witnessed what seemed to be a direct hit that was effortlessly avoided. It didn't resemble instant transmission, but rather an evasion skillfully executed. Realizing the futility of his attempts, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of punches, each meeting the same fate as the first, slipping past Xue Tian like a fish evading capture. Growing increasingly furious, he distanced himself from Xue Tian, then unleashed hundreds of energy blasts, proclaiming, "I refuse to believe I cannot hit you." In a manner that defied expectation, Xue Tian advanced toward the oncoming blasts, which seemed to intentionally avoid him, as if they possessed sentience, rendering Vegeta's aim ineffective. Goku watched in awe, unable to contain his admiration. Incredible! Vegeta ascended into the sky, arms spread wide, gathering energy. Xue Tian regarded his actions with a dismissive smile, while Goku called out, "Vegeta, don't!" in rage beyond measure. Vegeta ignored Goku's warning and unleashed his ultimate attack. Final flash. He roared, a formidable beam of energy hurtling toward Xue Tian. Vegeta, confident in his victory, smirked, believing there was no escape. Yet, a magnetic voice interrupted his thoughts. "Vegeta, your final flash seems rather lackluster. Your aim leaves much to be desired." Startled, Vegeta turned to find Xue Tian standing beside him. Goku was astonished, exclaiming, "Remarkable. He evaded it again." What had appeared to be a direct hit was, in fact, an illusion. As Vegeta processed this revelation, Xue Tian calmly stated, "You've had your turn, now it is mine." Vegeta's expression twisted in irritation. Before he could react, Xue Tian delivered a crushing blow to his abdomen, causing Vegeta to double over, reverting from Super Saiyan 2 back to his ordinary state, a spittle of white foam escaping his lips. Xue Tian had no intention of stopping there. He seized Vegeta's arm and struck again. A piercing scream echoed for miles, followed by another as Xue Tian continued his relentless assault. Trunks, witnessing the scene, cried out in distress, "Father!" Xue Tian then lifted Vegeta and tossed him into the air, appearing beside him in an instant, a sinister smile gracing his face. With a casual flourish, he remarked, "Your ignorance is not a foundation for pride. Consider this a minor retribution." With a powerful kick, Vegeta plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground with a thunderous roar, creating a deep crater. With his battle suit in tatters, he lay gasping for breath. "Father!" Trunks rushed to his side, while Bulma, unable to fly, stood anxiously at the edge of the pit. Xue Tian, having released the ultimate technique, descended slowly. Goku, filled with eagerness, called out, "Now it's my turn." However, Xue Tian, drained of energy and aware of his limitations, replied, "I regret to say I lack the spirit to continue." Goku understood that what had begun as a friendly spar had escalated into a genuine confrontation, dampening the mood. Scratching his head, Goku asked, "When shall we have our match?" Ding. Random task activated. Chapter 9. Attaining the Ultimate Radiance Beep. Activate random tasks. Choice 1. Agree to a duel with Sun Wukong in 3 days. Reward: 500 million base combat power. Choice 2. Decline the duel with Sun Wukong, asserting that he is not your opponent. Reward: Ultimate Radiance. Xue Tian was taken aback as the system options emerged at this moment. Faced with the choice between combat power and the ultimate radiance, he found himself momentarily hesitant, given his current state. Devoid of any formidable techniques apart from the Wolfang Fist, he realized that he would require a powerful move to counter any potential attacks. His combat power was disappointingly low, yet if he could enhance it, his mastery of the free and unfettered technique would undoubtedly become even more formidable. On the other hand, unleashing the ultimate radiance while in the state of the free and unfettered technique would yield a substantially powerful strike. The decision was indeed a difficult one. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he lacked almost everything. In light of this, he resolved to adopt the path of least resistance. If he chose the first option, he would have to wait 3 days for the reward. However, selecting the second option would grant him the reward immediately. Who could predict if other choices would become available in those 3 days? For now, he opted against the duel, proclaiming, "You are not my match. If you truly wish to defeat me, then dedicate yourself to training for a while. At your current strength, you are far from ready. Even if you transform into Super Saiyan 3. His words left the onlookers astounded. Sun Wukong was the strongest among them. Yet it was declared that he was not a match for Xue Tian, even in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Sun Wukong did not doubt Xue Tian's words. Judging by the latter's recent performance, he indeed appeared formidable, leaving even Wukong uncertain of his own chances in a direct confrontation. Crucially, during the recent battle between Vegeta and Xue Tian, Wukong had observed something significant. Xue Tian seemed to possess an innate ability to evade attacks. Each time Vegeta's fist was poised to strike, Xue Tian effortlessly dodged, rendering any attempt to land a hit futile. As the crowd remained in astonishment, a notification resonated within Xue Tian's consciousness. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing Choice 2, declining the duel with Sun Wukong and asserting that he is not your opponent. Reward, Ultimate Radiance. Learn Ultimate Radiance. Beep. Congratulations. Host has acquired Ultimate Radiance. In an instant, Xue Tian felt a surge of knowledge flood his mind, encompassing the techniques associated with the Ultimate Radiance. Indeed, this ability proved advantageous. When unleashed in the state of the free and unfettered technique, its power would multiply exponentially. He wondered what expression Vegeta would wear the next time he employed the Ultimate Radiance. After consuming a Senzu bean, Vegeta's wounds and stamina gradually recovered. Rising to his feet, he regarded Xue Tian with a slightly altered gaze, yet his tone remained icy as he inquired, "What was that transformation you just exhibited?" "It does not resemble a Saiyan form. Naturally, it is not a Saiyan form. It is a skill known as the free and unfettered technique." "The free and unfettered technique?" Vegeta asked, perplexed. Sun Wukong echoed his confusion, and both were utterly baffled. They had never encountered such a technique. However, based on their observations, this transformation was undeniably powerful. Despite Xue Tian's low base combat power, once he entered the free and unfettered state, he effortlessly overpowered Vegeta, showcasing an alarming increase in strength. With no desire to linger, Xue Tian declared, "Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again." Having arrived in the Dragon Ball Super world, he knew it would be some time before he could return. Thus, he resolved to find a place to settle. He ascended into the air, soaring towards West City. Witnessing his departure, Yamcha remarked, "Wukong, Vegeta, I too shall take my leave." He swiftly followed suit with Poir. Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta and asked with a grin, "How do you feel, Vegeta?" Vegeta scoffed coldly, assuming Wukong was mocking him. "It won't be long before I decode his free and unfettered technique." Clenching his fists, he brimmed with confidence, convinced that once he unraveled Xue Tian's technique, his own base combat power would render Xue Tian insignificant before him. Time to head home and train. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and swiftly made his way back. Sun Wukong, bewildered, pondered the change in Vegeta. Had he offended him somehow? Yet, he dismissed the thought. It was typical of Vegeta's demeanor to be unapproachable. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Oh right. Xue Tian mentioned that to inquire about Beerus, one could seek the old Kai." He immediately sensed the old Kai's energy and waved farewell to Bulma and the others. Zoom. Bulma, left with only her son Trunks, watched as the others departed, her expression a mixture of disbelief and irritation. "Vegeta, honestly, leaving without me? Aren't you worried about me not finding my way back?" Xue Tian arrived in West City, hovering in midair, contemplating where he might find suitable lodging. However, he had no money. At that moment, he noticed a martial arts tournament taking place below. The host, the ever-dapper MC of the martial arts competitions, remained impervious to the chaos of battle, resembling an indomitable cockroach. Yet now, he appeared aged, lacking the vigor of his earlier years. The tournament was nearing its conclusion, with the victor being Satan. The audience erupted in cheers of Satan. Satan, with fervor so intense that some nearly fainted from excitement. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Satan was the most celebrated figure. Despite the frequent heroic deeds of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, few recognized them, while Satan was a national idol. Indeed, it could be said that Sun Wukong's defeat of Kid Buu was significantly aided by Satan, who rallied the world to contribute their energy for the spirit bomb. When Sun Wukong called upon the entire globe, no one recognized him, and thus no one contributed energy. Ultimately, it was Satan's persuasive words that prompted the masses to raise their hands in unison, providing the energy needed to forge the most powerful spirit bomb, which ultimately obliterated Kid Buu. When Xue Tian first watched Dragon Ball, he had questioned the necessity of a character like Satan, whose combat prowess seemed negligible and whose primary role appeared to be comedic relief. However, he later understood that Satan's purpose extended beyond mere humor. He served to bolster Sun Wukong's connections and rapport with the people, the spirit bomb's facilitator. With him, gathering energy on Earth became an effortless endeavor, as everyone was willing to believe in him, perceiving him as the true superpower of the universe. Look, what is that? Chapter 10, The Frenzied Fans of Satan Behold. What is that? At that moment, a spaceship appeared in the sky above the West City, its swirling vortex capturing the attention of all. Satan, puzzled by the unfolding scene, couldn't help but gaze upwards. Suddenly, the spaceship opened its hatch, and a brilliant white light descended, accompanied by two figures. These two beings, with blue skin and robust bull-like physiques, startled everyone present. Satan was particularly taken aback, especially upon realizing that their stature dwarfed his, as they were equivalent to 3 or 4 Satans combined. The two figures fixed their gaze upon Satan, instilling a sense of dread within him. What was their intent? The one on the left, a blue bull-headed creature, spoke. Are you the formidable warrior who defeated Majin Buu? Aware of their menacing demeanor, Satan hesitated to acknowledge his identity. Yet, with so many witnesses, denying it would only expose him. Could he maintain his revered status as Mr. Satan after such an admission? Reluctantly, he declared, Indeed, I am Mr. Satan. What of it? The bull-headed being introduced himself as Badfu, while his companion was Badu. We hail from planet Badar. And knowing that the conqueror of Majin Buu resides on Earth, we have come to challenge you. Badfu proclaimed, striking a combat-ready pose exuding formidable energy, unmistakably not to be trifled with. Satan, observing their imposing figures, felt a surge of anxiety. Their combat prowess was on an entirely different level. He stood no chance. Desperately scanning the vicinity for allies, he called out, Goku, Vegeta, are you nearby? Goten, Gohan, where are you? Yet, he found no familiar faces. Only the crowd chanting his name. Satan, Satan. Embarrassment washed over him, cold sweat drenching him as he felt utterly exposed. Seeing Satan's anxious glances, Badfu inquired, Mr. Satan, what troubles you? Are you afraid to compete? The query jolted Satan from his reverie, and he sprang into action, nervously asserting, of course not. I'm merely warming up. I require this prelude before any battle. Badfu, unperturbed, murmured, how peculiar, indeed worthy of the one who vanquished Majin Buu, believing that any quirks were justifiable for someone of such strength. From the skies, Xue Tian observed the scene, a smile playing on his lips. Oh, Satan, you truly are amusing. Whether you can secure a luxurious villa today depends on your performance, he mused, withholding any intervention for the moment. As time ticked by, Satan remained tense, still failing to spot his needed allies. The host asked, Mr. Satan, are you prepared? Instead of responding, Satan began to stretch, prompting the host to awkwardly remark, it seems Mr. Satan is not yet ready. Impatience grew in Badfu. Let us settle this once and for all, he urged. In the audience, whispers of doubt arose. What is wrong with Mr. Satan? His warm-up has never taken this long. Is he truly afraid? Satan's brows furrowed in embarrassment as he muttered to himself. What to do? What to do? Must I really fight? If I lose, my esteemed reputation will be tarnished. Feeling desolate and desperate, he contemplated calling for help, but doing so in front of the crowd would surely reveal his predicament. At that moment, a voice rang out from above. Master. A handsome young man descended rapidly. Xue Tian had arrived. Satan, bewildered, questioned, who is this? I do not know him. Who is he referring to as master? Before he could ponder further, Xue Tian landed before him, whispering, if you wish to keep your identity concealed, grant me 1 billion. And I will defeat this extraterrestrial for you, preserving your legendary status. 1 billion? Satan's mind raced, realizing this individual had come to his rescue, albeit for a price. Hurry, Mr. Satan, decide quickly, or I shall claim I mistook you for someone else. Xue Tian teased. 1 billion was not a significant sum for Satan, equating to approximately 50 million in the real world. Given his worth, it was a mere trifle. He could easily recoup it with a couple of martial arts tournaments. Though reluctant, He understood the gravity of his situation. Failing to pay would mean exposure. Thus, preserving his illustrious reputation was worth the cost. Very well, my devoted disciple. You have finally returned, Satan proclaimed joyfully, patting Xue Tian on the shoulder. The crowd, wholly convinced, had no reason to doubt his words. Indeed, Master, I have arrived. Xue Tian affirmed, then turned to Badfu, stating coolly, You wish to challenge my master? You are not yet worthy. First, you must defeat me. Badfu, enraged, snarled, arrogant. You are merely Mr. Satan's disciple. I shall see what you are truly capable of. With that, he charged at Xue Tian with ferocity. In a flash, Xue Tian darted forward like a cannonball, unleashing a brilliant strike to Badfu's abdomen. A chilling scream echoed through the air as Badfu collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The onlookers were left in shock, their jaws agape, including Satan, who had never anticipated such overwhelming strength from Xue Tian. After a brief moment, the host announced, Satan's disciple is victorious. The crowd erupted in cheers. Satan, Satan. Xue Tian, bemused, thought to himself how fervent these fans were. Meanwhile, Satan reveled in the acclaim, raising his arms in triumph and spinning proudly on the stage. Chapter 11. Knowing he is the god of destruction, are you not afraid? The affair with the two extraterrestrials was merely a brief interlude, yet it significantly aided Xue Tian, alleviating his monetary concerns for a considerable period. At Satan's residence. Here is your $1 billion check. Satan presented the check with both hands, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Thank you. In the future, should similar matters arise, I can assist. Xue Tian remarked with a smile. Satan's lips twitched slightly. Just then, the plump Majin Buu, with his small eyes, emerged from a room. Satan, I want pudding. Of course. Mr. Buu, I shall have someone bring it to you immediately. Xue Tian observed the rotund Majin Buu, finding his chubby form rather endearing. However, this creature seemed to be quite lethargic. Ever since he had joined Satan, his days revolved solely around eating, with no thought given to cultivation. It appeared that he had never been known for his training prowess either. Majin Buu glanced at Xue Tian with indifference, plopping down on the floor to continue munching on snacks. Chuckling softly, Xue Tian utilized the instant transmission technique to depart from Satan's abode. He then took the billion he had received and purchased a villa for 500 million. With 500 million remaining, he gazed at the expansive villa before him, expressing his satisfaction. Not bad at all. In reality, I couldn't afford a 3-bedroom apartment, yet here I am, owning a villa, with 500 million left. It seemed likely to last him a lifetime. Changing into a swimsuit, he dove into the swimming pool. Ding. Random selection activated. Choice 1. Deceive the old Supreme Kai into believing he is a powerful being unafraid of Beerus. Reward. Divine energy. Choice 2. Inform the old Supreme Kai that he merely heard of Beerus's impending arrival. Reward. Majin Buu's bloodline. Oh. Swimming can activate a selection? How unexpected. Divine energy? If memory serves, this is one of the essentials for achieving divinity. The Majin Buu bloodline is also quite remarkable, possessing abilities such as cellular regeneration and absorption. However, if I were to obtain divine energy, I might have the potential to become a deity. When compared to the divine, I lean towards the latter. This world of Dragon Ball Super is indeed a stage for beings like angels and gods of destruction. Figures such as Son Goku and Vegeta aspire towards divinity, not towards beings like Majin Buu. In simpler terms, were it not for the world of Dragon Ball Super, the Majin Buu bloodline would be excellent, yet within this realm, it pales in comparison to that of the gods. Choice 1. Xue Tian promptly made his selection. Whoosh! Just as he completed his choice, a streak of light descended, revealing the old Supreme Kai, East Supreme Kai, and Son Goku at the edge of the pool, gazing at Xue Tian as he swam. Xue Tian had anticipated their arrival, so their sudden appearance did not catch him off guard. The activation of the selection indicated that subsequent events might relate to his choice. This conclusion stemmed from his experiences completing several tasks, leading him to perceive the system's missions as reminders. The old Supreme Kai watched Xue Tian swimming with keen interest, startling him, for the lecherous nature of the old Supreme Kai and Master Roshi was well known in Dragon Ball Super. Son Goku chuckled, Xue Tian. The old Supreme Kai has something he wishes to ask you. Xue Tian did not respond. Instead, he swiftly flew out of the pool, hastily donning his clothes in a rather disheveled manner. Seeing his flustered state, Son Goku inquired, We're all men here, what is there to be nervous about? Xue Tian twitched his lips. It was precisely because they were men that he felt anxious under the old Supreme Kai's gaze. If it were a woman, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of tension. However, Xue Tian chose not to elaborate, calmly asking, "East Supreme Kai, what brings you here?" In truth, he had a general idea of their purpose but refrained from voicing it, as he needed to deceive the old Supreme Kai. This old man was quite knowledgeable, and without some clever maneuvering, it would be difficult for him to gain his trust. The East Supreme Kai paused, surprised that Xue Tian recognized him, and politely replied, "It isn't me. Rather, my ancestor has matters to discuss with you." The old Supreme Kai gazed at Xue Tian with a smile. Xue Tian interjected, "If there are inquiries, feel free to ask. There is no need to adopt such a fawning demeanor, which only makes one feel uneasy." Upon hearing Xue Tian's words and observing his ancestor's behavior, the East Supreme Kai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Xue Tian, my ancestor is simply like this. Please excuse him." Xue Tian, well aware of the old Supreme Kai's character, did not dwell on it, understood. At that moment, the old Supreme Kai posed a question. "How did you know Beerus would descend to Earth?" Xue Tian smiled mysteriously. "I have my methods." "What methods? Do you know Beerus?" The old Supreme Kai queried, particularly intrigued by Xue Tian's enigmatic expression. In the 7th universe, few were aware of Beerus, especially those who knew he would soon arrive on Earth. Even Whis, Beerus's attendant, would likely be in the dark unless Beerus had informed him. Otherwise, Beerus, with his whimsical nature, acted on a whim, and his schedule was known to none. One could say I know him, or one could say I do not. Xue Tian continued to tease. The old Supreme Kai, puzzled, asked, "So you do know Beerus? You must be aware of his capabilities and his identity." "Indeed. He is the god of destruction," Xue Tian replied with an air of tranquility, as if he were a placid pool of water, unperturbed. However, his tone left the old Supreme Kai utterly astounded. "Since you know he is the god of destruction, are you not afraid?" Before Xue Tian could respond, Son Goku and the East Supreme Kai, confused, interjected, "Who exactly is this Beerus? Why does the old Supreme Kai look so serious and fearful at the mere mention of his name?" The old Supreme Kai's expression contorted slightly. "I was sealed for 75 million years by him. Had it not been for my sword breaking, I might still be trapped." Reflecting on this, anger surged within him, and he took it out on the East Supreme Kai with a punch to the head. The latter looked on with a pitiful expression. "Ancestor, what have I done?" "You ignorant Supreme Kai, do you even know who Beerus is? What kind of being he is?" The East Supreme Kai shook his head earnestly. This response prompted the old Supreme Kai to raise his hand once more, though the East Supreme Kai had already retreated a step. "If only you had paid more attention to the history of the gods instead of indulging in dubious literature." In response, the East Supreme Kai pouted, muttering quietly, "It's clearly you who." Chapter 12. Sun Wukong having said a great deal, I hardly listened. The old Supreme Kai cast a disdainful glance at the East Supreme Kai, who immediately fell silent. The old Supreme Kai began to explain, "The being you refer to as Beerus is the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Gods of destruction are a distinct class of divine entities. In the cosmos, there exist creation deities known as Kais, and consequently, there must also be beings of destruction. Hence the title of God of Destruction. These beings are inherently born to obliterate, endowed with formidable combat prowess. In certain respects, a god of destruction epitomizes the pinnacle of martial might within their universe. However, it is not uncommon for some universes to host exceptionally powerful races or individuals who may surpass a god of destruction, although such instances are exceedingly rare. While their raw combat strength might rival that of a god of destruction, should the god of destruction utilize divine techniques, they would remain unsurpassed." With a warning glance at Sun Wukong, he continued, "Therefore, Wukong, should the god of destruction Beerus truly descend upon Earth, do not provoke him, for he may obliterate the planet, and you as well." Eagerly, Sun Wukong declared, "I can defeat him." The old Supreme Kai grimaced as he delivered a swift punch to Sun Wukong's head, admonishing him, "Defeat? How would you achieve that? Can you withstand his destruction?" "Destruction? What is destruction?" Sun Wukong asked, looking bewildered. "The divine techniques of a god of destruction can obliterate nearly everything in existence, from a speck of dust to entire planets. And even the universe itself. Can you withstand such destruction?" The old Supreme Kai retorted disdainfully, "You wish to defeat a god of destruction? Why not aim to conquer the Omni-King instead? Such fanciful aspirations." Scratching his head in confusion, Sun Wukong earnestly replied, "Then what should I do?" "What should you do?" "Simply appease him. Beerus has a profound fondness for gourmet food. If you present him with exquisite delicacies, as long as he is pleased, he will refrain from causing any turmoil. Should you incite his wrath, Earth will face annihilation, and not just you, but also Chi-Chi, Gohan, and Goten could fall victim. Having collaborated with Beerus for many years, the old Supreme Kai was well aware of his preferences and vulnerabilities. Sun Wukong nodded, albeit with a hint of incomprehension. Very well. Xue Tian observed the stubborn glint in Sun Wukong's eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to challenge Beerus, much like he wouldn't miss a chance to spar with himself. Xue Tian, possessing a calm demeanor and understanding of Sun Wukong's character, chose not to engage him further. But with Beerus, the situation was markedly different. The old Supreme Kai, familiar with Sun Wukong's temperament, wore an expression of resignation. He had no viable solution. Imprisoning Sun Wukong was out of the question, as there was no means to do so. He could only seal him. Suddenly, Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity, "By the way, old Supreme Kai, what do you mean by the seventh universe? Is there another universe?" The old Supreme Kai did not hide the truth, explaining, "The seventh universe is the one we currently inhabit. There are 12 universes in total, numbered from the first to the 12th. The first universe corresponds to the 12th universe, the second universe corresponds to the 11th universe, and so forth, with the 6th universe corresponding to the 7th universe, making for a total of 13. These corresponding universes are referred to as twin universes. Thus, if there are Scions in the 7th universe, there must also be Scions in the 6th universe. Do you understand?" Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and replied earnestly, "Although you explained a great deal, I still do not comprehend." Bang! The old Supreme Kai and East Supreme Kai collapsed to the ground. "You do not understand even after such a clear explanation? What a waste of words. Never mind, Wukong. Just remember that there are greater powers beyond our realm." Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully, clenching his fists. "It seems there are many formidable beings beyond the universe. I truly yearn to witness them and engage in combat." The old Supreme Kai was left speechless. "Wukong, it would be best if you refrain from stirring up trouble. With your disposition, you are likely to attract significant complications. If you could simply strive to become the strongest in the 7th universe, that would suffice." Standing by, Xue Tian chuckled quietly to himself, contemplating how amusing it would be to reveal that, shortly, the Omni-King would convene a power tournament across the universes due to Sun Wukong's actions, where failure would lead to destruction. He imagined the old Supreme Kai's expression would be most entertaining. However, he kept these thoughts to himself, knowing some matters are best left unspoken. The old Supreme Kai, having advised Sun Wukong, turned his gaze towards Xue Tian. "Since you are aware that Beerus is coming to Earth and you do not fear him, you should be capable of defeating him, correct?" Xue Tian did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. "What is it that you wish to accomplish?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's interest was piqued once again. Having previously failed to compete with Xue Tian, he felt unsatisfied and was eager to find another opportunity. Should Beerus truly threaten to destroy Earth, "I hope you will rise to protect it," the old Supreme Kai implored. In his view, since Xue Tian showed no fear of Beerus and displayed no intent to flee, he might indeed be the one to save the planet. Isn't it against the rules for gods to interfere with each other's duties? If he intends to destroy Earth, that is his prerogative. You are asking me to intervene, which is tantamount to interference, is it not?" Xue Tian remarked with a playful tone. Sun Wukong, bewildered, exclaimed, "Huh? Destroying Earth is a job? What kind of job is that?" Xue Tian refrained from elaborating, aware that Sun Wukong's intellect was notably lacking in the Dragon Ball Super series, the only installment within the entire Dragon Ball franchise showcasing a protagonist with astute intelligence was GT, where the character was both wise and courageous. In contrast, Dragon Ball Super presented a decidedly na-ve and battle-obsessed Sun Wukong. The old Supreme Kai was taken aback, astonished that Xue Tian understood these rules so well, and inquired, "Who exactly are you? How do you possess such profound knowledge?" "I am simply Xue Tian. The reason I grasp these concepts so readily is that I am a powerful entity of whom you are unaware. I possess knowledge of all matters past and future. You are correct. I harbor no fear of Beerus. In fact, upon encountering me, I could easily transform him into a docile kitten." He chuckled, aware that he was bound to the Omni-King. If anything were to befall him due to Beerus, the Omni-King would undoubtedly exact a severe punishment upon Beerus. Chapter 13. Have you not feared after being sealed for 75 million years? Upon hearing these words, the old Kaioshin fell silent, scrutinizing Xue Tian intently, observing his fighting power. It was apparent that he was not exceptionally strong, certainly not on par with Sun Wukong. Yet, the audacity with which he spoke was perplexing. Did he possess some form of leverage? Beerus, known for his fiery temperament, was an immensely powerful god of destruction. To suggest that Beerus could be rendered as harmless as a kitten was utterly absurd. Such exaggeration. However, Xue Tian's demeanor did not suggest deceit. Moreover, if he were indeed lying, how could he possibly know the divine rules? How could he be aware that Beerus would soon descend? Very well, I shall test him further. Since you claim to be so formidable, enlighten me on what Beerus is currently engaged in. Furthermore, what purpose does Beerus have in descending upon Earth? Xue Tian understood that to deceive the old Kaishin, he needed to reveal some information. Otherwise, the old man would remain skeptical. And skepticism would thwart the completion of his mission bestowed by the system. With measured calmness, he replied, Beerus is presently in slumber, and his reason for arriving on Earth is that he dreamt of the Super Saiyan God, envisioning that this entity could defeat him. Currently, the only remaining Saiyans in Universe 7 are Sun Wukong and Vegeta, hence his necessity to come to Earth. The old Kaishin swallowed hard. While he was uncertain if Beerus had indeed descended due to the Super Saiyan God, he was certain that Beerus was, in fact, asleep. Given Xue Tian's composed demeanor, he could not help but believe him. It seemed that Xue Tian was indeed a powerful being, perhaps an entity that had emerged during the 75 million years of his imprisonment. Ding. Choice completed. Deceive the old Kaishin into believing I am a powerful entity unafraid of Beerus. Reward, Godly Essence 1. Ah, the old man has been convinced. Excellent. The old Kaishin continued. You are correct. Beerus is indeed still asleep. Moreover, you are also right that the affairs of the gods should not interfere with one another. However, in the near future, I intend to create Earth, which implies that Beerus cannot interfere with my endeavors or destroy Earth. Therefore, I beseech you to protect Earth, as it is not I who is infringing upon his duties, but rather he who is encroaching upon mine. Xue Tian chuckled lightly, old Kaishin. It appears that even after 75 million years of imprisonment, you remain unafraid of Beerus. Gasp. The old Kaishin trembled inwardly, gazing at Xue Tian in disbelief, astonished. You know of this matter. I have stated that I am aware of all things past and present. Both the East Kaishin and Sun Wukong were utterly astonished, unable to contain their curiosity. Ah, ancestor, you were sealed because of this god of destruction, Beerus? Realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth, the old Kaishin decided to reveal all. In that moment, he fully believed that Xue Tian was indeed a powerful being, perhaps connected to the Time Kaishin. For it was improbable that one could possess knowledge of both past and future events. He resolved to inquire with the Time Kaishin later to uncover Xue Tian's true identity. Indeed, it was because of Beerus. 75 million years ago, shortly after I ascended to the role of Kaishin, I had a verbal altercation with Beerus during my duties, which led to an unpleasant outcome. In retaliation, he sealed me within the divine sword, and it was only after the sword broke that I was finally released. So that was the case. The East Kaishin comprehended fully. Sun Wukong grasped the situation as well. This Beerus is truly despicable for sealing you for such a long time. The old Kaishin sighed ruefully. What can be done? The power of a Kaishin is not on the same level as that of a god of destruction. If he truly were to become enraged, he could annihilate me with merely a flick of his finger. However, since Kaishins and gods of destruction are intertwined, if one perishes, so too does the other. Thus, Beerus would not dare to act so recklessly. Otherwise, it would not be a matter of sealing but of death. Am I afraid? Indeed. I fear being sealed once more, yet for the sake of Earth, I must take that risk. Since you are aware of Beerus's sealing of me, you must also comprehend the nature of my relationship with Beerus. Xue Tian understood that he was referring to their interconnectedness. The old Kaishin inquired, perplexed. Is this your source of fearlessness? If this is your means of survival, then I too shall be sacrificed. Though I am of advanced age, I do not wish to meet my demise. I have lived so long, yet 75 million years of it were spent in confinement. And I have not enjoyed life at all. There is still much knowledge I wish to acquire, and several tomes remain unread. Fear not. I assure you, I will not engage in such actions. Xue Tian promised. Internally, he mused, I will only inflict harm upon myself. There is no need for unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, the old Kaishin let out a heavy sigh of relief. That is good to hear. The East Kaishin, curious, asked, Ancestor, what is the matter? You seem rather concerned. Mind your own business regarding the elder's affairs, he replied, swinging a large slap that left the East Kaishin dazed and speechless. Ignoring the East Kaishin, the old Kaishin pressed Xue Tian. Will you agree to my request? What benefits are there? Xue Tian inquired nonchalantly. He was no saint. This earth was not his own. and its destruction bore no consequence to him. Why should he expend effort battling Beerus for the sake of strangers? The old Kaioshin pondered for a moment, then produced a stone from his robe. This stone was cube-shaped, resembling a Rubik's cube, radiating a blue glow. This is a godly origin stone, imbued with boundless power. With your capabilities, you should be able to absorb it. If you do, your strength will experience tremendous advancement. Xue Tian gazed at the godly origin stone, feeling a sense of familiarity as if he had seen it before. Wait a moment, wasn't this similar to the cosmic seed in Hertz's possession? Both were cube-like, resembling a Rubik's cube, albeit the cosmic seed was multicolored while the godly origin stone was merely blue. Ding. Activating system, random selection. Choice 1. Decline the old Kaioshin's request to protect Earth. Reward, instant transmission Kamehameha wave. Choice 2. Accept the old Kaioshin's request to protect Earth. Reward, blade of judgment. The instant transmission Kamehameha wave? That is quite impressive. However, the blade of judgment is also formidable. If memory serves me right, it is the signature move of the fused Zamasu, descending from the heavens in a rain of judgment. Not only is it powerful, but it is also remarkably stylish. Chapter 14. Merging with divine energy, ascending to divinity. If I were to choose the first option, I would merely acquire the instantaneous teleportation technique of the Kamehameha wave. However, should I select the second option, I would obtain both the divine stone, which is indeed something to look forward to. I choose option 2. With a composed demeanor, I accepted the divine stone from the old Supreme Kai, saying, "Very well, I promise you, I shall protect this earth. As for the future, that shall depend on my mood." Ding. Choice 2 completed. I agreed to the old Supreme Kai's request to protect the earth and received a reward, the Blade of Judgment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Blade of Judgment. The old Supreme Kai nodded. Good. I hope you can deliver on your promise. I will fulfill what I have pledged, Xue Tian confidently replied. No matter how formidable Beerus may be, does he dare to challenge the Omni-King? If he truly incites my wrath, when I summon the Omni-King, he would have to bow at a 90-degree angle, not daring to even breathe heavily. The old Supreme Kai, wishing not to disturb Xue Tian further, remarked, "Since you have already agreed, we shall take our leave." The East Supreme Kai flashed a gentle smile at Xue Tian before employing a divine technique to swiftly return to the Kai realm. Goku gazed at Xue Tian, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Xue Tian, can we spar now? Since you're not afraid of Beerus, does that mean your strength surpasses his? Let me see just how powerful this Beerus truly is." Xue Tian waved his finger. No, you misunderstand. While I am not afraid of Beerus, that does not imply my strength surpasses his, nor does it mean I can defeat him." Upon hearing this, Goku was momentarily perplexed and queried, "Did you not promise the old Supreme Kai that you would protect the Earth? If you cannot defeat Beerus, how can you safeguard the Earth?" Goku, "Well, that is a secret," Xue Tian replied with a mysterious smile. He understood that even if he disclosed the truth to Goku, Goku might not fully comprehend it. However, Goku could relay it to others, and given his naive nature, he would likely reveal any secret shared with him. It was best to keep matters concealed from him to avoid complications. Goku, bewildered, exclaimed, "What do you mean?" "All right, you go rest. I need to recuperate. We can discuss fighting in a few days. Without any system rewards, I have no time to engage in battles. You Saiyans are a combative race. But I do not consider myself one. Even with Saiyan blood, I'm not that warlike. Why not enjoy life instead?" Reflecting on enjoyment, Xue Tian pondered whether to invite some lovely ladies over for a party in the grand villa he had purchased. He had never experienced such pleasures in his previous world. Goku, refusing to relent, insisted, "Just a few minutes, okay? We can keep it light." Knowing Goku's tenacity regarding sparring, Xue Tian suggested, "Goku, do you really wish to spar with me?" "Of course," Goku replied without hesitation. "Then how about this? Defeat Vegeta first. If you can best him, come find me for a match. After all, Vegeta has fallen to me before. If you cannot even defeat him, it would be a waste of my time." Xue Tian stated calmly. In truth, he understood that Vegeta could hardly defeat Goku, yet he also knew that the two were closely matched. A bout between them could last days without a clear victor. Thus, he proposed this challenge to buy himself some time. Goku realized that he and Vegeta were on similar levels of strength, and a fight between them could stretch indefinitely. Fight Vegeta? That would require. Yet before he could finish, Xue Tian interrupted. "What? Are you not his match, and thus hesitant? If that is the case, do you believe it necessary for us to fight?" Goku quickly clarified, "That's not it. The main point is that when we fight, we won't reach a conclusion anytime soon. A conclusion may not emerge quickly, perhaps indicating you are not his equal. Goku, you should return and train diligently. When you can defeat Vegeta, seek me out. I am always ready to spar. If you cannot win, then do not mention a match with me. Now, off you go. With a swift motion, Xue Tian leapt into the swimming pool. Fighting? Wasn't he that exhausting? Swimming was far more enjoyable. Observing Xue Tian's demeanor, Goku felt a sense of resignation but ultimately decided. All right, I will go find Vegeta. Whoosh. He vanished in an instant. After Goku's departure, Xue Tian swam for a while before emerging from the pool. Seating himself cross-legged upon a chair, he examined the divine energy within his system bag. Divine energy, an essential element for becoming a deity, a primary condition for ascension. Xue Tian understood that in Dragon Ball Super, without divine energy, no matter how powerful a being's combat prowess, they could never attain divinity. Only by acquiring divine energy could one ascend and learn divine techniques, excluding those like Xue Tian, who were directly guided by the system. Goku and Vegeta could master divine techniques, such as Ultra Instinct and Self-Mastery, because they transformed into Super Saiyan Gods. Without that prerequisite, even with Whis' guidance, they could not learn those abilities. Xue Tian mused to himself, if I merge with divine energy, will my Ultra Instinct become even more potent? With my foundational combat strength, merging with divine energy would undoubtedly allow me to become a deity. In reality, the combat strength of deities is not excessively high, akin to the Kaioshins. They possess unique abilities unattainable by other races. Based on Xue Tian's estimation, a baseline combat strength of at least 50 million, or even just 10 million, combined with divine energy, could lead to divinity. He was uncertain of the specifics. No longer dwelling on such thoughts, he concentrated. Ding! The host has merged with divine energy. In that moment, waves of energy surged into Xue Tian's consciousness like a tidal wave. He instinctively closed his eyes, observing as a cyclone formed around him. The sky darkening abruptly. The swirling cyclone expanded, gradually enveloping Xue Tian within its embrace. At that instant, a wondrous melody resonated throughout the cosmos. The sound was enchanting, crisp, yet imbued with solemnity. This was the sound of ascension to divinity, a celestial blessing. The Divine Gospel. Chapter 15. What form is this? In the seventh universe. Within the realm of the Kais, the old Kai and the East Kai were filled with bewilderment upon receiving the divine message. How could such a divine proclamation emerge so unexpectedly? With a wave of his hand, a crystal ball materialized, revealing the scene of Xue Tian merging with divine energy. At that moment, Xue Tian was enveloped by an overwhelming aura, which had coalesced into a cylindrical form, encasing him as he spiraled within, radiating beams of crimson light. The surrounding landscape underwent a metamorphosis. The scorching summer transformed into a vibrant spring, and within a mere minute, it shifted back to the blazing heat of summer with the sun blazing overhead, followed by the gentle coolness of autumn. A soft breeze swept through, scattering withered leaves. And finally, a flurry of snowflakes descended, ushering in winter. The cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter completed its transformation in the brief span of 4 minutes. Yet, Xue Tian's path to divinity was far from over. The intensity of his aura continued to escalate. This extraordinary occurrence was not only witnessed by the old Kai and East Kai in their realm, but also by the Kais of the universe and the King of Hell. Individuals on Earth observed the phenomenon as well, including Vegeta and Goku, who were preparing for a spar, Tien and Kaiatsu, who were deep in training in the mountains, Master Roshi, engrossed in a beauty magazine, and Krillin, Yajirobe, and Piccolo, who were readying for an intimate moment with Android 18. Initially, the gathering crowd mistook the dimming sky for the summoning of the eternal dragon via the Dragon Balls. However, as the sky shifted and Xue Tian's formidable aura was unleashed, they realized that this was no mere summoning. Something significant was unfolding. They all soared toward the villa where Xue Tian resided. Upon landing, they beheld Xue Tian meditating in midair. Goku, perplexed, queried Vegeta, "What is Xue Tian doing?" Vegeta, visibly irritated, regarded Xue Tian with disdain. Unable to fathom how someone he considered inferior could effortlessly best him, he refrained from responding to Goku's inquiry. Piccolo, curious, interjected, "Do you know him?" Krillin, Android 18, Tien, and others turned their attention to Goku. Scratching his head, Goku cheerfully explained, "He is Xue Tian, introduced to us by Yajirobe. He is a formidable fighter." Introduced by Yajirobe? A formidable fighter? Goku continued unabashedly, "Yes. He effortlessly defeated Vegeta." Vegeta's expression contorted in disbelief as he glared at Goku, exclaiming, "Kakarot. Krillin and the others widened their eyes in astonishment at the revelation that someone could easily vanquish Vegeta. They harbored no doubts about Goku's words, knowing he would not speak falsely. Goku remained unfazed by Vegeta's ire, which only fueled Vegeta's determination to defeat Xue Tian. He was a Saiyan prince, after all. His inherent talent was unparalleled. The existence of a Saiyan who could best him without acknowledging their heritage was an affront to his dignity. Piccolo, with a serious demeanor and an unmistakably green visage, scrutinized Xue Tian, pondering whether he was friend or foe. If he were indeed an adversary, it would pose a significant threat, for his ability to easily defeat Vegeta suggested a power that surpassed even Goku's. Although Goku was marginally stronger than Vegeta, he lacked the capacity to conquer Vegeta so effortlessly. Furthermore, Piccolo sensed an intense divine aura emanating from Xue Tian, leading him to wonder if he was a deity. While not a god himself, Piccolo had merged with Earth's guardian, thus possessing some awareness of divine energy. Given Xue Tian's current fusion with divine essence, the overwhelming divine presence was unmistakable to him. Meanwhile, in the realm of the destroyers, a tall man wielding a staff observed a magical orb. With long, flowing white hair, blue skin, and violet eyes and lips adorned with a large light blue halo around his neck, he gazed into the orb that displayed Xue Tian merging with divine energy. This man, named Whis, served as the attendant to the destroyer god Beerus, yet he was, in truth, Beerus's mentor. His primary responsibilities included supervising Beerus's duties, training him, and managing his daily needs. With a genteel smile, he mused, how intriguing. Who is this person? How can he attain divinity without the guidance of a god? My father has specifically instructed me to keep an eye on him and ensure his safety at all costs. Recently, Whis' father, the Grand Minister, had summoned him, emphasizing the importance of safeguarding Xue Tian from any potential perils, or he would face the severe consequence of losing his angelic position and being sealed away indefinitely. This revelation left Whis astounded. A mere mortal commanded such attention from his father. Since his earliest memories, he had never witnessed his father exhibit such gravity, as if the protection of Xue Tian was paramount to preventing some dreadful calamity. Inquiring about the reason for this urgency yielded only a curt response from his father. Do not question what you should not. Whis, understanding the gravity of the situation, resolved to carry out his duties diligently. On Earth, the pivotal moment in Xue Tian's ascent to divinity had arrived. The cylindrical vortex enveloping him gradually dissipated. Suddenly, a radiant beam of crimson light descended, the cyclone expanding outward and generating formidable waves of energy. The atmosphere grew darker, ferocious winds whipped up colossal waves, crashing violently against cliffs, reducing massive boulders to dust and foam, resembling apocalyptic scenes. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others shielded their faces from the chaos. Goku, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Incredible!" Vegeta, though reluctant to admit it, acknowledged within himself the undeniable strength emanating from Xue Tian. The sheer force of the energy waves rendered him awestruck, as he realized he could not replicate such power. As peculiar sounds reverberated through the air, the sky gradually brightened, and the cyclone around Xue Tian diminished at an observable rate, yet the radiant crimson glow surrounding him remained unyielding. After half a minute, the cylindrical vortex completely vanished. When the onlookers finally beheld Xue Tian, shock enveloped them. Even Vegeta found himself momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, "What transformation is this?" Chapter 16, The God of Super Saiyan, Vegeta. What is this transformation? Xue Tian was enveloped in tendrils of red energy, with occasional flickers of fine red lightning crackling around him. His hair had turned a vibrant red, and he appeared remarkably handsome, his skin radiant and smooth. Vegeta glanced at Goku, but offered no response. You don't know? How would I? Meanwhile, Piccolo sensed a profound divine aura emanating from Xue Tian. His expression turning serious. Had he ascended to godhood? Was he foe or ally? This transformation undoubtedly represented a divine form. Goku, noticing Vegeta's silence, turned to Xue Tian and inquired, "What form is this? It looks incredible." "This is the god of Super Saiyan," Xue Tian replied candidly, aware that Goku would soon be able to achieve this form as well. "What? The god of Super Saiyan? I've never heard of it. Sounds like a deity." Goku scratched the back of his head in confusion. Vegeta was consumed by conflicting emotions. The god of Super Saiyan. Did this not signify the deity of Saiyan? As the prince of planet Vegeta with the purest lineage, why was he unable to transform into such a form? Although Goku was unfamiliar with the specifics of the god of Super Saiyan, He was eager to discover its battle prowess. Was it formidable? Judging by the overwhelming aura, it clearly surpassed his own strength, yet he longed for a personal trial. Could you battle me in this form? Goku asked with hopeful anticipation. Xue Tian hesitated for a moment, realizing that a confrontation with Goku was inevitable. All right, since I've transformed into the god of Super Saiyans, let us see how this form fares against you, he declared. Since you're so eager to test your strength, let us begin. With that, Xue Tian soared rapidly toward the desert. Goku hurriedly followed, along with Vegeta and the others, all curious to witness the true might of Xue Tian's divine form. Upon reaching the desert, Goku assumed an offensive stance, brimming with confidence. I'm ready. Come at me. Noticing Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Xue Tian suggested. You should ascend to Super Saiyan 3. Do you really think you can defeat me in your base form? Goku chuckled, all right. Although he initially intended to transform gradually and relish the thrill of battle, he understood that he needed to enhance his power. A powerful aura erupted around him. Golden light enveloping his form as his short hair extended to his waist, exuding charisma. This is Super Saiyan 3. I will strive to defeat you. Xue Tian smirked slightly. Then you'd better give it your all. In an instant, he vanished from sight, moving with blinding speed until he appeared right before Goku. Bang! A solid punch struck Goku's chest, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing against the desert hillside, which crumbled under the impact. Krillin and the others were left astounded by Xue Tian's terrifying combat prowess, particularly Piccolo, whose face turned pale. To think Goku had been sent flying with a single punch. And the speed was astonishing, akin to a fleeting comet. Observing the swirling dust clouds, Xue Tian knew Goku would be unscathed. In the world of Dragon Ball, he had learned that smoke often meant no injury. Just as he suspected, Goku emerged from the golden flames, launching a powerful punch at Xue Tian. However, Xue Tian easily evaded the two strikes. Humph, your speed is too slow. Train harder and come back to challenge me. Why can't you just listen? Bang. With that, he struck Goku in the abdomen, leaving him with no chance to resist. Goku was swiftly sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, Goku is no match for Xue Tian. Vegeta scoffed softly, Kakarot, this is the fate that awaits you when you challenge Xue Tian. Did you really think you could fare better? Yet within Vegeta's heart, a flicker of hope remained. He wished Kakarot could triumph over Xue Tian. But he also dreaded the idea that such a victory would mean Kakarot surpassed him. Unable to defeat Xue Tian, he felt his pride wounded, which left him feeling quite irritable. Nevertheless, this fleeting thought passed quickly, and he resolved, clenching his fists, I will be the one to defeat Xue Tian. Piccolo, his face green with concern, remarked, indeed, the gap between them is immense. Hovering above, Xue Tian observed Goku rise from the deep pit. Aware that the battle was far from over, Goku's resilience exceeded that of Vegeta. He wouldn't be subdued so easily, especially since Xue Tian had not yet unleashed his full strength. Goku stood, battered and bruised, yet his expression radiated excitement as he gazed at Xue Tian. You're incredibly strong, but I have not lost yet. His fighting spirit ignited. He clenched his fists and shouted, ah. With his roar, the air within 100 miles contracted, winds howled, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed. Spirals of energy swirled around him, radiating outward. A brilliant golden light enveloped Goku, his form shimmering with intensified golden energy that crackled with electricity, turning nearby stones to dust upon contact. Goku, exuding an aura of majesty, looked up at Xue Tian and proclaimed, this is the full power form of Super Saiyan 3. Without needing to elaborate, Xue Tian understood. In a flash, he teleported behind Xue Tian and unleashed a punch. Bang! Xue Tian casually raised his hand, blocking the attack. Bang! At that moment, Goku's other fist connected with Xue Tian's abdomen. Got him. Krillin and the others cheered excitedly. Xue Tian, surprised, acknowledged Goku's brilliance. He was indeed a combat genius, skillfully employing a feint to strike. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 17, The Confrontation with the Sun Family. Sun Wukong relentlessly launched a series of assaults against Xue Tian, his fist striking with tremendous force. However, all his attacks were effortlessly deflected by Xue Tian, resulting in no significant damage. With a resounding thud, one of Sun Wukong's kicks struck Xue Tian's arm, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Xue Tian then maneuvered his hands to his waist, forming them into a flower-like shape, and concentrated energy into a glowing sphere. Kamehameha wave. Boom, boom, boom. Once Xue Tian regained his footing, a smile crept across his lips. A clash of energy. The essence of Dragon Ball. How intriguing. I shall partake as well. He stretched his arms wide, rapidly gathering energy. The moment they witnessed this, Piccolo and the others were taken aback. Could it be the final flash of Vegeta? Vegeta was equally astonished. The intensity and movements mirrored his own technique perfectly. Indeed, final flash. The two waves of energy collided with a cataclysmic force, propelling them into a state of energy clash. Xue Tian suddenly recalled a saying from Dragon Ball, never engage in an energy clash with the Sun family. Now, he was not merely facing any member of the Sun family, but Sun Wukong himself. What could the outcome be? Sun Wukong roared, unleashing his full energy. Xue Tian felt little pressure but did not wish to squander his stamina. He too shouted, Ha! A terrifying surge of energy erupted forth. The Kamehameha wave was consumed at a visible pace, and despite Sun Wukong's utmost resistance, it proved futile. In less than half a minute, he was overwhelmed. His body crashing through several mountain peaks. Boom, boom, boom. Xue Tian flickered and appeared beside Sun Wukong, releasing his Super Saiyan God state, extending his hand. Let us end it here. Sun Wukong, disheveled and ragged, grasped Xue Tian's hand and said, Thank you. You are truly formidable. Xue Tian chuckled lightly. It's nothing. The two soared back to the group gathered around Vegeta. Krillin hurriedly produced a Senzu bean and offered it to Sun Wukong. How did you achieve your Super Saiyan God form? I wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God as well. Sun Wukong asked eagerly. He understood that his defeat was primarily due to his form being inferior to Xue Tian's. If he could also transform into a Super Saiyan God, perhaps he would not have lost so swiftly and might even stand a chance against Xue Tian. This question was not only on Sun Wukong's mind. Vegeta and Piccolo shared the same curiosity. None among them wished to miss the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan God. However, they also understood that since it was called a Super Saiyan God, only Saiyans could achieve it. They looked at Xue Tian with hopeful anticipation. Xue Tian hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to divulge the secret to Sun Wukong. He then turned to Gohan. Gohan, has Beulah become pregnant? If Beulah had not conceived, then they could not gather 6 Saiyans with hearts of justice, and thus could not achieve the Super Saiyan God transformation. As for his own sense of justice, he was uncertain and preferred not to test it. It was better to inquire about Beulah. Gohan looked bewildered, unsure why Xue Tian would suddenly ask such a question. The others were equally perplexed. What did this have to do with transforming into a Super Saiyan God? Gohan shook his head. I don't know. Sun Wukong scratched his head and voiced what everyone was thinking. What does Beulah's pregnancy have to do with becoming a Super Saiyan God? He was utterly confused. Indeed, if you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God, your daughter-in-law must be pregnant. So, Gohan, get to work. Xue Tian replied with a mysterious smile. Why? How does that work? Sun Wukong pressed, genuinely unable to comprehend the connection between Beulah's pregnancy and becoming a Super Saiyan God. The others were equally baffled, unable to see any link between the two. Xue Tian raised an eyebrow. Do you still wish to become a Super Saiyan God? Of course. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Since you desire it, there's no need to ask so many questions. If you didn't want it, I could tell you right now. Xue Tian stated indifferently. Although Sun Wukong was not particularly astute, he sensed Xue Tian's irritation and decided not to press further. Instead, he cheerfully turned to his son Gohan. Gohan, you should hurry and get Beulah pregnant. Gohan was left speechless, unsure of how to respond, only managing a mild complaint. Xue Tian was preparing to return to his research on the effects of the Divine Origin Stone when Bulma interjected, Wait, I have an important announcement. Oh. Everyone turned to Bulma. Sun Wukong, in his usual obliviousness, chimed in, Bulma, what's wrong? Are you pregnant? Kakarot. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could silence Sun Wukong. Bulma, equally furious, clenched her fists and exclaimed, What nonsense. I was going to say, in a week, I'm hosting a birthday party. A birthday party? Bulma, how old are you? Sun Wukong blurted out. Bulma huffed, waving her finger dismissively, Humph. Don't you know you never ask a woman her age? Sun Wukong, completely unaware, could only manage an awkward laugh. Meanwhile, Xue Tian was taken aback. Bulma's birthday was in a week? That meant Beerus would descend upon Earth then. Xue Tian distinctly recalled that Beerus had arrived on Earth on the very day of Bulma's birthday celebration. Android 18, brushing her hair back, asked, Bulma, if you're hosting a birthday party, there must be some grand prize, right? Xue Tian finally noticed Android 18's presence. Instinctively, he glanced over and was struck by her exceptional beauty, her every gesture exuding femininity. She was indeed stunning, even more so than Bulma. He then looked at Krillin, who was bald, short, and lacked a nose. How fortunate was Krillin to have caught the eye of such a beauty. It seemed almost surreal. Nevertheless, he thought, since she was now married, her beauty mattered little. He pondered whether he should also seek a girlfriend. He decided to set that aside for now. First, he needed to enhance his strength, for without power, everything else was futile. Xue Tian, you must come when the time arrives. Chapter 18. Expecting Xue Tian. You must come when the time comes, Bulma said, looking at Xue Tian. This took him by surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Bulma would specifically mention it to him. However, he did not believe that Bulma was enchanted by his charm. Had she not been married, he might have entertained such thoughts, but given her marriage, that possibility was nearly non-existent. Although Bulma was often headstrong and a bit unreasonable, her devotion to her husband, Vegeta, and her family was unwavering. Sure, thank you, Xue Tian replied. Bulma's invitation was not motivated by his looks. Rather, she recognized the strength of his abilities and understood that cultivating a relationship with someone of his caliber would undoubtedly be beneficial. Everyone, I must take my leave. With a swift motion, he activated his flight technique, soaring towards his villa. After his departure, the others gradually left as well. Upon returning to his villa, Xue Tian sat cross-legged, retrieving the God Stone bestowed upon him by the old Kai. He held it in his palm, scrutinizing it intently. What purpose does this object serve? Having watched countless episodes of Dragon Ball, and especially Dragon Ball Super, he had never come across the term Godstone before. This was his first encounter with it. Releasing his energy to sense any changes, he found nothing remarkable about it. Could it be that the old Kai had deceived him? That seemed implausible. If he were to be tricked, he could easily abandon the conditions he had agreed to. System, tell me, what is the function of this Godstone? System, cannot disclose. You must explore it yourself. Cannot disclose? I suspect you are merely uninformed. Perhaps you should rename yourself from Ultimate System to the Ignorant System, Xue Tian retorted, provoking the system. The system, feeling agitated, responded, nonsense. I possess knowledge of the heavens and the earth. There is nothing unknown to me within the Dragon Ball universe. Least of all a Godstone. Is that so? If you truly understand how to utilize this Godstone, then enlighten me. If you cannot provide an explanation, then you are nothing but the Ignorant System, not the Ultimate System. Xue Tian continued to taunt, adopting an expression designed to infuriate. The system, flustered, stated, the Godstone requires divine energy to comprehend its mysteries. Whether one can grasp its secrets. The system hesitated, realizing it had been outmaneuvered by Xue Tian. It quickly added, Host, you are quite cunning for tricking me. What trickery? I merely expressed my doubts about you. However, since you have revealed this information, I shall proceed to test its validity. With that, he muted the system, ignoring it entirely, leaving the system exasperated. In his normal state, devoid of divine energy, Xue Tian transformed into a Super Saiyan God, channeling divine energy to explore the Godstone. As expected, upon infusing it with divine energy, the stone began to shimmer brilliantly, revealing lines of text. Godstone, a stone imbued with boundless power, containing an extraordinarily domineering divine technique known as Divine Seal, capable of sealing all things in existence. Xue Tian absorbed the text, captivated by its contents, while divine energy began to swirl around him, increasing his power exponentially. The following day, Xue Tian awoke, gazing at the Godstone in his hand in astonishment. Truly a divine artifact. The energy contained within is immense. After a night of absorption, I feel my combat power has significantly increased. Previously, my combat power was 100 million. How much is it now? Checking his status, he noted, Host, Xue Tian. Skills, Wolfang Fist, Flight Technique, Final Flash. Special Techniques, Ultimate Instinct Ja, Super Saiyan God, Divine Seal, Super Saiyan Level 1. Race, Human, Saiyan. Items, none. Combat Power, 500 million. This combat power reflects the base level, not the transformed state. It was astonishing, in just one night of absorption. His ordinary combat power had surged by 400 million, and he had yet to fully absorb the divine energy within the Godstone. No wonder Master Roshi and Android 17 became extraordinarily powerful with minimal training. The rate of power enhancement in Dragon Ball Super is indeed remarkable. Indeed. The Divine Seal technique is exceptionally useful, though he still needs to master it. After making this observation, Xue Tian swiftly executed a peculiar gesture towards a stone table in the villa. A burst of red energy erupted, forming a lock that instantly sealed the stone table. With a powerful fist, he struck, and with a thunderous explosion, the stone table shattered into dust, dissipating into the air. The divine seal technique is truly impressive. Suddenly, Goku appeared before Xue Tian, having used instant transmission. Xue Tian was puzzled. Why had he returned? Did he intend to engage in combat once more? Goku, do you need something? Goku eagerly responded, I've sent Gohan and Videl for a health check. We will soon find out if Videl is expecting a baby. Since discovering that transforming into a Super Saiyan God correlated with Videl's potential pregnancy, Goku had been restless, waiting at his son Gohan's home for the results. After much persuasion, Gohan and Videl finally agreed to undergo the examination early that morning. With their visit to the hospital concluded, Goku had rushed to Xue Tian's side, brimming with anticipation. Xue Tian, feeling a wave of frustration, thought, this is rather impulsive. However, recalling Goku's nature, his passion for strength and improvement, he decided to wait for the results. Yet, Xue Tian believed they were indeed expecting, as Bulma's birthday was just a week away. Had it not been for his reminder, Videl would likely announce her pregnancy at Bulma's birthday party. The timing was too coincidental. Indeed, it seemed they were expecting. At that moment, a voice echoed from above. Hi, Dad. Gohan and Videl descended from the sky. Before they could speak, Goku, filled with anxiety, asked, So, Gohan, is Videl expecting? Videl, her cheeks flushed, cast her gaze downward. Appearing somewhat bashful, Gohan, beaming with joy, nodded, Yes, she is expecting. That's wonderful, Goku exclaimed. Chapter 19. If you do not agree, I shall substitute for you splendid. Sun Wukong nearly leaped with joy. His daughter-in-law, Beerus, was finally pregnant, and he was about to uncover the transformation into the Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian had anticipated this moment. It was evident that Beerus was indeed with child. Son Gohan, worried that Xue Tian might be skeptical, presented the pregnancy test results. Mr. Xue, this is the report. Beerus is indeed pregnant. Xue Tian did not accept the report, but nodded. I am already aware. Sun Wukong, filled with urgency, inquired. So how can I transform into a Super Saiyan God? He was bursting with anticipation. Beep. Activation of task selection. Option 1. Reveal to Sun Wukong how to transform into a Super Saiyan God and assist him in achieving this transformation. Reward. Resurrection of the Divine. Option 2. Decline to assist Sun Wukong in transforming into a Super Saiyan God, informing him that someone will eventually teach him. Reward. Dark Seal. Resurrection of the Divine? Dark Seal? My goodness, the rewards this time are truly remarkable. What could the resurrection of the divine entail? And the Dark Seal? Based on their names, they likely pertain to revival and sealing. Presently, I have already mastered the Divine Seal. The Dark Seal must not differ greatly. If that is the case, opting for the resurrection of the divine would be wiser. Moreover, I had previously promised Sun Wukong that I would inform him as soon as Beerus became pregnant. I cannot go back on my word. Option 1. Very well, I shall now reveal to you how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. You must seek out 6 Saiyans with hearts of justice. When 5 of these Saiyans impart their righteous hearts into one, that Saiyan shall become a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong grasped the concept and immediately began counting on his fingers. Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and you, Xue Tian. No, I do not count. Xue Tian promptly declined. Sun Wukong found himself in a predicament. Huh? If you don't count, then that leaves only 4. We can't find 6. Son Gohan, observing his father's bewildered expression, couldn't help but chime in. Father, there's also you. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. Hee, I forgot. I should count 2, but that only makes 5. We still need 1 more. At that moment, Beerus gently placed a hand on her belly and shyly interjected, I should count as well. With that, Son Gohan immediately understood. No wonder Xue Tian had inquired whether Beerus was pregnant. It was clear that she was included in the count, with her child in her womb. The baby inherently possessed a righteous heart. After all, every human being begins with a heart of justice. Yes, Beerus counts, and that must have been the essence of Mr. Xue Tian's question regarding her pregnancy. Sun Wukong, still somewhat perplexed, decided not to dwell on it. As long as he could transform into a Super Saiyan God, that was all that mattered. I will immediately seek out Vegeta, Trunks, and Goten. No sooner had he spoken than he utilized instant transmission to locate Vegeta and the others. In less than 3 minutes, Vegeta, Son Goten, and Trunks were brought before him. Excitedly, Sun Wukong turned to Xue Tian. It's done. They are all here. Vegeta, however, appeared displeased and asked, Kakarot, what are you doing? He had previously asked Sun Wukong for clarification, but Sun Wukong had remained tight-lipped, hastily bringing Trunks and himself here. Much to Vegeta's annoyance, Sun Wukong explained, I am transforming into a Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian said that with 6 Saiyans, one can achieve this transformation. Vegeta was bewildered. What nonsense is this? 6 Saiyans can transform into a Super Saiyan God. As the Prince of Saiyans, I have never heard such absurdity. Was it Xue Tian who told you this? But when Xue Tian transformed, he was alone. Xue Tian clarified, as long as there are 6 Saiyans with hearts of justice, if 5 of them impart their righteous hearts into one, that Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan God. In simpler terms, if you 5 Saiyans transfer your righteous hearts into Sun Wukong, he can transform into a Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, Vegeta understood immediately. He crossed his arms and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, Humph, why should I help you become a Super Saiyan God instead of myself? Sun Wukong felt a tinge of grievance, but reassured Vegeta, don't be so petty. Once I succeed, it will be your turn to transform. And we can assist you in becoming a Super Saiyan God too. That way, both of us can achieve this transformation. Vegeta remained unyielding, arms still crossed. Humph. Why should you transform first? Let me go first. Xue Tian, knowing Vegeta's character, realized that if he did not provoke him, he would stubbornly oppose Sun Wukong and refuse to relent. Vegeta was determined not to allow Sun Wukong to transform before him, as it would, in a way, signify his inferiority. However, Xue Tian needed to complete the task, and the sooner it was done, the better. Thus, he felt compelled to provoke Vegeta to ensure the task was completed, which could also be seen as aiding Sun Wukong in his transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Wukong, since Vegeta is unwilling to assist you, allow me to substitute for him. Really? That is fantastic. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Completely unfazed by the murderous glare Vegeta shot him, Vegeta glanced around, coolly responding, even with you, that still only makes 5 Saiyans. He presumed that Bairadi would not count. Sun Wukong began counting again. Trunks, Xue Tian, Bairadi. There are indeed 6 of us. Xue Tian perfectly fills your place. Vegeta furrowed his brow and directed his gaze at Bairadi. She counts as a Saiyan? Of course. Bairadi is pregnant, and within her lies a Saiyan child. So she certainly counts. Sun Wukong clarified. Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly as he realized that Xue Tian's initial inquiry about Bairadi's pregnancy was precisely for this reason. It seemed that Xue Tian had not included himself in the count initially. It was only after Vegeta's refusal that he stepped in. Seeing Vegeta's expression twist slightly, Xue Tian reiterated, Vegeta, if you assist Sun Wukong in achieving this transformation, then you shall be next. If you refuse to help him and I substitute for you, they may not help you either. So, do you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God, or would you prefer to remain weaker than Sun Wukong? Chapter 20. You have yet to become a true Super Saiyan God. Very well. Here I come. Vegeta huffed in displeasure. Although he was reluctant, he yearned to transform into a Super Saiyan God, and even more so, to surpass Kakarot by a significant margin. If Kakarot could achieve the transformation and he could not, then his battle prowess would undoubtedly pale in comparison to Kakarot's. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Super Saiyan God, he understood that it far surpassed the various forms of Super Saiyan he had encountered. They were simply not on the same level. Xue Tian smiled subtly, knowing that Vegeta needed a little provocation. Without it, he would not acquiesce. You 6, hold hands and focus your hearts, channel your righteous spirits into Sun Wukong's body. The 6 did not tarry further, clasping hands and attuning their senses to one another. Yet, after a full 3 minutes, there was no change whatsoever. Sun Wukong could not help but speak up. Vegeta, do you lack a righteous heart? Once, Vegeta had sought to annihilate the Earth and eliminate Sun Wukong and his companions. So the lack of response made him instantly suspicious of Vegeta. Vegeta bellowed, silence. He was aware of his unsavory past, but that was a bygone era. The present him had people to protect, a happy family to cherish, and would never engage in such acts again. Xue Tian interjected, there is nothing wrong with Vegeta. What you mentioned is merely history. The issue lies in your method of attunement. You must immerse yourselves completely, reaching a state where you can truly perceive each other as thoughts in this moment. Only then can you concentrate your righteous energy upon Sun Wukong, enabling him to become a Super Saiyan God. Close your eyes, relax, banish distractions, and attain a state of utter emptiness. Following Xue Tian's guidance, the six closed their eyes, dispelling extraneous thoughts. Within 30 seconds, they entered a state of complete mental clarity, and in an instant, they were enveloped in a glow of golden Super Saiyan brilliance. Their aura surged, and witnessing this scene, Xue Tian knew they had succeeded. However, this was merely the prelude. The main event lay ahead. In less than 3 minutes, their collective energy peaked, the area around their hearts shimmering with crimson light, transmitting through their joined hands into Sun Wukong's body. As their righteous spirits intensified, a tempest arose, darkening the skies and stirring the sands, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. At that moment, a circular pillar of energy enveloped Sun Wukong, reminiscent of Xue Tian's previous transformation, constantly evolving like the seasons. The Cosmic Gospel. Once the transformation into a deity concluded, Vegeta and the others felt their strength deplete and instinctively released their hold. Sun Wukong was now shrouded in a crimson aura, his hair a vibrant red, his skin fair, as if he had rejuvenated by a decade. Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, excitement radiating from him. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan God? It is indeed astonishing. He felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him, a force unlike any he had previously experienced, even surpassing the energy he had absorbed from Earth to confront Bu. In his heart, he was certain that if he faced Kid Bu in this form, he could easily defeat him. A simple Kamehameha would suffice to vanquish his foe. Vegeta, observing Sun Wukong's exuberance, felt a pang of irritation. Why wasn't he it himself who transformed first? What would it have been like had he been the one to achieve the Super Saiyan God form? Kakarot, you are too self-satisfied. Hurry and let me transform into a Super Saiyan God too. Vegeta, don't be impatient. Sun Wukong replied, then turned his gaze toward Xue Tian, suggesting, Xue Tian, let us have a match. Xue Tian, feeling exasperated, thought, you have just become a Super Saiyan God and you wish to fight me? However, I am not in the mood for a battle. You are warriors. While I prefer the path of simplicity, completing tasks through the system is as easy as drinking water. Why laboriously fight? You are not my opponent just yet. Focus on your training for a while. Moreover, while you have transformed into a Super Saiyan God, you have yet to unlock the true power of that form. Upon hearing that he could not unleash his true abilities, Sun Wukong looked puzzled and asked, why not? Xue Tian explained, your transformation into a Super Saiyan God is primarily due to the righteous hearts of those 5 and your own. However, you are still lacking the divine essence. Huh? Divine essence? What is that? Sun Wukong was completely bewildered, having never heard of it before. The divine essence is one of the essential conditions for becoming a god. Only when you truly possess divine essence within you can you become a true deity, achieving the authentic Super Saiyan God form. While you may currently appear as a Super Saiyan God, you lack your own divine essence. It would be more accurate to say you are a pseudo-god. Xue Tian elaborated extensively. Sun Wukong scratched his head, utterly confused, shaking his head. I don't understand. It's far too complicated. It feels completely incomprehensible. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong. Kakarot, it's clear you are not a true Super Saiyan God. You lack this divine essence. I cannot fathom how you have trained to reach this level. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, brushing off Vegeta's remarks. What must be done to truly become a Super Saiyan God? Xue Tian smiled lightly. It's simple. You need someone to train you in acquiring divine essence. Who? You? Xue Tian, would you train me? Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Xue Tian waved his hand, promptly declining. No, 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 you misunderstand, Wukong. I am unable to train you. However, you and Vegeta need not worry. It won't be long before the person who can train both of you appears. Huh? Who? Sun Wukong asked eagerly. While Vegeta also looked curious, having initially thought it would be Xue Tian. Beep. Selection 1 completed. Chapter 21. The secrets must not be revealed. Ding. Completing option 1. Instructing Sun Wukong on how to transform into a Super Saiyan God and assisting him in achieving this transformation. Reward. Ding. Completing option 1. Instructing Sun Wukong on how to transform into a Super Saiyan God and assisting him in achieving this transformation. Reward. Resurrection of the God. Finally, I was puzzled as to why I had not received my reward. It turns out the system was delayed. System, could you perhaps be a bit more prompt next time and deliver rewards in a timely manner? Learning Resurrection of the God. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Resurrection of the God. Vegeta and Sun Wukong noticed that Xue Tian remained silent, and their impatience grew as they eagerly inquired, Xue Tian. You mentioned that someone could train us. Who exactly is it? Xue Tian realized that they were awaiting his response. With a mysterious smile, he replied, "The secrets must not be revealed." The others, utterly perplexed, could not comprehend his words. Observing their confused expressions, Xue Tian gently tapped his forehead. Realizing that only those from the real world could grasp this concept, those from the Dragon Ball Super universe would surely not understand. To put it simply, he could not divulge anything now. What was meant to come would arrive in due time, and what was not meant to come would not arrive. No matter how fervently they anticipated it. Focus on your training, he continued, even if you cannot yet wield the true power of a Super Saiyan God. Reaching a certain level of training will yield considerable results. Once you cultivate divine energy, your mastery of the Super Saiyan God form will become far more adept. Upon hearing Xue Tian's words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta ceased their inquiries, realizing further questioning would be futile. Vegeta turned to Sun Wukong and stated, "Kakarot, it's my turn to transform. You all better lend me your righteous hearts and help me become a Super Saiyan God. Is it happening this soon? I haven't even fully experienced the power of a Super Saiyan God yet." Sun Wukong lamented. The thought of transforming without engaging in battle was profoundly disheartening, particularly since there was no target to fight. Vegeta snapped, "Enough with the chatter. Let's go?" "All right." With a deep breath, Sun Wukong relinquished his Super Saiyan God state and extended his hand. "Come on, let us bestow upon you the power of righteous hearts." Babidi and the others, looking utterly exhausted, murmured, "I can't go on. I'm completely drained." Trunks, with a pitiful expression, gazed at Vegeta and implored, "Dad, I can't continue. I feel so tired." Gohan suggested, "Uncle Vegeta, why not let everyone take a break? There's no rush. After all, there's no enemy." Vegeta's mouth twitched in irritation. He felt he was at a disadvantage. It was true that there was no enemy, but he had yet to experience the power of a Super Saiyan God. Had he felt it, he might not need to rely on the power of righteous hearts to transform next time. He held a fair amount of confidence in this regard. However, seeing Trunks' pitiful demeanor and Babidi's weakness, he had no choice but to relent, scolding Trunks, "What a nuisance." He activated the instant transmission technique and flew away, not even glancing back at the others. After his departure, Sun Wukong did not hurry to leave. Instead, he turned to Xue Tian and asked, "Xue Tian, if I wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God again, will I still need to rely on their righteous hearts? That is a question you must ponder yourself." Sun Wukong paused, perplexed, unsure of the meaning behind those words. Question himself? He scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed, and asked, "What does that even mean? I find it difficult to comprehend. Your words are rather profound." In truth, Xue Tian could not articulate it clearly either, based on his understanding of the manga. After Sun Wukong acquired the power of righteous hearts and underwent training with Whis for a while, he could transform into a Super Saiyan God. Thus, Xue Tian believed that the ability to transform primarily depended on training, which was ultimately the individual's responsibility. Of course, if someone guided him, that would be advantageous. At this point, Xue Tian had indeed ushered them into the realm of understanding. Whether they could master it depended on their own insights. Teaching disciples was not something he was inclined to undertake, especially not with a disciple like Sun Wukong, who would incessantly cling to combat. That was not the life he desired. He simply wished to complete tasks, enhance his combat prowess, and ultimately defeat the Grand Minister to sever his binding with the Omni-King. There was nothing profound about it. All he needed to convey was the importance of diligent training and comprehension. Although Sun Wukong might lack emotional intelligence, he was quite adept at grasping the essence of training. Had these words been directed at Vegeta or others, they would surely have incited displeasure. However, with Sun Wukong, it was necessary to speak this way, otherwise he would never understand. Moreover, he seemed to accept it rather well. As anticipated, Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, "I see. I will immediately seek the old Kai for training. Go on." Sun Wukong was not one to dither, utilizing instant transmission to head towards the Kaioshin realm. After Sun Wukong's departure, the others followed suit, leaving Xue Tian alone in the villa. He settled into a relaxed position, sitting in a recliner and happily sipping tea. There was no need for strenuous training. Merely completing tasks was sufficient to enhance his combat power, which was rather pleasant. This system truly suited him, haha. If only a couple more tasks could arrive at this moment, he would be more than willing to undertake them. However, teaching disciples was off the table unless the rewards were exceptionally enticing. Ding. Option 1. Defeat the fused form of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Vegeta. Reward. 10 consecutive draw treasure box 1. Ding. Option 2. Use Resurrection of the God to resurrect a being with combat power exceeding 100 million. Reward: 10 consecutive draw treasure box 1. Xue Tian sat up straight. Oh, a task has truly been activated. Is the system now functioning so efficiently? Moreover, the reward was a 10 consecutive draw. Excellent, excellent. If he were to draw a destroyer or something similar, would that not propel him straight to the pinnacle? Yet, the question remained, which task to choose? Both rewards were identical. It merely depended on which task would be more manageable. Defeating Vegeta. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta were still at the Super Saiyan level, their fusion would undoubtedly amplify their power several times over. Battling Vegeta in Super Saiyan God form would not be an easy feat. There was a real possibility of failure, which would render the task unachievable. After all, his base combat power was only 500 million. If he were to activate Ultra Instinct, perhaps he could prevail, but to complete the first option, he would need to convince them to fuse and then defeat them, which was quite cumbersome, no matter how he looked at it. Option 2 appeared to be the more feasible choice. Chapter 22, The Resurrection of King Frieza. The second choice merely requires the use of the Dragon Balls to resurrect a being with a combat power exceeding 100 million. The question then becomes, whom should I resurrect? Who meets this criterion? Xue Tian pondered carefully, realizing that there seemed to be no one with such formidable power who had recently perished. Should he consider defeating Vegeta and then bringing him back to life? If Vegeta were to catch wind of Xue Tian's intentions, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Thank you for your consideration." At that moment, Xue Tian sensed the presence of a spacecraft hovering above Earth. A spacecraft? Could something be afoot? Above the Earth, a massive spaceship loomed. Within the command center, a stout figure clad in battle armor and possessing blue skin, named Sorb, exclaimed triumphantly, "Heh, we have finally arrived on Earth. Once we gather the 7 Dragon Balls, we can resurrect King Frieza, and he will lead us in our quest to dominate the universe." Haha. On either side of Sorb stood 2 of Frieza's subordinates, a red-skinned minotaur named Sasami and the gaunt Dagoma. Both possessed commendable fighting prowess, particularly Dagoma, who could be deemed the foremost warrior of Frieza's army in the present day. Sorb regarded his companions with approval, declaring, "If King Frieza is resurrected, I shall commend you both in his presence. You'll each receive your own planets and enjoy endless wealth and glory." "Thank you, Sorb." The 2 replied gratefully. Sorb, glancing at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, exclaimed excitedly, "According to the radar, the 7 Dragon Balls have gathered. This truly is a stroke of fortune." Unbeknownst to them, the location of these 7 Dragon Balls was none other than Bulma's home. With her birthday party approaching, Bulma had prepared a grand lottery, where the ultimate prize would be the Dragon Balls. Indeed, it appears to be the remnants of Frieza's army. A voice suddenly reverberated through the air. Sorb and his companions froze momentarily, scanning their surroundings and questioning, "Who goes there?" A handsome young man entered confidently through the doorway. It was none other than Xue Tian. Sorb and his companions, unfamiliar with him, furrowed their brows and demanded, "Who are you to intrude upon our ship? My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that I can assist you in achieving your goals without the need for Dragon Balls." Xue Tian replied calmly. He sought to resurrect a being with a combat power exceeding 100 million, and Frieza fit the bill perfectly. Upon hearing this, Sorb chuckled, relaxing slightly. "Ah, so you are drawn by the reputation of Frieza's army and wish to join us. Not bad. Ha." Suddenly, Xue Tian burst into laughter, leaving Sorb and his companions bewildered. "What is so amusing?" they questioned, puzzled. "I laugh, for how could you, with your trivial strength, ever hope to encompass me? Is that not a ludicrous notion?" Xue Tian retorted without reservation. With his system at his disposal, he had no need to languish within Frieza's ranks, especially now. With the Grand Minister bound to him, none would dare to harm him. In the worst-case scenario, they could all perish together. Sorb's expression contorted with rage as he bellowed, "You dare to belittle Frieza's army? Such disrespect towards our king is intolerable. Sasami, seize him." "Yes." The red-skinned minotaur responded, charging towards Xue Tian without hesitation. However, the moment he lunged, Xue Tian had already vanished. "I am right here," he declared, now hovering in midair, having grasped Sasami's horns and executed a powerful throw, slamming him into the ground. As Sasami attempted to rise, Xue Tian placed a foot firmly upon him, coldly warning, "If you wish to live, it would be prudent to refrain from rash actions. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise is a most unpleasant one." Realizing the discrepancy in power, Sorb and his companions activated their power detectors, only for the readings to soar beyond 100 million. With a loud crack, the devices exploded in flames. The sight left the trio in stunned silence. This was unfathomable. Sasami and Tagoma's prowess was merely on par with earlier warriors like Zabon. And how could they possibly contend with Xue Tian, whose base combat power exceeded 500 million? As they stood dazed, Xue Tian delivered a swift kick to Sasami, sending him hurtling away before striding towards Sorb. Terrified, Sorb trembled, questioning when such a formidable individual had emerged on Earth. Hadn't the most powerful being been Goku? Xue Tian unceremoniously tossed Sorb from his command seat and sat down, nonchalantly stating, "As I mentioned earlier, I am here to assist you in achieving your objectives. For with your current strength, do you truly believe you can resurrect Frieza? Those 7 Dragon Balls are located in Vegeta's residence." Upon hearing Vegeta's name, Sorb trembled. Recalling his previous encounters with the Saiyan warrior, fully aware of his ruthless nature, until Frieza was resurrected, it would be wise to avoid provoking him. Acquiring the Dragon Balls from his home would be no simple task. "I shall assist you in resurrecting your King Frieza." Sorb, though uncertain of Xue Tian's motives, was willing to proceed, as long as it meant bringing Frieza back to life. The moment their king returned, all objectives would be swiftly resolved. Xue Tian extended his hands, a surge of green light emanating from him as he swiftly performed a series of intricate gestures. The green glow intensified rapidly, enveloping the entire command room within mere seconds. Divine Resurrection, awaken. Boom. The entire space trembled, prompting Sorb to inquire, "What is happening?" In an instant, a brilliant beam of green light erupted, revealing a figure within its confines. At first glance, the silhouette bore a striking resemblance to their king. Sorb's anticipation surged. Could it truly be their king? As the green beam dissipated, the unmistakable form of Frieza materialized before them, his eyes wide with astonishment. Moments ago, he had been enveloped in a cocoon in paradise, listening to the incessant singing of pesky little spirits. Suddenly, his soul had been pulled away, and now he found himself here. This was indeed a remarkable turn of events. Chapter 23. Would you rather be permanently sealed or free? Upon seeing Frieza, Solb and his companions immediately expressed their respect, exclaiming, "Lord Frieza, you have finally been resurrected." Frieza recognized Solb at once and approached him with a cold demeanor, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously. "Solb, why did it take so long to revive me?" Frieza's question sent Solb into a panic. Without hesitation, he replied, "Lord Frieza, it is because we have been reorganizing the Frieza Force. As you know, ever since you were killed, the Frieza Force has suffered severe setbacks. I intended to seek the Dragon Balls directly, but they are located in Vegeta's home, and I am not his match, so it took us this long." Upon hearing Vegeta's name, Frieza's displeasure became evident, and he sneered darkly. "That traitor Vegeta dares to ally with Goku against me? How despicable! I shall tear them to shreds." Frieza then turned his gaze to Xue Tian and inquired indifferently, "And who might this person be? It seems you were the one who resurrected me?" Given Solb's earlier words about the Dragon Balls being in Vegeta's possession, Frieza deduced that they were not seeking the Dragon Balls from Vegeta. He had seen Xue Tian unleash a green glow, and with his keen intellect, he realized that it was Xue Tian who had brought him back to life. To his astonishment, he contemplated that aside from the eternal dragon, there existed another being capable of resurrection. This revelation intrigued him. However, he quickly recalled that the eternal dragon was also a creation of the Namekians. If a mere creation could revive beings, then the existence of another individual capable of the same was not entirely outside the realm of possibility. Xue Tian replied coolly, "Who I am is of no consequence. Now that you are revived, I shall take my leave." With that, he prepared to depart. Frieza, momentarily taken aback, questioned with curiosity, "Oh, are you not a member of the Frieza Force?" Before Xue Tian could respond, Solb recalled Xue Tian's earlier display of power and immediately reported, "Lord Frieza, this individual stated that our Frieza Force is but a quagmire, unworthy of his presence." Frieza's anger flared at this revelation, and he gazed at Xue Tian with a sinister smile. "Do not presume that your resurrection of me grants you the right to insult the Frieza Force. Am I mistaken in my assertion? The Frieza Force is merely a pool of muck, and you believe such a mire could accommodate me?" Xue Tian responded nonchalantly, exhibiting no deference toward Frieza. Frieza's brow furrowed slightly as he raised his hand, unleashing a beam of energy aimed at Xue Tian. However, Xue Tian effortlessly evaded the attack. "Oh, how surprising. You managed to dodge," Frieza remarked with interest. Xue Tian's gaze remained cold. "Frieza, you would do well to contemplate your actions. I can revive you, but I can just as easily send you back. Or do you prefer to remain in that realm, listening to those little spirits sing?" The mention of the little spirits sent Frieza into a rage, his eyes narrowing fiercely as he bellowed, "You shall perish." With a pointed finger, he concentrated a deadly beam of energy. In that instant, Xue Tian's form vanished, and the deadly beam instead created a gaping hole in the spaceship. Where did he go? Frieza exclaimed, bewildered. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Xue Tian had appeared before him, delivering a powerful blow that left Frieza gasping for breath. I warned you to consider your actions carefully. I can bring you back to life, but I can also send you away. Frieza had only endured such humiliation before Goku, which fueled his deep-seated hatred for him. Now, experiencing a similar indignation from Xue Tian, he could not contain his fury. I will have your life, he roared, instantly transforming into his final form, his power surging as he launched a fist toward Xue Tian. Xue Tian raised his hand, forming an unusual gesture, as a crimson energy erupted forth, taking the shape of a lock that swiftly ensnared Frieza. Divine seal. The binding encased Frieza completely. Frieza found himself immobilized and cried out. What are you doing? Xue Tian replied coolly, Frieza, since you do not appreciate the opportunity one have granted you, you shall remain sealed forever. Frieza shouted in protest, gathering his energy in a desperate attempt to break free from the divine seal. However, he soon realized the futility of his efforts. No matter how forcefully he strained or how immense his energy became, he could not escape the binding. The power of the seal far surpassed his own, and breaking free was not as easy as he had hoped. Sulb, panicking at the prospect of Frieza being permanently sealed once more, reflected on the implications for their ambitions of cosmic domination. As a member of the Frieza Force, he felt compelled to intervene and pleaded, Esteemed sir, Lord Frieza did not mean any offense. He has merely been restless after his long time in the afterlife. Please grant him another chance. Xue Tian's indifferent gaze turned to Frieza as he posed a question. Would you prefer to be permanently sealed within this lock, or would you rather be free? Frieza, proud and haughty, had never been treated in such a manner. He longed to declare his willingness to be sealed forever rather than bow his head. Yet the thought of being sealed again so soon after his resurrection was intolerable. What difference would there be between being sealed in this lock and being in the afterlife? He could not bear the thought of the Frieza Force perceiving him in such a light, nor did he wish to be pestered daily like the little spirits. Ultimately, in light of these considerations, he lowered his lofty head. Very well, I choose freedom. With a casual wave of his hand, Xue Tian dispelled the locks binding Frieza. Though Frieza harbored deep resentment toward Xue Tian, he refrained from acting impulsively, fully aware that he was no match for Xue Tian. Instead, he felt a sense of astonishment. Having spent so much time in the afterlife, he realized that those he once knew had likely improved. Yet, what piqued his curiosity most was the fact that he had never encountered Xue Tian before. Who are you? If you do not wish to join the Frieza Force, why resurrect me? What is your purpose? Chapter 24. Rewards from the 10 consecutive draws. Chapter 24. Xue Tian replied nonchalantly, I feel good. Without further ado, he soared away from the spaceship. Witnessing his departure, Saul promptly inquired, Lord Frieza, this individual is exceedingly enigmatic. I believe it would be prudent not to provoke him. Frieza shot a glare at Saul, who immediately recoiled, his already minuscule neck retreating further in fear. Saul, do you comprehend? Saul hastily responded, Please, Lord Frieza, enlighten me. From the moment I was born, I have never undergone training. My combat prowess has solely been enhanced through battle. If I were to train, I could unleash boundless potential. At that point, not only could I eliminate Son Goku and Vegeta, but I could also vanquish this mysterious figure. Await my arrival, everyone. Ha ha ha. Frieza proclaimed with an air of arrogance, as though he could already envision the fruits of his training, picturing Xue Tian kneeling at his feet. Upon returning to his villa, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed option 2. Use the resurrection of the divine to revive a being with combat power exceeding 100 million. Reward, 10 consecutive draw treasure chest X1. The prospect of a 10 consecutive draw treasure chest was tantalizing. Having completed numerous tasks, this marked his first acquisition of such a treasure. He hoped for some splendid rewards. Taking a deep breath, he summoned good fortune. Bestow upon me marvelous treasures. The 10 consecutive draw treasure chest opened successfully, yielding 3 sins of beans, 1 instant transmission, 3 gratitude tokens, 1 void bloodline, and 2 levels of self-actualization technique, first stage. Incredible! There are indeed valuable items, instant transmission and self-actualization technique, first stage. However, it is somewhat regrettable that I received 2 of the same self-actualization technique. He pondered, what is this void bloodline? I don't recall encountering such a lineage before. But with the multitude of bloodlines in Dragon Ball, it is impossible to know them all. Regardless, I shall fuse it and see. It should not be detrimental. He began learning instant transmission. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired instant transmission. Next, he learned the self-actualization technique, first stage. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired self-actualization technique, first stage. Finally, he fused the void bloodline. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have fused the void bloodline. A torrent of memories, energy, and instincts surged into Xue Tian's consciousness, and as the void bloodline integrated with his body, he felt a transformation occurring within him. After successfully merging with the void bloodline, he realized that the entire landscape of his consciousness had altered, as if his thoughts had transcended the boundaries of the 12 universes. A truly extraordinary sensation. Within a minute, he experienced a profound revelation. This void bloodline is indeed remarkable. This lineage existed before the universe itself came into being, during the time of the void world, where everything was shrouded in ambiguity and nothingness. At that moment, the epicenter of the void world gathered the essence of void energy, amalgamating all power and existence to create a unique individual endowed with the void bloodline. This individual single-handedly birthed countless existences, establishing order among various races, including angels, Zeno's race, gods of destruction, and Kaioshin's. As these memories flooded his mind, Xue Tian exclaimed in astonishment, "The void bloodline is truly formidable. It seems this lineage is the most powerful in the Dragon Ball Super universe." However, he pondered, what specific abilities does this bloodline confer? Scions can transform. Zeno's race possesses destruction by nature, and Kaioshin's wield creative powers. What unique effects does the void bloodline bestow? He was acutely aware that such a powerful lineage must possess extraordinary effects, yet he had yet to uncover them. At that moment, he felt a tumult in his abdomen, and his inner being began to shift. He instinctively perceived that his human bloodline was swiftly being absorbed by the void bloodline, but it did not stop there. The Scion bloodline was also consumed in an instant. In the region of his abdomen, a small, indistinct world formed, reminiscent of a fragment of the universe yet distinct. As it exhibited vibrant colors and radiant light, such phenomena were absent in the cosmos. Could this be the void world? Xue Tian mused, increasingly confident. The knowledge he had gained indicated that the void world was characterized by its nebulous nature, filled only with various lights. Since he had fused with the void bloodline, this manifestation was undoubtedly related. It appeared that the primary effect of the void bloodline was to absorb other bloodlines, thereby enhancing one's own power. Reflecting on it, he realized that the Scion bloodline, the angel bloodline, and the human bloodline were all derived from beings created by those possessing the void bloodline. Thus, consuming these bloodlines would undoubtedly amplify his strength. In essence, the void bloodline had originally generated these bloodlines, effectively dispersing its own power. If that were the case, reclaiming that power would surely render him even stronger. Xue Tian was thoroughly satisfied, as he distinctly sensed his own burgeoning strength. However, whether his combat power had increased remained uncertain. He checked his status. Host, Xue Tian. Techniques, Wolf Fong Fist, Sky Dance Technique. Special skills, Self-Actualization Technique, Instant Transmission. Self-Actualization Technique, First Stage. Racial Bloodline, Void. Items, Senza Beans. Combat Power, 500 million. This combat power reflects his base strength, not the power achieved through transformation. 500 million? My combat power is still only 500 million, yet I can feel my strength has significantly increased. How can that be? Am I merely imagining this? What is the second effect of the void bloodline? Does it simply absorb other bloodlines to enhance its own power? That seems rather absurd. He then queried the system, can you enlighten me on the second effect of the void bloodline? What purpose does it serve? The mechanical voice of the system responded. Please, host, explore and perceive for yourself. I am not authorized to disclose this information. Not authorized? I suspect you are merely unaware. I see through your facade, you system are nothing extraordinary. The system grew anxious, retorting, Humph, there is nothing the system does not know. As for the void bloodline. Chapter 25. You sly one. Is there anything the system does not know? This void lineage. Host, you truly are a cunning individual, attempting to provoke me with your tactics. I shall simply block you now, and I will only lift the ban once you cease your chatter. Xue Tian immediately exclaimed, What? System, you cannot be so heartless. After all, I am your host. The system remained silent, evidently having blocked Xue Tian. Damn it, it seems I have indeed been blocked. This is utterly infuriating. Xue Tian cursed under his breath, choosing to disregard it. He was confident that it would not take long to comprehend most effects of this void lineage, simply because he was well-versed in the intricacies of the Dragon Ball universe. Stretching lazily, he reclined comfortably in a lounge chair and drifted into slumber. The following day, Xue Tian awoke naturally, only to find it was already 11 o'clock. His sleep had been deeply restful. Unlike in the real world where he was incessantly roused by the wretched alarm clock, caught in the monotonous cycle of commuting to work, returning home, and eating, merely to survive in that realm. Living here seemed quite pleasant, as he was free from the anxiety of tardiness or outstanding bills. Just as he rose, he noticed Vegeta standing at a distance with his arms crossed. When did he arrive? Xue Tian had not noticed Vegeta's presence, having slept so soundly, as if shedding all burdens and worries of the morrow. However, he understood that in this perilous Dragon Ball universe, such a relaxed attitude was quite dangerous. Although he had mastered the Ultra Instinct, allowing his body to evade attacks without conscious thought, he had only grasped the fundamentals and needed to adapt to various forms for genuine autonomous reflexes. Vegeta stated matter-of-factly, "It's 8 o'clock. Wait, so you've been standing here for 3 hours? That is quite uncharacteristic of you, Vegeta." Xue Tian chuckled, then promptly leaped into the pool to wash his face and swim. Based on his knowledge of Vegeta, it was nearly impossible for him to wait quietly for someone, especially while that person was asleep. Unless, of course, he had a request, one that was highly desirable to him. Vegeta wasted no time, stating his intention directly. "I wish to learn the form or techniques that surpass the Super Saiyan God." Xue Tian instantly understood the situation. No wonder Vegeta had willingly waited for 3 hours. After returning home yesterday, Vegeta was unwilling to accept that Kakarot had transformed into a Super Saiyan God first, simply because he had sought out Xue Tian ahead of time. If he had done the same, then he would have been the one to achieve that transformation, not Kakarot. Thus, he sought out Xue Tian, though he initially felt too proud to do so, believing it beneath his dignity as a Saiyan Prince. Yet, the image of Kakarot transforming into a Super Saiyan God lingered in his mind, fueling his determination to surpass Kakarot. Ultimately, his thirst for power triumphed over his pride. "I'm afraid I cannot assist you," Xue Tian replied nonchalantly while swimming. He had no time to teach anyone. Surely, it would be more enjoyable to swim and perhaps later stroll through the streets to admire the lovely ladies, rather than sweating it out with a bunch of muscular men. Vegeta insisted, "You do have the knowledge. You must." After swimming a couple of laps, Xue Tian finally inquired, "Why are you so certain I possess it? That form you transformed into before, the Ultra Instinct, is it not?" Vegeta argued, "I believe that Ultra Instinct is superior to the Super Saiyan God. I can learn it." Xue Tian emerged from the pool, his demeanor calm. "Do not even entertain the thought of Ultra Instinct. It is not a matter of willingness, rather, it is something you cannot learn. Ultra Instinct is about achieving a state of freedom and relaxation. It is suited for individuals like Goku. You simply cannot master it." Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with fury as he clenched his fists. "No, that cannot be. Why should only Kakarot be able to learn it? I am a Saiyan Prince. Kakarot is merely a low-class warrior. I am undoubtedly stronger than he." Xue Tian anticipated his anger and calmly explained, "This is not a question of strength, but rather of temperament and disposition. With your current personality, you are not suited to learn Ultra Instinct." Though Vegeta's face displayed denial, he could not escape the truth that began to seep into his consciousness. With great reluctance, he roared, "If Kakarot learns your Ultra Instinct, does that not mean I cannot surpass him?" He vividly recalled the overwhelming prowess of Ultra Instinct, knowing well he would be left defenseless against it. If Kakarot were to master it, the ramifications would be dire. Xue Tian, aware of his thoughts, cautioned, "No, no, no. Goku can indeed learn Ultra Instinct, but that does not imply you are weaker than him. While you may not grasp Ultra Instinct, you can certainly learn other techniques." Vegeta's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, "What techniques?" "Self-Ultra Instinct," Xue Tian replied, reclining in the lounge chair and gently rocking back and forth. Vegeta was perplexed, having never heard of Self-Ultra Instinct, but the name struck him as reminiscent of Ultra Instinct. Self-Ultra Instinct. What is that? It sounds similar to Ultra Instinct. Xue Tian slightly turned. "Why does my shoulder feel so sore? Did I perhaps strain it while fighting with you all?" Vegeta's mouth twitched in irritation. "Strained? How is that possible? We were the ones taking the hits the entire time. If it weren't for the sins of beans, you would have incapacitated me. I know your thoughts well enough." Although extremely reluctant, for the sake of becoming stronger, Vegeta begrudgingly approached Xue Tian and began to massage his shoulders. "Ah, are you giving me a shoulder massage or attempting to dislocate my arm?" Xue Tian remarked. His face flushed with anger, yet he endured it. For the sake of strength, he persevered, contorting his face as he cautiously pressed on Xue Tian's shoulders, applying an almost imperceptible amount of pressure, as if skimming the surface of water. Your pressure is so light that not even a mosquito would perish. Be more earnest. If you wish to press, do it properly. If not, then leave me be. I require rest. Chapter 26, A Peculiar Choice. Chapter 26, Vegeta's chest heaved with anger. His face flushed crimson. Humph. If it weren't for the pursuit of strength, I, the proud Saiyan Prince, would never engage in such trivial matters. Despite these thoughts, his hands were remarkably honest, tightening their grip with increased intensity. Yes, this is the right amount of force. I have grasped it well. Xue Tian praised. Vegeta continued to squeeze, eagerly inquiring, Pray tell, what exactly distinguishes the self-extreme technique from the free-extreme technique? You mentioned I could learn the self-extreme technique. What is the reason for that? Xue Tian elucidated. Though the self-extreme technique and the free-extreme technique may sound similar, they are, in fact, fundamentally opposed. Opposed? Vegeta queried in confusion. The free-extreme technique emphasizes freedom and requires a tranquil mindset. Once mastered, it allows one to react instinctively without conscious thought. During our last combat, you should have sensed something. That you were about to strike me, your body instinctively evaded. This was primarily your body reacting on its own. Do you still believe you are suited for the free-extreme technique? Can you maintain a tranquil mindset? Vegeta shook his head. If that were the case, he would indeed struggle, as his temperament was far too volatile and prideful to calm himself adequately. Xue Tian swallowed, feeling a bit parched. Noticing this, Vegeta immediately offered him a glass of lemonade, displaying unexpected thoughtfulness. Well done. Continuing my explanation, the self-extreme technique, on the other hand, is centered on the self, allowing one to act freely without being constrained by anything, releasing oneself to pursue one's desires without any oppression or preconceived notions. Mastering the self-extreme technique enables one to destroy and enhances combat prowess. However, such destruction occurs in phases. As your mastery of the self-extreme technique deepens, your destructive capacity expands in both scope and potential. This progression resembles that of Super Saiyan transformations. First, second, third. The higher the phase, the greater the power. Hearing this, Vegeta was thrilled, raising his fists and exclaiming, This self-extreme technique is tailor-made for me. Ha! Xue Tian chuckled in response. You're merely meeting the training criteria for the self-extreme technique. The notion of it being tailor-made is merely your overestimation. If anything is tailor-made, it would be this technique for the God of Destruction. Vegeta had heard tales of Beerus, the God of Destruction, and knew that when in a foul mood, he would wreak havoc without a second thought, destroying whatever he desired without hesitation. Truly terrifying. Individuals like him were indeed ideally suited for the self-extreme technique. Just as Xue Tian had said, it was practically crafted for them. Not dwelling further on this, he resolved to master the self-extreme technique when the time came. He would easily defeat Beerus and anyone else. Please, teach me the self-extreme technique. For someone who seldom used such polite expressions, Vegeta felt rather uncomfortable having said it twice today. He typically commanded rather than requested. It was indeed a rare occurrence. If Goku were present, he would undoubtedly remark, Vegeta, why are you suddenly so courteous? Xue Tian pondered silently, wondering if he could directly transfer the self-extreme technique from his system inventory into Vegeta's body for him to learn. If so, he could later take on a few female disciples, perhaps even receiving massages from them. Much better than having someone like Vegeta, with calloused hands, do so. Asking the system about such matters would undoubtedly lead to vague responses. Seeing your earnestness and receptiveness, I shall impart the self-extreme technique to you. However, whether you comprehend it is entirely up to you. All right, Vegeta exclaimed with excitement. Xue Tian swiftly formed a peculiar hand gesture, pressing one hand against Vegeta's forehead while communicating with the system. Implement the self-extreme technique, level 1. On Vegeta. Ding. Self-extreme technique, level 1, successfully activated. Vegeta has learned the self-extreme technique, level 1, with an initial proficiency of 0. Xue Tian was left dumbfounded. Initial proficiency of 0? What does that mean? It was not like this when I learned. System, can you clarify this issue? Certainly. If the host learns, the technique automatically reaches maximum proficiency. When taught to others, they must cultivate it themselves. They only grasp the basics. Ah, I see. This confirms my earlier assumption that the items and techniques in my system inventory can indeed be used on others. That is quite advantageous. Xue Tian withdrew his hand, calmly stating, "It is done." Vegeta felt a surge of knowledge flooding his mind, all pertaining to the self-extreme technique. Incredible. So this is the self-extreme technique? It surpasses anything I have previously comprehended. I shall train diligently. Vegeta clenched his fists, determined. I will master it swiftly. With that, he soared back to his home. After Vegeta departed, Xue Tian stretched lazily, thinking it was time to explore this Dragon Ball Super world. He ascended into the sky. Descending onto the bustling streets of West City, wandering through the vibrant urban landscape, this city, with its advanced technology, was indeed more developed than the real world. Yet almost everything else was remarkably similar. Upon reflection, it was only natural, as this world was based on the real-world city. Ding. Task selection activated. Option 1. Recruit a female disciple, requiring an appearance score of 85 or above. Reward, Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Option 2. Recruit a male disciple, requiring an appearance score below 40. Reward, Engage Male Item X1. Confronted with these two choices, Xue Tian fell silent for a full 15 seconds. Engage Male Item. What in the world is that? Why am I feeling curious about it? Slap. He struck his own face, dispelling such thoughts. I decisively choose option 1. What? Option 2. The system teased. System. Do you wish to be dismissed? I clearly stated option 1. The system promptly replied, I was merely joking. Enough of your nonsense. You are here to serve me, not to indulge in such frivolities. If I had to choose option 2, I would surely weep. I have no time for idle chatter. I must see if there are any suitable female disciples. Hastening to complete the task was paramount. The system coldly remarked, pretend away. Keep pretending. Help. Their essay robbery. Chapter 27. This dashing young man appears to be nothing short of a charlatan. Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced the air. A woman with blue hair tied in a bow cried out, her figure lithe and elegant, adorned in a golden t-shirt and ultra-short shorts that showcased her long, fair legs. Panic was etched across her face as two robust men on motorbikes snatched her bag and sped away. Her delicate demeanor exuded an air of refined beauty. The two robbers, noticing the pursuing blue-haired woman, mocked, "Ha! You think you can catch us? What a dreamer!" As they reached the entrance of a restaurant, a pungent odor wafted through the air. Achoo! The blue-haired woman sneezed, and in an instant, her hair transformed into a golden hue. The look of panic vanished from her eyes, replaced by a chilling ferocity. In a swift motion, she retrieved a capsule from her pocket. With a snap, it opened, revealing a rocket launcher that she quickly hoisted onto her shoulder, aiming it at the two thieves. The robbers and bystanders alike were struck with terror. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a gentle, frightened woman. Now, she had morphed into a formidable figure, her entire demeanor transformed. Were it not for her unchanged appearance, one might have believed her to be an entirely different person. Without a hint of hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Boom. The explosion obliterated the two thieves into countless fragments. The crowd erupted into chaos. The golden-haired woman scoffed, attempting to rob me? Truly seeking your doom. Suddenly, a cacophony of sirens filled the air. Observing the pandemonium, she swiftly conjured a vehicle from her multifunctional capsule and sped away, pursued by a fleet of cars, including that of a man named Clin. However, Clin was taken aback by the woman's transformation, recognizing her as Lanchi. Before her sneeze, she had been a gentle, gracious woman. Post-sneeze, she became a wild warrior. This peculiar issue had once been addressed by the turtle hermit, yet no remedy had been found, leaving everyone perplexed. Xue Tian also recognized Lanchi and promptly utilized his flight technique to catch up, while Clin, noticing Xue Tian's pursuit, felt a wave of unease. Had Lanchi done something to provoke him? If so, she was in peril. Despite Lanchi's lack of martial prowess, her weapons posed no threat to Xue Tian. Contemplating this, he decided to park his vehicle and pursue her using his flight technique. Moments later, Lanchi had reached the outskirts, and Xue Tian unleashed a ki blast to cover her escape before swiftly closing the distance. The golden-haired Lanchi, mistaking Xue Tian's approach as hostile, raised her rocket launcher and fired. Boom! Smoke billowed forth. Satisfied, she smiled and blew a gentle breath. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Xue Tian stood unmoved, his attire untouched. The sight left Lanchi astounded. Had the rocket not struck him? She had distinctly seen the impact. Could he possess extraordinary combat prowess akin to Sun Wukong and others, rendering him impervious to harm? Just as she prepared to fire again, her hair reverted to blue, adorned with a red bow, reverting her to the earlier, demure appearance. Staring at the rocket launcher in her hands, she realized her transformation had occurred again due to her sneeze. Hastily, she discarded the weapon and, with an apologetic tone. Said to Xue Tian, I meant no harm. Xue Tian approached her with a smile. It's quite all right. I harbor no ill intentions. Wait. A serious voice interjected as Clint approached rapidly using his flight technique. Upon witnessing Xue Tian moving towards Lan Qi, he feared for her safety. Aware of Xue Tian's formidable strength, Clint understood that if he intended to harm Lan Qi, she would stand no chance of escape. He hoped to dissuade Xue Tian from any violent intentions. Clint landed before Xue Tian and earnestly stated, Mr. Xue Tian, this is my friend Lan Qi, a companion of Yukong and me. She is a bit peculiar. And if she acted irrationally earlier, I beg you to forgive her. Please do not harm her. She cannot control herself. Xue Tian replied nonchalantly. Who told you I wished to harm her? He was currently focused on completing his task of selecting a disciple, and with Lan Qi's beauty, she would undoubtedly score above 90. Taking her as a disciple would assure the task's completion. Moreover, he found Lan Qi appealing, having watched Dragon Ball. He had always pondered that marrying Lan Qi would be akin to marrying two women, her gentle blue-haired persona and her fierce golden-haired counterpart. Initially, he believed Lan Qi would end up with Tianjin Fan, as she had expressed her affection for him, but Tianjin Fan was solely devoted to training, neglecting any romantic pursuits, which left Lan Qi increasingly overlooked. Had it not been for her striking beauty and her unique dual persona, many readers might have forgotten her altogether. Clint, instinctively confused, stammered, but weren't you just approaching her? Approaching her? Does that equate to intending harm? What flawed reasoning is this? If I wish to harm her, would I need to approach? Xue Tian questioned, exasperated. Realizing his misunderstanding, Clint awkwardly scratched his bald head and apologized. I'm sorry, I misjudged the situation. I thought you meant to harm her. She truly is trapped in her duality. I understand, Xue Tian casually remarked. She is gentle in her blue-haired state, but savage in her golden-haired state, prone to impulsive violence. Clint was astonished, you know. Only those familiar with her are aware of this secret, yet you discerned it upon your first encounter. Xue Tian offered no further explanation and turned to Lan Qi, earnestly declaring, Lan Qi, I see great potential in you. A divine light emanates from your crown, marking you as a rare talent in martial arts. If you choose to become my disciple, I shall ensure you evolve into a cosmic-level powerhouse. What say you? Chapter 28, Successfully Acquiring a Female Disciple. What? Lan Qi was momentarily bewildered, utterly at a loss for words. How did it suddenly come to her being accepted as a disciple? If she were truly a martial arts prodigy, why had Master Roshi never mentioned it? Krillin immediately interjected, Lan Qi, if you wish to cultivate, you should accept him as your master. He is extraordinarily powerful. Neither Goku nor Vegeta stand a chance against him. Really? Lan Qi gazed at Xue Tian in astonishment. Yet, no matter how she looked at him, the handsome Xue Tian exuded an odd sensation, akin to that of a charlatan. How could he claim that Goku and Vegeta were no match for him? However, she also understood that Krillin would never deceive her. Lan Qi, what do you say? Become my disciple, and I will impart to you various formidable skills. You won't need to envy others for their impressive demeanor. You can achieve that yourself. Xue Tian continued to entice her. He was aware that Lan Qi had once been enamored with Tianjin Fan, primarily due to his imposing presence at a martial arts competition. In a sense, deep within her heart, Lan Qi harbored a desire for cultivation, though certain factors had led her to abandon it. Xue Tian's words indeed stirred her heart, prompting her to inquire, is cultivation arduous? Becoming my disciple will not be strenuous. You won't need to train daily like Goku and Vegeta. You may do as you please. Xue Tian replied with a smile, while contemplating that if she truly became his disciple, the training would not be overly burdensome. With the system's rewards, it would suffice for her to acquire what suited her. No matter, he resolved to complete the task first. With the system at his disposal, cultivating her into a cosmic-level powerhouse would be a trivial matter. Upon hearing that she would not have to endure strenuous training, Lan Qi hesitated no longer and nodded. All right. I am willing to become your disciple. Good. Now call me master so I can hear it. Master. Xue Tian responded with delight, truly touched by her address. Ding. Task completion. Acquired a female disciple with an appearance rating of 85 or above. Reward. Cosmic Instant Transmission. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Tian promptly learned Cosmic Instant Transmission. Learning Cosmic Instant Transmission. Ding. Congratulations, host has acquired Cosmic Instant Transmission. As Lan Qi and Krillin were present, he refrained from attempting to use the Cosmic Instant Transmission just yet and cheerfully said, since you have become my disciple, Let us return to my home, where I will teach you some skills. Lan Shi, however, did not rush to agree, saying, I have always resided on Kame House. I need to bid farewell to Master Roshi. Of course, that is only right. Xue Tian replied with a smile. He then turned to Krillin. Would you like to see Master Roshi? After a moment's contemplation, Krillin thought it would be good to visit Master Roshi, reasoning that since they had already skipped class, they might as well go back and face whatever reprimand awaited them. I'll go too. Let us fly, he suggested, pondering that Xue Tian was likely unaware of their location. Just place your hands on my shoulders, Xue Tian instructed. When Master Roshi had visited his villa previously, he had sensed the old Master's aura, so he was familiar with it. Wait, can you also instantaneously teleport? Krillin asked in surprise. Xue Tian chuckled. Is it so difficult? Krillin smiled awkwardly, reflecting that while it might not be challenging for Xue Tian, it was indeed quite difficult for him and the others. Only Goku among them could perform such a feat. Even Vegeta struggled with it. Whoosh. In an instant, the three arrived at Kame House. Master Roshi lay on a chair, engrossed in an adult magazine, utterly oblivious to their arrival, occasionally emitting lewd chuckles, which was rather inappropriate. Krillin felt slightly embarrassed witnessing his master in such a state, while Xue Tian remained unfazed, fully aware of Master Roshi's character. Upon hearing someone call for him, Master Roshi finally registered their presence. Huh? He looked up to see Lan Shi, Krillin, and Xue Tian, his nose bleeding in shock. What brings you all here? Xue Tian explained. Lan Shi has accepted me as her master, and we have come to bid you farewell. What? Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise. Lan Shi has already become Xue Tian's disciple? And she is leaving? Though a tinge of reluctance filled him, he considered the fact that Xue Tian was indeed very powerful, capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan God, and that neither Vegeta nor Goku could match him. Thus, having such a person as a master was undoubtedly advantageous for Lan Shi, far better than remaining here. It is her privilege to become your disciple, he said, putting away the adult magazine and slowly rising. Lan Shi, as you follow Xue Tian, make sure to train diligently. With his guidance, your strength will surely increase. Yes. Lan Shi nodded. Master Roshi had much more to say, yet felt a lump in his throat. An overwhelming sense of unexpressed emotions. She was not going far, merely to Xue Tian's residence, and he could visit her whenever he wished. Go on, Lan Shi. Master Roshi urged, retreating into the house alone. Krillin was momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly explaining, Xue Tian, that's just how he is. Plus, Lan Shi has always been at Kame House, so her departure is understandably a bit bittersweet. Xue Tian dismissed his concerns. I understand. Do you wish to chat with Master Roshi further? If not, we shall take our leave. After pondering, Krillin decided that Master Roshi likely needed some solitude, and he did not wish to intrude. Thus, he replied, no more chatting. Let us head back to West City. Master Roshi, we're leaving, Lan Shi called out, placing her hand on Xue Tian's shoulder. In a flash, they vanished. Once they had departed, Master Roshi emerged from his room, letting out a deep sigh. They're gone. Now it's just me and old Turtle on Kame House. But perhaps this is your destiny. Back at Xue Tian's villa, Krillin stated, I have to get back to work. I'll take my leave. All right, you may go. With his departure, only Lan Shi and Xue Tian remained in the villa. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward, as Xue Tian was unsure of what to say, while the gentle Lan Shi felt equally lost. After a moment of reflection, Xue Tian, as a master, realized he ought to do something. He cleared his throat. Why don't you take a moment to familiarize yourself with the villa? You can choose a room that you like. Lan Shi replied softly, okay. She too felt the awkwardness of the moment, especially since she had just accepted Xue Tian as her master without knowing much about him at all. Chapter 29. How his combat power increased. Observing her enter the villa, Xue Tian suddenly felt something amiss. He had accepted her as his disciple, yet it seemed there was little he could teach her. He instinctively smacked his forehead, lamenting that if only he had not imparted the self-extreme technique to Vegeta, but reserved it for his own disciple, it would have been far more advantageous. However, given Lan Shi's temperament, could she truly master the self-extreme technique? Certainly not in her gentle blue-haired state. Yet in her golden-haired form, she could undoubtedly wield it. After all, her golden state was wild, self-centered, and capricious, perfectly suited for cultivating the self-extreme technique. Conversely, the serene blue-haired state was more compatible with the free extreme technique. Suddenly, a gleam lit Xue Tian's brow. Lan Shi was indeed the ideal candidate for mastering both the free extreme technique and the self-extreme technique. Unintentionally, he had acquired a remarkable disciple, one with not only striking appearance but also considerable talent. It was a pity that he had given the self-extreme technique to Vegeta. But with the system's aid, it would be his to bestow upon Lanchi someday. He then checked his own status. Host, Xue Tian techniques, Wolfang Windfist. Dancing in the Void, Final Flash. Special skills, Free Extreme Technique Omen, Self-Extreme Technique Level 1, Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Bloodline, Void Lineage, having absorbed human and Saiyan bloodlines. Items, Senzu Bean's Combat Power, 900 million, Base Combat Power, excluding transformations. Xue Tian was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "How strange, my combat power has reached 900 million. I thought it was 500 million. Could it be the fusion with the Void Lineage? But when I fused yesterday, I did not sense any increase. Perhaps the Void Lineage continuously enhances combat power? Or maybe just engaging in combat raises it." He wished to inquire of the system but recalled that it was most secretive, urging exploration rather than providing answers. Not wanting to waste time, he employed instantaneous movement and appeared in the Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin lay leisurely on the grass, engrossed in a magazine featuring beautiful women, while the East Kaioshin stood guard nearby, attended by a servant, Jebet. The East Kaioshin, puzzled by Xue Tian's sudden arrival, approached and inquired, "Mr. Xue Tian, what brings you here unexpectedly?" Xue Tian smiled faintly. "Nothing important, just came to demonstrate a few techniques." The East Kaioshin was bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning. But before he could react, Xue Tian spread his hands toward the other side and shouted, "Final Flash." Boom. Half of the Kaioshin realm was obliterated. The old Kaioshin was stunned by the deafening explosion, and the East Kaioshin was utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why Xue Tian had suddenly blasted their realm. "Is there a problem? Xue Tian, what are you doing?" the old Kaioshin demanded. Xue Tian calmly replied, "Nothing at all," then immediately teleported back to his villa. The two Kaioshins exchanged glances, perplexed by this unexpected act of destruction. The East Kaioshin was instructed, "Next time Xue Tian tries to sabotage the Kaioshin realm, defeat him." The East Kaioshin was embarrassed and conflicted. Could he really defeat Xue Tian? Charging in might only result in a thrashing. Was this how one should treat a junior? Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared in the Kaioshin realm, bewildered to see only half of it remaining. "East Kaioshin, what happened? Why is only half of the realm left?" The East Kaioshin awkwardly explained. Xue Tian suddenly appeared and unleashed the Final Flash. "Oh, I see. East Kaioshin, I intend to train here." Sun Wukong chuckled, not pressing why Xue Tian had used the Final Flash, suspecting it was for cultivation purposes like himself. The East Kaioshin responded with embarrassment, "Sun Wukong, perhaps you should train elsewhere. Our realm is only half intact. If you cause more commotion, the rest might vanish too. Wait until we repair it." "How long will that take?" "Beerus will arrive on Earth in a few days. I need to master Super Saiyan God to face him." This statement displeased the old Kaioshin, who jumped up and scolded, "What are you saying? You intend to fight Beerus?" Sun Wukong looked confused. "What's wrong? Didn't you promise not to fight Beerus? Now you say this?" The old Kaioshin pressed his head down, while Sun Wukong scratched his head, oblivious. "Really?" Suddenly, the old Kaioshin collapsed, limbs twitching in frustration. What kind of memory was this? Were Saiyans only sharp-minded during battles, forgetting everything else? Meanwhile, Xue Tian returned to his villa without hesitation and checked his status again. Host, Xue Tian techniques, Wolfang Windfist, Dancing in the Void, Final Flash. Special skills, Free Extreme Technique Omen, Self-Extreme Technique Level 1, Seal of the Gods, Resurrection of the Gods, Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Bloodline, Void Lineage, having absorbed human and Saiyan bloodlines. Items, Senzu Bean's Combat Power, 900 million, Base Combat Power, excluding transformations. Why is my combat power still 900 million? Even if the Void Lineage is formidable, it can't increase by 100 million just from releasing a technique. He mused. Peering closer, he noticed the figure behind the 900 million, 928 per million. Upon seeing this, Xue Tian unleashed a ki blast into the sky, propelling it beyond Earth, where it exploded. Boom. What is happening? Have Earthlings discovered us? A blue-skinned, corpulent figure adorned with an ivory necklace exclaimed in surprise from the control room of a spaceship. Unbeknownst to Xue Tian, his ki blast had inadvertently struck the spaceship. He carefully observed his combat power again, which had risen from 928 4 million to 928 8 million. Chapter 30. Breathing can enhance combat power. Upon witnessing the fluctuation in his combat power, Xue Tian was filled with joy. Such an impressive void bloodline. Merely by casually unleashing a ki blast, his combat power surged from 928 per million to 928 8 million, an astonishing increase of 400,000. In a true battle, would this not translate to an increase of several billion, perhaps even tens of billions? Yet, since merging with the Void bloodline, he had not engaged in any genuine combat. He had only released a few ki blasts to assist Lan Chi in fending off pursuers. According to his current experiments, it seemed implausible that those few ki blasts could account for a 400 million increase in combat power. What could be the reason for this? Checking his combat power value, he noted it had risen to 928 9 million. What? Another increase of 100,000? He had done nothing at all. Could it be that even his breathing could augment his combat power? As long as he was alive, his combat power could rise? Incredible! Contemplating these thoughts, Xue Tian resolved to conduct an experiment. How would he test this? It was quite simple. He would allow time to pass. 1 minute later, Xue Tian promptly focused his consciousness and checked his combat power again, 930. 1 million. Astonished, he realized that in just a minute, his combat power had risen by 2 million. The Void bloodline was indeed extraordinary. If merely breathing could enhance his combat power, how much more would it increase if he were to engage in some activity or partake in a real battle? If his deductions were correct, then a substantial portion of the 400 million increase in combat power must stem from the absorption of Saiyan and other bloodlines, with the remainder attributed to the enhancement from breathing. Excitement welled within him. Truly, the Void bloodline was remarkable, a lineage that existed within the Void, predating the universe itself. He could hardly wait to discover the other effects of this Void bloodline. Knowing these two effects were already so impressive made him wonder if the others would be even more formidable. High above the Earth's atmosphere, a frog-like alien clad in white armor approached to report, "Lord Oil, the spaceship's engine has been bombarded. We need to land for repairs promptly. Please advise." Oil thundered in anger. "These Earthlings are utterly detestable. They dare to bombard our spaceship. How outrageous. Lord Elec instructed me to observe them. But it seems there is no longer any need for such observation. We shall eliminate those aboard and sell this planet for a handsome profit." Oil, one of Elec's subordinates, was known for his brutal and crude demeanor. He had received orders from Elec to observe Earth and report back, as they intended to convert it into their colony and subsequently sell it off. Elec had established the Zeta group and had long collaborated with Frieza, assisting him with various tasks. However, Elec harbored ambitious aspirations to usurp Frieza and claim the title of Universal Emperor. The Zeta group was not lacking in strength, with one of his subordinates, Jas, regarded as the most likely to surpass Frieza. Upon hearing Oil's words, his subordinate hastily cautioned, "Lord Elec has warned us that this is merely an observation mission. We must not act rashly. After all, the former Universal Emperor Frieza suffered numerous defeats here, ultimately meeting his demise." Oil dismissed the warning, shaking his ample flesh disdainfully. "Frieza? That is merely a relic of the past. The universe is now ruled by our Lord Elec and the Zeta group. His failures here only reflect his incompetence, not the strength of our current capabilities. Descend to Earth. I must uncover who unleashed that ki blast. Even before I have made a move against Earth, they dare to strike us. How infuriating." His subordinate, aware of Oil's temperament, wisely chose to remain silent, understanding that further discussion could lead to dire consequences. It was better to comply. Besides, Oil was not entirely wrong. Frieza was no longer a threat, and much time had elapsed since then. Oil and his allies had significantly increased their power, far surpassing Frieza's era. Dealing with the inhabitants of Earth would be a mere trifle. This beautiful blue planet was soon to be under their dominion. Ha ha ha. Yes. Proceed to the control room and command the descent. Back in Xue Tian's villa, as Oil's spacecraft penetrated the atmosphere, he sensed the arrival of an alien vessel on Earth and pondered the implications. Could it be Frieza's ship? No. Frieza had just departed. It was impossible. Regardless, he decided not to concern himself with it. It was of no consequence to him, and without a task at hand, he had no inclination to act. He reclined comfortably in his chair. At that moment, Lan Chi emerged, gazing at Xue Tian lounging in his chair. "Master, I have chosen my room. May I stay in the one on the left?" "Of course. Not only that room, you may even take mine if you wish," Xue Tian replied nonchalantly. Lan Chi's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, clearly misunderstanding his words. Sensing her confusion, Xue Tian quickly clarified, "Lan Chi, I meant no other intention. You may choose any room you desire, even my own." "Master, I understand, but why would I want your room?" Lan Shi gently responded. All right, Lan Shi. Feel free to do as you please. There is no need to hold back. Xue Tian affirmed. Curiously, Lan Shi then inquired, Master, when will you teach me how to cultivate? Xue Tian was momentarily taken aback. When to teach her? The answer was whenever. But she desired a method that was not strenuous. What could be effortless? The void bloodline? Indeed, his void bloodline was genuinely non-exhaustive, even breathing enhanced combat power. Yet, such a thing was not easily attainable. Moreover, there was nothing suitable for her in his current inventory. He needed to devise a suitable cultivation method for her. He regretted giving the self-extreme technique to Vegeta. The more he thought about it, the more he lamented. Clearing his throat, he began, cough, cough, regarding your cultivation. Boom, boom, boom. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion resonated, and a tremendous force erupted from the direction of the grasslands. Lan Shi's attention was immediately drawn. Master. What is happening? Chapter 31. I am his disciple, Master. What has happened? Lan Shi inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Well, I am not entirely certain. Xue Tian replied calmly. In truth, he had a notion. It was likely an extraterrestrial invasion, and the explosion was a commotion orchestrated by these aliens. After all, he had sensed the arrival of a spacecraft earlier, indicating the presence of extraterrestrial beings. However, he had no intention of meddling, nor did he possess the inclination to intervene, unless, of course, the system activated a mission, in which case his interest would be piqued. Based on his calculations, given the current events, the system would undoubtedly activate a mission. Thus, despite his curiosity to ascertain the nature of the incident, he opted to wait for the system to trigger the task. Ding! System mission activated. It's here. Xue Tian rejoiced, his speculation confirmed as the system indeed activated a mission. Option 1. Demonstrate his combat prowess before his disciple to prove his strength. Reward. Lan Shi Gift Bag X1. Option 2. Remain uninvolved and continue sleeping in the villa. Reward. Turtle Breathing Technique. Lan Shi Gift Bag. Turtle Breathing Technique. The Lan Shi gift bag was likely tailored for her use, precisely what he needed. As for the turtle breathing technique, he had never heard of it before. Merely its name suggested it was rather ordinary, perhaps merely a form of breath control. If it was indeed breath control, it would hold little value for him. Without hesitation, he chose option 1. Turning to Lan Shi, he declared, Come, let me take you to see what has transpired. Without waiting for her response, he seized her hand and soared toward the direction of the explosion. Moments later, they arrived at the explosion site, a vast prairie where a spacecraft lay grounded. Surrounding the vessel were hundreds of extraterrestrials clad in white battle armor, and at the forefront stood a towering, corpulent blue-skinned figure, Oyer. Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, they have come too. Lan Shi exclaimed in astonishment upon spotting Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and Vegeta. However, she quickly realized that they always arrived when such events unfolded. When Lan Shi's gaze fell upon Tianjin Fan, her eyes flickered momentarily. This man, whom she had once admired, had not been seen for many years. Tianjin Fan also noticed her, yet his expression remained unchanged, indifferent. His focus lay solely on cultivation, with no thought for women. Seeing his lack of acknowledgement, Lan Shi's gaze fell, a sense of disappointment washing over her. Xue Tian observed her expression and remarked with a gentle smile, What? Do you still harbor feelings for Tianjin Fan? Lan Shi was taken aback. She had not anticipated her master was aware of her feelings for Tianjin Fan, though slightly embarrassed. She responded with a self-deprecating smile. I did indeed like him once, but he never reciprocated. His only pursuit is cultivation. As time has passed, my feelings have faded significantly. They are now non-existent. However, seeing him again evokes a sense of strangeness. Xue Tian nodded knowingly, understanding her sentiment. In reality, her feelings for Tianjin Fan were not love but rather admiration. She had been captivated by a particular moment of his, an action or demeanor that sparked her admiration, which she had mistaken for love. Nonetheless, it would be a wonderful thing for a woman to marry someone she admires. Alas, it is often said that the heart's intentions are not always reciprocated. Perhaps it won't be long before you feel nothing for him. I have already moved on from him. You still harbor some feelings for him, Xue Tian asserted confidently. Lan Shi took a moment to reflect. Indeed, she still felt a flicker of something for Tianjin Fan. Yet she was certain that if he were to profess his love, she would decline. After all these years, despite her gentle disposition, she held her own unique character regarding love. Curiosity piqued, she asked, Master, why do you say I won't feel anything for him in no time? Let me ask you this. Did you develop feelings for him after witnessing his valiant prowess at a martial arts competition? Lan Shi was startled. How did her master know this? She felt as if all her thoughts were laid bare before him. Master, how did you know? Do not forget how you address me. Xue Tian replied with a mysterious smile. Lan Shi suddenly realized, of course, she called him master. If he were not capable, he could not hold such a title. Regardless, she was astounded by his ability to discern this matter. Did he possess prophetic abilities? Master, do you have the gift of foresight? Xue Tian smiled enigmatically. You could say that. Impressive. Master, since you possess such foresight. Lan Shi gazed at him with admiration, no longer doubting his previous words. Perhaps she truly would forget Tianjin Fan sooner than she thought. Sun Wukong and the others noticed Lan Shi and Xue Tian and greeted them warmly. Hey, Xue Tian. Lan Shi, long time no see. What brings you here with Xue Tian? Vegeta, too, expressed curiosity. Lan Shi's presence among them had always been minimal. Her involvement in many matters scarce. Her arrival now was indeed surprising. Hello, Wukong. It's been a while. Xue Tian is my master. We came over after hearing the explosion. She replied gently. Krillin, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta were taken aback. What? Xue Tian is your master? What's going on? Lan Shi, puzzled, asked, is something wrong with that? Sun Wukong scratched his head enviously. Nothing's wrong. It's just that Xue Tian is incredibly powerful. Being his disciple must feel amazing. He even taught me how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? What is that? Lan Shi queried, perplexed. Sun Wukong struggled to explain, mumbling. It's a new form for science, I suppose. It's divine, but I'm not entirely sure. All right. I must ask, who among you has damaged my spacecraft? Chapter 32. How do you know everything? I inquired. Who among you has damaged our spaceship? Oil. Noticing that Sun Wukong and the others were engrossed in conversation and disregarding him, felt his temper flare. After all, wherever Oil went, he commanded attention. How could a mere earthling treat him with such neglect? Did they truly believe that vanquishing Frieza granted them the right to dismiss him? Sun Wukong, bewildered, replied. Damage your spaceship? We Haven T harmed your vessel. In a fit of rage, Oil retorted, just moments ago, while we were soaring through space, a key blast struck us. Damaging our spaceship. Is there anyone on this earth, aside from you few, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and number 17, capable of such a feat? Yet you still deny it. Sun Wukong, taken aback, exclaimed, you know us. Seeing that we are all friends, if your spaceship is damaged, you could ask Bulma for repairs. She is quite skilled. Upon hearing this, Xue Tian was somewhat surprised. He had casually released a key blast into the cosmos and inadvertently struck Oil's ship. This fellow truly was unfortunate. Yet, what was he doing in Earth's skies? Wait, he recognized the names of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Had he investigated them? Was he observing Earth and everything within it? Considering that Oil was a subordinate of Elec, the leader of the Zeta group, known for its nefarious dealings in planetary destruction and trafficking, in collusion with Frieza and other malevolent organizations, his presence above Earth was far from a good omen. They must have had their sights set on Earth for some time. The reason they had refrained from attacking could be their awareness of Frieza's demise here, realizing that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were not to be trifled with. Hence their hesitation to act. Oil disdainfully declared, who said we required your assistance for repairs? Our technology surpasses yours by countless magnitudes. Initially, we intended to observe you for a while before invading Earth, but now it seems fate has brought us together. I shall conquer Earth now, as a gift for Lord Elec on his birthday. Though Sun Wukong's intellect may not be the sharpest, he quickly grasped the implication of invading Earth and realized that Oil was certainly no benevolent character. So, you are not a good person. Oil spread his arms wide and laughed heartily. I never claimed to be a good person. Prepare to meet your demise. I am eager to witness the prowess of the Earthlings who bested Frieza. Sun Wukong and his companions stared at Oil in astonishment. You actually know Frieza? Before Oil could respond, Xue Tian interjected. He is a member of the Zeta group. The Zeta group? Sun Wukong and the others were bewildered. Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, the Zeta group. Vegeta, you know of the Zeta group? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Vegeta explained, I've heard of it. The Zeta group seems to have a respectable reputation. They primarily assist in the revitalization of planets. Moreover, their strength is said to rival that of Frieza's army, though the specifics remain unclear. Sun Wukong, rather naively, remarked, isn't that something you learned while being with Frieza? But if they truly aid in the revival of other planets, they should be good people. Why then do they seek to invade us? Vegeta's mouth twitched in annoyance. He detested when Kakarot brought up his past. Kakarot, can you be quiet? I don't know the answers to your questions. All I know is that he does not appear to be a good person. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. Oil was not at all surprised that Vegeta knew of the Zeta group, but he was taken aback by Xue Tian's knowledge. Who are you? How do you know of our Zeta group? Xue Tian smiled mysteriously. I not only know of your Zeta group, but I also know that your leader is Elec, and among his subordinates are Jace, Maki, and you, Oil. Your group may outwardly engage in planetary revitalization and accept commissions for legitimate business, yet secretly you collude with the cosmic tyrant Frieza to engage in unsavory dealings for profit. Oil gazed at Xue Tian in shock. Ah, you know all this? Upon hearing this, the others realized the true nature of the Zeta group. Sun Wukong couldn't help but exclaim, that's downright wicked. More villainous than Frieza. Xue Tian concurred. While Frieza was overtly malevolent, the Zeta group operated from the shadows. To put it simply, one was a blatant villain, while the other was a duplicitous scoundrel. The former could be avoided, but the latter could easily disguise themselves, delivering a fatal blow when one was most vulnerable, an insidious threat indeed. With a self-satisfied grin, Oil took pride in the description of his group, unperturbed by the accusations. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliments. We are indeed quite wicked. I shall now transform this place into our satellite planet and sell it to the cosmic merchants. Ha ha. Sun Wukong stepped forward, ready to confront Oil. Wait. Xue Tian suddenly teleported in front of Sun Wukong, blocking his path. I will handle this one. Huh? Sun Wukong was confused. Vegeta shared this confusion. In their minds, Xue Tian was not one for combat. He was a rather peaceful individual. Why was he suddenly eager to engage? Seeing their bewilderment, Xue Tian smiled calmly. Were it not for the mission assigned by the system, he would prefer to avoid conflict altogether. Who relishes getting all sweaty? Oil, noticing Xue Tian's willingness to confront him, demanded, Who are you? How do you know so much about our Zeta group? Or perhaps, he continued, one of the planets we destroyed was your homeland? Is that why you regard me with such animosity? This assertion piqued the curiosity of the others, for it was not without plausibility. After all, Xue Tian was averse to combat. His readiness to fight now suggested a personal vendetta against Oil. With an air of nonchalance, Xue Tian replied, Your imagination is quite vivid. Chapter 33. Frieza has been resurrected. You possess quite the imagination, Xue Tian remarked casually. Oyer, perplexed, inquired, Did I say something wrong? Xue Tian furrowed his brow, the corners of his mouth descending slightly, his tone laced with disdain as he replied, A mere minor faction like the Zeta group dares to disrupt my homeland? Truly a fanciful notion. My knowledge of the Zeta group does not stem from animosity towards you. Rather, it is my awareness of past and future events that allows me to be cognizant of even such a trivial organization. The only reason I am confronting you now is due to my disdain for individuals like yourself. Oyer, seething with rage, realized that the person before him held the Zeta group in utter contempt. Humph. You dare to belittle us, the Zeta group. Xue Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't that quite normal? In the face of Frieza, you cower in fear. Even after Frieza's demise, your ambitions of universal domination remain unfulfilled. Do you truly believe such a group merits my respect? His words struck Oyer like a lightning bolt, igniting his fury. You are courting death. With a thunderous roar, his massive form charged at Xue Tian like a colossal tank, showcasing strength and speed akin to a Super Saiyan's first transformation. In a moment of caution, Xue Tian activated the Ultra Instinct technique, enveloping himself in a silver aura, his hair transforming to a lustrous silver. With a mere flicker, he evaded Oyer's assault. He retaliated with a swift kick. Bang! Boom! Oya crashed to the ground like a mountain, creating a vast crater, groaning as he lay there, feeling something rise in his throat before spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was one of shock as he gazed up at Xue Tian. How could this person be so formidable? With a casual kick, he sent me flying? How did he even evade my attack? Vegeta, Goku, and the others had witnessed Xue Tian's prowess, so they were not surprised by his ability to launch Oya through the air. However, Lan Chi, who had not seen such a display before, was utterly captivated. Observing Xue Tian, enveloped in the silver aura of Ultra Instinct, effortlessly dispatching the alien invader, she gazed at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. Master, you are so impressive. At this moment, Xue Tian towered above Oyer, radiating an air of sovereignty as if all present could only bow their heads in humility before him. Oyer, during Frieza's reign, you failed to dominate the universe. Now, you are even less capable. The onlookers were bewildered by his proclamation. Krillin turned to Piccolo and asked, What does he mean by that? What does he mean by during Frieza's reign? Piccolo seemed to have an inkling but hesitated. Has anyone used the Dragon Balls recently? After pondering for a moment, Krillin shook his head. No, if someone had used the Dragon Balls, we would have sensed it. Piccolo nodded in agreement, noting that the dragon's appearance was unmistakable. And there had been no signs of darkness in the sky recently, aside from when Xue Tian and Goku transformed into Super Saiyans, which was merely a consequence of their transformations. Oyer, still on the ground, was confused but remained resolute, declaring, "Humph. The universe will eventually belong to the Zeta group." Seeing his unwavering confidence, Xue Tian felt compelled to inform him of Frieza's resurrection. After all, such a grim reality could not be kept from Oyer. "Oh, is that so? It seems you have not misheard me. To be blunt, Frieza has been resurrected." Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances. Krillin's face drained of color as he recalled the horrifying moment Frieza had hurled him into the air, obliterating him into dust. Piccolo's complexion turned pale with dread. Despite the emergence of many formidable foes after Frieza, none instilled fear in him quite like Frieza had. The sheer difficulty of confronting Frieza had left an indelible mark on him. What? Frieza has been resurrected? How come we haven't heard anything about it? Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Frieza has returned, Xue Tian affirmed. Vegeta, initially surprised, quickly regained his composure and calmly stated, "And so what? If he dares to show his face, I can easily dispatch him. This time, I shall send him back to the depths of hell." With Vegeta's current strength, he could indeed eliminate the newly resurrected Frieza in an instant, especially since he had grasped a semblance of Ultra Instinct. His lack of fear, however, did not extend to Oyer, who, trembling with terror, shouted, "You lie. If Frieza were truly resurrected, we would be aware of it." He had heard from his superior that the race of ice demons like Frieza had never undergone training. If they did, their battle prowess would skyrocket, which explained why they dared not challenge Frieza despite having power surpassing his. "You have already accepted it. Why bother refuting?" Xue Tian smiled lightly. He had revealed Frieza's resurrection solely to instill despair in Oyer. From the look in Oyer's eyes, he could see that despair had taken root. Oyer was indeed despondent. Yet he struggled to his feet, bellowing, "Even if Frieza has returned, the universe will ultimately belong to the Zeta group. Enough. Whether or not it becomes yours is of no concern to me. All I know is that you are about to meet your demise." Xue Tian instantly transitioned into the first level of Ultra Instinct, the silver aura enveloping him shifting to a soft purple, emanating a ferocious energy that suggested anyone who crossed his path would be annihilated in an instant. "What terror!" Vegeta exclaimed in excitement. "This is Ultra Instinct." Seeing his enthusiasm, Goku and the others were puzzled. "Vegeta, what is this Ultra Instinct? It sounds similar to the Ultra Instinct technique, but this state seems to be its opposite." Vegeta smiled mysteriously. "Just watch closely, and you will understand." Chapter 34. As soon as Vegeta's voice fell, Xue Tian conjured a destructive energy sphere the size of a basketball in his hand. With a grand flourish, he hurled it towards Oyer. Upon seeing this destructive orb, Oyer instinctively tried to evade, yet for reasons unknown, he felt an inescapable pull. Boom. The destructive energy sphere collided squarely with Oyer, erupting into a tremendous sound and instantly dissolving into nothingness, subsequently transforming into countless shimmering stars, completely vanishing from existence. How could this be? Goku and the others sensed that this energy blast was unlike their own. Even if their attacks could obliterate a foe into dust, they would not dissolve into stardust like Xue Tian's did, as if the person had never existed at all, truly unfathomable. Vegeta smirked with pride and teased, "This is the marvel of the self-destruction technique." "Destruction? Vegeta, what exactly is the self-destruction technique?" Goku asked, his curiosity piqued. This was not the first time he had heard Vegeta mention it, and puzzlement clouded his mind. Did Vegeta possess this ability as well? Yet he had never witnessed Vegeta unleash it. Based on his understanding of Vegeta, if he indeed mastered the self-destruction technique, he would have showcased it immediately to astonish them all. The fact that Vegeta had not done so indicated he had not fully grasped it yet. Goku was astutely aware that while Vegeta knew how to cultivate the self-destruction technique and had some comprehension of it, he had yet to truly master it or transform. However, he could sense that Xue Tian's transformation embodied the essence of the self-destruction technique. Having witnessed the destructive power of this technique, Goku felt exhilarated. Envisioning the day he too would wield such terrifying strength, he fantasized that soon he would surpass Goku and the others, and even Beerus, the god of destruction, would not stand a chance against him. The thought of defeating Beerus and becoming the second strongest in the universe thrilled him. Why not the first? because that title belonged to Xue Tian. He was self-aware enough to recognize that even if he defeated Beerus, he could never claim the title of the strongest while Xue Tian was present, for after all, it was Xue Tian who had taught him the self-destruction technique. How could he surpass his mentor? Moreover, judging by Xue Tian's performance, Goku was convinced that Xue Tian possessed skills beyond just the self-destruction technique and the free-flowing technique. If Xue Tian were privy to Vegeta's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly affirm, "You possess some self-awareness." But to think you could defeat Beerus with merely the first level of the self-destruction technique is quite presumptuous. Not receiving a response from Vegeta, Goku, growing impatient, approached him and asked, "Vegeta, what is this self-destruction technique? How do you know about it?" "Because I can," Vegeta declared proudly. "What? You can use the self-destruction technique?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment, his jaw dropping in disbelief that Vegeta could wield such formidable power. However, Goku quickly regained his composure and eagerly proposed, "Vegeta, let us have a spar. Use the self-destruction technique." Vegeta's face turned awkward. He was not yet capable of transforming into that state, and only knew how to do so. If he let Kakarot believe he was boasting, he would surely be ridiculed. After a moment's contemplation, he coldly retorted, "I don't have time to spar with you," and immediately activated his instant transmission to depart. As he left, he thought to himself, "Kakarot, just wait. Once I master the self-destruction technique, it will be time for your reckoning." The members of the Zeta Legion, witnessing their leader Oyu's demise, were thrown into a state of panic, hastily boarding their spacecraft and fleeing in disarray. In less than 3 minutes, only a single spaceship remained. With no aliens in sight, Xue Tian had achieved his objective as he released the state of the self-destruction technique and, with a flash, appeared before Lan Shi, stating, "It's time for us to return." "Yes, Master," Lan Shi replied, her admiration evident. "Master is so impressive, defeating the alien invasion with a single kick." Leaving the remaining minions terrified and fleeing in chaos, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she waved her hand as if she had defeated Oya herself. Feeling slightly bashful from the praise of his beautiful disciple, Xue Tian coughed twice and said, "Stay low-key. We need to be modest. My power is not limited to this. There is much more strength within me that you will understand in due time." "Indeed." Lan Shi nodded enthusiastically. "Ding. Choice completed. Showcase combat prowess in front of my disciple to affirm my strength and gain a reward. Lan Shi's gift package 1. Xue Tian gazed at the Lan Shi gift package in his system inventory with satisfaction and was about to open it for Lan Shi when he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the space. Goku appeared without warning. "Huh? What are you doing here?" Xue Tian asked. Goku wasted no time and eagerly inquired, "Xue Tian, what is this self-destruction technique that Vegeta mentioned?" "What is it?" "It's simply the self-destruction technique." Xue Tian replied jovially, immediately discerning Goku's intent. Goku scratched his head, pondering whether he had failed to articulate his question clearly or if Xue Tian had misunderstood. "Can you teach me this self-destruction technique?" Before he could finish, Xue Tian interrupted. "Goku, don't even think about it. You cannot learn the self-destruction technique." Goku assumed Xue Tian was unwilling to teach him and rushed to his side, leaning in to whisper, "Just teach me. How can you say I can't learn it without even trying?" Xue Tian remained unfazed. Goku then shifted his focus to Lan Shi, pleading, "Lan Shi, help convince your master to teach me the self-destruction technique. Please." Xue Tian shot a glare at Goku. This guy might seem dull-witted, but when it came to learning techniques or battling, his intelligence was quite sharp, knowing to seek Lan Shi's assistance. Lan Shi hesitated and said, "Master, why don't you teach Goku as well? If he learns, he can better protect the Earth." "Lan Shi, it's not that I refuse to teach him. It's that he simply doesn't meet the qualifications needed to learn this technique. It requires a person like Vegeta, cold, ruthless, and self-centered." Chapter 35, The Lan Shi Gift Package. It is not that I, as a master, refuse to teach him. Rather, he simply does not possess the qualifications to learn the self-extreme intent technique. Following this, Xue Tian meticulously outlined the requirements for training in the self-extreme intent technique. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Lan Shi comprehended completely that Sun Wukong indeed lacked the necessary conditions for cultivation. "Mr. Xue Tian, is there a martial art suitable for me?" Sun Wukong inquired. Xue Tian's lips twitched slightly, contemplating whether Sun Wukong intended to take advantage of him. "Forget about the self-extreme intent technique. Focus on mastering the god form of Super Saiyan first. You have yet to grasp this form and already wish to learn other martial techniques? Why not just ascend to the heavens?" Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the truth in Xue Tian's words. Then I shall first practice the God form of Super Saiyan. Once I have mastered it, you can teach me the self-extreme intent technique. Before Xue Tian could respond, Sun Wukong's figure flickered, and he vanished with instant transmission. Xue Tian was left speechless. Sun Wukong truly was a slippery character, having left before he could even refuse. Perhaps he had mastered the charming skills of Lu Xiaobu, never allowing a girl the chance to decline. He decided to ponder no further and opened the launchy gift package in his mind. Open launchy gift package. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the self-extreme intent technique. The free extreme intent technique, a divine level battle energy chamber, and a divine level exclusive launchy combat suit. Immediately, the self-extreme intent technique, level 1, free extreme intent technique, meow. Divine level battle energy chamber, and the divine level exclusive launchy combat suit appeared in Xue Tian's backpack. Wow, this launchy gift package is quite impressive. I don't even have my own exclusive combat suit, yet launchy is one. And what is this divine level battle energy chamber? Setting aside these thoughts, he decided to first impart the free extreme intent technique and the self-extreme intent technique to launchy before delving into further research. With a smile, he addressed her. Did you not previously ask when I would teach you martial arts? Upon hearing this, Launchy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, are you planning to teach me now? After witnessing Xue Tian's impressive combat stance, Launchy was eager to cultivate, though she worried that her master might not teach her. Now, it appeared her concerns were somewhat unwarranted. Indeed, Xue Tian replied with a smile. Launchy's joy was palpable, but then she hesitated. But master, what if I am unable to learn? I fear I might be a bit slow. A delicate blush crept onto her fair cheeks, and her sparkling eyes, combined with her gentle demeanor, rendered her particularly endearing. Xue Tian reassured her, do not worry, there is no need for extensive study. I will integrate what you need to learn into your mind, and you will inherently grasp how to comprehend and cultivate. Launchy found this notion quite miraculous. Such a teaching method had never been presented to her by the turtle sage. Xue Tian raised his hand and placed it upon Launchy's forehead. I now impart to you the self-extreme intent technique and the free extreme intent technique. The free extreme intent technique is to be employed in your blue-haired state, which represents your gentle disposition. The self-extreme intent technique is to be utilized in your golden-haired state, fierce, self-driven, and unrestricted. System, apply self-extreme intent technique, meow, and free extreme intent technique, level 1, to Launchy. Beep, application successful. Upon hearing the successful application, Xue Tian withdrew his hand. And at that moment, Launchy felt a surge of memories flooding into her consciousness. Launchy, do you sense the self-extreme intent technique and the free extreme intent technique? I do, master. Launchy exclaimed, her excitement evident. Xue Tian smiled. With martial techniques in hand, how could one possibly forego a combat suit? System, apply divine level exclusive Launchy combat suit. Beep. Application successful. A silvery glow enveloped Launchy, and a shimmering combat suit materialized upon her, transforming her into a striking figure. This is your divine level combat suit. Gazing at her attire, Launchy exclaimed, Master, I absolutely adore this combat suit. The moment I donned it, I felt an immediate connection. That is splendid. Xue Tian replied with a smile. Ah, Launchy gasped in surprise. Xue Tian was taken aback, perplexed by her reaction. What is it? Is there something wrong? That cannot be. This is a divine level combat suit designed exclusively for you. There should be nothing amiss. Realizing she had startled her master, Launchy quickly clarified, No, master, there is nothing wrong. It's just that this combat suit is so extraordinary. It possesses 3 distinct forms. 3 forms? Xue Tian inquired, though he was aware the combat suit must be extraordinary. However, he was oblivious to its specific functionalities, as the system merely indicated that he should explore. Launchy animatedly explained, Yes, the 3 forms are speed form, power form, and radiant form. The speed form emphasizes rapidity but has weaker attack power. The power form boasts immense strength but is slower. However, my favorite is the radiant form. In this form, both speed and power are balanced, and it grants access to numerous special abilities, though its stamina consumption is double that of the other 2 forms. Moreover, even if this combat suit is shattered, it can reconstitute itself after an hour. Xue Tian was astounded. He had not anticipated the combat suit to possess such formidable capabilities. Even if destroyed, it could regenerate. Truly divine. By the way, what of the battle energy chamber? What effects does it yield? Since it was part of Launchy's gift package, it undoubtedly held significant benefits for her. As Launchy admired her combat suit, she concentrated and reabsorbed it into her body, demonstrating effortless control. Master, I am utterly enamored with this combat suit. Patience, for I have yet another gift for you. Another gift? Lan Xi inquired, astonished. Having received the Self-Extreme Intent Technique, Level 1. The Free Extreme Intent Technique, Meow, and the combat suit, she felt immensely satisfied, never expecting an additional present. Master is truly wonderful. Handsome, skilled. In caring towards his disciples, how fortunate I am. Why did I not encounter him sooner? In his mind, Xue Tian commanded the system to extract the divine-level battle energy chamber. Beep, extraction successful. Before them appeared a sleek energy chamber. Xue Tian approached to examine it. Noting the instructions, lying within would automatically enhance combat strength and improve martial proficiency without requiring any energy, usable at any time. My goodness, this device seems tailor-made for Lan Xi. She can avoid the rigors of training and simply rest within it each night. Chapter 36, Champa Lan Xi, upon catching sight of the description of the divine combat energy chamber, found herself momentarily paralyzed, her mind rendered incapable of commanding her actions. She stood there like a wooden figure, her eyes fixed in a daze upon the explanation of the energy chamber's functions. This revelation directly addressed her cultivation dilemma. Her master, understanding her reluctance to engage in arduous training, had deliberately gifted this to her. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she exclaimed, "Master, you are too kind." In a burst of excitement, she unexpectedly planted a kiss on Xue Tian's cheek. This took Xue Tian by surprise, leaving him momentarily flustered. Lan Xi, equally astonished by her own impulsive act, felt the heat rise to her face, akin to that of a ripe pepper. Her shoes shuffled awkwardly on the floor, caught in a limbo of indecision. She felt utterly embarrassed. However, Xue Tian soon shook off his own awkwardness, recognizing that Lan Xi's kiss stemmed merely from her excitement, devoid of any ulterior motives. After all, he had bestowed upon her an abundance of treasures. Even Sun Wukong might have been inclined to cling to him in fervent gratitude. This energy chamber, I shall now relocate it to your bedroom. When you find yourself with some free time, you may enter and lie down to enhance your combat prowess, he proclaimed. All right, master. Lan Xi nodded shyly. After Xue Tian transferred the energy chamber to her bedroom, he stepped out alone, while Lan Xi eagerly anticipated experiencing its effects. Reclining on the lounge chair, Xue Tian instinctively touched the cheek that had just been kissed, muttering to himself, "This girl truly is something." He pondered the potential effects of the divine combat energy chamber. If it proved effective, it would not be long before Lan Xi could rival the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After all, this chamber was designed to enhance proficiency in martial arts techniques, which would undoubtedly elevate her mastery of the extreme intent technique beyond that of Vegeta. Suddenly, an amusing thought struck him. How would Vegeta and Sun Wukong react upon discovering that Lan Xi had surpassed them in strength? He found himself eagerly anticipating their expressions. Moreover, he mused over how Beerus might react if Lan Xi were to defeat him upon his arrival. Would it be comical? Yet, he quickly reminded himself that Lan Xi would be unable to defeat Beerus in such a short time frame, even with his extraordinary guidance. After all, Beerus was set to arrive in just a few days, and it was implausible to elevate Lan Xi to such heights in that limited time. No matter how formidable the energy chamber was, it could not work miracles. Otherwise, he could effortlessly assemble a divine team capable of sweeping through the 12 universes. I have yet to test the capabilities of this universe shuttle. I shall do so now, he thought, promptly activating the shuttle. In an instant, images of the 12 universes, the King's palace, and the realms of the Kais and gods of destruction flooded his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to explore Universe 6. Selecting a random location within Universe 6, he activated the shuttle. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Xue Tian found himself amidst the cosmos of Universe 6. Observing his surroundings, he murmured, "Is this Universe 6? Universe 6 and Universe 7 were balanced universes, while Universe 7 was home to the Saiyans. Universe 6 also boasted its own Saiyans. Should he seek them out for some amusement? After a moment's reflection, he deemed it uninteresting and decided instead to activate the Universe Shuttle once more, intending to investigate Universe 1, as information about it was exceedingly scarce in Dragon Ball Super. "Hey, who are you?" a gruff voice abruptly inquired. A stout, purple-skinned cat, standing upright, regarded him with mild curiosity. He was plump and short, with a short tail. His upper body was bare, adorned with a black and white sash around his neck. He wore golden bracelets on his arms and a pair of golden armlets, complemented by loose, red trousers. Accompanying him was a tall woman with turquoise skin, long white hair, and a staff in her right hand. Champa. Vados. Xue Tian instantly recognized the duo. The stout, feline figure was none other than Champa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. While the striking woman beside him was his attendant and master, Vados. Champa's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "You know me?" Xue Tian smiled. "Lord Champa. Your reputation precedes you. How could I possibly be unaware?" Vados raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback. Champa, reveling in the flattery, puffed out his chest and laughed heartily. "You are quite the charmer. However, you seem not to be from Universe 6. Moments earlier, Champa and Vados had been exploring the cosmos in search of delectable treats when they sensed a disturbance in the surrounding space, originating from Universe 7. Curious, they approached, only to find a striking human. Xue Tian understood that Champa's inquiry was based on evidence, and a god of destruction had no need for reason or proof. Save when addressing the Omni-King. He conceded, "Indeed, I am not from Universe 6. Are you from Universe 7? Champa pressed. Xue Tian shook his head. "No." This prompted a furrowed brow from Champa, who pondered, if he is not from Universe 7, then from which universe does he hail? Why has he suddenly appeared in Universe 6? Does he harbor some ulterior motive? Then which universe do you belong to? Champa inquired. Xue Tian contemplated his identity, realizing he resided in the real world, yet he could not articulate this to Champa. It would be utterly incomprehensible. "I am a cosmic traveler. I do not know which universe I belong to." Champa lightly scratched his chubby face, skepticism evident in his voice. "A cosmic traveler? How did you traverse from Universe 7 to Universe 6? Without a shuttle or any special abilities? That is impossible. If you possess such abilities, do you not have some ulterior motive?" Xue Tian, amused yet exasperated, replied, "My sole purpose is to explore the universe. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Wait, you intend to depart without the permission of this god of destruction? Do you not hold the divine in high regard?" Champa retorted, suspicion lingering in the air. "Moreover, I suspect you may be engaged in some peculiar business." Chapter 37. Enough nonsense. Hurry and destroy me. The destroyer god Champa expressed his suspicion. "I suspect you may be engaged in some peculiar endeavor." He scrutinized Xue Tian from head to toe, as if attempting to see through him, which greatly displeased Xue Tian, making him feel as if he were being stalked by a famished wolf, poised to pounce and rend him to shreds. Xue Tian replied coolly, "I am merely a traveler of the cosmos. I kindly ask Lord Champa not to make things difficult for me. I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Champa grew even more suspicious. He stepped forward, coldly stating, "Though your words are quite charming, I, the destroyer god, must still obliterate you. Your schemes cannot come to fruition." Seeing that he did not believe him, Xue Tian's patience wore thin. "Oh, is that so?" Champa's demeanor soured, his face darkening to an extreme hue of purple. "What attitude is this? I am a destroyer god. Do you think I hesitate to destroy you?" Ding. Activation of the choice mission. Choice 1. Step forward and allow Champa to destroy you. If he destroys the host dies. If he does not destroy you, the mission succeeds. Reward: pseudo-immortality. Choice 2. Defeat Champa. Reward: dominance ring. Pseudo-immortality and dominance ring? Both rewards are quite appealing. If my conjecture is correct, pseudo-immortality refers to the state of Zamasu after wishing for immortality from the super dragon, where one cannot be killed in normal combat, but can still be destroyed. This explains the addition of the term pseudo. As for the dominance ring, it likely grants immunity to most control-type abilities, akin to the rings worn by the Grand Priest and Whis. However, I remain unaware of the exact effects of their rings, as they have never spoken of them. Both rewards are enticing, yet it's evident that Choice 2 is exponentially more challenging than Choice 1. Given my current strength, how could I possibly defeat Champa? After a moment of contemplation, Xue Tian resolved, "Very well, since I cannot achieve Choice 2, I shall opt for Choice 1. I shall gamble on Champa's reluctance to destroy me. If one dies, they ascend. If one lives, they become a celestial." Choice 1. After making his decision, Xue Tian's figure flickered. "Oh, planning to flee? Do you think you can escape the grasp of the destroyer god?" Champa chuckled, believing Xue Tian was attempting to run. However, he soon realized something was amiss, as in an instant, Xue Tian stood before him, less than half a meter away. Before Champa could comprehend the situation, startled, Xue Tian said calmly, "Did you not wish to destroy me? Come then." "Ah?" Champa was momentarily taken aback, unable to process this turn of events. How could the other party actively approach him? Coldly, he inquired, "Is this a provocation against the destroyer god? If so, I shall oblige. Raising his hand, he conjured a purple sphere of destructive energy, plunging the surroundings into an overwhelming silence. Within seconds, this silence transformed into an oppressive void, instilling a profound sense of dread. Heh, you are the first to seek death before me. Xue Tian's eyes remained unfazed as he replied, spare me your prattle. If you truly possess the courage, then come. Watching Xue Tian's demeanor, Beerus felt curious. What manner of individual is this? He appears utterly unafraid of destruction. Beneath his calm exterior, however, Xue Tian was internally frantic, wagering that the Omni-King had arranged for someone to protect him in secret, and that the Grand Priest was watching over him. If he were to perish, so too would the Omni-King. At that moment, Champa's lips twitched. He had anticipated Xue Tian might plead for mercy, yet to his astonishment, Xue Tian urged him to act quickly, displaying an attitude of fearless acceptance of death. This left Champa utterly baffled. Did the other truly wish for his own demise? But initially, Xue Tian had not appeared to harbor such intent. Regardless of his uncertainty, Champa was now enraged. Destruction. With a swift motion, he hurled the destructive energy sphere towards Xue Tian. As Xue Tian watched the sphere approach, he closed his eyes, cursing under his breath, wondering if the Omni-King had truly failed to send someone to protect him. Did the Grand Priest overlook his predicament? Or did they doubt the Omni-King's binding with him? Was the previous demonstration insufficient? Should he take action? Yet even if he did, he could not possibly withstand such a destructive force. Having gambled, he resolved to await the outcome. Fortune favors the bold. Just as the destructive energy sphere was about to strike Xue Tian, Champa anticipated witnessing the obliteration of his foe. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light of angelic power erupted, shattering the destructive sphere. Beerus. Champa's gaze shifted to Beerus, recognizing the source of the intervening power as angelic in nature. Thus, he immediately directed his attention to Beerus, eager to question why she had interfered with his duty. Having spent many years in the company of Champa, Beerus understood his thoughts well. With a smile that radiated warmth like spring sunshine, she replied, "It was not I." Xue Tian opened his eyes, internally exclaiming in relief, "Finally, the rescue has arrived. I was genuinely terrified. I thought you would joke with the life of the Omni-King." As Champa was about to inquire who had intervened, a cascade of vibrant light appeared, revealing Whis not far from Xue Tian, facing both Champa and Beerus. "Whis?" Champa exclaimed in surprise, quickly realizing that it was indeed Whis who had intervened. Xue Tian was astonished to discover that the individual tasked with his covert protection was Whis. He had assumed it would be the Grand Priest. Yet, reflecting on the situation, it made sense, being in the 7th universe. The Grand Priest would surely assign Whis to protect him, for Whis was the most formidable presence in that realm. Although Whis did not engage in direct combat, Xue Tian was well aware of his unparalleled strength. As for Beerus, the Destroyer God, he was simply not a match for him. Xue Tian even suspected that these Destroyer Gods were not capable of contending with the angels. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain, as he had never witnessed an angel in action. However, based on the performance of Beerus and Whis, it was evident that their powers surpassed those of Beerus and Champa. "Whis, what are you doing?" Chapter 38, Confronting Champa. "What is your intention, Whis?" Champa questioned loudly, visibly displeased as he waved his hands in the air. With a composed smile, Whis replied, "My dear Champa, you simply cannot destroy him." "Why not?" Champa scoffed, digging his fingers into his ears dismissively. "Whis, this is the 6th universe, not the 7th. Furthermore, your race of angels seems to lack the authority to interfere with the duties of a destroyer." "Indeed, Champa is correct," Whis acknowledged. "We angels do not possess the right to intervene in the affairs of a destroyer. However, this individual must not be harmed," he said, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Why?" Champa questioned, bewildered. It was illogical for Whis to obstruct him. Traditionally, angels refrained from meddling in the work of destroyers, merely overseeing their diligence. Why was Whis suddenly intervening? Besides, Whis belonged to the 7th universe. Bardos was equally perplexed by her brother's actions. Their angelic race adhered to strict regulations. With a slight smile, Whis reiterated, "I do not know. All I can say is that this person cannot be destroyed." Champa, growing increasingly irritated, retorted, "Whis, you are being rather unreasonable. I advise you to return to your 7th universe and attend to Beerus." Whis issued a direct warning. "Champa, should you attempt to destroy him, I will have no choice but to intervene." Champa was taken aback. After years of interacting with angels, he had never heard of one threatening a destroyer. It was not due to a lack of ability to prevail, but rather the established rules prohibiting angels from engaging in the affairs of destroyers. Should a destroyer be slain, the angels would descend into slumber until the emergence of a new destroyer, the nature of which remained a mystery to all. Whis, are you serious? Champa finally reacted, his displeasure palpable. Absolutely, Whis affirmed with conviction. Champa's anger flared. Even a clay figurine possesses an ounce of defiance. The air around him crackled with ominous purple energy, casting a chilling aura within thousands of meters. In stark contrast, Whis remained unfazed, maintaining his serene expression, showing no sign of fear towards Champa. Bardoss, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Champa, Whis is my brother. For my sake, I urge you to grant him this favor. Turning to Bardoss, Champa retracted his destructive energy, casually replying, since you have put it that way, I shall concede. In truth, he had no desire to create discord with Bardoss. Historically, angels and destroyers had never clashed. Should this reach the Grand Minister's ears, he would likely face severe repercussions. Despite feeling justified, Champa understood that when issues arose, the Grand Minister would invariably defend the angels, and the Grand Zeno was prone to heed the Grand Minister's counsel. Hence, it was wise to avoid conflict whenever possible. However, as a destroyer, he felt his dignity was at stake due to Whis' insistence. With Bardoss providing him an exit, he graciously accepted her intervention. Bardoss, perceptive as ever, had already discerned Champa's internal conflict, yet she was curious about her brother's unusually firm stance, as angels were not meant to meddle in such matters. Thus, she felt there was more to uncover and would need to inquire further with Whis. Well, Whis, since your sister Bardoss has spoken, I shall let this matter rest. I will not destroy this individual. Thank you, Lord Champa, Whis expressed, showing due regard for Champa. Generally, angels extended similar courtesies towards destroyers unless performing their duties or facing other pressing matters. Whis approached Xue Tian with a smile, saying, Mr. Xue Tian, you are now free to travel anywhere you desire. Xue Tian waved his hand dismissively, replying, forget it, I have lost interest. Internally, he grumbled, how could I possibly be interested after such a late appearance? It nearly scared me to death. I even suspect you intended to arrive at this hour. Xue Tian was well aware of Whis' cunning nature, having witnessed Beerus fall victim to his schemes countless times. Champa, astonished, pondered Xue Tian's identity, noting how he seemed utterly indifferent to Whis. It was only fitting for Xue Tian to express gratitude after being rescued. If Xue Tian were privy to Champa's thoughts, he would certainly scoff. Grateful for what? You showing up late nearly cost me my life. Bardoss's eyes darted, her mind racing with thoughts unknown. Ding. Choice completed. Approach Champa and provoke him to destroy. If he destroys the host dies. If he refrains, the task is successful, and the reward is immortality, pseudo. Learning immortality, pseudo. Ding. Congratulations, host has acquired immortality, pseudo. Ding. System task activated. Choice 1. Survive and hastily depart. Receiving reward, ultra-high-speed movement. Choice 2. Dissuade Champa. Instilling awareness of his limitations. Receiving reward, dominance, pseudo. Ultra-high-speed movement. Isn't that Tiz's technique? Initially impressive, yet ultimately easily countered, it holds little value. On the other hand, dominance, pseudo, appears intriguing. Moreover, I am decidedly displeased with Champa's actions. As a traveler equipped with a system, to be threatened and nearly killed without retaliation is utterly intolerable. Is this how a traveler should behave? Regardless of the outcome, I must act. Choice 2. Xue Tian rubbed his eyes, casually warning, Champa, as a destroyer, you possess ample arrogance. However, not all individuals are within your capacity to provoke, nor do you have the right to destroy everyone. Champa momentarily froze, his astonishment palpable. He could hardly believe that after surviving, Xue Tian would dare to speak such words to him. How brazen! Bardoss was equally taken aback. Who exactly is Xue Tian? How can he be so assertive? Even a destroyer like Champa is not spared his disdain? And Whis is aiding him. Could it be that he is? Chapter 39. The Speculation of Bardoss. A bastard child? Could Brother Whis be aiding him so fervently? Might he be the illegitimate son of their father? Is he also of the angelic lineage? As this thought crossed Bardoss's mind, she swiftly shook her head, deeming it impossible. Her father was not the sort to engage in such behavior. Even if there were an illegitimate child, he would not conceal it. Furthermore, she sensed no trace of angelic essence in Xue Tian, leading her to conclude that he did not belong to their celestial kin. Whis was somewhat taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling through gritted teeth. Aside from the Omni-King and the Grand Priest, he had never witnessed anyone speak so casually to the god of destruction. Typically, Those in the presence of the god of destruction were filled with trepidation. Yet Xue Tian's demeanor was astonishingly audacious. Whis, however, did not forget his father's directive. Ensuring Xue Tian's safety was paramount. This was a command he could not ignore, which explained his earlier firm stance. Once Champa came to his senses, his irritation surged. Initially displeased, he felt a wave of anger rise within him as he raised his hand, preparing to summon a sphere of destructive energy once more. Whis immediately interposed his staff before Xiangpa's hand, soothingly advising, "Lord Xiangpa, please bear with it." Xiangpa's lips twitched in frustration. It was humiliating for a god of destruction to be belittled by some unknown young man. Most importantly, Whis was staunchly defending him. He could not afford to lose face in front of Whis. Ding. Selection 2 completed. Intimidate and warn Xiangpa, ensuring he understands the consequences of underestimating him. Reward, pseudo-dominance. Ding. Congratulations, host has acquired pseudo-dominance. In an instant, Lin Machin felt a transformation within his being, as if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. An exhilarating sensation. Whis turned to Xue Tian with a smile, saying, "Mr. Xue Tian, perhaps you should take your leave for now, having received his reward." Xue Tian had no desire to linger. With his current strength, he could not teach Xiangpa a lesson, and mere verbal sparring held little value. He activated the Cosmic Instant Shuttle, locating his villa in the 7th universe. With a swift motion, his figure vanished, as if he had never been there. After his departure, Xiangpa, visibly disgruntled, inquired, "Hey, Whis, what is going on? Why are you assisting this Xue? What was it again?" "Xue Tian," Beerus reminded him. Whis, maintaining his composed demeanor, replied with a gentle smile, "I am uncertain as well." "No, Whis, what sort of attitude is that? Have you been spending too much time with that fool Beerus and forgotten how to converse?" Xiangpa crossed his arms, his face a deep shade of purple, his teeth grinding in anger. Whis chuckled softly. "Lord Xiangpa has a valid point. Let us attribute this matter to Lord Beerus." "Lord Xiangpa, sister. I shall take my leave." Beerus nodded slightly, signifying her agreement. With that, Whis departed as a streak of light, calculating that Beerus would awaken shortly. Once he was gone, Xiangpa questioned Beerus, "Do you know why Whis is aiding Xue Tian? Is it perhaps at Beerus's behest?" "Lord Xiangpa, I am unsure. It might be possible." Beerus replied with a playful smile. Yet her thoughts diverged from Xiangpa's. She believed Whis's actions were not motivated by Beerus. The angelic lineage was only responsible for the welfare of the gods of destruction. Even with amicable relations, they would not undertake such tasks on their behalf. Thus, one possibility remained. He must have received directives from their father, the Grand Priest, or even the Omni-King. Most matters concerning the Omni-King were managed by her father, indicating that this decision likely stemmed from his guidance. Yet why would her father instruct Whis to protect Xue Tian? Even Whis appeared oblivious to the reasons behind it. After pondering for a while, Beerus decided to cease her contemplation. She turned to Xiangpa and asked, "Lord Xiangpa, shall we still seek out delicacies?" Xiangpa replied with a sigh of defeat, "I have lost my appetite. I shall return to sleep." The following day, Xue Tian emerged from his room to find Lan Qi preparing breakfast. Upon seeing him, she greeted him warmly. "Good morning, master. Breakfast is ready." "Very well." Xue Tian approached the table, admiring the bountiful spread of milk, bread, eggs, and a small bowl of noodles. He couldn't help but think that having a female disciple was indeed a worthwhile endeavor, as Lan Qi's offerings were quite fulfilling. For Xue Tian, concepts like the first tier of self-extremity technique or the self-extremity technique were of no concern. Thus, investing in someone who could yield tangible returns was truly worthwhile. To him, this was decidedly a better investment than pouring resources into Goku or Vegeta. Their continuous improvement stemmed from being the two primary protagonists of the Dragon Ball world. However, it was unreasonable for him to unconditionally share the benefits he had earned simply because they were the main characters. He was neither a sage nor their master. What benefit would he derive from such an arrangement? Moreover, even if they were to come to him for guidance, he would find little enjoyment in that. What could they offer him? Aside from causing him fatigue, it seemed they held no value unless he could gain something from their tutelage. In contrast, having someone like Lan Qi as a disciple, who prepared 3 meals a day and offered him a massage, was genuinely appealing. For a disciple of that caliber, he would gladly share any surplus he possessed. As Xue Tian took a seat, Lan Qi joined him, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Master, I spent the night resting in the god-level battle energy chamber, and today I feel incredibly light, brimming with strength. Moreover, I have made some progress in mastering the self-extremity technique, and the self-extremity technique. Xue Tian nodded approvingly. It seems that the God-level battle energy chamber is indeed quite effective. Master, would you like to try it out? Lan Qi asked sweetly, her charm irresistible. There's no need for me, my dear disciple. That chamber is for your use. Xue Tian replied with a smile. Utilizing the God-level battle energy chamber for himself would be a waste. He had already mastered his martial arts techniques to their fullest extent. As for his combat power, it would naturally increase without any special effort, likely surpassing what could be gained in an hour within that chamber with just a few energy blasts. Chapter 40. The strength comparison between Vegeta and Lan Qi. After finishing breakfast, Xue Tian and Lan Qi ventured into the courtyard, where Xue Tian demonstrated the techniques of Zai Ji Gong and Zai Ji Gong. Indeed, Lan Qi exhibited notable progress. She could sustain Zai Ji Gong for a full minute, while Zai Ji Gong allowed her to condense destructive energy the size of her fist. Although Lan Qi had mastered Zai Ji Gong Sha and Zai Ji Gong at the first level, she had yet to learn the art of flight and high-speed movement. Under Xue Tian's meticulous guidance, she grasped the latter within a mere 10 minutes. With exhilaration bubbling within her, Lan Qi, soaring through the air, exclaimed to Xue Tian, who lounged in a chair, Master, you are incredible! You taught me so quickly. Xue Tian replied, It is not solely a matter of my prowess. Your innate understanding is commendable. With your mastery of both Zai and Zai techniques, learning this rudimentary art of flight and high-speed movement is quite effortless for you. Nevertheless, Lan Qi understood that such accomplishments were largely due to Xue Tian's exceptional abilities. Without him, she would never have acquired these martial skills. Suddenly, two formidable presences approached rapidly. Without even lifting his gaze, Xue Tian knew who they were. Lan Qi sensed it too. Master, it seems Goku and Vegeta are coming, she remarked. Indeed, Xue Tian confirmed, not surprised that Lan Qi could perceive it. After receiving Xue Tian's affirmation, Lan Qi was astounded. Wow, I can actually sense it. Before long, Son Goku and Vegeta arrived. Upon seeing Lan Qi hovering in the air, they were equally astonished. Wow, Lan Qi, you can fly now, Goku exclaimed. Yes, Goku, Lan Qi replied joyfully. Are you here to see my master? Indeed. I can now transform into a Super Saiyan God, Goku proclaimed. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, asserted. I have also mastered Zai Ji Gong. He cast a challenging glance at Goku, clearly dismissing him. However, Goku paid no heed to Vegeta's provocations. Well aware of his nature, the trio gathered around Xue Tian. Mr. Xue Tian, I can transform into a Super Saiyan God now. Can you teach me Zai Ji Gong? Goku eagerly asked. Xue Tian recognized the potential of both individuals. While their Saiyan lineage was rather ordinary, their comprehension was impressive. In the Dragon Ball universe, their Saiyan heritage might hold some merit, but in Dragon Ball Super, it paled in comparison to other races such as angels, destroyers, and various other powerful beings. Any of these races exhibited prowess that rivaled that of the Saiyans. In a certain regard, Xue Tian believed that Goku and Vegeta's lineage was inferior to that of Frieza's cold demon bloodline. After years of death, Frieza returned and, after merely 4 months of training, was only slightly weaker than Super Blue, a testament to his extraordinary lineage. Could Goku and Vegeta achieve such feats? Certainly not. Xue Tian, shifting his attention to Vegeta, inquired, Vegeta, do you desire to transform into a Super Saiyan God? Without hesitation, Vegeta replied, Of course. Mastering more forms is undoubtedly beneficial. Xue Tian then addressed Goku. Do you recall your promise that after you transformed into a Super Saiyan God, it would be Vegeta's turn next? Upon hearing this, Vegeta glared at Goku, ready to retaliate should he deny it. Goku did remember the promise, scratching his head as he laughed, and asked, So, do you want to transform into a Super Saiyan God now? Of course, Vegeta retorted. At this moment, Xue Tian suggested, All right, you both transform into Super Saiyan Gods first, and then we shall discuss further. Goku, somewhat reluctant, replied, Mr. Xue Tian, I can already transform into a Super Saiyan God, so please teach me Zai Ji Gong. Xue Tian, lacking Zai Ji Gong at the moment, found it difficult to teach him. He was unwilling to engage in lengthy explanations and teachings. Such an endeavor was simply exhausting. Vegeta, not seeking instruction, proudly declared, I have also mastered Zai Ji Gong. Mr. Xue Tian, could you evaluate the current stage of my Zai Ji Gong? His purpose for being here was to showcase his understanding and prove that Zai Ji Gong was indeed crafted for himself. Xue Tian, with a glint in his eye, stood up. Here's the deal. Goku, if Vegeta has mastered Zai Ji Gong to a level comparable to my new disciple Lan Qi, I will teach you Zai Ji Gong. If not, You shall wait until I am in a good mood to receive instruction. Ah, is that so? Goku responded, feeling somewhat disgruntled. What's wrong? Do you doubt Vegeta's comprehension? Or do you believe he is inferior to Lan Chi? Xue Tian provocatively teased. These two were a constant source of annoyance. So he figured a little provocation would grant him some peace for a few days. As for Beerus's impending arrival in a few days, it held no real significance for Xue Tian. Should Beerus dare to act arrogantly in his presence, Xue Tian would not hesitate to deal with him. Before Goku could respond, Vegeta shot him a fierce glare and said, she is merely a newcomer to Master Xue Tian's tutelage. Can her comprehension truly surpass mine? Kakarot. Do you doubt me? Do you wish to test the might of my Zai Gong? Goku, agreeing with the sentiment, thought that Lan Chi, who had just begun her training, likely could not surpass Vegeta. He remained silent, allowing the two to compete. Vegeta, without further ado, summoned his energy, channeling it throughout his body as he shouted, Ha! In an instant, a torrent of violet energy enveloped him, rendering the atmosphere around them frigid and stifling, as if the air itself had become sluggish. Goku, sensing Vegeta's formidable aura, could not help but exclaim, Incredible! Chapter 41. If Beerus were to know that Vegeta could also achieve Ultra Instinct, how astonishing! Goku exclaimed excitedly. Unable to suppress the urge to clench his fists, filled with an eager anticipation, Vegeta raised his fist, gazing at Xue Tian with fervor. This is my first stage of Ultra Instinct. Xue Tian, maintaining his composure, remarked, It is merely superficial, failing to unleash its true power. Vegeta's lips twitched in indignation. The state he took pride in was dismissed as mere fade. Xue Tian noticed his discontent and smiled lightly. What? Are you dissatisfied? Very well, let your strength speak for itself. Use your destructive power to obliterate that rock formation. He pointed to a foam mountain situated in the courtyard, nearly 6 meters high and 3 meters wide. Vegeta, feeling underestimated, was already disgruntled. Upon hearing Xue Tian's words, he hesitated not a moment and immediately gathered his destructive energy. A small orb the size of his thumb materializing at his fingertip. He directed this energy towards the foam mountain. Boom! The destructive energy struck the rock formation, instantly shattering a piece into countless fragments, a stone merely 20 centimeters long and 8 centimeters wide. Goku, astonished, exclaimed, Incredible! The destructive energy is akin to what Xue Tian released. Although it was merely a fragment, Goku was still taken aback, for he understood that this destruction was entirely different from the explosive force of a ki blast. A ki blast could reduce the stone to dust, dispersing it into the air, yet destruction annihilated it completely, as if it had never existed in this world. The levels of power were not even comparable, and witnessing Vegeta's ability to obliterate such a small stone shocked him deeply. Vegeta, too, felt a sense of satisfaction, pride gleaming in his eyes. Xue Tian smiled faintly and addressed Lan Chi. Lan Chi, let them witness your Ultra Instinct. Stepping forward, Lan Chi faced the foam mountain. However, in her current gentle blue-haired state, she could not manifest Ultra Instinct. This was no obstacle. Xue Tian casually waved his hand, sending a gust of air into her nostrils, triggering a sneeze. Achoo! Instantly, the gentle Lan Chi transformed into her golden-haired counterpart, her delicate appearance morphing into that of a fierce woman. With a haughty gaze fixed on Vegeta, her lips curled into a cruel smirk. Vegeta, with your recent display of Ultra Instinct, do you believe you can compare it to mine? Watch closely, and behold what true Ultra Instinct looks like. Upon hearing her words, Vegeta's fury ignited. His eyes fixated on her, eager to see what abilities this Lan Chi possessed. Lan Chi shouted, her entire being enveloped in a violet aura, laced with hints of purple lightning. The sheer intensity of her presence was evidently superior to Vegeta's. This made Vegeta uneasy, and Goku recognized that Lan Chi's grasp of Ultra Instinct might surpass Vegeta's. As they speculated, Lan Chi extended her right hand, a sphere of destructive energy the size of a fist appearing in her palm. Vegeta understood well that to concentrate such a vast amount of destructive energy indicated her mastery of Ultra Instinct was certainly beyond his. Yet, he felt a twinge of resentment. How could this human, who had only recently taken on a mentor, comprehend Ultra Instinct so swiftly, and even surpass him? With a shout, Lan Chi hurled the destructive energy sphere towards the foam mountain. The explosion reverberated, obliterating half of the structure in an instant, transforming it into a cascade of stardust, completely vanishing from existence. Witnessing this spectacle, Vegeta's lips twitched uncontrollably. Although he had sensed Lan Chi's proficiency in Ultra Instinct exceeded his own, he never anticipated she could destroy half the mountain. Goku was utterly taken aback, his mouth agape, finally managing to say, "Lan Chi, you're amazing. Would you like to spar with me?" At this moment, Xue Tian interjected, "Goku, why are you always thinking about sparring? Beerus will soon arrive. Shouldn't you focus on mastering your Super Saiyan God form?" Although Saiyans grow stronger through battle, relying solely on brute force without understanding and training will not suffice. Strength without the requisite techniques and forms is futile. Xue Tian understood that Lan Chi was not a match for either Goku or Vegeta at this moment. Despite her mastery of some aspects of Ultra Instinct, her combat prowess and stamina were insufficient to contend with them. While Ultra Instinct was formidable, it did not negate the vast disparity in combat strength. Moreover, Lan Chi's current stamina could not sustain Ultra Instinct for extended periods. However, he refrained from disclosing these truths to them, for their pride, especially Vegeta's, was considerable. They needed a gentle reminder of their limits. Feeling a bit embarrassed after being admonished, Goku recognized that in their eyes, Xue Tian was indeed the strongest. They felt a sense of respect, knowing they had much to learn from him. Vegeta, on the other hand, was somewhat disheartened, unable to comprehend why his understanding of Ultra Instinct was inferior to Lan Chi's. After all, she was merely a human, one who had never truly engaged in battle, typically relying on firearms. Noticing their disheartened states, Xue Tian urged, "Enough. Hurry and strive to comprehend your techniques. Aim to be in peak condition before Beerus arrives. Otherwise, in your current state, you would stand no chance against even a fraction of Beerus's might." He secretly anticipated the day Beerus would arrive, curious about his reaction upon witnessing Vegeta and Lan Chi's Ultra Instinct. What expression would he wear if he discovered Goku had also mastered it? A smile crept upon his face as he envisioned Beerus's comically exaggerated expression. Evidently, he needed to find time to teach Goku Ultra Instinct. Goku, having never witnessed Beerus's strength, questioned, is Beerus truly that formidable? I can already transform into a Super Saiyan God." Xue Tian smiled knowingly. His power transcends all understanding. Apart from his master, he is the pinnacle of combat strength in the 7th universe. Vegeta, having experienced Beerus's might, dismissed Goku's naivety, especially as he was still reeling from Lan Chi's display. He immediately activated his flight technique, soaring into the air and commanding Goku below, "Kakarot, quickly gather Gohan and the others to my home. I must transform into a Super Saiyan God." Chapter 42. Bulma's birthday party and Beerus awakens. A few days later, the guests gathered to celebrate Bulma's birthday. As the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Ball universe, the party was undeniably extravagant, hosted aboard a colossal luxury yacht capable of accommodating thousands. Among the attendees were not only the main characters from the Dragon Ball series, but also familiar faces such as Puar, Oolong, and the Pilaf gang. Naturally, Xue Tian and Lan Chi were present as well. During the past few days, Lan Chi had significantly improved her combat prowess, and Xue Tian had taught her the Kamehameha technique. Meanwhile, Xue Tian had completed numerous tasks and amassed several rewards, elevating his base combat power to an impressive 4.2 billion. At that moment, he lounged on a deck chair, observing the guests arriving for the party, marveling at the surreal reality of being transported to the world of Dragon Ball Super. "Master, would you like some pudding?" Lan Chi inquired, standing beside him and offering a cup of pudding. He opened his mouth and swallowed it in one bite, savoring the sweetness, feeling a wave of contentment. A thought crossed his mind, perhaps he should consider taking another female disciple. Imagining one on his left feeding him pudding while another on his right offered grapes seemed too delightful to resist. If he were to take another disciple, who would it be? In the vast realm of Dragon Ball Super, was there anyone as gentle as Lan Chi? As he pondered the notable women in Dragon Ball Super, none appeared as tender as Lan Chi in her blue-haired form. Caulifla seems rather gentle in her base form, but she gives off a somewhat edgy vibe. Could it be otherwise? If so, she might be worth considering. If one day I surpass Beerus, perhaps I could take Vados as my disciple, an angelic student who is not only gentle but also possesses unparalleled beauty. Yet, despite this fanciful contemplation, Xue Tian recognized the impracticality of such aspirations at the moment. To defeat Vados would require immense effort and time. It might be more prudent to first ascertain whether Caulifla truly had that edgy demeanor. If not, he could simply focus on nurturing Lan Chi as his disciple for now. "Master, aren't you going to join them?" Lan Chi asked, puzzled. Xue Tian shook his head. "I'll pass. If you wish to chat with them, feel free to do so." Although she wanted to mingle, she felt compelled to prioritize her master, who had imparted so much knowledge to her. Noticing her hesitation, Xue Tian chuckled. "Go ahead and socialize. After all, it's not often you see them." It would be beneficial to strengthen your bonds. Really, Master? Lan Shi asked cautiously. Seeing her careful demeanor, Xue Tian laughed. If someone were to see how cautious you are, they might think I don't allow you to socialize. Or that I'm too overbearing. Go on. Master wishes to rest for a while, he added. His words were genuine. Soon, Beerus would arrive. And an intense battle was inevitable. He had considered confronting Beerus directly, but upon reflection, he realized that it was unwise to act hastily. He could not remain tied to the King of All forever. He needed to challenge the Grand Priest, defeat him, and ultimately seize control of his own destiny. With this in mind, he understood that his combat prowess could significantly increase through the battle with Beerus, and he sensed that even if he refrained from engaging, the system might still present him with a relevant task. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he needed to ensure he was well rested to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Very well. Master, I shall go converse with Bulma and the others. Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to call upon me. Off you go. After she departed, Xue Tian closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, in another part of the universe, the seventh universe, in the realm of the god of destruction, Beerus suddenly awakened. With a slight gesture, he unleashed a powerful blast that obliterated a planet. Whis approached Beerus with a smile. Lord Beerus, you're awake. Sitting up, Beerus, draped in a white sheet, appeared troubled, muttering, Whis, I had a strange dream. Oh, what peculiar dream did you have, Lord Beerus? You seem quite preoccupied. Typically, upon waking, you would be thinking of food. Beerus shot a glare at Whis, baring his teeth in annoyance. Whis, it seems you have something to say. Not at all. Whis replied with a refined smile. Beerus rubbed his temples gently. I dreamt that someone could defeat me. Someone can defeat Lord Beerus? Whis paused in surprise. But a moment later, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be Xue Tian? Beerus nodded, perplexed. Indeed, it was someone with a name that included Super. Chapter 43. Beerus heads to Earth. Indeed, it is something called Super. Beerus lightly tapped his head with his fingernail, momentarily unable to recall. Yet a vague image of that individual enveloped in fiery red aura lingered in his mind. With striking red hair and undeniably handsome features, perhaps even slightly more appealing than his own. Of course, such thoughts were not for him to voice. Whis, on the other hand, conjured an image of a figure in his mind but refrained from speaking, mindful of the Grand Priest's instructions to protect this person. To reveal this would only stir conflict between the two. My Lord Beerus, he remarked, it was merely a dream. You tend to overthink, especially after such a prolonged slumber. It is quite normal to experience peculiar dreams. Beerus cast a skeptical glance at Whis, unconvinced by his words, and directed his attention toward the oracle fish. Let us inquire the oracle fish for the truth. Approaching a tank where the oracle fish resided, partially submerged, Beerus casually inquired. Oracle fish, I just had a dream about someone who could defeat me. What was his name? Something like Super. The oracle fish pondered for a moment in silence, then waved its stubby fins, a gesture understood only by Beerus and Whis. Beerus replied coldly, Whis. Understanding the cue, Whis promptly waved his staff, summoning a rather unappetizing dish, which he offered to the oracle fish. Both the oracle fish and Whis shared a penchant for culinary delights. Having indulged in numerous feasts during Beerus's slumber, and in order to elicit prophecies from the oracle fish, delectable treats were essential. Speak, Beerus commanded nonchalantly. The oracle fish, satisfied, responded, the Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately rejoiced, clapping his hands in approval. Indeed, it is the Super Saiyan God. But where can this Super Saiyan God be found? The oracle fish, exasperated, retorted, I am but an oracle fish, not a tracking radar. Beerus's expression darkened. However, the Super Saiyan God must surely be a Saiyan. After uttering this, the oracle fish dove into the tank, relishing its meal. While it did not disclose the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God, its words sparked a realization in Beerus. The Super Saiyan God must indeed be a transformation of the Saiyan race. He muttered, Saiyan. Where might this Saiyan be? Why does it feel so familiar? With a sudden flash, he ascended to a stone table and contemplated, struggling to recall where he had heard of the Saiyans. Whis, standing by, contemplated reminding him but decided against it, preferring to avoid any potential encounter with Xue Tian. Whis understood that to seek out the Saiyans, they would need to visit the Prince of Vegeta, who now resided on Earth, where Xue Tian happened to be as well. Should the two meet, complications could arise. Moments later, Beerus exclaimed, I remember. The Saiyans reside on planet Vegeta. Long ago, I instructed King Vegeta to gather pillows. Upon finding a quality one, he attempted to keep it for himself, giving me a subpar pillow in return. I punished him, but still felt unsatisfied, so I had Frieza obliterate planet Vegeta. Yet, those Saiyans should not have posed a threat to Frieza. They must all have been exterminated. Why then would I dream of such a thing? Could there still be surviving Saiyans? Having rambled on, he finally turned to Whis, demanding, "Tell me, Whis, are there any surviving Saiyans?" Whis hesitated for 2 seconds before responding with a smile. "Indeed, there are 2 known surviving Saiyans, Prince Vegeta and another lower-class warrior, Kakarot." He had not intended to divulge this information, but he knew that even if he remained silent, Beerus would inevitably inquire of the Oracle Fish. Thus, he opted to reveal it. "Oh, the Prince Vegeta is still alive? How unexpected. It seems Frieza did not eradicate them completely," Beerus remarked calmly. But he understood that Frieza was not one to leave loose ends, indicating that this Prince Vegeta possessed some degree of skill. Whis added, "Frieza did intend to eliminate them entirely, but he was countered by Prince Vegeta and the lower-class warrior Kakarot." "Oh," Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, incredulous that a Saiyan race could turn the tables on the formidable Universal Emperor. It appeared that this emperor was merely a figurehead, hardly worthy of mention. "Whis, where are they now?" "On Earth." "Very well, let us proceed to Earth. I am eager to witness whether this Saiyan prince can indeed transform into the Super Saiyan God, the one who vanquished me in my dream." Whis smiled bitterly, knowing that his greatest fear had come to pass. Beerus was destined to travel to Earth. "All right. By the way, how long will it take to fly from here to Earth?" 35 minutes. "Ah, so long?" Beerus lamented, disheartened that even with Whis' speed, it would take 35 minutes, indicating that Earth was indeed quite distant from the realm of destruction. Whis jested, "If Lord Beerus finds the distance bothersome, perhaps we should not go." Beerus sensed something amiss and scrutinized him, earnestly questioning, "Whis, why do I sense your reluctance to visit Earth? Is there some matter at hand?" Naturally, Whis could not disclose Xue Tian's existence, as he was unaware of Xue Tian's true identity. He only knew that his father had issued strict orders to ensure Xue Tian's safety. He could not share such matters with Beerus, as the Grand Priest had expressly instructed him to keep this information confidential, focusing solely on the task at hand. With a chuckle, Whis covered his mouth and said, "Oh, it is simply because Lord Beerus finds the distance unappealing. Therefore, I suggested we skip it." Beerus regarded him curiously. "We are going. I am eager to discover what manner of power the Super Saiyan God possesses. Whis, prepare provisions for our journey." "Yes. By the way, Lord Beerus, since Earth is not far from the Kaishin realm, should we not pay a visit to the Kaishin?" Beerus pondered for a moment. "That is acceptable. I can inquire about the specifics regarding Vegeta and Kakarot." Whis aimed to leverage the visit to the Kaishin as a means to divert Beerus's attention away from Earth, hoping to render the trip unnecessary. The two promptly set forth, vanishing into a streak of light from the realm of destruction. Chapter 44. The Dilemma of the East Kaishin in the Realm of the Kaishin, the Elder Kaishin. Engrossed in a tome of study, exhibited signs of profound agitation, flipping through the pages restlessly, feeling an unsettling discomfort. This perplexed the East Kaishin, who had never witnessed such behavior from his venerable ancestor during his own scholarly pursuits. Curiously, he inquired, "What troubles you, ancestor?" The Elder Kaishin candidly confessed, "I sense something amiss within me, a foreboding feeling, as if some calamity is imminent." The East Kaishin, dismissive, chuckled, "What calamity could possibly arise? This is merely the norm, is it not?" With no reservations, the Elder Kaishin delivered a forceful punch, admonishing, "Do you doubt my intuition? My premonitions have never proven false." He then gazed upwards towards the direction of the Destroyer God's realm, murmuring, "Could it be that Lord Beerus has arrived?" He recalled that Xue Tian had mentioned the impending arrival of the Destroyer God Beerus on Earth, while he had not sensed anything unusual until now. The convergence of Xue Tian's words and his own feelings suggested that Beerus's arrival was indeed possible. The East Kaishin, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "So what if he comes? We are all gods. Why should we be so afraid?" At this, the Elder Kaishin prepared to take action, but the East Kaishin had already distanced himself. Nevertheless, the Elder continued, "You are correct that we are all gods and hold equal stature. However, the combat prowess of a Destroyer God far surpasses our own. If we provoke his ire, the consequences could be dire." He trailed off, unable to articulate the full extent of the potential shame. The East Kaishin, witnessing his ancestor's demeanor, deduced that the unspoken consequence could involve severe sealing, perhaps lasting millions of years. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, fully aware that doing so would only invite retribution. Suddenly, the fabric of space rippled, causing the elder Kaishin's heart to race. Could it be Beerus has arrived? Upon seeing the newcomer, he let out a sigh of relief and queried irritably, "Goku, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Goku, who had teleported into the Kaishin realm. Instead of celebrating Bulma's birthday, he had come to train, stating, "Elder Kaishin, I have mastered some aspects of Ultra Instinct and wish to test its power here." He sheepishly scratched the back of his head, recalling how his previous attempts at testing power had nearly obliterated half of the Kaishin realm. Were it not for the Kaishin's creative abilities, their domain would have long since been reduced to mere rubble. Upon realizing Goku's intent, the elder Kaishin's mouth twitched in exasperation. He had hoped Goku was merely concerned for his well-being, but alas, he was here to wreak havoc once more. "You must leave immediately. Our realm cannot withstand your antics. If you wish to test your strength, go elsewhere. Were it not for our creative capabilities, our home would have been utterly destroyed by now." The elder Kaishin's urgency stemmed not from fear of Goku's destructive tendencies, but rather from concern that Goku might encounter Beerus. Given Goku's awareness of Beerus's formidable strength, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to challenge him, potentially inciting Beerus's wrath with catastrophic results. Goku, perplexed, protested, "Why are you being so stingy? This is something you can easily handle with a wave of your hand. Let me have a go." He continued, "I have also harnessed some powers of Super Saiyan God and wish to discover how strong they are in conjunction with Ultra Instinct." The elder Kaishin remained resolute, insisting, "You need to leave now. You are not welcome here today." Before Goku could respond, both the East and elder Kaishin's gazes sharpened, simultaneously directed towards the realm of the Destroyer God. The East Kaishin instinctively remarked, "What an immense aura of divine energy. Is it truly Beerus who approaches?" "What? Beerus is coming?" Goku exclaimed, excitement palpable in his voice. The elder Kaishin shot a furious glare at the East Kaishin, wishing his gaze could obliterate him. For he had been desperately trying to warn Goku to leave before encountering Beerus. Despite his efforts to keep the news of Beerus's arrival a secret, the East Kaishin had carelessly blurted it out. Realizing his blunder, the East Kaishin quickly corrected himself. "No, I didn't say that. Goku, you must have misunderstood. You should return quickly. We have much creative work to attend to." However, Goku was no longer easily deceived. "No, I distinctly heard that Beerus is coming." "East Kaishin, why are you lying?" The East Kaishin felt a mixture of embarrassment and frustration, wishing he could vanish from existence. He found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Acknowledging Beerus's arrival would anger the elder Kaishin, while denying it would label him a liar in Goku's eyes. Indeed, the aura of the Destroyer God was terrifying, even before his arrival. The mere sensation of his energy instilled a profound dread, confirming the elder Kaishin's assertions about Beerus's formidable power. The elder Kaishin, wishing to minimize further explanations, urged Goku once more, "Goku, you must return. If you are bored, seek out Vegeta for a spar. He has been diligently training and would surely welcome the challenge." Yet Goku remained undeterred, his fists clenched in excitement. "No, I will wait here for Beerus's arrival. You can sense his energy. Why can't I?" He gazed upwards, perceiving nothing. The elder Kaishin sighed in exasperation, pondering how a mere mortal could possibly sense divine energy. Meanwhile, on Earth, aboard Bulma's luxurious yacht, Xue Tian abruptly opened his eyes, gazing towards the direction of the Destroyer Goddess realm, calmly stating, "So, it has finally come to pass." Chapter 45. Beerus, who wishes to see me? In the Kaishin realm, the old Kaishin persistently urged son Goku to leave, but Goku, like a stubborn mule, showed no inclination to depart. Instead, he repeatedly expressed his desire to challenge Beerus. "Goku, heed the words of your elder. You must leave at once." "There is surely a reason for his insistence," urged the East Kaishin. Goku's obstinacy was remarkable, surpassing even that of the most obstinate creatures on Earth. However, they were not strangers to Goku's nature. Anyone who sought a contest with him would find him unwavering in his resolve to face them. On several occasions, Goku had even gone so far as to allow his enemies to grow stronger, nurturing their combat abilities, demonstrating an almost fanatical obsession with battle. Scratching the back of his head in frustration, Goku exclaimed, "But East Kaishin, I truly wish to witness what this Beerus is like. Why can't I meet him?" Just as the old Kaishin prepared to respond, a sudden voice resonated through the air, startling him. "Who wishes to see me?" The old Kaishin instinctively took a step back, his wrinkled face becoming even more creased, resembling a pile of crumpled meat. The space around them rippled as a luminous figure descended from the heavens, shining brilliantly like the Milky Way cascading downwards. "It's here." The old Kaioshin swallowed hard, a sense of despair washing over him as he realized Goku would indeed meet the god of destruction, Beerus. As the radiant light passed, a purple cat-like figure appeared, its eyes sparkling with intelligence. Beside it stood a tall, blue-skinned man wielding a staff, adorned with a divine halo, smiling broadly, contrasting sharply with the cat's expression. "Oh, old Kaioshin, you have emerged," Beerus remarked with mild surprise, having assumed the old Kaioshin was still sealed away. Clearly, something had transpired, for the divine sword could not simply shatter without reason. The East Kaioshin scrutinized the two figures before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from Beerus. Although they were of the same divine rank, the aura surrounding Beerus effortlessly dwarfed his own. He had never imagined encountering such an immensely powerful being among his peers. Before the old Kaioshin could speak, Goku stepped forward, extending his hand with a cheerful demeanor. "Hello, I am Son Goku. Are you Beerus? Or is he Beerus?" he queried, glancing at Whis. Whis chuckled. "He is indeed Lord Beerus, and I am merely his attendant." His laughter was genuine, for it had been a long time since anyone had directly referred to Beerus simply as his name. It was usually prefixed with Lord. Goku's boldness was refreshing. Noticing Goku's lack of decorum, the East Kaioshin hastily intervened, pulling Goku back. "Goku, this is quite disrespectful. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Addressing him by name alone is improper. You must refer to him as Lord Beerus." He bowed apologetically on Goku's behalf. "My sincerest apologies, Lord Beerus. Goku's demeanor is simply his nature. Please forgive him." Goku, however, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, puzzled by the insistence on formality. "Huh? Isn't it the same thing?" he asked, bewildered. The East Kaioshin shot him a warning glance, but Goku, unfazed, cheerfully greeted, "Lord Beerus." Beerus regarded Goku with intrigue, finding his innocence somewhat endearing. "Is he your attendant?" he inquired, sensing a faint divine aura emanating from Goku. Each god could have an attendant, and with two Kaioshins present, it was only logical to assume the existence of two divine servants. The East Kaioshin interjected, "Lord Beerus, he is not our attendant. He is merely a—" But before he could finish, the old Kaioshin interrupted, "He is just a traveler. We must be on our way." He nudged Goku, signaling him to leave. Yet, Goku's emotional intelligence was far below what the old Kaioshin had anticipated. "Why are you pushing me?" he protested. The old Kaioshin, exasperated, wished he could simply silence Goku. His hints were glaringly obvious, yet Goku remained oblivious to the urgency to depart. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, and suddenly, Beerus recalled Goku's earlier statement about wanting to meet him. "Goku, did I hear you say you wish to see me?" Goku nodded eagerly. "Yes, Lord Beerus. I have heard tales of your immense strength, and I wish to challenge you." Whis was momentarily taken aback. Did he just challenge Lord Beerus? Such audacity was commendable. After all his years as Beerus's attendant, this was the first time he encountered someone so bold. Beerus himself was astonished. Did this individual not realize the implications of challenging him? Did he not understand that his displeasure could lead to the wanton destruction of planets within the 7th universe? Did he not grasp that his very role was to obliterate? Cold sweat dripped down the old Kaioshin's forehead as his worst fears materialized. Goku had indeed proposed a contest with Beerus. He quickly sought to defuse the situation, interjecting, "Ahem, Lord Beerus, what brings you to seek me?" "Indeed." The old Kaioshin's words diverted Beerus's thoughts. More importantly, Beerus was far too preoccupied with his own objectives to dwell on Goku's challenge. Goku's Navi demeanor was hardly worth his ire, unless, of course, Goku truly provoked him. "I have come in search of the Super Saiyan God." The old Kaioshin's heart raced. What could Beerus want with the Super Saiyan God? Goku, however, was filled with excitement. You know of the Super Saiyan God, Lord Beerus?" Chapter 46. Do you wish to be sealed for 75 million years? Even Lord Beerus knows about the Super Saiyan God? Upon hearing Beerus's words, Son Goku was momentarily taken aback and chuckled as he inquired. Surprised by his question, Beerus gazed at him incredulously. "From your tone, it seems you know the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God?" The old Kai sensed the escalating tension and interjected, "Goku, don't you have to return to play mahjong with Chi-Chi? You should hurry back." Goku, however, was completely oblivious to the meaning of mahjong and had no intention of leaving. He was eager to challenge Beerus. After all, a formidable warrior had finally arrived, and he could not let this opportunity slip away. For a long time, he had yearned to spar with Xue Tian, but Xue Tian's combat prowess far surpassed his own. The last encounter had left him thoroughly bested. Reflecting on that moment, he realized he was no match for Xue Tian. Yet, He had heard tales of Beerus's incredible strength from Xue Tian, thus he was driven to gauge Beerus's power firsthand. Was it truly as formidable as Xue Tian claimed? Beerus, perceptive of the old Kai's intentions, retorted with displeasure. Old Kai, do you wish to return to your sword for another 75 million years? Perhaps after that time. You may never need to emerge again. You can enjoy your twilight years in peace. The old Kai instinctively took a few steps back, feeling the weight of Beerus's words. It was utterly outrageous. However, considering Beerus's power and demeanor, he chose silence, forcing a bitter smile. Goku, people of Earth, we evaded you once. Now it is up to you to determine your fate. Suddenly, a familiar name echoed in his mind, Xue Tian. He had bestowed upon Xue Tian the divine essence, who had promised to protect Earth upon Beerus's arrival. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief and resumed perusing his cherished magazine. The East Kai, puzzled by the old Kai's demeanor, queried, Ancestor, are you no longer concerned about Earth? The old Kai shot him a look, and the East Kai, sensing impending trouble, quickly dodged aside. As expected, the old Kai had already thrown a punch. If you wish to meddle, then do so at your own peril. Do not say I did not warn you. Destruction is Beerus's duty, and should he desire to wreak havoc, no one can stop him unless he alters his intentions, or someone else influences him. Let us observe the fate of Earth, particularly in regard to that individual. The East Kai, momentarily taken aback, soon grasped the implication. Oh, that's right. The ancestor did grant Xue Tian divine essence, and he had promised to safeguard Earth. Given Xue Tian's character and strength, it seemed unlikely he would go back on his word. In recent days, they had learned that Xue Tian had taught Goku and Vegeta the Ultra Instinct and self-actualization techniques, skills of divine caliber. Anyone capable of imparting such techniques must possess formidable strength. They had even inquired if Goku and Vegeta stood a chance against Xue Tian, to which Goku had earnestly admitted, Xue Tian is incredibly strong. We are no match for him. For reasons unknown, the East Kai felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He ceased to obstruct Goku, considering that Beerus might not even target Earth. It was quite possible that their battle would take place in the realm of the Kais, in which case their concerns were unwarranted. Reflecting on their previous anxieties, it seemed they had been rather excessive. Seeing the old Kai engrossed in his magazine, Beerus felt a tinge of pride. Though they were of the same divine tier, he considered himself superior as the god of destruction. Despite the arrogance that bubbled within him, his expression remained composed. Aside from Whis, perhaps no one could fathom his thoughts. Goku, speak. Where is the Super Saiyan God? Goku scratched the back of his head. The Super Saiyan God is not just one person. What do you mean? Beerus asked, perplexed. Not just one person? Are there many? The thought of facing a multitude was daunting. He had dreamed of a Super Saiyan God who could rival him, even defeat him. Goku clarified. The Super Saiyan God is a transformation. A transformation? Beerus echoed, intrigued. Indeed, I can transform into a Super Saiyan God. I have mastered this form. He spoke with a hint of pride, reflecting on how just a week ago, he had harnessed this power through Vegeta's assistance. Beerus's interest piqued. Oh, is that so? It appears I need not seek out the Super Saiyan God after all. Show me your transformation. Goku, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and assumed an aggressive stance, exclaiming, Lord Beerus, are you preparing to spar with me? Beerus chuckled softly. This individual was quite amusing, fixated on challenging him, oblivious to the true extent of a god of destruction's power. If you wish for a match, I must see if you possess the requisite skill. Goku understood this as a tacit agreement to engage, and even if it were not, it implied he could initiate an attack. This was akin to a contest. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, Stage 1. Beerus raised an eyebrow. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Yet it seems different from my dreams. Goku scrutinized Beerus's stance, noticing apparent vulnerabilities, and remarked, Lord Beerus, this is not the Super Saiyan God. This is merely Super Saiyan Stage 1. A transformation of mine. You are rife with openings, and now I shall attack. Laughter erupted from Beerus, rife with openings? This fool truly knows nothing of a god of destruction's might. Let him witness my strength. He beckoned with a slender finger. Goku, already impatient, charged forward without hesitation. Bang! Just as he closed in within a meter of Beerus, the latter slowly raised his hand and flicked Goku's forehead lightly. Goku cried out in shock, rocketing backward and crashing into the ground, leaving a human-shaped crater in his wake, reverting to his normal state in that instant. In awe, he realized Beerus's overwhelming power when he had sparred with Xue Tian. It had not been this intense. Beerus merely flicked his finger and sent him flying. Beerus remarked coolly, this form of yours is inadequate. Goku, trembling yet resolute, stood up. Aware that Super Saiyan Stage 1 was not his match. If that is the case, then allow me to unveil an even stronger form. Huh. A tremendous cyclone of energy erupted from Goku, dispersing everything around him as it spiraled outward, sending flowers and grass swirling chaotically in the wind. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's hair elongated, cascading down to his waist, while a golden aura enveloped his body, crackling with lightning, signifying an immense increase in power. Behold, this is Super Saiyan 3. Lord Beerus. Exercise caution. Whoosh. Chapter 47. To what extent does Beerus unleash his power? Chapter 47. The conversation concluded. In a flash, the third transformation of Super Saiyan Goku surged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Beerus. With a swift motion, Beerus effortlessly evaded and jested, "In your current state, you are quite underwhelming. You have truly disappointed me." His hand transformed into a blade, striking down upon Goku's shoulder. Bang! Goku was once again sent crashing to the ground, creating a deep pit several meters wide. And in an instant, he reverted to his normal state. The force of this blow was evidently greater than before. As Beerus remarked, he was still disappointed in Goku's strength. He had anticipated a formidable fighter, yet Goku could not even graze a single hair on him, let alone defeat him. Turning away, Beerus casually remarked, "It appears we need to seek out Vegeta and that cockroach on Earth. This Goku is simply inadequate. By the way, Whis, didn't you mention that only 2 Saiyans remained? How is it that this Goku is still here?" Whis, seemingly aware of something, merely smiled and remained silent. Goku, with his fingers digging into the ground, struggled to rise, and with great effort declared, "Lord Beerus, I am cockroach." Huh? At this proclamation, Beerus turned slightly, only to quickly express his disappointment. "You are cockroach? That does not bode well for you. It seems that Prince Vegeta is lacking as well." With a fierce shout, Goku unleashed his power, soaring into the air. As he gazed at Beerus's retreating figure, he proclaimed, "Lord Beerus, this is far from over. I underestimated you at first, only using the first level of Super Saiyan against you. Now, I shall unleash my full strength." A thunderous roar echoed, and the surrounding air began to swirl violently, causing the entire realm of the Kais to tremble. Goku's energy surged dramatically, swiftly surpassing the pinnacle of the third Super Saiyan transformation. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Divine energy began to emanate from him. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, with Beerus, visibly excited, exclaiming, "The divine aura? It seems he can indeed transform into a Super Saiyan God. The next state should be that of a Super Saiyan God." Whis, smiling, inquired, "Are you not curious, Lord Beerus, about what might transpire if he were to defeat you?" Beerus paused, contemplating, and after a few moments, looked up at Whis. "Defeat me? Whis, do you truly believe that is possible? Even if he possesses the strength of my dreams, he cannot surpass me. This much you should know." Whis nodded in agreement, indeed. Although he may not comprehend how you fought in your dreams, he knows that your prowess in reality far exceeds that. After all, dreams often evade one's control, allowing for both strength and weakness to fluctuate. Huh. Goku roared once more, his hair transforming to a vibrant red, youthful vigor radiating from him as he enveloped himself in crimson flames. His battle attire changed to match, and he stood before them, declaring, "Lord Beerus, this is the Super Saiyan God. Come, let us battle." Beerus, intrigued, commented, "Would it not have been wiser to transform into this form sooner? Why resort to lesser forms for this endeavor? This has piqued my interest. Come forth." With a mighty shout, Goku surged like a comet, striking Beerus's abdomen with tremendous force, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. The old Kai, though focused on his studies, could not help but glance at the spectacle, stunned by the sheer improbability of Goku's strike. Beerus, regaining his balance mid-air, expressed mild surprise at being struck, his lips curving into a smile of amusement. Goku, seasoned in combat, understood that this single hit did not signify victory, as he could sense that Beerus had yet to reveal his full potential. He was determined to compel Beerus to unleash his complete strength for a true showdown. Should Beerus comprehend Goku's intentions at this moment, he would undoubtedly commend his ambition, albeit with the knowledge that such aspirations were currently unattainable. With a burst of speed, Goku teleported beside Beerus, launching a series of punches, yet all were evaded, failing to inflict any damage. In response, Beerus seized Goku's arm, executing a throw that sent him flying thousands of meters away. Pointing towards Goku, a beam of purple energy shot forth. Boom! Goku swiftly dodged to the side, propelling himself upward, launching another barrage of punches at Beerus. This time, Beerus chose to confront Goku's fists directly. Bang! Bang! The two engaged in fierce combat, neither yielding. Whis, observing from below, smiled. It seems that while Lord Beerus merely took a nap, this intriguing event has unfolded before us. Remarkable. A mortal devoid of divine energy is capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan God and can contend with Lord Beerus. Although he has yet to reveal his full power, this is already quite impressive. The old Kai approached Whis, curiosity evident in his voice. Whis, surely Beerus has not yet unleashed his full strength. He possesses far more power than this. Indeed, yet this Saiyan named Goku has managed to engage Beerus in such a manner. It is already commendable, marking him as one of the rare strong individuals in Universe 7. Indeed, Goku is indeed formidable. But how much effort has Beerus expended? Whis paused momentarily before responding. Less than 1%. The Old Kai. East Kai. Chapter 48. Beerus, who is Xue Tian? Meanwhile, on Earth. Xue Tian reclined in a chair, gazing towards the realm of the Supreme Kai. He gently touched his nose, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured. It seems Goku has already engaged with Beerus and transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Beerus, enjoy yourself well. There is also a Vegeta who has mastered the Ultra Instinct awaiting your challenge. Given that you once trampled upon his father, I suspect he will be even more enraged. Ha! The more Xue Tian pondered, the more amused he became. In the Supreme Kai realm, Son Goku launched another punch, but Beerus effortlessly evaded it. With an indifferent tone, Beerus remarked, Son Goku, such a level of attack and speed is utterly insufficient. Is this truly your full strength? If so, I am sorely disappointed. Goku chuckled, remaining silent. Instead, he elevated his energy to its utmost limits and hurled a punch towards Beerus, moving as swiftly as light itself. This strike caused the surrounding air to be completely siphoned away, compressed and shattered in an instant. As Goku's fist approached, Beerus countered with his own. The moment their fists collided, a wave of energy surged forth, battering the surroundings. The air within a radius of several thousand meters was compressed and obliterated in that fleeting moment. Should a human have been present, the suffocating pressure would have surely been fatal. In battles of divine beings, mere mortals suffer the consequences. Even the Supreme Kai realm was not spared from this fate. The cyclone that swept through obliterated all flora, leaving behind a barren expanse, as though it had never existed at all. The old Supreme Kai turned to Whis beside him and said, Whis, please create a protective barrier around the Supreme Kai realm. I fear that if this continues, our realm will be left in ruins, perhaps even completely destroyed. Whis jestingly replied, Aren't you the Supreme Kai? Shouldn't you be able to create something? Despite his teasing, he waved his staff, conjuring a protective shield around the entire Supreme Kai realm. Bang, bang, bang. Goku's fists continued to rain down with unrelenting force upon Beerus, yet all his attacks proved futile, landing nowhere near their mark. With another resounding clash, Goku was propelled backward by Beerus's strength, soaring several dozen meters away. He then positioned his hands at his waist, forming a lotus-like stance, rapidly gathering energy as he shouted, Kamehameha. A brilliant white energy wave, over 10 meters wide and capable of extending infinitely, surged towards Beerus. In a flash, Beerus appeared above the Kamehameha, observing it as it passed harmlessly beneath him. Goku was taken aback, realizing that despite his expectation that the Kamehameha might inflict some damage, it hadn't even grazed Beerus. At that moment, Beerus raised his index finger, summoning a purple energy sphere the size of a basketball. However, as he lifted it, the sphere expanded tremendously, reaching a diameter of 40 to 50 meters. With a swift motion, it descended upon Goku. The sheer size and velocity rendered it impossible for Goku to evade. Goku, refusing to be complacent, braced himself against the descending sphere, pushing with all his might. Yet, the immense weight felt as though a multitude of mountains, no, an innumerable array of planets, were pressing down upon him. As he was gradually forced downward, he realized that should it strike the Supreme Kai realm, it would surely explode, potentially resulting in their demise within the energy sphere. Feeling a surge of unwillingness, he thought, Beerus is truly formidable, but I sense I have yet to reach my limit. With a roar, he unleashed his full power, causing the energy sphere that had been pressing him down to be pushed back inch by inch. In that moment, he gained further mastery over the power of the Super Saiyan God, channeling it to an impressive extent. Beerus, hovering in midair, observed this development with a hint of surprise. It was clear that he had underestimated the Super Saiyan God's potential. He had anticipated that Goku's power would be merely average, but it appeared there were depths yet to be explored. Goku cried out, his energy surging forth, shaking the entire Supreme Kai realm. From the cosmos above, unique sounds resonated, as the power he unleashed began to affect other celestial bodies. With another powerful shout, he propelled Beerus' energy sphere back towards him in retaliation. As the energy sphere hurtled back towards him, Beerus remained unfazed, his gaze reflecting anticipation and intrigue. Reminiscent of his reaction when he first witnessed Goku transform into a Super Saiyan God. With a casual wave of his hand, he deflected the returning energy sphere into the cosmos, where it exploded with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the terrifying energy from the explosion swept across nearby planets, obliterating them as if they were mere specks of dust in the universe. Those civilizations upon those planets would likely never comprehend the nature of their demise, whether it was due to natural cataclysms or divine retribution. Yet, such matters were of little concern to Beerus and Goku. Goku, panting heavily, gazed at Beerus, who smiled faintly and said, "Well done, you have exceeded my expectations. I initially thought that one strike would suffice to vanquish you. It seems my calculations were somewhat flawed. This is indeed entertaining." Goku, still catching his breath, replied, "Lord Beerus, you are as formidable as Xue Tian described. Truly, you are not someone I can contend with." "Xue Tian?" Beerus echoed, a hint of confusion in his voice. Hearing Goku mention Xue Tian, Whis interjected, "It seems the situation might be rather dire." The old Supreme Kai, perplexed, pondered Whis' words. Surely, having Xue Tian confront Beerus would be advantageous. Why then imply that it was a dire situation? Was there a concern that their powers might collide? It was indeed possible. Both beings possessed immense strength, and should their powers clash, not only would Earth face annihilation, but countless other planets might follow suit, potentially leading to the destruction of the entire seventh universe. Suddenly, the old Supreme Kai regretted having Xue Tian protect Earth. Had he not invited Xue Tian, perhaps only Earth would face devastation. Now, the implications were far more severe. The entire seventh universe could face obliteration. Whis glanced at the old Supreme Kai, seemingly discerning his worries, and reassured him, "Your concerns are unfounded." "Oh? Then what do you mean by dire?" The old Supreme Kai questioned, bewildered. "My concerns are hardly unfounded. The combined might of these two could indeed obliterate the entire seventh universe." Whis merely smiled, remaining silent. After all, he had not even informed his sister. Would he share insights with you? Furthermore, he himself was uncertain about the unfolding events. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, "Indeed, Xue Tian, my Super Saiyan God, is the one who taught me how to transform. Moreover, he possesses a multitude of formidable abilities." Beerus prodded his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "So, this Xue Tian is also a Super Saiyan God? And his strength should surpass yours?" "Yes, his power exceeds mine," Sun Wukong affirmed. Beerus, filled with delight, waved his hand and declared, "Very well, I shall seek him out." "Ah? No, that's not permissible." Chapter 49. Lord Beerus is truly powerful. "Ah? No." Sun Wukong immediately halted Beerus, leaving the god of destruction perplexed. If this Xue Tian is so formidable, why not allow him to seek him out? "Why not?" "Because you have yet to defeat me," Sun Wukong exclaimed enthusiastically. This declaration nearly amused Beerus, a being of such stature, unyielding in the face of calamity, had remained composed for eons, his expression perpetually detached. Yet now, he found himself genuinely entertained. How amusing. This Sun Wukong is indeed intriguing. Once he regained his composure, Beerus replied coolly, "If that is the case, I shall oblige you. Come now, unleash your full power. If you remain in your current state, I can assure you, it is utterly futile." He had initially believed Sun Wukong to be the strongest and intended to engage in a leisurely battle to draw out his potential. However, upon learning of an even stronger Xue Tian, his interest in battling Sun Wukong waned. Nevertheless, as Sun Wukong insisted that he must defeat him to seek out Xue Tian, Beerus was more than willing to assist, having previously contemplated introducing Sun Wukong to the divine power, lest he remain ignorant of it. Sun Wukong discerned that the god of destruction was now earnest, and he steeled himself, preparing to fully manifest the Super Saiyan God powers he had just comprehended. At the moment he expelled Beerus' energy ball, he sensed an enhancement in his grasp of the Super Saiyan God form. Perhaps, if he employed a different strategy, he might find it somewhat easier. Assuming an offensive stance, he understood that the first to strike would gain the advantage, a boon Sun Wukong could not overlook. When it came to combat experience, he was second to none. Ha! With a fierce roar, the crimson aura enveloping him intensified, swirling vigorously as his strength surged, restoring his previously exhausted body to its peak condition in an instant. Furthermore, an indomitable fighting spirit radiated from him, unlike any opponent Beerus had encountered before. In the past, Upon recognizing him as the god of destruction of the seventh universe, others had not merely lacked the will to fight but were often rendered helpless against him. How amusing, Beerus muttered, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Lord Beerus, here I come. With that declaration, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light, his terrifying speed distorting space as he launched a formidable punch. However, it was effortlessly evaded by Beerus. Sun Wukong was taken aback, completely unprepared for his punch to be sidestepped. He had elevated his strength to the utmost, and his mastery of the Super Saiyan God form had surpassed his previous capabilities. Logically, he should have been able to strike Beerus, yet he felt diminished. In truth, he had not weakened. Rather, Beerus was simply more serious than before. That slight increase in earnestness significantly amplified his abilities. Once Sun Wukong regained his composure, he swiftly adjusted and launched another punch. Yet again, he met the same outcome, easily evaded. Beerus remarked indifferently, "It is time for you to witness the power of a deity. Otherwise, you shall remain oblivious to it." After effortlessly dodging Sun Wukong's assault, he lifted his foot, and a surge of terrifying energy coursed through his slender leg. Despite its delicate appearance, a single strike could obliterate 10 planets. With a resounding thud, he kicked Sun Wukong in the abdomen, sending him flying over 1,000 meters. At that moment, Beerus had already appeared behind Sun Wukong, seizing him and tossing him aside as if he were a mere chick. Sun Wukong's body ached intensely, struggling to regain stability, but he found it utterly impossible. Beerus raised a finger, targeting the direction in which Sun Wukong had been flung, and unleashed a devastating energy blast that pierced through Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong instinctively cried out, instantly reverting from the Super Saiyan God form to his normal state. As he descended slowly, he thought to himself, Lord Beerus is truly impressive. He defeated me with such ease. The Super Saiyan God form is nothing before him. It seems Xue Tian did not deceive me. In a sense, Sun Wukong had been swiftly vanquished by Beerus. Previously, their exchanges had been a true contest of strength, but that was only because Beerus had not revealed his true capabilities, believing Sun Wukong to be the strongest. After realizing Sun Wukong was not the pinnacle of power, his mindset shifted dramatically. He had initially intended to seek out Xue Tian directly, but upon Sun Wukong's insistence on defeating him, he had released just enough power to easily subdue him, thus ensuring Sun Wukong would be convinced. The old Kai sighed heavily. Wukong truly does not comprehend the vastness of the universe, daring to challenge Beerus. East Kai, please restore his body shortly. Understood, ancestor. Whis remarked approvingly, this Sun Wukong is rather impressive, managing to wield 1/3 of the Super Saiyan God's power. Should his strength elevate to a few more tiers, he would not be so effortlessly defeated in this form. However, all that is now in the past. I truly wish for Lord Beerus not to seek out Xue Tian. The old Kai was bewildered, wondering how Whis came to know Xue Tian. Yet he knew that inquiring would yield no answers. Suddenly, a divine aura surged forth, overwhelming in its intensity. Whis looked up to see Sun Wukong, who had been plummeting, undergoing a remarkable transformation. A silver aura began to envelop him, coalescing into shimmering silver specks. Oh, could this be? Chapter 50 Is your Ultra Instinct also taught by Xue Tian? Oh, could it be? Whis looked on in astonishment as Sun Wukong plummeted from the sky. In the heights, Beerus observed Sun Wukong's remarkable transformation, his intrigue palpable. How can this be? Quite unexpected. It seems things are becoming interesting. Could it be that Xue Tian also imparted this to him? Beerus pondered. As Sun Wukong descended, he abruptly halted mid-air, mastering his body with an elegant maneuver. In an instant, his hair transformed into a shimmering silver, enveloped in ethereal silver flames. These flames twinkled with countless stars, symbolizing a force that bridged boundless energy, infused with a hint of divine essence that evoked a sense of longing. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong appeared level with Beerus, smiling as he declared, Lord Beerus, you truly are formidable. It seems I cannot defeat you without the Ultra Instinct. Beerus's demeanor remained unfazed, yet curiosity crept into his voice. Is this Ultra Instinct also a gift from Xue Tian? Indeed, it was taught to me by Xue Tian. Sun Wukong exclaimed, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Beerus mused silently. His suspicions were confirmed. It truly was that mysterious Xue Tian. Such divine techniques were indeed astonishing. When did such a powerful being emerge in the seventh universe without his knowledge? It appeared that after years of slumber, much had transpired. But could he also master the self-instinct? That seemed improbable. The self-instinct and Ultra Instinct were fundamentally opposite. One could not possess both divine techniques. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Alas, I have yet to master the Ultra Instinct fully. Otherwise, I could attempt to combine it with the Super Saiyan God form. Upon hearing this, Beerus chuckled softly. You dare to dream. Merging Ultra Instinct with other techniques is nearly impossible. This is a divine skill. If it were so simple, could it still be deemed divine? Furthermore, your Ultra Instinct is merely in its nascent stage. To reach its pinnacle, you have a long journey ahead. Sun Wukong misinterpreted Beerus's words, believing he merely lacked proficiency in Ultra Instinct, unaware that Beerus implied he had only touched the surface of this divine art. Yes, Lord Beerus. Come, let us fight. My current stamina cannot sustain the Ultra Instinct for long, but I shall give my all to defeat you. With a swift motion, he darted forth like the wind, silver flames trailing behind him. Upon hearing this, Beerus nearly lost his composure but managed to maintain a facade of calm. With a whoosh, Sun Wukong's fist surged forward, imbued with divine energy, striking fiercely at Beerus. Had this force been directed at Tangent Fan or others, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Yet, the adversary before him was Beerus, an entity who regarded the lower-tier Ultra Instinct with indifference. Just as Beerus anticipated Sun Wukong's strike, the very fabric of space quivered. Sun Wukong vanished from sight, reappearing behind him. With a resounding thud, a punch landed squarely on Beerus's back. In the instant Beerus was propelled forward, Sun Wukong seized his hand, forming a knife-like strike that struck Beerus's shoulder with a resounding impact. Ah! Beerus cried out in pain, his body descending rapidly. Lord Beerus, here is a strike for you. This knife-hand attack had been etched in his memory, and without hesitation, he retaliated. Sun Wukong's hands circled to his waist, gathering his energy as he bellowed, Kamehameha, wave. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished from his position, reappearing before Beerus. The Kamehameha he unleashed was not the typical wave, but a teleportation-enhanced version, designed to strike with precision. He understood that to defeat Beerus, he needed to unleash powerful attacks that would land. Otherwise, his stamina would soon wane. Clearly, he intended to employ the swiftest means to secure victory. Boom. The Azure Kamehameha crashed against Beerus's chest, propelling him 1,000 meters away, resulting in a tremendous explosion that reverberated through the surroundings. It was as though an unthinking demon wreaked havoc, threatening to tear the very fabric of time and space. As smoke enveloped the scene, Sun Wukong felt confident that even if Beerus had not perished, he must have sustained serious injuries. This was a Kamehameha empowered by Ultra Instinct, not easily endured, even by a god of destruction. As the smoke began to dissipate, a figure resembling a feline emerged, and Sun Wukong instantly recognized Beerus. In disbelief, he marveled at how quickly Beerus had recovered. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, he felt exhilarated. The stronger the opponent, the greater his thrill, signifying ample room for growth. When Beerus came into view, he appeared unscathed, his attire pristine, as if the Kamehameha had never touched him. In reality, the attack had indeed been deflected at the last moment, as if he had merely stepped back from the onslaught. However, Beerus acknowledged Sun Wukong's attack with approval, far surpassing the notorious Frieza, the so-called Emperor of the Universe. With an expression devoid of emotion, Beerus queried, "Is this all your strength? Do you possess any other divine techniques?" "Divine techniques? None left," Sun Wukong stammered, scratching his head in embarrassment. "None? Then this shall be the end." Whoosh. Bang. Chapter 51. Who is Xue Tian? Bang. In an instant, Beerus vanished without a trace, his presence dissipating into the air. A gentle breeze swept through the surroundings, leaving an air of confusion. To the uninformed, it would seem that Beerus had never existed. Goku surveyed his surroundings, intently sensing the atmosphere, but found no trace of energy. Turning back, he was astonished to see that Beerus had mysteriously reappeared right before him. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Suddenly recalling that he was in the state of Ultra Instinct, he felt a slight relaxation, knowing that his body would instinctively react to any impending attack. Whoosh. Just as his body began to respond, Beerus swiftly seized his arm, yanking him forward and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Goku's heart trembled uncontrollably. What was happening? His body had clearly prepared for the oncoming strike. After the blow landed, Beerus did not cease his assault. Instead, he unleashed a flurry of punches while remarking, "Ultra Instinct is indeed a remarkable divine technique, but you have merely scratched the surface. Moreover, this technique emphasizes evasion. Yet the effectiveness of your dodging is contingent upon your usual state. Your combat power in that state is far too low. Even if you mastered the entirety of Ultra Instinct's power, I could still strike you with ease. As long as my attack speed surpasses your evasion speed, I can hit you before you even attempt to dodge. The power of a god is not so easily mastered." Bang. With that, another punch landed on Goku's abdomen. Seemingly a soft hit, yet it caused him to spit out foam, instantly breaking his normal state. Beerus then casually tossed him into the realm of the Kais. The old Kai, sensing Goku's lingering energy, immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Beerus, for sparing Goku's life." He understood that Beerus was not angered by Goku's previous actions. Otherwise, Goku would have already been a lifeless corpse. Beerus, unfazed by this matter, inquired, "Where is Xue Tian?" The old Kai hesitated to respond, but knowing that fortune and misfortune are inextricably linked, he realized there was no escaping the truth. It would be effortless for Beerus to locate Xue Tian if he truly wished to. Earth, the very planet where Prince Vegeta currently resides, he stated, glancing at Whis. Whis nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, Lord Beerus. Then let us depart." Beerus positioned himself behind Whis, placing his hand on Whis's back. "Farewell, Lord Kai." Whis courteously bid goodbye before transforming into a colorful streak, soaring towards Earth. The East Kai took it upon himself to restore Goku's energy and injuries. While the old Kai contemplated for a moment, pacing back and forth, feeling it necessary to notify Xue Tian. He promptly employed his divine technique to communicate with Xue Tian. "Xue Tian, can you hear me?" Earth. On a grand wheel, Bulma and the others were joyfully celebrating, while Xue Tian reclined in a chair, savoring grapes peeled by Lan Chi. After chatting with Bulma, Android 18, and others, Lan Chi felt she could not neglect her master and returned to serve him grapes. Just as Xue Tian was reflecting on the joys of having a female disciple, he heard the old Kai's somewhat lecherous voice echoing, "I can hear you. Trouble is brewing." Xue Tian mused. "Is it because Beerus is coming soon? What trouble could arise? You've sensed it, haven't you?" The old Kai asked in surprise. But he soon realized that Xue Tian had anticipated Beerus's arrival. It was only natural for him to know Beerus was on his way. Xue Tian replied nonchalantly, "Not only have I sensed it, but I also perceive that Goku has already been defeated. If I am not mistaken, the East Kai is currently tending to him." The old Kai was momentarily taken aback. How extraordinary. It was as if Xue Tian possessed a divine sight, aware of events occurring far away, while he himself would have needed the divine ball to gain such knowledge. "Do you have a plan to deal with Beerus?" The old Kai asked with anticipation, hoping not only to protect Earth but also secretly wishing for Xue Tian to teach Beerus a lesson. "A plan, one could say I have one. Or one could say I do not," Xue Tian replied coolly. The old Kai was left dumbfounded, unsure of how to interpret such a peculiar statement. Just as he was about to inquire further, Xue Tian interrupted, "There is no need for you to worry about matters on Earth. Since I have accepted your kindness, I will surely ensure the safety of this planet." "Good. With your assurance, I can rest easy." The old Kai ceased further conversation, severing communication with Xue Tian, and then activated the divine ball to monitor the situation on Earth, eager to discover how Xue Tian intended to subdue Beerus. The old Kai had long been curious about Xue Tian's true strength. He always felt that Xue Tian might not be particularly formidable. Yet the demeanor he exhibited was shrouded in mystery and seemed powerful. Meanwhile, Lan Chi, filled with curiosity, asked, "Is the god of destruction Beerus really coming soon?" "Indeed. What does Master plan to do?" Lan Chi inquired anxiously, recalling her master's words that his current strength was insufficient to defeat Beerus, which could jeopardize Earth's safety. Seeing her worried expression, Xue Tian spoke with a hint of reassurance, "Do not fret. While I may not be his match at present, as long as I am here, he will not dare to wreak havoc upon Earth. We shall first assess the situation. If he behaves and enjoys the food, then let him be. However, should he cause trouble, that would be unacceptable." Lan Chi had complete faith in Xue Tian's words, harboring no doubts. She had observed over the past few days that her master never undertook actions without certainty. Every endeavor he embarked upon was executed with absolute confidence, as if he possessed foresight and knew all. Whoosh! A colorful streak descended, landing before them. As the luminous aura dissipated, they clearly beheld the forms of Beerus and Whis. However, apart from Xue Tian, none of the others had ever encountered these two before. Who is Xue Tian? Chapter 52. Beerus appears quite affable. Who is Xue Tian? Upon Beerus's arrival, he immediately inquires about Xue Tian, his intention starkly clear. Bulma and the others had already been apprised of Beerus's impending visit. And upon seeing these two figures, they speculated whether they were indeed Beerus or perhaps some other extraterrestrial acquaintances. As the host of the soiree, Bulma understood the necessity of hospitality, and she gracefully approached with 2 glasses of red wine. "Greeting, hello. I am Bulma, and I welcome you." She offered him a glass. Despite having lived for eons, Beerus had never encountered red wine before. As the wine was presented to him, his keen senses detected its exquisite aroma, prompting him to salivate uncontrollably. "What is this?" Beerus curiously inquired, momentarily forgetting his purpose for visiting. Bulma, taken aback, responded, "This is red wine. You don't know what it is? How could you not know of red wine?" Realizing they were not from Earth, she considered it quite normal for them to be unaware of such a beverage. "Red wine? This is my first time hearing of it." He took a sip, and suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being tensed as if confronted by something terrifying. Witnessing his reaction, the assembled guests instinctively grew tense. Although Beerus had yet to introduce himself, they were already aware of his reputation as a god of destruction who could wreak havoc if displeased. The thought of him not enjoying the wine filled Bulma with regret for offering it in the first place. "Ah, how delightful!" Beerus exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face, declaring that he had never tasted such a delectable beverage before, having sampled numerous drinks across various planets. Nothing compared to the magnificence of this red wine. Observing Beerus's delight, Whis, too, became intrigued and poured himself a glass. Beerus then seized a bottle of wine, guzzling it down as if he were a famished soul reborn, leaving Bulma and her companions astonished. Isn't he a god of destruction? Such behavior seems rather uncouth for a deity. Noticing their expressions, Xue Tian chuckled, realizing that Beerus, despite his gluttony, was not easily swayed by mere culinary delights. Beerus had become a god of destruction for a reason. He possessed principles and would only act if those principles were crossed. Even mountains of gourmet food would not sway him if his limits were transgressed. After downing a bottle, he continued to drink, eventually consuming 5 bottles before feeling slightly satiated. Suddenly aware of the astonished gazes directed at him, he sheepishly apologized. "This red wine is simply too exquisite. I couldn't resist. Thank you, lovely lady, for your hospitality." Bulma mused that Beerus seemed surprisingly approachable, unlike the fearsome persona she had envisioned. She was not alone in this sentiment. Others felt similarly after hearing about Beerus from Xue Tian. Initially, they had imagined him to be a ruthless tyrant, perhaps even more fearsome than Frieza. But their impressions were quickly shifting. Whis, ever the epitome of politeness, maintained a warm smile, akin to a long-lost friend reunited, which further softened their perceptions of both him and Beerus. Although Bulma had surmised that this figure was indeed Beerus, her curiosity compelled her to inquire. "Are you the god of destruction, Beerus?" Taken aback, Beerus responded, "Huh? You know of me?" Confusion washed over him. How could these earthlings possess knowledge of his existence? Surely, Frieza had not mentioned him. Despite Frieza's fear, he was far too proud to seek assistance or recognition from others, viewing it as a source of shame. "I may not know you personally, but I am aware of your esteemed reputation as a god of destruction, known for your capricious nature. However, from our interactions, you seem quite different," Bulma replied with a smile. The others nodded in agreement, perceiving Beerus as a peaceful, amusing gourmand. Suddenly, Beerus's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening. With a chilling smile, he declared, "You are correct. Should I become enraged, destruction may ensue. Planets and entire star systems could be obliterated." The gravity of his words silenced the room. A mere glance from him instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, reminiscent of their encounters with Cell and Boo, yet somehow more profound. Just as they began to reconsider their initial impressions of Beerus, Krillin, who had been preparing octopus balls, approached with a platter, exclaiming, "Special octopus balls, one of which contains mustard. Let us see who gets the surprise." "Ah, this must be one of Bulma's friends. Please, you go first." Krillin, engrossed in his culinary endeavors, had not caught on to the earlier conversation and mistakenly assumed Beerus was merely a guest invited by Bulma. However, alarm coursed through Bulma and the others upon hearing of the mustard-filled octopus ball. What if Beerus eats it and finds it too spicy, inciting his wrath? They quickly exchanged worried glances. Chapter 53. Because I am quite strong, Bulma hurriedly cast a glance at Krillin. However, Krillin was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of the octopus balls, pondering who might be the fortunate recipient. He was completely oblivious to Bulma's signals. Noticing his lack of awareness, Bulma promptly approached him and said, "Krillin, what are you doing with those octopus balls? It's not time yet. Take them back." Krillin was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Not time? The reward for the octopus balls was merely mustard, not the grand prize she referred to. He mistakenly believed Bulma thought he was talking about the ultimate grand prize. Thus he attempted to clarify. Beerus, captivated by the appearance of the octopus balls, which looked delightfully soft and chewy, inquired, "May I try one of these octopus balls?" Krillin, who had intended for Beerus to be the first to sample them, was more than willing and replied, "Of course." Beerus promptly picked one up and placed it in his mouth, while the onlookers held their breath, fervently praying that he wouldn't encounter mustard in the octopus balls. If he were to become enraged, it would spell disaster for Earth. As he swallowed the octopus ball, his expression twisted into one of dismay, akin to someone tasting fine wine, leaving everyone perplexed. Was it delicious or not? Had he encountered the mustard? His reaction was utterly uncharacteristic. If it were an ordinary person who had tasted mustard, they would have been screaming in agony, yet Beerus merely contorted his face, appearing to find it distasteful. However, he had reacted similarly after drinking wine, making it difficult for anyone to decipher his feelings. Yet, if one could easily understand him, he would not be the god of destruction, Beerus. Suddenly, a long howl erupted from his lips, sending shockwaves through the air, causing those nearby to experience a ringing in their ears. Fortunately, this howl was not aimed at them. Otherwise, Bulma and the others, who lacked martial prowess, would have surely suffered grievously. Beerus spread his arms wide, adopting the demeanor of a gourmet, and remarked, "The soft dough enveloping the incredibly chewy octopus. How did we not consider this combination before? The sauce is splendid. I am thoroughly satisfied." Whis, having tasted one himself, praised, "Indeed. Quite remarkable. I shall include it in our dinner." Hearing Beerus express his approval, the tension among the onlookers dissipated. They were relieved that he was not angered after all. Bulma sensed she had grasped Beerus's personality, recognizing that delightful cuisine could elevate his spirits. As long as he was in good humor, Earth would remain safe. With this thought in mind, she exclaimed, "Lord Beerus, today is my birthday party. I have prepared a plethora of delicacies for you to enjoy." Faced with such culinary temptations, Beerus temporarily forgot his original purpose for being there and smiled. "Thank you for the invitation, madam." Xue Tian, reclining in his chair, observed Beerus's cheerful demeanor and mused, "Could it really end like this? This fellow acted quite capriciously. If he was pleased, then Earth would be free from peril." Consequently, everyone settled down to continue the festivities. While Beerus sat alongside Majin Buu, the fat one, Whis noticed Xue Tian not far off and smiled in greeting. Xue Tian returned the gesture, acknowledging him. Upon witnessing Beerus and Majin Buu seated together, he instantly understood that the narrative was progressing as expected. Majin Buu was about to face some lessons. Majin Buu was voraciously devouring food, entirely neglecting Beerus. After savoring an ice cream, Beerus remarked on its delightful taste, while Whis, tasting a pudding, exclaimed, "Wow! This pudding is even more delicious, Lord Beerus." In response, Beerus picked up a pudding and began to savor it, nearly leaping in excitement. Truly delicious. Yet, as he reached for a second pudding, he discovered that a plump hand had already snatched them all away. That hand belonged to none other than Majin Buu. Whis, witnessing this, chuckled and asked, "Could you spare a few puddings for us?" Majin Buu paid no heed, continuing to stuff his face, completely disregarding the expressions of those around him, which left Beerus feeling unnerved. However, considering the enjoyment of the moment, he chose to remain patient and awaited Whis' negotiation. Satan, seated beside Majin Buu, felt embarrassed by his unreasonable behavior but was no stranger to such situations. He comfortingly said, "Buu, let us share some with them." Majin Buu immediately retorted, "No, they're all mine." With that, he extended his large tongue, slathering all the puddings with saliva, shocking Beerus. Whis sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control. Beerus's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, "Why would you do this? These puddings belong to everyone. So why claim them all for yourself?" Majin Buu dismissively replied, "Because I'm quite strong." Upon hearing this, Beerus erupted in laughter, finding it ludicrous that a small creature like Majin Buu would boast of its strength in his presence. Rising abruptly, he unleashed an imposing aura, a palpable tension filling the air, signaling an impending confrontation. "Is that your justification?" Satan, not one to shy away from trouble, quickly stood and approached Beerus. Bowing deeply to appease him, "I apologize. Please consider my request." Both Beerus and Majin Buu pointed their fingers at Satan simultaneously, almost in unison, declaring, "Get lost." A gentle poke sent Satan flying several meters away, crashing heavily onto a ship, his eyes glazed over and body rigid, his nose bleeding profusely. In an instant, both their oars expanded, obliterating the table and food into dust, accompanied by a powerful whirlwind that ascended into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Whis sighed in exasperation. "This is troublesome." Beerus regarded the pink, rotund figure before him with disdain. Majin Buu, sensing this contempt, became exceedingly furious and launched a rapid series of punches. Chapter 54. The Hand Fan of Beerus. Rampaging Vegeta. With each breath, hundreds of punches were unleashed upon Beerus, yet he effortlessly evaded them all, not a single blow finding its mark. The spectacle captivated everyone aboard the ship, their eyes wide with concern as the worst fears materialized before them. After a relentless barrage of attacks failed to strike the god of destruction, Beerus seethed with rage, bellowing, "Behold, as I send you flying." His colossal fist surged forward. Seemingly an ordinary strike, yet imbued with the formidable power of a Majin. Had it landed on the former cell, it would have surely sent him hurtling thousands of meters away. However, the opponent Beerus faced was not the youthful Cell of Gohan's era, but the formidable Beerus. Now, in the 7th universe, Beerus stood as the apex of combat prowess, second only to Whis. With a swift motion, Beerus effortlessly grasped Majin Buu's fist. The ever-unblinking Beerus was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. He attempted to retract his arm, only to find it ensnared as though caught in an unfathomable abyss, gripped by an insurmountable force. Beerus, with an expression of indifference, remarked, "I am a god of great magnanimity." In a fluid motion, he lifted Majin Buu as one would toss dough, and within an instant, Buu was rendered a blur, more nebulous than the dough itself. One thing, however, was intolerable. With a casual release, Buu soared through the air like a kite severed from its string. And after traveling several thousand meters, Beerus abruptly appeared above him, effortlessly clutching his antennae. Buu screamed in despair, flailing helplessly, unable to retaliate. Beerus continued coldly, lacking the necessary respect, disregarding the actions of others. He then flung Majin Buu once more, releasing him to drift toward the ocean like a fallen leaf. His cries echoing in the air. Beerus raised his hand, swiftly concentrating a ki blast, a shadow of a sinister smile gracing his lips as he aimed at Majin Buu. With a whoosh, the ki blast was unleashed. Boom. The blast collided with Majin Buu, instantly generating towering waves that surged hundreds of meters into the air. As he plunged into the depths of the sea, witnessing Beerus's display of power, the onlookers quickly understood the gravity of the situation. Beerus was indeed formidable. Despite Majin Buu's combat prowess being inferior to Goku and Vegeta, he was not far behind. Furthermore, Buu's lineage was potent, while Goku and Vegeta were currently stronger. They could not easily vanquish him. In a desperate struggle, the outcome remained uncertain, especially considering Buu's ability to absorb others, a repugnant skill that posed a significant threat. The gathered crowd was acutely aware of this, and their astonishment grew as they witnessed Majin Buu's effortless defeat. Bulma, quick-witted, seized a nearby pudding and raised it high, exclaiming, "Lord Beerus, we have plenty of pudding here. Please, do not be angry." She even assumed a maid-like posture. Beerus cast a disinterested glance, his boredom palpable as he replied, "I have lost interest. You may enjoy it yourselves." His indifference was evident as he recalled the purpose of his presence. With a chilling gaze, he scanned the surroundings and questioned, "Who is Xue Tian?" "Lord Beerus, please, today is my birthday party." Bulma approached him with a smile. However, Beerus offered no courtesy. Responding coldly, "What of your birthday party? I am in a foul mood, and this planet shall be destroyed. Farewell, everyone." He raised his right hand, conjuring a sphere of purple destructive energy, poised to obliterate the earth. Slap. Bulma, incensed, struck him without hesitation. The crowd froze, eyes wide in shock, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Bulma clenched her fists and shouted, "Can you not exhibit some manners? Today is my birthday." Beerus, momentarily stunned, stared at Bulma in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Was it possible that he, the god of destruction, the mightiest being in the 7th universe, had just been struck by one of his subjects? For millennia, he had never before been struck by those under his dominion. Meanwhile, Whis, who had been savoring takoyaki, was equally taken aback but quickly regained composure, merely chuckling and continuing to enjoy his meal. Once Beerus processed the incident, his piercing gaze fixed on Bulma, sending chills down her spine. Slowly, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Bulma's face. Bulma spun through the air, her cheek flushed, crashing heavily several meters away. Had he not harbored a modicum of goodwill toward her prior courtesy, she might have met a far graver fate. Though he spared her life, he remained resolute that the earth must be destroyed. "Mom!" Trunks cried out. "My Bulma!" Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The crowd recognized the voice immediately. Was that not Vegeta? They turned to the source and beheld Vegeta, standing high in the sky, riding the wind, fist clenched, his eyes seething with fury directed at Beerus. He had been present since Beerus's earlier outburst, having sensed it and chosen to remain hidden, wishing to gauge Beerus's strength. Yet upon witnessing Beerus strike Bulma, his rage overwhelmed his childhood fears, a fear rooted in witnessing his father humiliated by Beerus. Recalling those memories filled him with intense anger and fear. However, the sight of Beerus striking Bulma ignited a fury that eclipsed his dread. Chapter 55. Your power is weaker than Sun Wukong. The assembly was taken aback by Vegeta's fury, not merely by his anger but by his exclamation of "My Bulma." Throughout their acquaintance, Vegeta had consistently adopted a proud and aloof demeanor towards Bulma, never having uttered a single romantic phrase. This was a topic of conversation among the women when they gathered. Three women often engage in such theatrical discussions, regardless of the setting. Thus, Vegeta's public declaration of "My Bulma" astonished them, serving as an unexpected morsel of affection. Bulma, who lay on the ground, felt an inexplicable satisfaction upon hearing Vegeta's shout. A smile crept upon her lips, as she recalled that this was perhaps the first time Vegeta had openly displayed concern for her. In that moment, the slap she had received felt almost justified. If Beerus were to learn of Bulma's thoughts, would he jest? "Shall I do it again?" Beerus, having recognized Vegeta instantly, remarked with mild surprise, "Ah, Prince Vegeta. It has been quite some time." Vegeta, his expression grave and eyes aflame with anger, retorted, "Beerus, Earth is not a place for your whims." Krillin, overhearing Vegeta's words, was astounded. "Wow, I can't believe Vegeta is actually defending Earth." The others shared his astonishment. Since the battle with Majin Buu, they had noticed a significant change in Vegeta. The Vegeta who once sought to annihilate Earth was now entirely different. Though still cold and proud, he now harbored a protective spirit. Master Roshi interjected, "Vegeta is no longer the same as before. He now cherishes something far more important." The group nodded in agreement with Master Roshi's insightful remark. Despite his lecherous tendencies, which often exasperated them, they appreciated some of his sagacious thoughts. After all, he was the mentor of both Goku and Krillin. Without him, their accomplishments might have been unattainable. Beerus, hovering effortlessly, matched Vegeta's height, his expression far from pleased. He languidly stated, "Your father once served me by searching for the most comfortable pillow in the universe, yet he hoarded it and provided me with a rather unimpressive substitute. I trampled it like a dog, and should you speak out of turn today, you shall face a similar fate." As the god of destruction of Universe 7, he regarded Earth as merely a speck of dust within his dominion. The audacity of a mere insect telling him he could not misbehave was laughable. Krillin and the others were horrified to learn that Vegeta's father had been reprimanded by Beerus. Vegeta's lip twitched in anger, utterly unprepared for Beerus to recall that incident and mention it before everyone present. This revelation struck a blow to his pride as the Saiyan Prince. Especially witnessing the shocked expressions of Krillin and the others, inflating his rage further. The initial fear he felt towards Beerus was now completely eclipsed by fury. Clenching his fists, he yelled, "Ha!" A brilliant red light erupted, illuminating the area within 1,000 meters in crimson, blinding those on the ship. Pilaf and his companions exclaimed, "Wow, how dazzling! What is this new form?" As the light dimmed, they beheld Vegeta with red hair, surrounded by swirling red energy, his battle attire transformed into a striking red. This was the Super Saiyan God form. Just days prior, with the assistance of Goku and others, Vegeta had mastered this transformation, and his proficiency rivaled that of Goku. Beerus merely shrugged, unimpressed. "Super Saiyan God, I expected you to transform like that Goku from the Kaishin realm, starting from the first level. It seems you understand my strength. You know that those lower forms are futile." Vegeta's combat style had always been to unleash his strongest techniques from the onset unless his opponent was significantly weaker, in which case he would triumph in his base form. Having attained the Super Saiyan God form, Vegeta's confidence soared. He had been training diligently in seclusion, anticipating Beerus's arrival so he could confront him. Now, the moment had arrived. Clenching his fists defiantly, he proclaimed, "Beerus, I told you. Earth is not a place for your whims." Beerus, seemingly indifferent, casually scratched his ear and remarked, "Do you truly believe this Super Saiyan God form will allow you to defeat me? Do you not find that amusing?" In response to such a taunt, Vegeta's fury boiled over, and he prepared to charge at Beerus. Ha! Suddenly, a tremendous roar shattered the calm ocean, sending waves soaring hundreds of meters high as Majin Buu surged forth, his body emanating steam, bellowing in rage. "Ah! I am very angry. I will crush you." With all his might, he lunged at Beerus, but Beerus had no intention of playing along. He effortlessly deflected Buu's attack with a mere flick, delivering a punch that sent Buu crashing onto the ship. The difference in their power was stark. However, Buu's regenerative abilities ensured he would not perish from the blow. He could endure it. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Buu, thinking how such a weakling dared to challenge Beerus. The era of Majin Buu had long since passed. Vegeta propelled himself upward, unleashing a powerful punch. Beerus, standing still, merely turned his head slightly, effortlessly dodging Vegeta's strike. As Vegeta continued to unleash a flurry of punches, each was evaded with ease by Beerus, leaving Vegeta increasingly alarmed at the disparity in speed. Even in his Super Saiyan God form, he could not land a hit. Beerus casually remarked, "Your speed and power are not much faster than that Goku in the Kaioshin realm. In fact, I would say your strength is even lesser." Chapter 56. Witness the true essence of the Ultra Instinct. It could even be said that your strength is slightly inferior to theirs. Beerus's words ignited Vegeta's ferocious spirit instantly, prompting him to unleash a fierce and relentless assault. However, the damage inflicted upon Beerus was utterly negligible. With a resounding impact, as Vegeta launched yet another punch, Beerus effortlessly evaded, and before Vegeta could react, Beerus countered with a devastating blow to his abdomen, reverting his Super Saiyan God form back to its normal state. A rush of blood filled Vegeta's throat, and he spat it out. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Vegeta's Super Saiyan God form radiated immense power. Yet he was effortlessly returned to his original state by a single punch. Just how formidable was Beerus? Previously, they had witnessed Beerus easily overpower Majin Buu, which had already revealed his exceptional combat prowess, but they had never anticipated such sheer terror. With such strength, it seemed unlikely that anyone on Earth could withstand him. Even if Goku and Vegeta were to fuse, they would still fall short. Was Earth truly facing annihilation? Suddenly, the crowd's gaze turned involuntarily towards Xue Tian, who lounged in a chair. Perhaps only he could quell this tempest. His combat abilities had always been an enigma. No one knew his true strength. It was only known that he possessed unfathomable power, having imparted the techniques of Super Saiyan God and Ultra Instinct to Goku and Vegeta. Beerus flicked Vegeta's forehead with a finger. Vegeta let out a cry of anguish as his body tumbled like a ball, rolling several times before crashing heavily into the ocean, the water erupting to a height of over 100 meters, showcasing the ferocity of the impact. Beerus remarked indifferently, "This Prince Vegeta pales in comparison to Goku, who has mastered Ultra Instinct. You, however, seem to possess only the Super Saiyan God form. Quite lacking." As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings, searching for the one most likely to be Xue Tian. Upon spotting Xue Tian leisurely eating grapes in his chair, his eyes widened in surprise. "If I am not mistaken, you must be Xue Tian." "Indeed, I am Xue Tian. What do you seek from me?" Xue Tian inquired blandly, perplexed as to why Beerus was seeking him and how he had come to know of his existence. Had someone informed him? Perhaps Whis. Instantly, he dismissed that notion, as Whis had been commanded by the Grand Minister to protect him and had no need to expose himself before Beerus just to mediate. After pondering for a while, a thought struck him: Goku. Beerus had visited the Kaioshin realm prior, where Goku happened to be, and according to the manga, Goku had received a thorough education. Thus, when he displayed Ultra Instinct before Beerus, both Beerus and Whis would undoubtedly be curious about who had taught him, likely leading them to mention Xue Tian. Having pieced this together, Xue Tian felt he had unraveled the mystery. Beerus scrutinized Xue Tian with a penetrating gaze, making Xue Tian feel as though he were being thoroughly examined, which he found quite disconcerting. "Did you teach Goku the Ultra Instinct and the Super Saiyan God?" Before Xue Tian could respond, the area where Vegeta had been struck into the ocean suddenly erupted, forming a cylindrical pillar approximately 50 meters wide. A chilling purple light surged from the depths of the sea, causing the surrounding creatures to flee in terror. Those that ventured too close, including fish and sharks, perished without a trace of blood. Whis, momentarily pausing in his meal, remarked, "How surprising. One mastering Ultra Instinct and another mastering Self-Instinct." Beerus, hovering in the air, felt the aura and recognized it well. It was the Self-Instinct he had mastered, yet the energy emanating from Vegeta's Self-Instinct was exceedingly feeble, clearly indicating he had only recently grasped it. Vegeta slowly ascended, enveloped in a flickering purple aura, and approached Beerus with clenched fists, coldly declaring, "Beerus, your opponent is me." Beerus, taken aback, noted, "Goku has mastered Ultra Instinct, and you have mastered Self-Instinct. When I witnessed Goku's Ultra Instinct in the Kaioshin realm, I wondered if anyone could achieve Self-Instinct. I had deemed it impossible, as Self-Instinct requires true self and freedom of spirit. Yet, here you stand." He then turned his gaze towards Xue Tian, who reclined comfortably in his chair. "Did you teach him this too?" "Indeed, I did," Xue Tian replied calmly, his tone unfaltering. "You are truly remarkable, possessing both Ultra Instinct and Self-Instinct. It is astonishing." Xue Tian remained silent, for the most astonishing events were yet to unfold. Vegeta glared at Beerus. Commanding, enough chatter. Your opponent is me. Beerus harbored no anger at Vegeta's audacity. In him, he discerned a faint reflection of himself, perhaps akin to Goku, a passionate competitor, who would strive to challenge even those stronger than himself. Your self-instinct is merely in its initial stage, and you have not yet mastered it. Yet you are so inflated with pride. It seems this divine technique suits you. However, at your current level, you cannot compare to me. Allow me to show you what true self-instinct looks like. With that, Beerus's aura surged explosively, darkening the sky in an instant. Fierce winds howled, and the earth trembled as if in fear. Lightning flashed incessantly, resembling the harbinger of the apocalypse, while the ocean churned violently, more tumultuous than a tsunami. The once stable ship began to sway precariously. Trunks voiced his concern. Oh no, is the ship going to capsize? Whis waved his staff, conjuring a green energy barrier that enveloped the entire vessel, a precautionary measure to ensure his meal remained undisturbed. Chapter 57. A swift strike the skies underwent a dramatic transformation. As thunder rumbled and lightning danced across the heavens, a tempest arose, twisting into formidable tornadoes that entwined towering waves, heralding the onset of a cataclysmic tsunami, reminiscent of earth-shattering upheavals. Just as the situation threatened to deteriorate further, Beerus's mastery of Ultra Instinct began to consolidate, enveloping him in tendrils of violet energy that exuded an ominous destructive force. This purple aura crackled with electric sparks, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread in all who beheld it. The sheer magnitude of his presence alone summoned an overwhelming terror, leaving one to ponder the sensations that would accompany an actual confrontation. Although Vegeta did not harbor the same level of fear as an ordinary person, he was nonetheless deeply affected, gazing in astonishment at Beerus's current form. He was struck by the realization that this mastery of Ultra Instinct had likely reached its zenith. Noticing the shift in Vegeta's demeanor, Beerus smirked with satisfaction, coolly remarking, "Do you see? This is the essence of Ultra Instinct, and mind you, this is merely the first stage. My current state is but a perfected rendition of that initial level." Reclining in his chair, Xue Tian regarded Beerus's prowess with admiration, acknowledging his formidable reputation. However, he quickly contemplated the longevity of Beerus's existence, having lived for eons, if he had not mastered the first stage of Ultra Instinct to perfection. Perhaps it was time for a new god of destruction to take his place. Vegeta, absorbing Beerus's words, was momentarily taken aback. To achieve such power and presence at the first level left him pondering the potential of the second, third, and beyond. A fervent desire ignited within him, as he contemplated mastering the first stage himself, surmising that with sufficient time, he too could ascend to the higher realms of power. The more he considered it, the more exhilarated he became, convinced that one day he would undoubtedly reach Beerus's level. After all, if given the same span of existence, he could certainly accomplish it. Simultaneously, he recognized a sobering truth. His strength paled in comparison to that of Beerus. Without lifting a finger, the aura emanating from Beerus spoke volumes, leading Vegeta to believe that a mere flicker of Beerus's movement could easily spell his demise, much like how a single punch had reverted his Super Saiyan God form to its normal state. With an expression of indifference, Beerus maintained his composure, inquiring, "What will it be? Do you still wish to fight? Or will you step aside and allow me to destroy this planet?" Vegeta's mind snapped back to reality, a tremor coursing through him. He shook his head in disbelief, finding it somewhat ludicrous that he had entertained thoughts of capitulation. Clenching his fists, he acknowledged Beerus's might internally, yet defiantly retorted, "Humph, even if your Ultra Instinct is formidable, I will still defeat you." With a fierce resolve, he charged forth, his aura surging like a tempest, unleashing a cacophony of thunder and violet energy that shattered the very air around him, inducing a sense of suffocating despair. Beerus, somewhat surprised, had expected Vegeta to abandon the fight upon witnessing his mastery of Ultra Instinct's first stage. Instead, he was intrigued by Vegeta's audacity to confront him. Unflinching, Beerus met Vegeta's oncoming strike with a powerful counter. The collision unleashed a cataclysmic force, splitting the already tumultuous waters as hundreds of rifts opened up, revealing the depths of the ocean beneath thousands, if not tens of thousands of meters deep. The magnitude of this destructive power was so terrifying that one could only imagine the obliteration it would wreak upon a mortal frame. Vegeta's anguished cry echoed as he was sent hurtling thousands of meters away, fading from sight like a distant star. "Dad!" Trunks exclaimed, unable to contain his distress upon witnessing this spectacle. Glancing at Goten, who understood immediately, The two swiftly initiated their fusion technique. Fusion. In an instant, they emerged as Gotenks, brimming with confidence as they faced Beerus midair. Gotenks taunted, "You big bad guy, just a tiny pudding, and you're already fuming? Allow us to teach you a lesson." With that, he darted forward at high speed. Piccolo reacted, attempting to restrain him, but Gotenks' velocity outmatched his grasp, leaving Piccolo helpless to intervene. As Gotenks burst through the protective barrier, he was immediately assaulted by a crushing force, a sense of despair and suffocation washing over him. They quickly realized that Whis' barrier had shielded them from Beerus' overwhelming pressure. Now, free from its confines, the oppressive aura left them gasping for breath. Yet, fueled by pride in the recent humiliation of Vegeta, they resolved not to retreat. Transforming back into Super Saiyan, Gotenks suppressed the feelings of suffocation and despair, charging at Beerus with a fierce punch. "You big bad guy, just a tiny pudding, causing all this ruckus." The words elicited a frown from Beerus, who effortlessly caught their tiny fist, rendering Gotenks immobile. "Just a tiny pudding?" Beerus retorted. "If you desire to eat, we have plenty more." Why the anger? As Gotenks struggled to retract his hand, he found himself in a position akin to that of Majin Buu under Beerus' grip, unable to break free from the overwhelming force that held him fast. In a swift motion, Beerus brought Gotenks closer, adjusting his posture, and with a flick of his fingers, delivered a playful yet firm strike to Gotenks' backside. Thwack! A piercing wail erupted from Gotenks, resonating across the landscape, tenfold more anguished than Vegeta's previous cry. Being mere children, their resilience was understandably limited. Beerus, recognizing their youth, chose not to escalate the confrontation, opting instead for a light-hearted reprimand. Thwack! Chapter 58. Are you a descendant of the Void Era? Beerus continued to strike, uttering nonchalantly, "To you, it is merely a trivial pudding. Yet for me, it is an exquisite delicacy I have never tasted before. Do you comprehend what the finest delicacy signifies?" Boom! A resounding scream echoed through the heavens. Their behinds were now grotesquely swollen. Even if they were permitted to move, they dared not, for the slightest motion threatened to unleash further agony. Beerus, uninterested in further dialogue, delivered a few more lessons before tossing them onto his ship. "Children, remain still." As Gotenks fell to the ground, the two disintegrated into a cacophony of wails while clutching their sore behinds. Piccolo's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Beerus' combat prowess was truly terrifying. Even Vegeta, in his Ultra Instinct form, was no match, dispatched with a single blow. Gotenks was treated like a mere child, receiving a spanking that was utterly unimaginable. Whoosh! A streak of purple energy rushed forth at high speed. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was none other than the flung Vegeta. He launched a furious punch, shouting, "Do not be arrogant." Beerus remained unfazed, casually deflecting his attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Vegeta, his hand poised like a blade. "Son Goku also fell to my hand. Now it is your turn." Bang! A sharp strike to Vegeta's shoulder instantly dispelled his Ultra Instinct state, sending him plummeting. As he fell into Whis' protective barrier, his descent slowed, gently lowering him to the ground, thus mitigating some harm. However, he lay there, barely clinging to consciousness. Everyone gasped in astonishment. That singular strike had rendered Vegeta on the brink of collapse. Hearing this, Goku too had been vanquished by such a hand strike. Piccolo was the first to react, urgently instructing Krillin, "Quickly, feed him a Senza bean." Krillin rushed forward to administer the bean. At that moment, Xue Tian rose from his chair, gazing at Beerus above with a calm inquiry. "What do you seek, Beerus?" Beerus posed a direct question. "Are you the god of Super Saiyans?" Xue Tian smiled cryptically. "You wish to know if I am the god of Super Saiyans from your dreams?" Gasped. Beerus was taken aback, astonished as he questioned, "How do you know of the god of Super Saiyans in my dreams?" Lin Machin smiled mysteriously, flaunting an air of enigma. "If I were to claim I possess knowledge of the past and the future, would you believe me?" Beerus hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing Xue Tian carefully, pondering whether he truly knew the past and future. Was this a unique ability? In the vastness of the universe, many possessed extraordinary abilities, with destructive power being one of the most formidable. The Omni-King was a race endowed with such overwhelming power, currently governing the entire cosmos. Among them were individuals with exceptional abilities, able to perceive the past and future. However, such beings had either vanished into the void or perished in a great battle long ago. It seemed unlikely that such abilities remained. Could it be that the bloodlines of those ancient warriors had endured? This thought was not implausible, given the scale and terror of that historic conflict, where Beerus himself was but a speck of dust. Yet, perhaps some had indeed survived, possessing means of immortality, or had left behind traces of their lineage. Was Xue Tian one of those bloodlines? If so, it would be prudent to report to the Omni-King and the Grand Minister. Of course, if he could eliminate Xue Tian, that would be even more advantageous. Unbeknownst to him, Xue Tian was merely fabricating an excuse, while Beerus deduced far more than anticipated. If he were aware of this, he would surely commend Beerus for his perceptiveness, lamenting that he was wasted on the mundane realm of reality. I believe Xue Tian was taken aback. He had not expected Beerus to accept his claim. Throughout his experiences, Xue Tian knew that within the Dragon Ball Super universe, certain races or individuals possessed unique foresight, albeit limited to mere moments, incapable of predicting countless years. What he held was knowledge of Beerus's dreams, which encompassed a myriad of past days. Before Xue Tian could respond, Beerus pressed on. Are you a being from the Void Era? Xue Tian was perplexed. What did it mean to be from the Void Era? Was it merely a reference to his bloodline? Indeed, he possessed the blood of the Void, but that did not necessarily imply he belonged to that era. However, upon reflection, possessing such blood could, in a sense, qualify him. Yet, observing Beerus's cold demeanor, it seemed he harbored no fondness for those from the Void. While Xue Tian was not afraid, he was acutely aware that revealing too much could lead to complications. Chuckling lightly, he replied, no. Internally, he pondered whether Beerus was making judgments based on his bloodline. It was time to probe for more information. Beerus frowned, coldly asserting, if you are not of the Void Era, how do you possess the power to perceive the past and future? Who were your ancestors from that time? Or whose strength did you inherit? He contemplated the dreams he had of a being capable of vanquishing him, realizing that if this individual were indeed a descendant of that era, it could very well be possible. Remembering the battle from long ago, Beerus still felt trepidation. During the Void Era, the universe was yet to unfurl, and countless powerful beings arose silently, each wielding extraordinary abilities. Some could perceive the past and future, others could manipulate time, and some could exert mental influence. In total, there were 5,000 of them, among whom a few stood out: the pinnacle of destruction, the master of time, the embodiment of life, and the wielder of the 5 elemental forces. Later, amidst the 5,000 peak beings, emerged a figure known as the pinnacle of void. Heralded as the embodiment of nothingness, he created these 5,000 pinnacle beings, establishing order for them to follow. He designated their races. The pinnacle of destruction became known as the Omni-King race, the Time Masters as the Angel race, the embodiment of life as the Undying race, and the Elemental Masters as the Elemental race. Having grown accustomed to freedom, the 5,000 peak beings would not allow themselves to be constrained, leading to a great war. They united against him, ultimately leading to his destruction. In this cataclysm, nearly all 5,000 were obliterated, with only a few survivors remaining. Among those who lived, only 4 stood out: the pinnacle of destruction, the master of time, the embodiment of life, and the wielder of the 5 elements. Although the other peak warriors may lack strength compared to the 4 of them, any one of them, in this current era, would easily possess the power to vanquish Beerus. Chapter 59. The Battle of Divine Will. As Xue Tian observed the expression on Beerus's face, a thought quietly crossed his mind. Could it be that the beings from the Void Era were the archenemies of Beerus and his ilk? If that were the case, he certainly could not admit to such an affiliation. Although he had bound himself to the Omni-King and felt no fear towards Beerus, who could say whether there existed an even more formidable entity behind the Omni-King? If he were to provoke such a being, would unforeseen circumstances arise? The crux of the matter was that he was not a being from the Void Era at all. Xue Tian spoke calmly. I am not one of the Void Era. Rather, it is you, Beerus, who questions my origins, attempting to place such a heavy label upon me. I never expected a dignified god of destruction would resort to such tricks. Xue Tian understood that it was difficult to explain whether or not he belonged to the Void Era. He could not simply declare that he was not of this world, for such a statement would only further lead Beerus to mistakenly believe he was indeed from the Void Era. Therefore, he had to interrupt Beerus's line of thought, diverting his attention from this matter, and the best approach was to turn the tables on Beerus, prompting him to forget his musings. As anticipated, Xue Tian's strategy proved effective. Upon hearing Xue Tian's words, a glint of disdain flashed in Beerus's eyes. Humph, you reside within my 7th universe. Do I need any justification to destroy you? However, your claim of knowing the future and the past has piqued my interest. Oh, you assert that because I claim to know the future and the past, I must be a being from the Void Era or a descendant thereof. Yet, Have you considered that my mastery over the techniques of free and self-realization might imply I am of the angel race? Xue Tian replied with a knowing smile. Beerus momentarily faltered, a realization dawning upon him. According to his earlier judgments, Xue Tian could indeed belong to either the angel or the god of destruction lineage. This newfound curiosity compelled him to ponder why Xue Tian possessed such extraordinary abilities, along with his knowledge of the future and past. Yet, no matter how much he contemplated, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Ultimately, his primary objective for coming to Earth remained to seek out the Super Saiyan God and eliminate it. The reason for this destruction was simple. He felt displeasure and did not wish to allow any potential threats to arise within the seventh universe. As a god of destruction, the emergence of someone stronger than himself within his dominion was unacceptable. Such news would tarnish his reputation. Since you are aware of my dreams, you should also know the specific content of those dreams, Beerus stated, his voice laced with challenge. Xue Tian did not conceal his knowledge, responding nonchalantly, indeed. Very well. Let me witness your abilities and see how you intend to defeat me. Beerus shot a provocative glance at Xue Tian. Ding. Random task activated. Option 1. Engage Beerus in battle. Reward, Divine Form of Gold. Option 2. Defeat Beerus. Reward, Demon Form of Gold. Upon reviewing the two rewards, Xue Tian hesitated not a moment and chose the first option. The second reward appeared similar to the first. Yet the difficulty of accomplishing the task was exponentially greater, practically impossible at this juncture. Naturally, he would not undertake an impossible task. Option 1. Xue Tian affirmed silently. He had initially intended for his disciple, Lan Qi, to engage Beerus first, but it seemed he had no choice but to take action himself. Upon reflection, although Lan Qi possessed the techniques of free and self-realization, which could astonish Beerus, a confrontation would likely end in her utter defeat. There was no need for her to face such a futile endeavor. As for enhancing combat prowess, it sufficed to remain comfortably within the god-level power chamber. Employing the void technique, he soared into the air, standing at the same height as Beerus. Upon exiting Whis's protective barrier, the atmosphere felt as though it were being siphoned away, yet Xue Tian remained unaffected. With piercing eyes fixed upon Beerus, neither spoke. However, through their gazes, they exchanged a multitude of unspoken communications, simulating the essence of battle. The onlookers below, perplexed by the silence and stillness of the two figures, murmured amongst themselves. What are they doing? Why aren't they speaking or taking any action? Whis, who had been enjoying delicacies, ceased his eating, waved his hand, and a vision materialized before the crowd, showcasing the standoff between Beerus and Xue Tian. In response to their confusion, Whis explained, although they have yet to engage physically, they have indeed begun their battle. They have already commenced. Commenced? But how can we see that? Krillin and the others wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend how two still figures could be in combat. Is it possible their speed is so tremendous that we simply cannot perceive it? Even at high speed, they cannot merely stand still, was clarified. They are engaged in a mental duel, a form of combat that only those with extraordinarily potent divine wills can execute. It was astonishing to realize that Xue Tian's divine will had reached such remarkable heights. After merging with the void bloodline, his divine will had become exceptionally robust, continuously strengthening and intertwining with other divine powers, creating an endless reservoir of energy. This was one of the formidable aspects of the void bloodline. With a powerful divine will, one becomes less susceptible to falling into madness or being influenced by external spiritual forces. Take, for example, the case of Majin Vegeta in his quest to defeat Son Goku. He allowed Babidi to manipulate him, resulting in his transformation into a Majin. While Vegeta had willingly permitted this control, it was ultimately due to the inadequacy of his divine will that Babidi succeeded in exerting his influence. Had Vegeta possessed a divine will as strong as Xue Tian's, even if he had sought Babidi's control, the latter would have been unable to overpower him, and instead would have faced a backlash from the divine will. Of course, this was merely one aspect of possessing a powerful divine will. Countless other benefits existed. A robust divine will allowed one to perceive everything in their surroundings. With Xue Tian's current level of divine will, should he choose to extend it, he could distinctly sense the movements of any creature on Earth, even the minutest of insects. Suddenly, a radiant crimson light erupted from Xue Tian, his aura reverberating through the air, causing the sky to darken and thunder to crackle, as though the very space around him could scarcely contain his burgeoning power. Chapter 60. Xue Tian versus Beerus. The onlookers observed the transformation of Xue Tian, recognizing it as the prelude to his ascension into the Super Saiyan God form. With a whoosh, Xue Tian indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan God. His crimson aura and hair far purer than those of Sun Wukong or Vegeta during their transformations. The deep crimson of his hair, skin, and battle attire exuded an aura of might that was incomparable to that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Piccolo could not help but mutter, "This must be the most authentic Super Saiyan God." After Xue Tian transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he did not cease his metamorphosis. Instead, he proceeded to execute the Ultra Instinct technique, merging it with the Super Saiyan God form. Enveloping his red aura was a layer of silvery flame, the two forces intertwining and significantly amplifying Xue Tian's combat prowess. His current state was precisely what Sun Wukong had envisioned, a Super Saiyan God augmented by Ultra Instinct. Had Sun Wukong been present, he would have been astounded at how effortlessly Xue Tian achieved this feat. Indeed, it was effortless. For Xue Tian had mastered the Super Saiyan God form to perfection, as well as the Ultra Instinct technique, allowing for a seamless integration of the two. Upon merging with Ultra Instinct, a transformation began to occur within Beerus as well, as he became enveloped in wisps of purple energy, the essence of destruction. Their gazes locked, and simultaneously they propelled themselves from their mental confrontation into physical reality. Though their mental battle had been intensely fierce, Xue Tian found himself at a disadvantage. While his mental prowess was formidable, his actual combat strength paled in comparison to Beerus's, resulting in an imbalance when their powers were combined. With a rush, the moment they disengaged from their mental clash, both fighters leaned forward, their figures abruptly vanishing from sight. When they reappeared, they were merely a meter apart. In that instant, both launched their attacks. Bam! Boom! Their fists collided, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, as a terrifying surge of energy erupted from their point of contact, radiating outward. The force of their strike sent waves crashing upon the lake's surface, raising the water thousands of meters into the air, mercilessly annihilating countless aquatic creatures in an instant. Along the nearby coast of West City, fierce winds battered the shoreline, sweeping away numerous individuals and vessels into swirling whirlpools, their cries echoing as if heralding the end of the world. On Bulma's yacht, the recently awakened Satan received a frantic call from the television station. The reporters inquired about the unfolding chaos, asking if it heralded the apocalypse or if a villain was wreaking havoc. At a loss for words, Satan struggled to respond. The station's representatives, growing impatient, pressed, "Mr. Satan, are you listening? Hello?" After a moment of contemplation, and adhering to his usual spiel, Satan declared, "This is bad. The situation is dire. The signal is deteriorating. I must confront this extraterrestrial adversary," and abruptly hung up. Whis observed Satan's comical demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle. Yet he refrained from exposing him. Noticing Wis's gaze, Satan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In the sky, Beerus and Xue Tian stood firm, neither yielding an inch. However, it was evident that Beerus was not exerting his full strength, as he sought to gauge the extent of Xue Tian's combat capabilities. Conversely, Xue Tian had elevated his prowess to its utmost limits, fully aware that failing to unleash his complete strength could result in a swift demise at Beerus's hands. Thus, he held nothing back, engaging in a relentless battle. Having assessed Xue Tian's combat strength, Beerus allowed a smirk to grace his lips and remarked, "It appears you are not as formidable as I expected. I had initially thought you hailed from the Void Era or inherited the power of a peak warrior from that time. Clearly, I have overestimated you." Although Xue Tian's mental prowess was impressive, his actual combat strength was woefully inadequate, indicating that he was certainly not a product of the Void Era. Individuals from that epoch, even if they had suffered severe injuries in battle, would never be so weak. Moreover, based on the arrogance displayed by those individuals, it was improbable they would dwell on a mere earth. Unbeknownst to Xue Tian, this single punch elucidated the truth to Beerus. He remained silent, secretly gathering his energy. With a swish, he darted toward Beerus, fully aware that he could not match him in strength. However, surrendering or yielding was utterly out of the question. True to his nature, he would never capitulate. Even in death, he would ensure someone else paid the price. Beerus struck, effortlessly blocking Xue Tian's punch. Yet, at that moment, another Xue Tian materialized behind him. Alarmed, Beerus pivoted, delivering a powerful blow toward the second Xue Tian. But as he struck, the second Xue Tian disintegrated like a mere illusion, revealing the ruse. Bam! Ah! Beerus was struck solidly in the back by Xue Tian, propelled hundreds of meters away. Yet, Xue Tian did not relent. He lunged forward, resembling a tiger descending the mountain. Bam! 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 A series of punches rained upon Beerus. The technique Xue Tian had just employed was called Shadow Shift, allowing him to replicate his body into 4 copies, seamlessly shifting positions in an instant. This meant that even if Beerus targeted one Xue Tian, he would still be vulnerable to the attacks of the others, as each was a genuine manifestation, not a mere illusion. This technique resembled the afterimage technique, yet it was vastly superior, classified as a divine skill. A reward he had obtained upon completing a task 2 days prior. Upon acquiring this divine skill, he marveled at its might, as it blurred the lines between reality and illusion, rendering them indistinguishable. Bam! Another punch sent Beerus flying. With arms outstretched, Xue Tian rapidly gathered energy, ultimately culminating in a brilliant flash. Chapter 61. Xue Tian reduced to fragments in the climactic moment. A colossal silver energy sphere hurtled towards Beerus, who deftly neutralized it using the same technique he had employed against Son Goku, harnessing the destructive force to dissipate the oncoming attack. Swiftly, he positioned himself before Xue Tian. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What was that technique you just used? You appeared behind me, yet it was merely an illusion." Xue Tian, embodying the virtues of a modern gentleman, chose silence over revelation. He was acutely aware, having consumed a plethora of novels and television dramas, that villains often meet their demise through excessive verbosity. Death does not stem from the villain's actions, but rather from their own loquacity, revealing too much and thereby granting their adversaries the means to counteract them. Although Xue Tian held confidence that even if he divulged the secret behind his shadow-shifting technique, Beerus would struggle to decipher it, he understood the wisdom in withholding information. After all, if he refrained from speaking, Beerus might never unravel the mystery. And even if he could, it would not be today. "Lord Beerus, you shall find out soon enough." "Why the urgency to know now?" Xue Tian remarked, intentionally deflecting Beerus's probing curiosity, confident that his words would deter further inquiry. Indeed, Beerus ceased his questioning, though a palpable irritation lingered in the air as he inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and allowed the destructive energy to coalesce, the violet aura around him intensifying. "How infuriating! You refuse to speak. Yet do you think that will hinder my ability to counter you? How utterly laughable! In the face of absolute power, your techniques are naught but a paper tiger." As these thoughts coursed through him, Beerus materialized before Xue Tian, who had been on high alert. In that instant, another version of himself had already maneuvered to the left. Shadow shifting. With the combined prowess of a Super Saiyan God and the Ultra Instinct technique, Xue Tian's speed was unfathomably swift, evading Beerus's punch. Beerus was taken aback, having expended 30% of his strength and yet failing to strike Xue Tian. This newcomer intrigued him. However, he quickly regained his composure and lunged forward, delivering a powerful sidekick. In that fleeting moment, Xue Tian conjured 4 duplicates of himself, positioning them at the cardinal points around Beerus. The kick connected with 2 of the apparitions, but by the time he had executed the strike, Xue Tian had already transitioned to another position and launched his own offensive. With a resounding impact, Xue Tian's fist struck Beerus in the abdomen, propelling him several meters back. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Tian unleashed a flurry of blows. Boom, boom, boom. Beerus, however, was remarkably agile. His violet aura surged, deepening in intensity, and he summoned forth 40% of his power. Xue Tian felt the mounting pressure. Despite his shadow shifting, he sensed that his position had become exposed. His instincts proved correct, as just after he had transitioned, Beerus's fist slammed into his chest, sending him careening hundreds of meters away. In an instant, Beerus appeared behind him, seized his arm, and flung him with tremendous force, leaving Xue Tian dazed and disoriented. Perceiving the moment was ripe, Beerus raised his right hand, his fingertips aglow with brilliance as a massive violet energy sphere materialized. In a heartbeat, this sphere expanded to a diameter of 50 or 60 meters. Beerus executed a backward somersault, delivering a kick to the sphere, which subsequently split into countless smaller spheres. 2 became 4, 4 became 16, and so forth, resulting in a torrential barrage descending upon Xue Tian. Crossing his arms, Beerus regarded the scene with a chilling gaze. "I am eager to see if your shifting technique can evade this deluge of energy spheres." From the earlier skirmish, he had deduced that Xue Tian's duplicates were merely a manifestation of his position-changing ability. If he became ensnared, Beerus recognized 2 potential strategies: either strike all 4 duplicates, preventing Xue Tian from shifting, or preemptively predict his target location and act in tandem. With a thunderous cacophony, thousands of violet energy spheres rained down. Xue Tian, unable to stabilize his form, relied solely on the ultra instinct to evade. The technique proved formidable, yet his fundamental combat prowess was insufficient. Although the ultra instinct allowed for automatic evasion without cerebral deliberation, significantly reducing response time, his base strength was simply inadequate to match the velocity of Beerus's energy spheres. After narrowly dodging the majority, dozens, if not hundreds, of spheres collided with Xue Tian, reducing him to mere fragments amidst a cloud of smoke, obscuring the scene from view. In the palace of the Omni-King, a sudden discomfort gripped him. Engrossed in a pinball game, he erupted in fury, toppling the suspended spheres with a single sweep, shattering them. The destruction cascaded through the cosmos, leading to the obliteration of 58 celestial bodies. The Grand Minister, observing the turmoil, promptly approached to soothe the Omni-King. "Your Excellency, what troubles you?" He channeled divine energy to quell the burgeoning fury within the Omni-King's being. Should he succumb to rage, the consequences would be dire. Simultaneously, he unleashed his vast divine consciousness, enveloping the 12 universes, scrutinizing their affairs. Ultimately, he discerned Beerus suspended in the air, surrounded by a veil of smoke. With his divine perception, the smoke posed no barrier, revealing the chaotic scene. Xue Tian had been utterly annihilated. The once placid expression of the Omni-King transformed into one of profound shock. Chapter 62, The Immortal Body Pseudo, in the 7th Universe, on Earth. What were Whis and Beerus doing? The Grand Priest inquired telepathically within Whis's consciousness. Whis was taken aback to realize that his father, the Grand Priest, had noticed the situation here. He hastily responded in his mind, "Lord Beerus has encountered a conflict with Xue Tian, and I wish to gauge Xue Tian's strength," thus refraining from intervening. He was entirely unaware that Xue Tian was bound to the Omni-King. Should Xue Tian perish, the Omni-King would follow suit. Naturally, the Grand Priest would not disclose such matters to him. In Whis's mind, he believed that the Grand Priest's request to protect Xue Tian stemmed from his admiration for Xue Tian, aiming to cultivate his potential. Thus, he felt it necessary to assess Xue Tian's combat prowess, as long as he could prevent Beerus from killing him. However, he never anticipated that Beerus's energy sphere would obliterate Xue Tian. This could indeed lead to his demise. The Grand Priest hesitated momentarily, confessing that he too was curious about Xue Tian's true strength and abilities, particularly how he had inexplicably bound himself to the Omni-King. To a certain extent, Xue Tian had ascended to the pinnacle of the universe, akin to the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai. Anyone harboring ill intentions towards the Supreme Kai would undoubtedly incur the wrath of the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai were intertwined in fate. If one perished, so would the other. Thus, the God of Destruction was naturally compelled to safeguard the Supreme Kai. Similarly, the Omni-King would protect Xue Tian. "Father, I am going to stop Lord Beerus, but it may be too late. Xue Tian has already been reduced to ashes." High above, Beerus remained oblivious to Whis's communication with the Grand Priest, unaware that his life was teetering on the brink of oblivion. He gazed silently at the sight of Xue Tian's annihilation, his expression devoid of emotion, as tranquil as a still pond. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others were astounded by Xue Tian's demise. The very individual who might have thwarted Beerus was now dead. Lan Shi was heartbroken, preparing to unleash her ultimate technique to confront Beerus. However, she was restrained by Tien Shinhan. Tien understood that Beerus's displayed might was far beyond their capacity to withstand. Yet they would not surrender without a fight. But he believed it was not the right moment for Lan Shi to act, considering her merely an ordinary woman lacking in martial prowess. In Tien's mind, she was still that untrained individual, and what could an ordinary woman accomplish in such dire circumstances? Perhaps she would be swatted away like Bulma. Despite his disdain for Lan Shi, he did not wish to witness her demise. The Grand Priest observed the remnants of Xue Tian's destruction and calmly stated, "Whis, you are mistaken. This is not yet over. If Xue Tian seeks to battle Beerus, then as long as Beerus does not invoke the laws of destruction against Xue Tian, they may fight freely. However, their clash must not lead to the annihilation of the 7th universe." Whis paused. Had Xue Tian not already been annihilated? Why did his father say such a thing? Could it be that Xue Tian yet lived? Although it was difficult to discern any anomalies at that moment, Whis held great faith in his father's words. Most importantly, there was no doubt about his father's power. If he claimed Xue Tian was still alive, then he must indeed be alive. "Understood, father." The Grand Priest ceased his communication, seemingly withdrawing from Whis's consciousness, yet it felt as if he silently observed the unfolding events between Beerus and Xue Tian. Moments later, a breeze unexpectedly stirred at the sight of Xue Tian's obliteration. This wind was faint at first, but within mere seconds, it intensified significantly. The fragments began to coalesce, reminiscent of the cellular regeneration witnessed when Majin Buu was defeated. Yet, these fragments were even smaller than those cells, some as minuscule as a fingernail. It was truly astonishing. Vegeta and the others rejoiced at this spectacle. Lan Shi exclaimed, "I knew Master could not have perished so easily." High above, beneath the whirlwind's embrace, Xue Tian's figure began to materialize amidst a kaleidoscope of radiant colors. With a sudden flourish, the ethereal Xue Tian solidified into reality, moving his head and waving his arms. Had it not been for his pseudo-immortal status, he might have genuinely succumbed to Beerus' devastating strike. Truly, the god of destruction's energy spheres possessed overwhelming power. This was merely an energy sphere and not the full force of destruction. Had the latter struck him directly, his chance of revival would have been obliterated. The pseudo-immortal state could not withstand the force of destruction, yet once he attained true immortality, could he endure such destructive power? Perhaps. It would come down to a contest of energies. The stronger energy of destruction could annihilate a weaker immortal essence. These thoughts were mere conjectures in Xue Tian's mind, as he had yet to attain genuine immortality. Beerus, taken aback, observed the re-emerging Xue Tian and exclaimed, "I never anticipated you possessed such abilities. It appears that mere energy spheres cannot extinguish your life. You must possess a form of immortality." Xue Tian refrained from responding, not out of unwillingness, but because he sensed a surging power within him. Indeed, it surged like a tempest. He perceived that his current foundational combat power had at least doubled compared to earlier. How terrifying and rapid this enhancement was. The Void bloodline truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest bloodline, far surpassing even that of the Grand Priest. In just 10 seconds, Xue Tian's Void bloodline completely fused with his increased combat strength, and the overwhelming sensation of power began to dissipate. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Xue Tian's mind. If he continued to battle Beerus, could he not elevate himself to that level, perhaps even surpass him? This notion thrilled him, as it meant treating Beerus as a formidable opponent to hone his skills against. Ding. Selection complete. Engage in battle with Beerus to receive the reward, Divine Aspect Golden Body. Chapter 63, The Divine Avatar. With a decisive beep, the choice was made. Engage in battle with Beerus and receive the reward, the Divine Avatar. In an instant, an unusual technique surged into Xue Tian's consciousness, and a newfound power coursed through his body. Within his mind, there appeared a visage identical to his own, yet this reflection was not quite him. Although this version of himself appeared diminutive, it exuded an aura of formidable grandeur, radiating a golden light and adorned with a divine halo of gold. Truly, it was a spectacle of resplendent glory and brilliance, a sight to behold. Could this be the Divine Avatar? It certainly had an impressive aesthetic. While Xue Tian remained uncertain of the extent to which the Divine Avatar would enhance his combat prowess, one thing was abundantly clear: its appearance was undeniably striking. As for the power it might bestow, he would soon find out. For his battle with Beerus was far from over. Noticing Xue Tian's silence, Beerus frowned, feeling slighted. Even a clay figurine possesses a certain dignity. And he was no mere figurine. He was the esteemed god of destruction of the seventh universe. With a swift motion, his aura intensified yet again, enveloping him in a cloak of purple flames, an embodiment of destructive power. While this aura was not inherently aggressive, it served as a testament to his heightened combat capability, much like the golden flames of a Super Saiyan, which are merely symbolic of the strength contained within. Xue Tian, you indeed possess some skill. You have various tactics at your disposal, yet your foundational combat strength remains woefully inadequate. In the face of absolute power, what do your methods matter? Unless... He trailed off, refraining from completing his thought. Unless you possess the erasure power of the Omni-King, then you might truly disregard combat strength altogether. Xue Tian was undeterred. Methods? Allow me to demonstrate my capabilities. Beep. A random task was activated. Choice 1. Defeat Beerus and receive a reward of 20 times base combat strength. Choice 2. Utilize Beerus to double combat strength and gain the ability. Time skip level 2. Oh? A task has been activated? How surprising. Xue Tian exclaimed, genuinely astonished. He had merely intended to spar with Beerus, treating him as a formidable opponent to hone his skills. Yet unexpectedly, a task had been triggered. Upon reviewing the two tasks, Xue Tian felt a strong inclination toward the first option. Completing it would grant him an astonishing 20-fold increase in base combat strength, a monumental enhancement indeed. However, he recognized the improbability of achieving the first task, although his combat strength had significantly increased due to his void lineage. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could defeat Beerus at this juncture. Thus, he opted for the second choice. He was well aware that the time skip technique was the renowned skill of Hit, the universe's foremost assassin, who had triumphed over Goku using this very ability. On the surface, the time skip appeared to be merely a leap through time. In essence, it involved traversing a brief moment in a parallel timeline, allowing the user to suddenly reappear and deliver a lethal strike to their opponent. This technique, when wielded by Hit, truly justified his title as the greatest assassin of the sixth universe. Xue Tian recalled that the first stage of time skip allowed for a traversal of just 0.1 seconds in the parallel timeline. During Hit's battle with Goku, he could only execute the first stage of the technique a few times before Goku managed to counter it. However, once Hit advanced to the second stage, allowing for a traversal of 0.5 seconds, Goku was unable to resolve it. In reality, Goku's counter of the first stage was not a true resolution. It stemmed from Hit's habitual patterns of attack. In that brief 0.1 seconds, there was little room for correction, enabling Goku to predict Hit's moves and thwart his first stage time skip. Yet, once Hit reached the second stage, the 0.5 seconds became a significant duration for a cosmic powerhouse, allowing for numerous tactical adaptations. Thus, Goku found himself unable to counter the second stage, resulting in his regretful defeat. In truth, had Hit sought to vanquish Goku, he could have done so with greater speed, yet the tournament's rules prohibited lethal force, thus restraining Hit's full capabilities. After all, as an assassin, his techniques were designed to kill. Restraining himself naturally led to hesitance. Upon hearing Xue Tian's words, Beerus expressed intrigue. "Oh, what other methods do you possess? Please, demonstrate them to the fullest. I am eager to see if you can surprise me. Immortal form, ultra instinct, self-instinct, shadow shift. What else do you have? I hope you do not disappoint me." Beerus dismissed the Super Saiyan God and ultra instinct, believing these techniques paled in comparison to the ultra instinct. Xue Tian said little more, forming intricate hand seals and rapidly executing a complex gesture. With focused intent, he summoned divine energy, and in an instant, vibrant, multicolored clouds materialized around him, accompanied by the ethereal sounds of cosmic blessings, as if something sacred were about to unfold. Beerus and Whis exchanged apprehensive glances, their expressions shifting as they sensed an undeniable tremor of astonishment within. What Xue Tian had just performed was the divine avatar. Whis mused, astonished that he had yet to manifest the divine avatar himself. In the current universe, fewer than 5 individuals had achieved this form, and among the 12 sisters, only 2 had succeeded. Yet here was Xue Tian, seemingly capable of it. No, that should be impossible. He was merely gesturing. How could one of his current strength possibly conjure such power? Chapter 64. The Divine Technique of the Pinnacle. The divine aspect golden body. Not only did Whis find it implausible, but Beerus also deemed it impossible. Even he could not condense the divine aspect golden body. What merit did Xue Tian possess? What qualifications or strength could enable him to manifest such a form? It is essential to understand that the divine aspect golden body requires not only the attainment of divinity, but also immense combat prowess and a profound understanding of the divine aspect itself. Achieving this is infinitely more challenging than mastering the ultra instinct or self-realization techniques. As he pondered the impossibility of it all, a thunderous roar erupted from Xue Tian, divine aspect golden body. A colossal sound reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Asteroids floating beyond Earth were shattered into mere fragments in an instant. In the Kaishan realm, the Elder Kaishan and East Kaishan had been closely observing the situation on Earth. Previously, upon witnessing Xue Tian being obliterated by Beerus, they felt a deep sense of foreboding, fearing that he had perished. The Elder Kaishan lamented the impending doom of Earth, regretting that he had placed his hopes on Xue Tian, realizing his error. However, he never anticipated that Xue Tian possessed an immortal body, capable of reconstructing himself and returning to his original state. This revelation reignited a flicker of hope within him, especially upon witnessing Xue Tian's hand seals, which seemed utterly unfathomable. Though his thoughts mirrored those of Whis and Beerus upon sensing the cosmic shifts, he began to feel that Xue Tian might indeed be capable of condensing the divine aspect golden body. The East Kaishan, unaware of what the divine aspect golden body entailed, curiously inquired, "Elder, what is this divine aspect golden body? I can sense that the asteroids surrounding Earth have been obliterated. The power is immense." The Elder Kaishan showed no leniency, delivering a punch to the East Kaishan's head while scolding. "I have told you countless times to study the sacred texts, yet you refuse. The divine aspect golden body is a divine technique. distinct from ultra instinct and self-realization, it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate, enabling one to manifest a divine aspect that can vary in size at will, capable of expanding to cosmic proportions or shrinking to the size of a cell. Regardless of its size, the power it unleashes is exponentially greater than the individual's own strength. How many times greater, no one has ever calculated, for it defies quantification. It is among the pinnacle techniques of the divine arts. Who would have thought that Xue Tian could achieve such a feat? It seems Earth may yet be saved. The East Kaishan was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The concept of expanding to cosmic dimensions was incomprehensible. They were acutely aware of the vastness of the universe. Perhaps humans could inhabit his very being? If Xue Tian were to learn of the East Kaishan's peculiar notion, he might just deliver a resounding blow, leaving the East Kaishan questioning his own existence. Once the East Kaishan regained his composure, he nodded. It appears Earth is indeed safe. Beerus should not be a match for Xue Tian. He believed that if Xue Tian could transform to such cosmic proportions, Beerus stood no chance, possibly even crushed by a mere finger. However, one must not underestimate Beerus's strength. Moreover, Xue Tian's combat prowess would not suffice to expand the divine aspect golden body to such vast dimensions. To achieve that level, his foundational combat power would need to reach at least that of the Grand Minister, and even then, I suspect the Grand Minister may not be able to accomplish it. Then, Elder, what do you mean by saying Earth can be saved? The East Kaishan presumed that the Elder's statement was due to Xue Tian's potential to defeat Beerus. The Elder Kaishan clarified, from my understanding, Beerus has yet to condense the divine aspect golden body. Every deity yearns to achieve this, as it grants unparalleled power. If Xue Tian can indeed manifest the divine aspect golden body, Beerus would not dare to eliminate him. Instead, he would seek to learn from him. Though Beerus's pride may prevent him from asking directly, it will not be long before he does. After this explanation, the East Kaishan comprehended fully, nodding earnestly. He resolved to delve into the sacred texts, realizing that ignorance of such matters was perilous. Perhaps he could also cultivate the divine aspect golden body, thereby eliminating any fear of Beerus. The thought of having to bow and scrape before Beerus alongside the Elder was disheartening. Why should they demean themselves when they were all deities of equal standing? If the Elder were to learn of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly commend the ambition. Alas, the likelihood of achieving such a feat was infinitesimal, a mere daydream. Meanwhile, the Grand Minister, observing Xue Tian's transformation from the shadows, was equally astounded. The thought that someone with such humble foundational combat strength could condense one of the pinnacle divine techniques was truly astonishing. Xue Tian remained an enigma, cloaked in mystery, his hidden capabilities ever expanding. Previously, the Grand Minister had contemplated sealing Xue Tian, believing that doing so would safeguard the Omni-King. However, a grave concern arose. What if Xue Tian possessed a means to bind the Omni-King and then perished during his confinement? What if he had other means to delay the sealing? Such thoughts could jeopardize the Omni-King's safety. Weighing these considerations, he decided to refrain from immediate action and observe for a while longer. Each day, he watched Xue Tian's mundane life, eating and sleeping, with no apparent means of furthering his power. Yet, the Grand Minister sensed that Xue Tian was anything but ordinary. After all, one who could silently bind the Omni-King could not be deemed weak. Thus, he entrusted Whis to keep a vigilant watch over Xue Tian, ensuring that no harm befell him. Witnessing Xue Tian's divine aspect golden body technique reaffirmed the Grand Minister's decision not to intervene. It was indeed a prudent choice. On Earth, Xue Tian stood amidst the void, as melodious cosmic hymns heralded the arrival of his divine aspect golden body. Surrounding him was a symphony of ethereal sounds and vibrant colors, swirling around him like a celestial halo. His garments billowed gracefully, and with his striking visage, he resembled a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm, exuding an undeniable aura of majesty. Beerus and Whis remained transfixed, their eyes wide with anticipation, unwilling to miss a single detail. Chapter 65, The Terrified Piccolo. Boom. 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 The air was thick with energy as Xue Tian clasped his hands together, swiftly forming a series of intricate seals. Waves of divine energy surged around him, abundant and powerful, surpassing even the essence found in the king's palace. Whis glanced at Vegeta, who was intently observing the sky, and urged, "If you wish to stabilize your Super Saiyan God form, now would be the perfect moment to fly out and absorb the divine energy that Xue Tian is generating." Vegeta cast a skeptical glance at Whis, but the desire to enhance his strength propelled him forward. He immediately activated his high-speed movement, breaking through Whis's protective barrier. With his formidable power, he knew that as long as the attacks were not directed at him, he would remain unharmed despite the surrounding forces. Once outside the barrier, he felt the divine energy enveloping him, revitalizing his spirit and augmenting his combat prowess. Although this divine energy could not elevate Vegeta to the status of a deity, it offered a greater boost to his fighting capabilities than years of arduous training. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him in the sky. Deep in concentration, Vegeta was startled, exclaiming, "Kakarot, what are you doing here?" The newcomer was none other than Goku. Goku chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "Old Kai sent me. He said I could absorb the divine energy released by Xue Tian to enhance my strength." Vegeta shot a disdainful glance at Goku, mentally cursing Old Kai for meddling. As Goku began to absorb the divine energy, he remarked, "This is incredible. I can feel my power increasing silently and effortlessly." At that moment, Xue Tian's divine form was reaching its zenith, ready to be summoned. With a powerful gesture and a commanding shout, he declared, "Ha! Converge." A deafening sound erupted, prompting Goku and Vegeta to instinctively cover their ears and shield themselves with their own energy to mitigate the overwhelming noise. The resounding wave of sound, though thunderous, did not evoke annoyance. Rather, it instilled a sense of tranquility and purification within their souls. Boom! A colossal figure materialized behind Xue Tian, towering at 3,000 meters. Radiating a magnificent aura, he bore a grand divine halo of vibrant colors, casting brilliant beams of light that enveloped him. This divine luminescence wrapped around Xue Tian, exuding an air of sanctity and authority. Vegeta and Goku felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence, while ordinary onlookers collapsed in worship, fervently bowing and making wishes. Whis murmured, "What a magnificent divine form. Xue Tian truly possesses remarkable abilities." Beerus, with a serious demeanor, appeared lost in thought, yet his astonishment was evident. "I am utterly amazed. You have actually attained the divine form. I initially believed you were merely bluffing with a few seals to intimidate others. It seems I have underestimated your prowess." Xue Tian replied nonchalantly, "Did you not wish to witness my capabilities? This is but one of my techniques." As if in unison, the towering figure of Xue Tian spoke, his voice reverberating powerfully, causing the surrounding waters to surge violently. "Humph," Beerus scoffed, visibly displeased. "Even if you possess a divine form, what of it? Defeating you would still be a trivial task, no matter how formidable this divine form may be. It cannot alter the fact that your fundamental combat strength is lacking." With that, Beerus' aura intensified, the purple flames surrounding him thickening noticeably, indicating a significant amplification of his power. He swiftly charged forward, delivering a devastating punch aimed at Xue Tian. In that moment, Beerus appeared as insignificant as an ant before the colossal figure of Xue Tian, yet he understood that to breach this divine form, he must target the physical body. Xue Tian stood unwavering, unafraid, meeting Beerus' strike head-on. The immense divine form responded, its fist crashing down, causing the air within a 10,000-meter radius to be sucked dry. The sea churning violently, and distant volcanoes stirring ominously. Piccolo, alarmed and pale, exclaimed, "With just a casual swing of a fist, the earth could be shaken to its core, facing earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis. If this escalates, the earth cannot withstand the magnitude of their powers. It would surely be annihilated." Krillin, hearing Piccolo's words, hesitated, analyzing the dire situation. Meanwhile, Dend, not wishing for the Earth's destruction, lamented over not having met his grandson yet. Suddenly, he caught sight of Whis. Accompanying Beerus and having shielded them with his energy barrier, Whis exuded an aura of transcendence. If anyone could intervene, it would be him. Turning to Whis, Dend pleaded, "Could you please stop their battle?" Whis smiled gently. Ordinarily, he would refrain from interfering, but with the directive from his father, the Grand Minister, to ensure Xue Tian's safety, he had the authority to intervene. However, he was curious to witness the extent of Xue Tian's divine form's power. Simultaneously, he hoped to glean insights that could enhance his own abilities. "I am sorry, but I cannot intervene at this moment." Dend felt a wave of despair wash over him, unsure of what to do. Yet, he persisted, pleading, "Please, as long as you prevent the Earth's destruction, I will offer you countless delicacies." Whis' eyes sparkled at the tempting proposition. "Fear not, the Earth shall remain intact. Enjoy the spectacle of this battle." Chapter 66. The renewed shock of Whis and Beerus. With a resounding crash, Beerus' fist collided with Xue Tian's, and simultaneously, a colossal punch from the divine body struck Beerus, sending him hurtling thousands of meters away, vanishing like a distant star. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Beerus reappeared, and a massive purple energy sphere coalesced in midair, spanning 100 meters in width, plummeting towards Xue Tian's core. Unfazed, Xue Tian yearned to test the true might of his divine body. With a commanding gesture, he summoned a protective shield and grasped the enormous purple energy sphere. A thunderous explosion ensued as the sphere detonated upon contact with Xue Tian's divine body, obliterating one of his arms in an instant. Blood spewed from his mouth, for the divine body was intricately linked to his consciousness. Its destruction inflicted significant damage upon him. However, this injury, while notable, was not catastrophic. With a focused thought, he formed a hand seal. Instantly, the severed arm regenerated. The control over his divine body relied on both mental fortitude and physical stamina, with its true power rooted in his fundamental strength. Thus, as long as his core remained intact and his stamina was not exhausted, the divine body would persist, immune to complete annihilation. Once his massive arm reformed, Xue Tian lunged toward Beerus, aware of the divine body's properties, that it could not be extinguished as long as he lived. Beerus was undeterred by the loss of an arm. Remaining ever vigilant, he leaped nimbly to evade the grasp of the divine body. Though immense, the divine body moved with astonishing speed, outpacing Xue Tian's original form. As one attempt to seize Beerus failed, Xue Tian swiftly repositioned, launching a counterattack. A ki blast, colossal in size, formed atop his hand. With a booming crash, the massive ki blast surged towards Beerus, rendering him minuscule in comparison, almost obscured from view. The blast maintained its velocity despite its size and barreled toward Beerus, who, unable to evade in time, raised his right hand, conjuring a purple beam of energy. With a vigorous swing, he formed a ki blast of his own, which expanded rapidly to hundreds of meters in size. The two ki blasts collided with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves rippling outward. In that moment, Whis brandished his staff, erecting an energy shield around the battleground to contain the explosive force, thereby preventing collateral damage. Initially reluctant to intervene, Whis' curiosity about Xue Tian's capabilities in the divine body's power compelled him to protect the Earth from destruction. He understood that should Earth perish, Xue Tian, being a native, would undoubtedly be consumed by rage. As the two forces erupted, clouds of smoke obscured the view of the onlookers, yet Xue Tian and Beerus' vision remained unimpeded, their formidable powers rendering any obstruction futile. Xue Tian pressed on with his assault, driven to fulfill his mission through relentless combat, contemplating whether to treat Beerus as a mere adversary or a formidable challenge. With hands forming seals, the divine body's fist transformed into devastating hammers, aimed at Beerus. The latter, quick to dodge, narrowly escaped as one strike crashed into the air, creating a vortex that battered against the energy shield, hinting at imminent rupture. Whis, sensing the intensity, remarked on the divine body's prowess, acknowledging it as one of the pinnacle techniques of the gods, impressive in its sheer foundational power. Realizing he could not afford to continue this exchange, Beerus grasped that engaging further would only deplete his energy and strength. In a flash, he closed the distance between them. Yet Xue Tian anticipated this maneuver. Swiftly, he formed seals and propelled his consciousness, causing the divine body's hands to move with remarkable speed, blurring in motion. In an instant, a torrential barrage of ki blasts, numbering in the thousands, cascaded down like a river from the cosmos, each possessing a substantial diameter of 1 meter and enough power to inflict significant damage. Beerus, recognizing the imminent threat, refrained from underestimating the onslaught, aware that even a single blast could wreak havoc upon him. With a decisive motion, he released a surge of destructive energy towards Xue Tian, drawing ever closer. Xue Tian, with a cold smile, prepared to counter. Form and shadow transfer, he proclaimed, unleashing 3 illusions of himself alongside their divine bodies on either side of Beerus. Whis gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, realizing Xue Tian had mastered the divine body to an extraordinary level, a feat beyond belief. However, unbeknownst to him, Xue Tian's mastery had transcended mere proficiency, achieving perfection. Beerus' eyes widened in disbelief as the 4 divine bodies simultaneously extended their arms, harnessing the energies of the universe. Chapter 67. The unyielding strength of the void bloodline. At the moment when Beerus was taken aback, Xue Tian's 4 divine avatars simultaneously extended their arms, gathering the energies from the heavens and the universe. One of the divine avatars, Judgment Blade. In an instant, a colossal, multicolored shadow emerged behind Xue Tian's divine form. This divine avatar was already tremendously large, and consequently, its shadow loomed even larger, covering an expanse of approximately 2,000 to 3,000 meters. The 4 divine avatars, each casting their immense shadows, enveloped everything around them in a kaleidoscope of colors. Trapped beneath the four divine avatars, Beerus found himself amidst a pulsating light akin to that of a slow-motion bar. The Judgment Blade was a technique derived from the fused Zamasu, acquired by Xue Tian during a previous mission, and could be considered one of the divine techniques. Its power, while formidable, paled in comparison to the ultimate flash. Yet it remained impressive nonetheless. Most crucially, the attack range of the Judgment Blade was exceedingly vast, making it nearly impossible for Beerus to evade. Then, the four multicolored shadows transformed into countless shimmering points, reminiscent of the stars scattered across the night sky. With a mere wave of his hand, Xue Tian summoned the power within him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These vibrant points descended like a flurry of sharp blades upon Beerus, their speed surpassing that of shooting stars. In an instant, the barrage reached millions, perhaps even tens of millions, creating a dense storm of energy that could easily overwhelm anyone, even if it were merely a deluge of saliva. Seeing the deluge of attacks raining down, Beerus felt no room for complacency. While he had previously dodged Xue Tian's continuous energy blasts with ease, this onslaught posed a genuine challenge. The sheer volume of attacks numbered in the millions, if not more. Piccolo, Krillin, Android 18, and others watched in awe, their imaginations racing with the thought that had they been in Xue Tian's position, they would have stood no chance of resistance against such a terrifying technique. In the sky, Beerus once again amplified his power, channeling 60% of his strength. Enveloped in his destructive energy, he spread his arms wide, layers of destruction cocooning him as he braced himself against the overwhelming Judgment Blade energy. He knew evasion was futile, so he opted to nullify the incoming force with his destructive power. Boom, boom, boom. Millions of Judgment Blade energies collided with the shield of destructive energy, disintegrating upon impact, leaving Beerus unharmed. Clouds of smoke billowed into the air, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings became shrouded in a thick fog, reminiscent of a natural mist. This haze extended for hundreds of thousands of meters, a result of Whis's protective energy barrier. Without it, the entire area would have been engulfed in obscurity. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, "What terrifying power!" Sizzle, rumble. Just as he spoke, a gaping hole several meters wide suddenly erupted in Whis's already strained protective barrier. Instantly, an incomprehensible pressure weighed heavily upon everyone present, causing a momentary upheaval among the billions of beings on Earth, who gazed up at the sky in terror. Those with weaker wills fell prostrate, unable to move a muscle. This was merely a breach of a few meters, if it were to be fully opened. The sheer force of the four divine avatars would undoubtedly crush all life on Earth. Though Satan possessed some combat ability, he found himself closer to Xue Tian than anyone else and collapsed to the ground, visibly distressed, casting a desperate glance at Whis, his eyes filled with pleading. Seeing Satan's plight, the others quickly formed a protective barrier around him, shielding him, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and other ordinary individuals. In the sky, Xue Tian heard a mechanical voice resonating in his mind. Ding. Selection 2 completed. Borrowing from Beerus to double combat power. Reward. Phase 2 of Flash Technique. Already completed Selection 2 so swiftly? Xue Tian was astonished. He had scarcely engaged in combat for long. His stamina had hardly diminished, and even after standing idle for just a few seconds, he felt rejuvenated. The Void bloodline was indeed remarkable, restoring his stamina at an astonishing rate, as if he required no energy expenditure at all. Typically, utilizing a divine avatar would deplete half one's stamina, let alone manifesting the shadow shift and employing the four Judgment Blades. The consumption would be staggering. Yet he had only expended a minimal amount, recovering within moments. After a brief silence, Xue Tian decided not to dwell on it further. Learning Phase 2 of Flash Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host has mastered Phase 2 of Flash Technique. Now that he had acquired Phase 2 of the Flash Technique, Xue Tian was eager to let Beerus experience it beneath the divine avatar's influence. If Beerus wished to witness his capabilities, today would provide ample opportunity. At this moment, Xue Tian was utterly exhilarated. Despite the millions of Judgment Blade energies not inflicting even a scratch on Beerus, the latter had undoubtedly expended considerable stamina. Xue Tian was confident that if this continued, he could deplete Beerus's energy entirely, provided Beerus refrained from employing his destructive abilities. Otherwise, he would stand no chance. Xue Tian understood that although he appeared evenly matched with Beerus, it was primarily because Beerus had yet to unleash his full destructive potential against him. Defeating Beerus would necessitate either achieving true immortality or possessing strength magnitudes greater than his own. Only then would he truly stand a chance of triumph. At present, Such a feat was impossible, and he could only strive to accumulate combat experience against Beerus. Observing Xue Tian's assault conclude, Beerus withdrew his destructive energy to recuperate. Even though he remained uninjured, his stamina was significantly drained. Watching Xue Tian maintain his divine avatar, he inwardly cursed, pondering what manner of creature Xue Tian was, with seemingly inexhaustible stamina. Or if he was merely enduring. Gazing at Xue Tian's true form, Beerus noted that he displayed no signs of fatigue or any attempts to restore energy. He appeared vibrantly energized. Xue Tian exhaled, and the four divine avatars mirrored his action, unleashing a tempest that dispelled the mist. With a thunderous voice, he declared, Beerus, prepare yourself for what comes next. Chapter 68. I shall slay myself with a single strike. Beerus, are you prepared to face my next move? A deafening voice reverberated throughout the cosmos, echoing even to neighboring planets. Beerus, known for his ferocity and volatile temper, felt his countenance darken to a shade of violet upon hearing these words, his fury palpable. As the god of destruction of Universe 7, to be questioned in such a manner by one under his dominion was an affront of the highest order. In an instant, his enraged visage morphed into one of twisted amusement. Purple flames flickered in his eyes, unmistakably signaling that he was genuinely enraged. Xue Tian, however, remained undeterred. He could not fathom that Beerus would truly dare to obliterate him. He firmly believed that Whis or the Grand Minister would intervene to prevent such a catastrophe. In fact, he suspected that the Grand Minister was already monitoring the situation closely, ready to act should Beerus attempt to strike him down. At that moment, Xue Tian's hands formed a series of intricate seals, drawing upon the power of the four divine beasts, gathering immense energy from his surroundings. His aura surged once more. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others, bereft of Whis' protective energy shield, struggled to cope, especially the weaker trio of Yamcha, Bulma, and Pilaf, who were nearly gasping for breath. As Xue Tian completed his seals, the space beneath him began to pale and tremble, transforming into a cosmic vista. On the other side, Beerus also began to gather his power, sensing that Xue Tian's forthcoming assault would be far more formidable than before. In the Kaioshin realm, the elder Kaioshin gasped in alarm. This is bad. The universe is gradually unraveling. The East Kaioshin, puzzled, inquired, What do you mean? The universe is disappearing? They witnessed the familiar terrestrial space around them morphing into a cosmic landscape, indicating that Earth could no longer sustain the magnitude of their combined powers. Teetering on the brink of collapse. If they continued their clash, the very fabric of the universe might not withstand their might, leading to its destruction and a descent into nothingness. Into nothingness. The East Kaioshin stared in disbelief. Though he had limited exposure to the annals of history, he understood that the Void Era was fraught with peril, devoid of rules, a realm where the weak were devoured by the strong, and death lurked at every corner. If the Kaioshins were to find themselves in such an era, survival would be impossible, even with the formidable backing of the Omni-King. For in that time, those lurking in the shadows of the demon realm and beings from other timelines would likely emerge, plunging the universe into utter chaos. Elder, do you think you might be exaggerating? Even with their combined strength, they cannot possibly upend the universe and plunge it into the Void Era. The East Kaioshin asked cautiously, preparing for a potential confrontation. However, the elder Kaioshin remained calm, stating, These are merely my speculations. Only the universe and the two combatants can truly know if they can withstand each other's powers. Yet, given Xue Tian's rapid growth and diverse techniques, the possibility cannot be dismissed. East Kaioshin, you must immediately inform Xue Tian to cease his actions. Understood. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the potential annihilation of the universe, they could not afford to gamble with such possibilities and swiftly contacted Xue Tian. On Earth, in the skies above, a voice echoed, Mr. Xue Tian, can you hear me? You must cease your battle at once, or Earth shall face annihilation. It can no longer bear the weight of your powers. Upon glancing around, Xue Tian noticed the air around him was being suppressed, the surroundings shifting to a stark cosmic expanse. He contemplated, realizing that continuing the fight was unwise, even if he had not yet reached his peak excitement. Yet, despite his musings, his aura remained unyielding. Seeing his indifference, the elder Kaioshin urgently implored, Mr. Xue Tian, you promised me that you would protect Earth. If you destroy it in your battle, it would be a betrayal of your word. Xue Tian's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that the elder Kaioshin would still recall this matter, nearly forgetting it himself. But upon reflection, he realized that the elder had been the one to remind him, and thus it was impossible to forget. He replied nonchalantly, Very well. I suppose I cannot argue against such matters. In an instant, his aura retracted, and the four divine beasts' form dissipated, returning him to a normal state. Beerus, witnessing this change, raised an eyebrow in confusion and questioned, "What are you doing? Did you not have more techniques to showcase?" "I was prepared for a display." Xue Tian responded coolly, "Indeed. I have techniques to demonstrate, but Earth can no longer sustain our powers. I made a promise to the Elder Kaioshin to protect this planet. Thus, this battle is hereby suspended." Beerus was immediately displeased, coldly retorting, "I am the god of destruction of Universe 7. I dictate the terms in this universe. What is the destruction of a mere Earth to me? This battle cannot simply be called off at your whim. You lack the authority to make such a decision." With that, his energy surged once more, indicating his readiness to attack Xue Tian. Both were aggrieved, and Xue Tian shouted, "Beerus, do not test my patience. Do not assume I fear you. Should you provoke me further, I would rather strike myself down." The onlookers were left utterly bewildered, confusedly staring at Xue Tian, their minds reeling. Was he truly suggesting he would slay himself? Wasn't it supposed to be Beerus who would face such a fate? Beerus, too, was momentarily lost, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Xue Tian's words. However, he soon processed the implication, chuckling derisively. "Oh, is that so? Well, that sounds rather amusing. Go ahead. Strike yourself down." He believed Xue Tian had misspoken. In truth, Xue Tian had not erred. Regardless of his irritation, he would not misstate his words. "Very well. I shall strike myself down this very moment." Chapter 69. What's wrong with having a powerful backing? Fine. I might as well slap myself to death right now. With this declaration, Xue Tian raised his hand, aiming it at his forehead, poised to strike. Beerus observed this bizarre behavior with confusion, questioning the intent behind such an act. Was he attempting to threaten me with suicide? Yet, how could such a desperate act pose any threat to me? While I do find you somewhat intriguing, I am not swayed by your self-destructive intentions. Suddenly, Xue Tian's aura surged dramatically. His body expanded rapidly, energy swelling like an overinflated balloon. It seemed he was on the verge of self-detonation. The Grand Priest, hidden in the shadows, was taken aback by the seriousness of the situation. Initially, he dismissed Xue Tian's suicidal remarks as mere jest, but it became increasingly clear that he was not joking. Without delay, he sent a telepathic message to Whis. "Whis, what are you waiting for? Go stop Xue Tian. If he truly goes through with this, we shall all face the consequences." Whis had been curious to see if Xue Tian would indeed choose self-destruction. In his view, if Xue Tian did take such a step, it would not concern him directly, as his duty was merely to protect him, not to prevent him from ending his own life. However, upon hearing the Grand Priest's urgent words, Whis snapped back to reality. In an instant, he appeared before Xue Tian, his demeanor calm and refined. "Mr. Xue Tian, please calm down. Let us discuss this matter peacefully." Xue Tian was aware of the Grand Priest's presence, having sensed his hidden observation. He surmised that the Grand Priest was gauging his resolve to see if he would truly go through with suicide. Yet, the Grand Priest was clearly apprehensive. He feared the ramifications of Xue Tian's potential demise. Another consideration was the Grand Priest's desire to maintain his dignity, as he served the Omni-King, not himself. If he were to be summoned every time Xue Tian resorted to such threats, it would undermine his stature among the other gods of destruction and angels. Xue Tian, undeterred by these dynamics, recognized that Whis' appearance was sufficient for his purposes. Regardless, he noted the Grand Priest's apprehensions. After all, should the Omni-King decide to erase everything in a fit of childish impulse at the last moment, no one would emerge unscathed. Beerus, puzzled by Whis' sudden intervention, questioned, "Whis, what are you doing? If he wants to die, let him. Isn't that beneficial for us?" The Grand Priest, overhearing Beerus' audacious remark, felt an intense urge to strike him down. At that moment, Beerus experienced an unsettling chill, as if foreboding danger loomed. This unexpected feeling confused him. He was a god of destruction, renowned for his strength and ability to sense impending threats. Yet, he had just felt an inexplicable fear. Could this sense of dread stem from Whis' intervention? Impossible. Even if Whis was more powerful, he could not instill such fear. Whis maintained his serene expression, addressing Beerus with a smile. "Lord Beerus, Xue Tian cannot die." In truth, Whis himself was puzzled by the situation. Protecting Xue Tian was one thing, but why should he prevent him from taking his own life? After all, it was his own choice. Why not? Beerus inquired, perplexed. "Do you wish to learn his divine form? That technique is not easily mastered. After years of training and studying countless divine records, you have yet to grasp it. How could he possibly teach you?" Despite his words, Beerus harbored a desire to learn that divine technique. However, Pride and the recent conflict with Xue Tian held him back from admitting such a wish. Whis, having spent many years with Beerus, understood his thoughts well. It is not that. It is simply that Xue Tian cannot perish. Disregarding further explanations, he turned to Xue Tian, speaking calmly. Mr. Xue Tian, please lower your hand. We can discuss this matter rationally. If you do not wish to fight, then don't. Lord Beerus will not destroy Earth. Whis. It seems you are intruding upon my duties. Have you forgotten the Angel's Code? Beerus retorted, annoyed. His decision to destroy or spare the Earth was his alone, and Whis had no right to dictate otherwise. However, Whis appeared unfazed by Beerus's outburst, his focus solely on Xue Tian. As long as Xue Tian refrained from suicide, he believed the rest could be managed. With the Grand Priest's backing, he felt confident in his ability to intervene, even if it meant bending the rules a little. Gradually, Xue Tian lowered his hand, stating coolly, if you want me to refrain from self-destruction, then Beerus must apologize to me. He intended to demonstrate to Beerus that challenging him was not a simple matter, no matter the disparity in their powers. You must apologize. I have a powerful backing. So what is wrong with being a bit arrogant? Unwilling to comply? Then let the Omni-King come to serve you. As someone who had traversed worlds, Xue Tian felt it necessary to assert himself. Otherwise, he would be failing all others who had made similar journeys. If he were to cower or show mercy in every situation, he might as well be a saint. What? Beerus exploded in fury, leaping high, his eyes blazing with purple flames. Was he mishearing Xue Tian? Or had Xue Tian truly made such a demand? Whis had intervened to prevent his suicide. Yet Xue Tian was now asking for an apology. No, this was a blatant threat. He was using suicide to coerce Whis. Once he regained his composure, Beerus smirked. Whis. He is threatening you with his suicide. Whis, slightly displeased, pondered silently. After countless years of existence, this was the first time he had been threatened in such a manner. He contemplated, if Xue Tian wished to end his own life, then so be it. He would not interfere. However, before he could dwell further on this, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Whis, do you intend to disobey my orders? Or is it? Chapter 70. Whispers of Mortality Whisper. Vis. Do you desire to forsake your existence? Or perhaps, you wish to abandon your celestial form and reincarnate as an ordinary human, enduring the burdens of suffering and the cycle of life? The chilling words struck Vis like a thunderclap. The mere thought of relinquishing his angelic lineage to become mortal was terrifying. To be bound by a finite lifespan, to be ensnared by mundane concerns, to possess limited power, such notions sent shivers down his spine. In a frenzy, he hurriedly confessed to his father within his mind, Father, I acknowledge my error. I shall intervene immediately. Vis held no doubt regarding the High Priestess' words. Despite the High Priest's outwardly amiable demeanor, everyone knew that he was a true master of severing desires and emotions. Indifference and affection, joy and anger, each was a mere thought away. Should the High Priest choose to act, his words would be followed by inevitable consequences. To challenge him would lead to but one outcome, death. Even if one were a child of the High Priest, the fate would remain unchanged. Once more, the High Priest's voice echoed coldly in Vis's consciousness. Vis. Heed my warning. Should Xue Tian choose to end his life or face any misfortune, you shall obliterate your own angelic essence. A sharp reprimand, though merely a thought, penetrated deeply into Vis's heart, instilling a profound fear of defiance within him. In that instant, the pride that once resided in Vis's heart diminished, and his previously feigned smile transformed into a genuine expression of warmth. Indeed, Vis had long maintained an appearance of friendliness and cheerfulness, but it was merely an act, a reflection of his desire to emulate his father. Aspiring to ascend to such heights as his father, he had failed to recognize that the chasm between them could not be bridged by mere imitation of expressions or habits. Mr. Xue Tian, your request is acceptable. Provided you do not take your own life, everything else can be discussed. Beerus suddenly froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. Vis, have you lost your senses? Are you aware of what he has demanded? He has asked for an apology. Can you not see that his actions are a threat against you? Vis smiled gently, gazing at Beerus. Lord Beerus, if Mr. Xue Tian requires your apology, then I implore you to oblige. Beerus furrowed his brows deeply, his ears almost twisting in agitation, reflecting his inner turmoil. The onlookers, witnessing the unexpected turn of events, were equally astonished. Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, an exalted being. Being asked to apologize was a greater challenge than demanding the same from Vegeta, a feat tenfold, or even 100-fold more difficult. They pondered. As long as Beerus spared the Earth, why must he be compelled to apologize? Was this not provoking him further? Even the old Supreme Kai, upon hearing Xue Tian's words, shouted incessantly, yet Xue Tian paid no heed, as though the words had been carried away by the wind. Beerus, arms crossed, remained unmoved, turning his face away with a dismissive tone. You expect me to apologize? That is inconceivable. Furrowing his brow, Xue Tian's lips curled downward slightly. If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss. He raised his hand. Immediately, Whis interposed with his staff, speaking rapidly. Mr. Xue Tian, please grant me a moment. I will persuade Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, in this matter, you have indeed acted rashly. Please extend your apology to Mr. Xue Tian. Beerus, momentarily releasing his grip, clenched his fists, unleashing an aura of terrifying destructive power, exclaiming, Whis, you not only interfere with my duties, but also insult me. After all these years of cohabitation, when have you ever witnessed my apology? Furthermore, why do you heed his words? He threatens you, and you comply? Do you truly believe that if he dies, you shall perish as well? A faint smile graced Whis' lips as he replied, Indeed. Boom. The atmosphere thickened as Beerus and those present froze momentarily, their hearts quaking in disbelief. What did this mean? If Xue Tian were to die, Whis would follow suit? Surely, this was no jest. Beerus found it incredulous. He had never heard of angels being bound to anyone's life. Gods of destruction were tied to Supreme Kais, a balance orchestrated by the Omni-King due to their powers being granted by him. However, angels, while serving the gods of destruction, were not wholly governed by the Omni-King. This implied that the Omni-King could not employ the same tactics of control over angels as he did with the gods of destruction. Even if he tried, would the high priest remain passive? Regardless of his ruthlessness, the angels were his kin. He would never allow his lineage to be obliterated by another. Thus, Beerus believed Whis was jesting. Whis, you jest. Not at all. Whis replied, his expression unwavering, maintaining his smile. Yet, after years of companionship, Beerus understood him well. This smile was merely a facade, not born of sincere joy. Whis felt a deep sorrow, despite being the beloved son of his father. The latter demanded he renounce his angelic bloodline for the sake of this individual, subjecting him to the cycle of suffering. It was utterly perplexing. Was it truly as Lord Pat had once suggested, that this individual was the illegitimate child of his father? Even if he were an illegitimate child, such treatment seemed unconscionable. In that moment, Whis' heart ached. Beerus lingered in indecision, though he could not fathom why Xue Tian's demise would affect Whis. The sincerity in Whis' demeanor was undeniable. Faced with the choice between Whis' life and his own pride, the decision weighed heavily upon him. Pride? Whis' life. Was he truly to apologize? Yet, without an apology, this individual would take his own life, and Whis would follow. Drawing a deep breath, he looked at Whis, who wore a smile devoid of any other discernible emotion or intention. Even Beerus could not discern what Whis was truly contemplating. Still, he sensed the underlying sorrow within Whis. At such heights, emotions often remain concealed. With a heavy sigh, Beerus ultimately resolved, Very well, I shall apologize. Chapter 71. Beerus' epiphany. In a moment of insight. In an instant, the towering pride within Beerus crumbled by half. Yet it was all done in the name of friendship. For the sake of camaraderie, he relinquished his haughty veneer. Turning to Xue Tian, his face cold and resolute, he warned, Though I do not comprehend why your death should concern Whis, I advise you to stay alive. Should you cause Whis' demise, I will tear you from the depths of hell, subjecting you to the flames of destruction, roasting you ceaselessly, making you endure the boundless inferno. Am I clear? Suddenly, Xue Tian interrupted him, stepping forward to speak. Sorry, he said, cutting off Beerus' words. Beerus cast a surprised glance at him. Puzzled by the abrupt interruption, wasn't he an apology what he desired? Why now? Xue Tian smiled faintly. His intention in prompting Beerus' apology wasn't he out of mercy or conscience, but because he saw that Beerus was a man of principle. He valued loyalty, willing to sacrifice dignity for Whis' life. Having traversed from the real world, he understood the character of Beerus from the anime, an entity surpassing Vegeta in arrogance, and the destruction god of the seventh universe, an ultimate being. Unlike others, Beerus had never bowed nor apologized, a testament to his supreme pride and ego. To see him now bow and apologize openly, especially before the entire earth, was an act of profound humility, an insult to his dignity. For Whis, who was willing to accept this for Whis' safety, it demonstrated that Beerus was also a man of deep loyalty. Xue Tian admired such a person, reminiscent of a brother he once had in real life, who had helped him greatly. Though not soft-hearted or saintly, he would never bully someone loyal and true. Recognizing a kindred spirit, Xue Tian's favor grew, as he knew that to provoke such loyalty was to be appreciated. Seeing this, Beerus' gaze toward Whis softened slightly. He was not overly humiliated. Xue Tian continued, "Rest assured, I will protect myself. I won't die so easily, but if someone tries to cause trouble, I will end myself with a single slap." Beerus smirked. "I feel like it's not others causing trouble, but you yourself being a bit dramatic, always threatening to end yourself with a slap. Is that reasonable?" Whis, grateful, expressed thanks. "Thank you, Lord Beerus." Truthfully, if Beerus had refused to apologize, Whis would have found himself in a difficult dilemma. Forcibly demanding an apology would have required violence, which he wished to avoid. Yet, he had no desire to strike Beerus. Beerus' eyes turned cold as he looked at Whis, but inwardly, he felt that as long as Whis was safe, his own dignity was secondary. Trading a semblance of face for Whis' life was a worthwhile exchange. At that moment, Beerus felt a surge within his heart, and the destructive energy within him began to churn wildly. In an instant, strands of destructive force enveloped him, layer upon layer. Bulma, having consumed the celestial being, had long since recovered from her injuries. Seeing Beerus' state, she exclaimed in surprise, "What is happening? Is Beerus really going to destroy the earth? Didn't he just agree not to fight? Was it because Xue Tian forced him to apologize? But wasn't it settled later?" Witnessing the destructive aura emanating from Beerus, everyone sensed that he was utterly enraged, not with anger, but with a profound awakening. Goku and Vegeta perceived something unusual. Whis waved his staff, casting a protective energy shield over Beerus. Xue Tian explained to the crowd, "He is not angry. He has suddenly gained enlightenment." Indeed, Beerus' epiphany was not rooted in rage, but in a realization and understanding of the profound meaning of emotions. The power of destruction is about acting at will, following one's desire, but Beerus had not yet reached the realm of severing all 6 desires or cutting through 7 emotions. He had not even reached the stage of true emotional detachment. When he realized the importance of emotions, he elevated himself. After embracing feelings, one becomes unfeeling. After detachment, one desires nothing. Ultimate mastery lies in eliminating all desires, severing 6 cravings, and breaking 7 emotions, thus attaining supreme transcendence. Everyone listened, enlightened. Their understanding of epiphanies was not new. Only a few had triggered such moments, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo among them. If Xue Tian's memory served, before the power tournament, Krillin would also experience a moment of insight. During that epiphany, Goku and Krillin had mistakenly entered the dark forest, where they faced enemies they had previously defeated, Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, and others, each a formidable presence that made Krillin tremble. Yet, he ultimately achieved enlightenment, steadied his resolve, defeated his foes, and significantly enhanced his combat prowess. 10 minutes later, Beerus' epiphany concluded. The destructive force receded into his body. He clenched his fists and smiled quietly. "I never thought I would attain enlightenment, raising my destructive power and self-mastery to a new level." Whis congratulated him sincerely. "Congratulations, Lord Beerus." Beerus smiled with deep meaning, then turned to Xue Tian with a look of incredulity. "Thank you," he said softly. He understood clearly that without Xue Tian's reminder about emotions, he would never have achieved this insight or entered that realm. Xue Tian was also surprised that his accidental intervention had led Beerus to enlightenment and a breakthrough in strength. Facing him in future battles would be far more challenging. Yet, while he gained strength, he also benefited greatly himself. Through this confrontation, his foundational combat ability skyrocketed, and he uncovered another effect of the Void bloodline: minimal stamina consumption. He could almost use his energy infinitely. He was even more artificially crafted than artificial beings. "No need to thank me. This is your fortune, your choice. You should be grateful for your decision, not me," he said, imparting a seemingly simple yet profound truth. This statement struck Beerus as mysteriously insightful, subtly influencing him and further deepening his admiration for Xue Tian. Bulma saw that everyone was safe, and peace returned to the scene. The celebration continued, with the party still ongoing and the grand prize draw imminent. Chapter 72, A Winning Streak. "Arise, Divine Dragon." As the trio descended, the sky instantaneously reverted to its original azure splendor, and the tumultuous sea calmed, rejuvenated by a gentle breeze that restored its vibrant vitality. Upon landing on the vessel, the group indulged in an array of delectable dishes. After receiving a thorough reprimand from Beerus, Bu exhibited a remarkable degree of restraint, opting not to share a table with him. Naturally, the others refrained from placing them together. Instead, Satan escorted Bu to another side to feast heartily. In the face of sumptuous delicacies, Beerus swiftly forgot his earlier scolding, just as Beerus, confronted with the culinary delights, dismissed the previous discord. The atmosphere was one of joyous camaraderie. After a while, having savored a significant portion of the feast, they transitioned to the concluding segment of the celebration, the grand prize draw. Bulma instructed Trunks to bring forth a large spinning wheel, adorned with the enigmatic words Mystery Grand Prize at its apex. Bulma elucidated the rules to the assembly. Those who spun the wheel and pointed to the Mystery Grand Prize would be deemed winners. Should they choose to stop after a successful spin, all others who had not yet spun the wheel would receive a consolation prize of 100 million, while those who had spun would receive 50 million. Upon hearing the rewards and regulations, Xue Tian couldn't help but marvel inwardly at Bulma's wealth. Truly befitting her status as the richest character in Dragon Ball, her generosity was nothing short of extraordinary. As the lottery commenced, the first contestant, Android 18, spun but did not win. Though slightly disheartened, the consolation prize was still quite substantial. The same fate befell Launch, Krillin, and Piccolo, as well as Goku, who also failed to win. Vegeta, initially reluctant to participate, ultimately succumbed to Bulma's insistence. It's your wife's birthday party. How could you not join in the festivities? Yet, he too did not win. At this point, only Xue Tian, Tien Shin'an, Whis, Beerus, and Yamcha remained untested. Under Bulma's urging, Xue Tian casually spun the wheel, which ultimately landed on the Mystery Grand Prize. The crowd erupted in cheers, and to his surprise, Xue Tian realized he had indeed won. He was already aware that the reward was the 7 Dragon Balls, which Bulma had meticulously gathered for her birthday celebration. Bulma proclaimed, "I announce that Xue Tian has won the Mystery Grand Prize. Trunks, please unveil the prize." "Of course, Mom," Trunks replied. Krillin patted his wig and exclaimed, "Hey, Xue Tian, your luck is incredible. You actually won." The others gazed at him with envy, aware that Bulma's rewards were likely impressive, and if the consolation prize was 100 million, the grand prize must be worth 10 times that amount. Even Beerus and Whis appeared intrigued by the nature of the mysterious reward. Shortly thereafter, Trunks and Goten emerged, balancing a platter covered by a red cloth. As the crowd beheld the covered dish, their suspicions were confirmed. Krillin gasped, "Oh, the grand prize must be this." Piccolo chuckled. "The only thing that could make 100 million a consolation prize is surely this." Goku, glancing at the aloof Vegeta, chimed in, "Vegeta, did you collect these?" Their banter resembled that of a married couple, exchanging playful jibes. Goku's teasing was innocent. He did not genuinely intend to mock Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta's demeanor darkened, his countenance resembling frostbitten leaves, dark and bruised. "Kakarot," he growled. He had always scoffed at matters of affection, finding them embarrassing, and being exposed before everyone was mortifying. Bulma, on the other hand, stifled her laughter beside him. Yamcha enthusiastically encouraged Xue Tian, "Why not take a guess at what this mysterious gift could be?" To them, the moment the prize was revealed, they were almost certain of its identity, but they believed Xue Tian remained unaware, as he had never encountered the Dragon Balls. Given that the Dragon Balls were consistently within their sight, they assumed he had never attempted to seize them, thus concluding he was oblivious to their existence. Xue Tian, with a charming smile, entertained the notion that he could be tested on the Dragon Balls. Such presumption was unwarranted. He was well versed in the lore of Dragon Ball Super. "The 7 Dragon Balls," he declared. The crowd gasped in astonishment, staring at him. "You know about the Dragon Balls?" "Of course," Xue Tian replied, grinning. Piccolo interjected. How could he not know, given his awareness of past and future? Suddenly, the others realized their folly. How could we even doubt him? Haha. Krillin chuckled awkwardly. Meanwhile, Beerus, reclining with a cold cola, queried, "Whis, what exactly are the Dragon Balls?" Whis, like a living encyclopedia, expounded. The Dragon Balls are a unique set of orbs created by the Namekians. There are 7 in total, and gathering all 7 allows one to summon the dragon and make a wish. Oh, quite fascinating, Beerus remarked, showing a flicker of interest. Once Xue Tian accepted the Dragon Balls, Bulma urged, "Now that you know about them, hurry and make your wish." After a moment of contemplation, Xue Tian realized he had no pressing desires. If he were to wish for anything, it would be to elevate his fighting prowess to the level of the Grand Minister. Yet such a feat was beyond the capabilities of even the Eternal Dragon. After all, if there were many beings like the Grand Minister in the universe, there would not be so few. So what wish could he possibly make? He couldn't simply forego a wish, having traversed into the realm of Dragon Ball Super. It would be a grave disappointment not to experience granting a wish from the dragon. As his gaze wandered, it fell upon a certain individual launch. Finally realizing what he should wish for, he placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and called out, "Arise, Divine Dragon. Fulfill my wish." Chapter 73. The Trembling Divine Dragon. Arise, Divine Dragon, and fulfill my desires. In an instant, the sky transformed dramatically, dark clouds gathering ominously, with flashes of lightning illuminating the horizon intermittently, accompanied by glimmers of golden light. Above the 7 Dragon Balls, a plume of smoke suddenly emerged, morphing into a magnificent 4-clawed green dragon, which then transformed into a beam of yellow light, soaring into the heavens and appearing in midair. Xue Tian sensed that the dragon possessed almost no combat prowess, yet it bore a unique power within, the power of wishes. He could not help but admire the ingenuity and capabilities of the Namekians, who had managed to create such a wishing force. Now, having entered this realm of Dragon Balls, he was eager to experience the act of wishing. Pilaf exclaimed with excitement, "The dragon has appeared. I shall make a wish to become the ruler of the world." Little Mai, standing nearby, cautioned, "Lord Pilaf, this dragon was summoned by Xue Tian. If you make a wish, could it not turn against you?" Pilaf froze, his gaze shifting towards Xue Tian, and the flames of his earlier enthusiasm were swiftly doused by a bucket of icy water. He found it impossible to gauge Xue Tian's character. Unlike Sun Wukong, who refrained from harming those who were not utterly malevolent, this individual seemed entirely capable of violence. The thought of letting slip his chance to wish upon the dragon extinguished his dreams of world domination. His lips twitched in disappointment, recalling a previous opportunity that had slipped through his fingers due to his overwhelming nervousness, resulting in the mischievous Oolong snatching away the chance to wish for a pair of underwear, no less. To this day, Pilaf could hardly bear to look at Oolong without the urge to strike him, lamenting how a mere pair of undergarments had thwarted his grand aspirations. The green dragon coiled majestically in the sky, its immense body swaying gently, casting its gaze upon Xue Tian and the others. "Speak your desires. I possess the power to fulfill them," it proclaimed. The crowd turned to Xue Tian, their anticipation palpable. "Xue Tian, declare your wish. The dragon can grant it." At this moment, Beerus inquired, "Can this dragon truly fulfill any wish?" The dragon, though maintaining a composed facade, could not conceal its prideful tone as it replied, "Indeed, any wish can be granted." However, upon meeting Beerus's gaze, it momentarily faltered, its previously swaying tail coming to a halt, stammering, Beerus. "Lord, what brings you here?" Beerus, taken aback, felt a swell of pride at the dragon's recognition of him. Evidently, his reputation was formidable. "Yes, hasten to grant their wishes," he urged. "Why yes, Lord Beerus, I await their wishes," the dragon stammered, sweating profusely, trembling at the unexpected encounter, and praying silently that Beerus would not hold it accountable. Fortunately, it appeared that Beerus bore no ill will, which eased the dragon's apprehension. The onlookers were astonished by the dragon's evident fear of Beerus, their perception of its once sacred stature shaken. This realization also contributed to Bulma's later decision to collect the Dragon Balls and summon the dragon once more, employing Beerus as leverage against it. Thus, the dragon endured until it ultimately fulfilled Bulma's wish. Turning to Xue Tian, the dragon's previous arrogance dissipated, replaced by a tone of tranquility. "Please, state your wish." Xue Tian pointed towards Lan Qi and declared, "I wish for you to cure her of her uncontrollable rage triggered by sneezing, transforming it into a power she can control at will." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a selfless wish from Xue Tian. They had presumed his first desire would be for himself. They could not help but feel that Xue Tian held Lan Qi in high regard. Lan Qi, too, was surprised that her master would dedicate his first wish to her. Warmth flooding her heart akin to sipping a potent drink, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. So this is what it feels like to be cherished. Overwhelmed with emotion, she experienced a blend of sweetness and happiness. Very well, this task is simple. The dragon shimmered with radiant light, which enveloped Lan Qi before swiftly fading away. Upon its conclusion, Lan Qi sensed a new control within her consciousness, granting her the ability to manage her rage at will. "Thank you, Master," she exclaimed joyfully. Previously, she had contemplated using the dragon to resolve her issues but deemed such an action a waste, feeling that her own strength was insufficient to gather the Dragon Balls. Consequently, she had abandoned the thought. Little did she know, her issue would ultimately be resolved through Xue Tian's wish. The dragon continued, "Now, please state your second wish." Xue Tian surveyed the others and asked, "What desires do you all have? Please, make your wishes." "What do you mean? Do you have no more wishes?" Bulma and the others were momentarily stunned, Could one truly abandon the opportunity for a second wish? Xue Tian smiled and nodded. Indeed. The wish it can grant me is but one. It cannot fulfill any further desires. Unaware of the dragon's limitations, Bulma and the others protested. That cannot be. The dragon can fulfill any wish. There must be something it cannot achieve. Isn't that so, dragon? The dragon hesitated before affirming. Yes. Xue Tian chuckled softly, amused by the dragon's prideful demeanor, recognizing its need to maintain a semblance of grandeur before Beerus. However, he was not one to embarrass others and chose not to reveal the truth. Make your wishes. Mine has been fulfilled. For those such as Sun Wukong and his companions. The dragon had indeed seemed capable of granting any wish. However, times had changed, and many realities could not simply be achieved through the power of wishes alone. The dragon, eager to uphold its dignity, asserted, "Speak your desires. I shall grant them all." Chapter 74. How did you comprehend the divine aspect golden body? Xue Tian waved his hand dismissively. Let us just go with this. The rest of you can make your wishes. The divine dragon, perceiving his demeanor, felt its abilities were being questioned and grew displeased. Are you doubting my powers? Speak your wish, or I shall take my leave. Although it initially intended to refer to itself as this divine dragon, it hastily corrected itself, considering Beerus's presence. Seeing its insistence, Xue Tian chuckled. All right then. Transform my base combat power into the strongest in the universe. The divine dragon hesitated, stammering, this. I cannot accomplish. With my current abilities. I can't even make you the strongest on Earth, let alone in the universe. In the past, when Son Goku and others were young, or when Raditz first appeared, such a wish might have been feasible, but now it was simply impossible. The wish power within it did not support such an endeavor. Noticing its faltering, Xue Tian understood it was beyond its capabilities. All right, grant their wishes instead. Bulma, you have 2 wishes left. Do not squander them. All right. Bulma and the others realized the divine dragon could not fulfill Xue Tian's wish. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma found she had no wishes of her own. As she was about to voice her desire, Android 18 interjected, Bulma, if you're hesitant, let me make a wish. Bulma could guess Android 18's wish would revolve around financial matters. What is your wish, 18? I wish for 1 billion. Marin has grown up and requires significant expenses. I can help you with that wish, or I can make a wish myself. Bulma eagerly responded. Upon receiving Bulma's agreement, Android 18 stepped back gracefully, content to stand aside. Bulma then declared, Divine Dragon, I wish to become younger and more beautiful. Being merely human, Bulma was aware that time would eventually take its toll. Whereas Android 18, as an artificial human, was less concerned with aging. Her aging process was simply prolonged. Thus, Android 18 appeared significantly younger than Bulma. Each time Xue Tian beheld Android 18's stunning beauty, he couldn't help but wonder if Krillin's wife had saved multiple galaxies in her previous life. Your wish is simple. The divine dragon shimmered, granting Bulma her second wish. Bulma touched her cheek, noticing her skin had become notably smoother and tighter, filling her with joy. With only one wish remaining, she glanced around, realizing no one else had any wishes. However, it seemed a waste to leave the last wish unfulfilled. Xue Tian addressed everyone. Do you have no wishes left? No. They responded, shaking their heads. They were unable to think of any desires at that moment. Usually, they had considered their wishes carefully before summoning the divine dragon. At that moment, Oolong stepped forward, looking at Xue Tian. I wish to Xue Tian swiftly struck him aside, sending him flying several meters to crash against the wall. Enough of that, you pig. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Xue Tian couldn't forget the ridiculous wishes Oolong had made in the past. Repeating such a wish now would be utterly laughable, especially since this was his first wish event. It felt like an affront to him. Pilaf reveled at Oolong's misfortune, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He had long desired to strike that pig, but had refrained out of respect for Goku and the others. Now, Xue Tian had avenged him. Truth be told, Pilaf had considered making a wish to Xue Tian as well, but deemed it unrealistic. Neither Xue Tian nor anyone else would allow him to wish for world domination. He felt that as long as Xue Tian and his companions were present, his wish for supremacy would remain unattainable, as he would still need to consider their opinions, which was simultaneously exhilarating and suffocating. The divine dragon began to tremble, growing weak. Hurry, speak your wish. I cannot hold on much longer. If not for Beerus's presence, it would have made a swift exit. After pondering for a moment, Xue Tian declared, since everyone has no wishes, I shall make a wish for all of you, as well as our esteemed viewers. I hope that in the year of the rabbit, Everyone becomes prosperous, all affairs go smoothly, academic success is achieved, and all desires are fulfilled, free from troubles, living joyfully and healthily each day. The divine dragon's golden light intensified, casting brilliant rays across the land, reaching every corner of the earth. Even an ant could feel the power of this wish. Your wish has been granted. With a whoosh, the divine dragon transformed into a golden mist, scattering into 7 Dragon Balls, which sped off to various corners, awaiting another worthy individual. However, these 7 Dragon Balls were primarily claimed by Goku and his companions, becoming their exclusive possessions. Once the divine dragon transformed into the 7 Dragon Balls and vanished, the previously overcast sky returned to its original state. Xue Tian and the others continued their celebration. Several hours later, after indulging in food and merriment, they sat aside, resting and chatting. Curious, Whis asked Xue Tian, how did you come to comprehend the divine aspect golden body? Beerus perked up, eager not to miss any detail, as perhaps a small nuance could unlock the understanding of the divine aspect golden body. Naturally, Xue Tian could not reveal that it was a reward from the system. Although it was indeed a system reward, he had developed his own unique insights after mastering it. He explained, the comprehension of the divine aspect golden body, as you know, is not something one can simply grasp at will. It is an experience that cannot be articulated but must be intuitively understood, requiring personal epiphany to fathom its intricacies. This is distinct from the ultimate self-intent in the free self-intent. Though this statement might sound esoteric, it contained truth. This was precisely why so few had mastered the divine aspect. Whis nodded thoughtfully, indeed, but what profound insights did you uncover? Void and compassionless. Viewing all things as mere fodder, the divine is indifferent, treating humanity as mere fodder. The 5 elements of the void, the non-existent origin, and action that encompasses all action. The absence of the divine yet the presence of divinity, this is the essence of the divine aspect golden body. Chapter 75, Your Fated One has arrived. Upon hearing this, Whis felt a jolt of realization within him, albeit slight. In contrast, Beerus stood beside him, utterly perplexed, unable to grasp any of the concepts being discussed. Noticing Whis's state, Beerus inquired with curiosity, Whis, have you gained any insight? Whis merely smiled and replied, a tiny bit. Yet I cannot comprehend anything, Beerus lamented, feeling increasingly frustrated as he realized that despite the lengthy discourse from Xue Tian, he had understood nothing at all. Unable to suppress his irritation, he poked his own head with a finger, visibly distressed. Whis chuckled silently to himself, recognizing that his ability to comprehend was not shared by Beerus, which spoke volumes. At that moment, Goku approached with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Xue Tian, could you teach me the divine body technique? Beerus, hearing Goku's request, did not even lift his eyelids and responded disdainfully, do you think the divine body technique is as common as street tricks? If it were that easy to grasp, only a few gods would possess it. Well, it's worth a try, Goku said, scratching his head awkwardly, clearly eager to learn. However, as Beerus pointed out, mastering the divine body technique would not be as straightforward as Goku believed. It was far more complex than the techniques of ultimate freedom or self-realization. Noticing Xue Tian's silence, Goku urged, please teach me the divine body technique. Xue Tian, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that if Goku were a woman and had acted coyly, he might have considered it, but as a robust man, Goku's display of vulnerability was rather absurd. He had no intention of playing the role of a caretaker. Coughing lightly to clear his throat, he addressed Goku and Vegeta, do you both recall when I mentioned I cannot teach you? The one who will guide you will appear shortly. Goku pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I think you might have mentioned it, but I'm not entirely sure. Xue Tian sighed and turned to Vegeta. Do you remember? Vegeta, being more astute than Goku, calmly nodded. Yes. Simultaneously, he considered Beerus and Whis, wondering if they were indeed the ones Xue Tian referred to. It seemed likely, for with their presence, they were undoubtedly the only candidates. Given Beerus's formidable strength, he was certainly qualified to instruct him, especially since Vegeta practiced self-realization, which was akin to Beerus's own training. Though Vegeta was keen to learn the divine body technique, he understood from the conversation that neither Beerus nor Whis had mastered it. Thus, he questioned how he could learn it himself. While he aspired to enhance his combat prowess, he was not as naive as Goku, who fancied he could master the divine body technique. It was wiser for him to focus on perfecting self-realization first. Seeing Vegeta glancing at Whis and Beerus, Xue Tian noted that he had caught on and reminded him, although Whis is Beerus's attendant, Beerus is indeed his mentor. They share a master-disciple relationship. The others were astonished by this revelation and turned their gazes towards Whis, eager to discern the truth. Whis, feeling the weight of their attention, chuckled. Please, do not look at me like that. It makes me shy. Observing his demeanor, they understood that his words held sincerity. Vegeta, having shed much of his previous arrogance due to Xue Tian's influence, softened his tone and requested, please guide me in my training. At that moment, Whis recognized the potential within Vegeta's self-realization and realized Beerus, who often dozed, was the sole destroyer in this vast realm. He would be more than willing to teach. When someone expressed a desire to converse, it would be rather unbecoming to decline. With a hint of curiosity, Whis inquired, guide you? For what reason? Ding. Task selection activated. Option 1. Dismiss Goku and Vegeta, preventing them from pestering me, allowing them to successfully become Whis' apprentices. Reward. Energy absorption. Option 2. Prevent Goku and Vegeta from apprenticing under Whis. Reward. Basic combat power reading technique. Upon seeing the two options, Xue Tian hesitated momentarily. The basic combat power reading technique would allow him to perceive others' foundational combat capabilities. However, within the Dragon Ball Super universe, and indeed the broader Dragon Ball world, merely knowing an opponent's basic combat power was of little consequence, as it did not reveal their strategies. There was a risk that he might underestimate an opponent who appeared weaker, recalling how Vegeta had initially perceived Goku and the others as mere playthings, only to be astonished by their incredible power. Had he not underestimated them from the outset, the outcome might have been quite different. Yet, Goku was the protagonist, after all. Choosing option 1, he resolved quickly. If he were to obstruct Goku and Vegeta from seeking Whis' tutelage, they would surely become a persistent annoyance. That was a dilemma he would rather avoid, as it would not be easily resolved by a mere basic combat power reading technique. Having made his choice, Xue Tian gestured towards the delicacies on the table, and Vegeta instantly understood the implication, stating, I can provide you with an abundance of delicious food. An abundance of food? This was indeed tempting, but they had already sampled much of Earth's cuisine. Was there truly anything better? They had enjoyed pudding, takoyaki, meatballs, and more, all of which were delightful. Vegeta paused, momentarily at a loss for words, his mind racing as he struggled to conceive of anything more delectable. Xue Tian prompted, Vegeta, does not Bulma possess something that surpasses these dishes in taste? You could present it to Whis for a taste test. Goku, intrigued, asked, what? Bulma has something even tastier? He leaned closer to Bulma, sniffing eagerly, nearly brushing against her, leaving Vegeta feeling as if he were standing amidst a vibrant meadow. Xue Tian, taken aback, mused that perhaps there was indeed merit to such a notion. Kakarot. Chapter 76. Delectable Delights Kakarot. Vegeta shouted. Bulma swung her hand at him, but Goku evaded her strike. Chi-Chi, with a look of exasperation, stepped in to pull Goku back. Her husband, blissfully unaware of the nuances between men and women, often required her to take the initiative in their relationship, guiding him step by step. The details of this arrangement need not be elaborated upon, lest I tarnish the sensibilities of my audience. Goku, perplexed by Bulma and Vegeta's fury, inquired, what is the matter? Why are you so angry? Vegeta, seething with rage, found himself at a loss against Goku's obliviousness. Ultimately, it was Chi-Chi who intervened, awkwardly remarking, that's just how Goku is. Please don't take it to heart. Aside from Beerus and Whis, who had only brief encounters with Goku, everyone else had witnessed his lack of emotional and intellectual acuity, choosing to overlook his shortcomings. After giving Goku a fierce glare, Vegeta pondered what delightful dish could appease their appetites. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. I've got it. He dashed into the cabin with remarkable speed, emerging mere moments later before Beerus and Whis, cradling several cylindrical boxes adorned with the Dragon Ball brand instant noodles. Beerus eyed the unassuming package with skepticism, asking, can such a trivial item possibly compare to octopus balls and pudding? His tone dripped with disdain and disbelief. Whis, too, regarded the noodles with doubt. Vegeta immediately asserted, absolutely. This is infinitely superior to pudding. Bulma, observing Vegeta's return to the cabin, had an inkling of his intentions. Upon seeing him with the instant noodles, she couldn't help but murmur, I knew it would be this. Vegeta swiftly opened 3 containers of noodles, pouring in hot water, the steam rising with a tantalizing aroma. Just 3 minutes of soaking, and it will be ready to eat, he proclaimed with confidence. Beerus remained unconvinced. After all, pudding was the epitome of his culinary experiences, and he found it hard to believe that anything on earth could rival it. You shall see, my Lord Beerus. If it's truly delicious, you must allow Whis to train me, Vegeta proclaimed. Beerus' expression hardened, his voice icy as he warned, if it's not good, I shall obliterate you. Vegeta felt a chill run down his spine, unprepared for such a sudden threat. What if he tasted it and found it lacking? Wouldn't that mean he would lose? The stakes were perilously high, and he knew this was a rare opportunity for Whis to take him on as a disciple. Casting a glance at Xue Tian, who was watching the unfolding drama, he understood that if Whis accepted Vegeta, Goku would surely follow suit. Xue Tian nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. With renewed confidence, Vegeta declared, "All right." As the 3 minutes elapsed, Vegeta presented the steaming bowls of noodles to Beerus, Whis, and Xue Tian, inviting them to taste. Goku, watching eagerly from the sidelines, glanced at Vegeta, but a fierce glare from him quelled any thoughts of interrupting. Beerus, as he opened the lid, scoffed. How could something so trivial, soaked in hot water for just 3 minutes, possibly be delicious? Prepare yourself for destruction. Whis and Xue Tian also peeled back their lids, the aroma wafting through the air. Xue Tian, with fond memories of instant noodles from his own life, recalled how they had accompanied him through the leaner weeks of the month. The taste was unforgettable, almost enchanting, despite not being the healthiest option. Yet, for Beerus and Whis, any minor drawbacks were inconsequential. As Beerus took his first bite, his expression twisted in surprise. The familiar look was not new to the onlookers. They sensed victory was within reach. Vegeta exhaled in relief. Sure enough, Beerus exclaimed, "This is incredible." Realizing his outburst, he quickly composed himself, coldly stating, "It's not that remarkable." Xue Tian chuckled, "Is that so? Yet just moments ago, you declared it was incredible, a proclamation that could likely echo beyond the cosmos." Beerus shot him a glare, his mouth twitching in annoyance. "You certainly have a knack for undermining me." Xue Tian dismissed the notion, focusing solely on completing his mission of sending Goku and Vegeta away, thus preventing any further disturbances. Whis chimed in. "Indeed, my lord Beerus did exclaim such." Beerus glowered at Whis, finishing off a container of noodles while eyeing the remaining portions in Vegeta's hands. Vegeta immediately offered, "If you agree, my lord Beerus, I shall provide you with an endless supply of noodles, ensuring you can enjoy them daily." The prospect of daily noodles made Beerus salivate. Had he not been a destroyer god, he might have drooled openly. He hesitated, contemplating whether to accept. If he allowed Whis to train them, their potential would be limitless. With Whis' unparalleled teaching ability, even the most inept could achieve greatness, especially since one of them had mastered Ultra Instinct while the other had attained Ultra Ego. Their progress would surely be meteoric. Sensing that he needed to stoke the flames of ambition, Xue Tian set aside his noodles, jesting, "Are you afraid, my lord Beerus, of letting Whis train them? Are you worried they might surpass you?" The rivalry between Beerus and Xue Tian had always been unresolved, neither willing to concede. Now, provoked by Xue Tian's taunts, Beerus' anger flared. "Am I afraid? Whis, you shall instruct Vegeta." At this, Vegeta was elated, while Goku quickly approached, starry-eyed, asking, "What about me, my lord Beerus? What about me?" Beerus, having been goaded into agreement, now faced Goku's eager expression and questioned coldly, "What can you offer us?" Goku, momentarily confused, turned to Chi-Chi, "What do we have at home?" "Oh wait, my lord Beerus, wait for me." Chapter 77. Who exactly is Xue Tian? Sun Wukong unleashed his full power, employing high-speed movement to dart towards his home, returning in less than a minute. Upon his return, he cradled a dozen large cabbages in his arms. Beerus gazed at the peculiar vegetables, a look of confusion etched on his face. "What are these? Are they edible?" The unassuming appearance of the cabbage did not inspire confidence in its taste. However, considering that many delectable items on Earth were similarly unremarkable in appearance, he held back his skepticism, albeit with some doubt. Sun Wukong plucked a leaf from one of the cabbages and began to munch on it with evident delight. This piqued Beerus' curiosity, prompting him to tear off a leaf of his own. After a few bites, he remarked nonchalantly, "It's rather ordinary, merely a slightly sweet leaf. What makes it special?" Sun Wukong eagerly urged Beerus, "Lord Beerus, you should have Whis train me. I will bestow upon you all these cabbages, and I shall continue to bring you more in the future. What do you say?" Beerus fell silent. Xue Tian interjected, "Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong and Vegeta are good friends. Since you have taken Vegeta under your wing, why not include Sun Wukong as well? Vegeta trains in your Ultra Instinct, while Sun Wukong practices in the Ultra Instinct of freedom. Wouldn't it be fascinating to witness who among them is more formidable? You and Whis are rather solitary in the God of Destruction realm. Having these two by your side would surely be a pleasant change." Sun Wukong, Adept at charming his way into favors, especially regarding training, added with high emotional intelligence, Lord Beerus, please just agree. Beerus glanced at Whis and inquired, Whis, would you be willing to mentor him? Whis chuckled, very well. With Xue Tian having made the suggestion, Whis felt inclined to oblige. He was curious to uncover the merits and identity of Xue Tian, who prompted such protection from his father. Extending a favor to Xue Tian would also create a closer bond, serving as a means to gather information later. Wonderful, Sun Wukong exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Vegeta shot him a glare, scoffing, If it were just me being trained, I would have easily surpassed Kakarot in no time. But with Kakarot joining, my plans have been thrown into disarray. Nevertheless, I am unperturbed. I trust that with my efforts and innate talent, I will effortlessly outshine Kakarot. After all, he is merely a lowly warrior, while I am a noble Saiyan prince endowed with talents far beyond his own. Surpassing him should be a trivial matter. He had always refused to acknowledge Kakarot's superiority, as the latter was but a lower-class warrior, lacking in intellect compared to him. Sun Wukong, undeterred by Vegeta's disdainful huff, beamed. We can train together again. Such camaraderie. Xue Tian could not help but think that these two were indeed good friends. One cold and aloof, the other warm and exuberant, perfectly complementing each other. After some time of conversation, Vegeta prepared to purchase 100,000 boxes of instant noodles, compressing them into capsules. He approached Beerus with a serious demeanor, stating, I am ready. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Whis, we've eaten our fill. It's time for us to depart. Whis responded affirmatively, extending an invitation to Xue Tian. Would you be interested in visiting the God of Destruction realm? Beerus looked on with curiosity. If they ventured to the God of Destruction realm, he could once again inquire about the divine form and why Whis would perish alongside Xue Tian. Were they truly life partners? Naturally, he could also pose this question to Whis. As night fell, Xue Tian desired nothing more than rest and declined the invitation, saying, I will come by when I have the time. Very well. Farewell, everyone. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, place your hands upon Lord Beerus' back. All right, Chi-Chi. Witnessing Sun Wukong's imminent departure wore a sorrowful expression. Gohan comforted her, yet Chi-Chi sighed, feeling somewhat accustomed to this. Thankfully, she had her two sons by her side, with the younger one always near her. Whis led the three away, leaving a trail of light. After their departure, others gradually left as well. Xue Tian expressed his gratitude to Bulma for her hospitality before returning home with Lan Chi. In the cosmos, Beerus communicated telepathically, Whis, why would you die if Xue Tian were to perish? What is the meaning of this? I have never heard of angels being life partners with anyone. Could it be that you are? The remainder of his thought remained unspoken, for it was too audacious. Whis replied telepathically, no. It is simply that Xue Tian cannot die. If he were to perish, not only would I die, but you would as well. Whis did not exaggerate. He believed that if he were to die, his father would surely take his life. Consequently, there was no chance he would allow Beerus, who had killed Xue Tian, to escape unscathed. Suddenly, Beerus felt a surge of alarm and asked why. Who exactly is Xue Tian? Is he the son of the Omni-King? No. The Omni-King is merely a child at heart. How could he have a son? Could he be the illegitimate child of the Grand Minister? Yet, I sense no angelic lineage within him. Whis, what is going on? Whis, equally perplexed and frustrated, replied, I do not know the specifics, and I cannot divulge them. Beerus sensed Whis' genuine ignorance and muttered, it appears I must consult the oracle fish upon my return. Whis remained silent, clearly having contemplated this matter previously. He was bewildered by his father's treatment of Xue Tian, unsure of the reason behind it. His father had always been calm and composed in his memory. He had never witnessed such a reaction before. To hear him say that if Xue Tian were to die, he would also perish was truly heartbreaking and thought-provoking. Upon their return to the God of Destruction realm, was arranged for Vegeta and the others before seeking out the oracle fish. The oracle fish, a glutton at heart, would not serve them without a feast, and the two did not mind, generously offering it a bucket of instant noodles. Oracle fish, reveal to us the true identity of Xue Tian. Beerus initially intended to ask why Whis had such protective feelings toward him, but reconsidered. Since Whis had stated he could not disclose this information, it would be unwise to challenge him directly. It was better to inquire about Xue Tian's identity and deduce the rest from there. Chapter 78. He is amidst the prophetic fish collected its thoughts and began to foresee. As seconds turned into minutes, 2 whole minutes elapsed. Yet the prophetic fish remained silent. This left Beerus in a state of agitation. Even the usually composed Whis exhibited signs of unease. Unable to contain his impatience, Beerus demanded, "What is the hold-up? Why has it taken so long to deliver a prophecy? Are you being idle?" Another 2 minutes passed, and the prophetic fish shook its head, explaining, "I am unable to prophesy any information regarding this, Xue Tian. My mind is enveloped in a fog, and all I see is an expanse of white. It is akin to being lost in a misty forest where nothing is discernible." Such an oddity, Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Whis, however, was not taken aback. Understanding that Xue Tian was under the protection of his esteemed father, it was clear that the young man's identity was far from ordinary. Even if he were not the illegitimate son of Beerus, he could very well be related in another significant way. With such a formidable background, it was no wonder that the prophetic fish could not provide any insight. Whis had held a flicker of hope that the prophetic fish might yield some revelation. But it seemed that his instincts were indeed correct. Some matters are beyond prediction. "Whis, what do you make of this?" Beerus inquired, puzzled. Whis shrugged, "I am uncertain. Let it unfold naturally. As long as we do not provoke him, we shall be fine." He then chuckled, "As long as Lord Beerus refrains from impulsively destroying him, all will remain peaceful." Beerus yawned, placing his hands behind his head, and replied nonchalantly, "I am feeling a bit weary. I shall take a nap." Whis smiled silently. Meanwhile, at Xue Tian's villa, after he and Lan Qi returned and freshened up, they settled onto the sofa to watch television. Although Lan Qi was engrossed in the show, her gaze frequently drifted to Xue Tian, whose striking looks and formidable prowess filled her heart with joy. Truly, he was worthy of being her master. Unable to contain her admiration, she remarked, "Master, you are truly remarkable." What prompted this sudden compliment? Xue Tian replied, momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief instant, he noticed her adoring gaze and smiled bashfully. "It's nothing extraordinary. Even if Beerus were to unleash his full power, I might still not be his match." Lan Qi, still in awe, continued, "In my eyes, Master, you are the strongest." Xue Tian smiled subtly. As long as Beerus refrained from using destruction, the outcome of their confrontation was uncertain. After all, his own void bloodline's growth in combat strength was no trifling matter. If destruction were employed, he would indeed be at a disadvantage, as he had yet to decipher the intricacies of such a technique. Destruction was a form of cheating, even without his fighting power. As long as Beerus invoked destruction, Xue Tian stood no chance unless, of course, that destruction was lifted. In that case, a mere thought could eradicate everything, an utterly bizarre phenomenon. However, currently, only the Omni-King possessed such power, and he was bound to Xue Tian as part of a shared existence, making it impossible for him to eliminate Xue Tian. "Master," Lan Qi asked, "do you think Sun Wukong and Vegeta will surpass you in their training?" Before Xue Tian could respond, Lan Qi quickly added, "Of course. They cannot surpass you. But with their dedication, they will undoubtedly become the strongest after you and Beerus." Reflecting on Sun Wukong and Vegeta's efforts, Lan Qi felt a surge of admiration whenever faced with significant challenges that could rally against the odds, even if they initially faltered. Xue Tian stated earnestly, "They can no longer surpass me. I am capable of contending with Beerus. How could Sun Wukong and Vegeta ever exceed that? Even if they master the Ultra Instinct and self-actualization techniques, it would make no difference. Their ascension will not match the speed of my growth through the void bloodline. As for whether they rank just below me and Beerus, that remains uncertain." "Why is that?" Lan Qi inquired, puzzled. "Are there others stronger than them?" Xue Tian smirked knowingly. "What about you? Given the rapid enhancement of your combat energy, you could potentially match them. However, their foundational strength has always been superior to yours. Relying solely on the energy enhancement, you may find it challenging to surpass them in a short time." Lan Qi confidently replied, "I cannot possibly surpass them. They are already formidable, while I have only just begun my training. Do not underestimate yourself. With time, you will be able to contend with them. Remember, you have your master supporting you," Xue Tian encouraged. "Thank you, master. You are truly kind. It's just that I am a bit lazy and averse to hardship, which hampers my progress. I fear I am bringing shame to my master. If only I had a disciple with a strong understanding. They would surely surpass Sun Wukong and Vegeta in no time." Lan Qi felt a tinge of disappointment. She knew that without diligent training, significant improvement was hard to achieve. Xue Tian reassured her, "It is quite all right. You are already doing well. I do not expect you to reach an invincible level. Being able to protect yourself is sufficient. As for taking on disciples, I have no interest. There is no one in this universe worthy of my tutelage." Suddenly, Xue Tian had an epiphany. With a spark of intrigue in his eyes, he asked, "Lan Qi, if you find the monotony of training unappealing, would you prefer to engage in combat?" Would you care to join me? Fight. With whom? Lan Shi queried, puzzled. With someone who is about to become your junior disciple. Xue Tian's lips curled into a mysterious smile, leaving Lan Shi guessing. After a brief hesitation, Lan Shi replied, in my current state, I would not relish the idea of a fight. However, I can transform into my blonde form. Her golden-haired form was exceptionally fierce. She could wreak havoc on planets and even the universe. Yet, she had always wished to maintain a delicate image before Xue Tian, especially after witnessing her master battle Beerus. She was deeply impressed. Now, hearing that Xue Tian wished to take her into battle felt both like an order and a request for her opinion. And she felt compelled to obey. Moreover, since her master was the one suggesting it, he would surely not mind her appearance. If Xue Tian were aware of Lan Shi's thoughts, he would surely find it amusing. Her golden-haired form exuded a powerful aura that was anything but negative. Chapter 79. Broly. Planet Vampa. A figure clad in standard Saiyan battle attire, adorned with purple tights, a green pelt tied around his waist, and a golden collar around his neck. This collar serves not merely as an ornament, but as a means of control. With a wild mane of hair and a physique brimming with muscle. This individual is none other than Broly. Upon his birth, he was exiled to the remote and inhospitable planet Vampa by King Vegeta, as his remarkable battle power of 10,000 posed a significant threat to the prince's status. To safeguard his own son, King Vegeta felt compelled to banish Broly, initially intending to eliminate him. However, Broly's father, Paragus, fervently pleaded for his son's life. After weighing his options, King Vegeta opted for exile, believing that the infant would perish in such a harsh environment. Once Broly was discreetly cast away, Paragus grew increasingly concerned for his son's safety. He recognized Broly's immense potential and foresaw that, once matured, Broly could aid him in conquering the universe and becoming the new cosmic emperor. This was an opportunity for Paragus's ascension that he could not afford to miss. Thus, accompanied by his companion, Beats, he set out for planet Vampa in search of Broly. However, en route, their spacecraft malfunctioned. And in a desperate bid to conserve resources for the arduous journey, Paragus resorted to killing Beats. Ultimately, he reached Vampa and found Broly. Though merely an infant, Broly harbored tremendous potential, managing to survive in the inhospitable conditions of Vampa until Paragus's arrival. Due to the ongoing repairs on the damaged ship, Broly and Paragus spent a staggering 40 years together on Vampa. The planet lacked human inhabitants, leaving Broly devoid of companionship, save for the creatures of the wild. However, Paragus envisioned Broly as a future cosmic sovereign and a formidable warrior in his service. To maintain such an esteemed image, he could not allow his son to associate with mere beasts. Thus, each time he witnessed Broly in the company of wildlife, Paragus would eliminate them. Over time, Broly became increasingly isolated and lonely. While repairing the spacecraft, Paragus called out, Broly, go fetch some fuel from beneath the lava. I need to test if the ship is operational. Broly responded obediently and soared into the volcano, enveloping himself in an energy shield as he descended into the molten depths. Despite the terrifying temperature of the lava, it posed no harm to Broly, protected as he was by his energy barrier. At that moment, a streak of light pierced the sky, revealing a man and a woman at the summit of the volcano. The man was strikingly handsome, and the woman possessed an ethereal beauty, resembling a pair of celestial lovers, though the woman appeared to hold a sense of reverence for her companion. These two were none other than Xue Tian and Lan Shi. After agreeing to engage in combat, Xue Tian had utilized the Cosmic Instant Shuttle to bring her to planet Vampa. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, few knew that two Saiyans resided on the distant planet Vampa in the 7th universe. One, an elderly and frail individual, and the other, a legendary Super Saiyan. A rarity that appeared only once in a millennium. Master, what is this place? The air feels so thin. It doesn't seem suitable for human habitation, Lan Shi remarked. Her breathing somewhat labored. Yet, she was no ordinary person but a skilled practitioner with considerable combat prowess, quickly adjusting to the discomfort. In truth, her lack of experience in real combat contributed to her initial struggle. Had she possessed sufficient experience, she would have acclimated the instant she arrived on Vampa. It's not merely unsuitable, it is entirely inhospitable. Here lies your target for battle, Xue Tian replied with a smile. Lan Shi understood her master would not bring her to such a place without reason. As she surveyed the surroundings, she noticed a figure energetically engaged in some activity amidst the volcanic lava. What is that person doing? She inquired. He is harnessing the energy from the lava to fuel the spacecraft, Xue Tian explained. Realization dawned upon her. I see. That person must be the combat target you mentioned, right? Xue Tian admitted without reservation, indeed. On this planet, there are only two beings. One is an elderly and frail individual, and the other is this explosive-haired man before us. If Paragus were to overhear such a statement, he would undoubtedly be incensed. Who are you calling elderly and frail? Although Paragus lacked immense battle power, he was still formidable among humans, far from being a weakling. Lan Shi expressed her astonishment. Master, if this planet is unsuitable for human survival, how can there be two individuals here? Moreover, this person does not appear weak. These two beings were originally scions from planet Vegeta, but Broly had been banished here due to his overwhelming power at birth. Suddenly enlightened, Lan Shi was astonished to learn that, aside from Vegeta and Goku, other scions from planet Vegeta had survived the destruction. She had previously heard that nearly everyone perished when Frieza obliterated the planet, yet it seemed there were indeed some survivors. Lan Shi, prepare yourself. The battle is about to commence. This scion is named Broly. Although he has not undergone specialized training, he is a once-in-a-millennium talent. Possessing the bloodline of a legendary Super Saiyan, his growth potential is formidable, so do not underestimate him. However, do not kill him outright, Xue Tian cautioned. As he noted, Broly had no formal training and had only engaged in skirmishes with the creatures on Vampa. With such basic combat skills, should Lan Shi unleash her destructive powers from the outset, she could easily eliminate him. Xue Tian was confident that, as the battle progressed, Lan Shi would be able to handle Broly without concern. Understood, Master. At that moment, Broly emerged from the lava. Chapter 80. He is not a fool. Just unaware of the ways of the world, Broly emerged from the molten lava, astonished to see Xue Tian and Lan Shi. Having lived on planet Wampa for 40 years, it was his first encounter with two humans, and he curiously inquired, "Who are you?" His expression was tranquil and inquisitive, reminiscent of a diligent student eager to learn. Xue Tian understood that in Dragon Ball Super, Broly was deeply loyal, gentle, and filial, possessing a reluctance for combat. Yet, due to the bloodline within him, he harbored a yearning for battle, rendering him a paradoxical figure. The Broly from Dragon Ball Super was almost the antithesis of the one from the films. The cinematic version was cold-hearted and exceedingly brutal, even capable of killing his father, Paragus. In contrast, this version could never conceive of harming his father. Xue Tian vividly recalled that in the anime, Paragus had struck Broly multiple times with electric shocks, prompting Broly's friends to chastise Paragus for his cruelty. Remarkably, Broly defended his father, a stark contrast to the film's portrayal where such defense would lead only to a powerful energy blast. Xue Tian greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Broly. I am Xue Tian, and this is my disciple, Lan Shi." Broly was taken aback, completely unprepared for the revelation that someone recognized him and could articulate his name. "You know me?" Before Xue Tian could respond, Lan Shi proudly explained, "Of course. My master knows both the past and the future. How could he not recognize you?" Having spent the last 40 years in solitude, surrounded only by animals, Broly's thoughts remained remarkably simple. He struggled to comprehend many concepts, including Lan Shi's assertion about knowing the past and future, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Noticing his confusion, Lan Shi wondered if he might be somewhat simple-minded. However, she refrained from voicing this thought, opting for a more respectful expression. Xue Tian, perceiving Lan Shi's unspoken thoughts, calmly elucidated. He has not interacted with anyone besides his father for decades, and as a result, he lacks understanding of many concepts. No one has taught him. In truth, he is quite intelligent. With a little guidance, he could undoubtedly become a remarkable individual. Lan Shi began to grasp the situation and surmised that her master might intend to take Broly as his disciple. Xue Tian smiled and affirmed, "Certainly. If you wish to leave, I shall not abandon your father, Paragus, on planet Wampa." Broly, upon hearing this, immediately expressed his willingness to depart. His naivety led him to believe that there were no ulterior motives behind Xue Tian's words. Xue Tian then added with a grin, "However, before you can leave, you must first defeat my disciple." Lan Shi complied, positioning herself before Xue Tian, scrutinizing Broly. Broly, having never encountered a woman, was unencumbered by notions of not fighting females. Yet he possessed a strong aversion to combat. "I do not wish to fight. I do not want to fight." Xue Tian recognized Broly's reluctance to engage in battle and refrained from further comment. Instead, he gestured, channeling a surge of power into Broly's mind, conjuring the image of a young Kakarot, Son Goku, in tears. In this vision, two children lay side by side. One was Broly, the other, the frightened Kakarot. overwhelmed by Broly's formidable power. Hearing the cries and witnessing the scene, Broly became increasingly agitated, his body trembling and fists clenching involuntarily. Lan Shi, observing this transformation, inquired, "Master, what is happening to him? He does not desire to fight, yet his heart yearns for it, creating an internal conflict. I have merely provided him with a nudge." Xue Tian cautioned. "Be careful, Lan Shi. Remember my words." "Yes, master." Lan Shi acknowledged, understanding the gravity of the situation, recognizing the strength her master had attributed to Broly. "Kakarot!" Broly instinctively shouted, startling Lan Shi and leaving her puzzled as to why he suddenly invoked Son Goku's name. Xue Tian chuckled and explained. Broly harbors animosity towards Son Goku. They were born on the same day, but Broly's unparalleled battle power frightened Kakarot into tears. This moment indelibly etched itself into Broly's psyche, giving rise to his animosity. Lan Shi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation, viewing it as a rather amusing misfortune for Son Goku. As Broly gradually lost his grip on reason, his gaze became vacant, resembling that of a soulless husk. "Ha!" he roared, his voice echoing across a vast expanse, sending all nearby creatures scurrying for cover. Within a nearby cave, Paragus paused, bewildered by the sudden uproar. Grasping his tools, he stood up in confusion, muttering, "What is happening? Why has Broly suddenly gone berserk?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly set down his tools and retrieved a remote control capable of administering electric shocks to the collar around Broly's neck, a device intended to calm him. With urgency, he activated his flight technique and sped out of the cave. Chapter 81. The rapid rise of the transcendent Paragus swiftly emerged. Astonished to find Xue Tian and Lan Shi present. What was happening? Why were there two individuals here? How had they arrived? He scanned the surroundings, but saw no spacecraft or any means of conveyance, deepening his perplexity. How had these two come here? Even King Frieza could not traverse the cosmos without the aid of a ship. Upon noticing Broly, whose eyes were vacant and on the brink of an outburst, Paragus shouted, "Hey, Broly!" Yet, Broly remained oblivious to his call, his body trembling involuntarily, muscles swelling ominously. Recognizing the imminent loss of control, Paragus wasted no time retrieving the remote control. With a sharp crack, he pressed the button, only for the device to explode, a thick cloud of smoke billowing forth. Paragus immediately turned to Xue Tian, demanding, "What have you done? Why did you destroy my controller? Do you understand its purpose?" Xue Tian replied with a slight nod. Indeed, that device was meant to control Broly, to prevent him from entering a berserk state. Paragus, taken aback, asked incredulously, "If you understand, why act so recklessly? Once Broly loses control, he cannot be contained, and we will all perish." As the gravity of his words settled in, Paragus's expression darkened, fear evident in his gaze. A rampaging Broly would not hesitate to strike him down. He recalled narrowly escaping death at Broly's hands when the latter was merely a child. Now, as Broly had matured into a formidable being, the thought of facing his wrath was terrifying. Paragus contemplated where he might hide until Broly regained his senses, planning to devise a means to repair the ruined controller afterward. What was this person thinking? Knowing full well the controller's purpose, he had chosen to destroy it. If Broly was not on the verge of losing control, Paragus would have surely retaliated against Xue Tian. Unfazed, Xue Tian chuckled, his tone provocative. "Broly, don't you wish to leave? Then defeat my apprentice. If you cannot conquer him, you are nothing." Broly, already stripped of much of his rationality, was driven further into madness by these taunts. With a roar, he lunged at Lan Shi. With a resounding thud, he aimed a punch at her. But Lan Shi effortlessly blocked it, countering with a strike that sent Broly flying hundreds of meters away. Paragus, perplexed by Xue Tian's words, inquired, "What did you just say? You can take us away from here?" Though Paragus had cared for Broly over the years, fulfilling the role of a father, Xue Tian harbored little affection for him. In his eyes, Paragus's primary motivation was to exploit Broly's abilities to ascend to cosmic dominion. To him, Broly was less a son and more a powerful tool. "Indeed, I can escort you away, but only if your son defeats my apprentice. Otherwise, I can take him and leave you behind." Paragus was momentarily stunned. The thought of Broly departing without him struck him hard. He wished to protest, but Xue Tian had already shifted his focus to the impending clash between Broly and Lan Shi, disregarding Paragus entirely. Resigned, Paragus chose to observe the battle, beginning to grasp that this young man was not to be underestimated. He seemed confident in his ability to handle a rampaging Broly, having anticipated the very scenario that had unfolded. With a fierce determination, Broly regained his footing, charging at Lan Chi like a ravenous wolf, throwing punch after punch, each easily dodged by her. After evading 10 blows, she raised her right leg and delivered a powerful kick to Broly's chest, sending him sprawling. Broly roared in fury, his inflated right arm raised, unleashing a ki blast aimed at Lan Chi. With a thunderous boom, the energy surged forth at incredible speed. Lan Chi deftly deflected the blast, simultaneously retaliating with her own ki attack aimed at Broly. The collision echoed as Broly was struck, though the damage was minimal, thanks to Lan Chi's restraint. She had been cautioned by Xue Tian not to exert full force initially, fearing for Broly's life. Observing Broly's impressive resilience, she realized that even a more potent blast would likely not be enough to bring him down. Though the ki blast had momentarily slowed Broly, he surged forth, fists flying, creating a violent wind that disrupted the already thin air around them. Xue Tian hovered in the air, watching Broly's escalating state with a satisfied smile. Just a slight provocation had significantly enhanced Broly's combat prowess, affirming the legendary nature of his scion heritage, a true anomaly. While Broly's power grew rapidly, it remained relative when compared to Lan Chi. If Xue Tian were the benchmark, Broly's increase seemed modest. After all, Xue Tian possessed the unique void bloodline, far superior to any legendary scion lineage. Had Xue Tian been born of the legendary scion bloodline, his encounters with Beerus would have bolstered his strength. Yet he could not have reached his current level. Could one truly believe that a legendary scion, starting with billions in base power, could contend evenly with Beerus without employing destructive measures? Such a scenario was utterly implausible. Only the unparalleled void bloodline could achieve such heights. In midair, Broly was once again sent flying by Lan Chi's kick. This time, she did not relent, launching herself forward to deliver a flurry of punches while he struggled to regain his stance, striking repeatedly at Broly's chest, forcing him to retreat. Another powerful blow followed. Chapter 82. Killing you will unleash him with a thunderous roar. Broly descended like an uncontrollable meteor, crashing heavily onto the hillside. The hill, unable to withstand the immense impact, crumbled instantaneously. Lan Chi clasped her hands together, aiming at the hill, and with a commanding shout, unleashed a reinforced energy blast. The attack struck the collapsing mound, transforming it into a billowing cloud of smoke that surged into the air, obscuring the view of those nearby. However, with Xue Tian's keen perception, he could discern the movements within the haze. There exists a law in the Dragon Ball universe: the greater the smoke, the lesser the harm. Thus, with such a thick cloud, it was improbable that any real damage had occurred. As expected, with a ferocious roar, a disheveled Broly emerged from the wreckage of the hill, his powerful hand reaching out towards Lan Chi as if attempting to grasp a mere chick. Yet, Lan Chi was not so easily captured. She deftly evaded Broly's grasp, retaliating with a series of punches that sent him reeling backward. In a swift motion, she appeared behind him, delivering a fierce kick that struck another hill. This planet, Wampa, was abundant in hills. Paragus, witnessing Broly being repeatedly sent flying, was taken aback. If he recalled correctly, the mysterious young man had claimed that this woman was merely his apprentice. If his apprentice was already so formidable, how powerful must the master be? He feared that Broly might not emerge victorious, thus jeopardizing his own escape. He quickly interjected, "Sir, Broly has never undergone any formal training. Asking him to defeat your apprentice seems somewhat unrealistic. Perhaps we should consider letting him endure a certain amount of time without being defeated as a form of victory." Xue Tian, fully aware of Paragus's intentions, replied nonchalantly, "I have another method to enhance Broly's combat abilities, although I wonder if you would be amenable to it." "What method?" Paragus instinctively inquired, but upon seeing Xue Tian's sinister smile, he sensed that the suggestion might be rather unsettling. As anticipated, Xue Tian calmly stated, "It involves killing you. If you were to perish, it would undoubtedly enrage the devoted Broly, awakening the wild potential within him and significantly amplifying his combat prowess." Paragus felt a chill creep down his neck and hastily waved his hands in denial. "No, no. Let Broly continue fighting. He might still defeat your apprentice. Please. Avoid any provocation." Seeing Paragus's anxious demeanor, Xue Tian merely smiled, finding it rather amusing. His earlier words were indeed truthful. Killing Paragus would incite Broly's fury. However, he needed to recruit Broly as a disciple, and such an act would only create resistance in the young warrior's heart, complicating his intentions of mentorship. The battle continued between the two. Half an hour later, the sound of punches echoed. Gradually, Broly adapted to the fight, no longer being easily knocked away by Lan Chi's strikes. In fact, he managed to land several blows that nearly harmed her. Lan Chi, too, began to regain her energy, her strength steadily increasing. In just half an hour, she had pushed her foundational combat abilities to their utmost limits. If Broly continued to grow stronger, Lan Chi would soon find herself at a disadvantage even without transforming. With a resounding impact, the two exchanged blows, both being forced back several meters. Before Lan Chi could stabilize herself, Broly charged once more, as if the previous impact had not affected him in the slightest. Xue Tian observed this scene, pondering that Broly's foundational combat power was nearing Lan Chi's level. The legendary Saiyan lineage was no jest. It was no wonder he was born with an astounding battle power of 10,000. As Broly surged forward again, he unleashed a powerful punch, simultaneously releasing a massive energy blast from his palm. Lan Chi retaliated with a punch of her own, but upon seeing the energy blast in his hand, she realized she had underestimated him. Attempting to evade, she found Broly's speed matched her own. However, she still managed to defend herself by forming an energy shield with her hands. The energy blast detonated against Lan Chi's shield, leaving her somewhat disheveled but unharmed. Though her demeanor was typically gentle, frustration began to simmer within her at that moment. Xue Tian then called out, "Lan Chi, there's no need to hold back. His foundational combat power is nearly on par with yours. Now it is time to showcase your true abilities." After taking a hit, Lan Chi's beautiful visage was marred by dust, igniting a spark of irritation within her. With her master Xue Tian's encouragement, she recognized the necessity of unleashing her full potential. Clenching her fist, she focused her thoughts, and the battle suit gifted by Xue Tian materialized around her. "Activate Speed Form." In response to her command, the suit transformed into a striking blue, significantly enhancing her speed while slightly diminishing her strength. This was one of the suit's defining features. Possessing 3 distinct forms, Speed Form, Power Form, and Radiant Form, each with its unique advantages. Naturally, the most formidable was the Radiant Form, albeit at a considerable energy cost. In Lan Chi's estimation, while Broly's power had surged, her transformation into Speed Form would allow her to outpace him and exploit her speed to secure victory. With a fierce rush, Broly charged, unleashing a barrage of punches that threatened to overwhelm her. Yet, with her enhanced speed, Lan Chi deftly evaded his attacks, swiftly maneuvering behind him and delivering a powerful kick to his back. Just as she prepared to launch her next assault, Broly opened his mouth, aiming a colossal green energy blast at her. Ultimate technique. Lan Chi narrowly dodged, the immense energy striking a nearby hill, reducing it to ashes. At that moment, she positioned herself above Broly, stacking her hands together. Overlapping impact. With a resounding crash, the combined energy surged down upon Broly, creating a massive crater hundreds of meters deep. Broly lay within, enveloped in swirling smoke. Chapter 83. The mighty force of Broly. Lan Chi gazed at Broly, lying in the vast pit, a relaxed expression gracing her face as she believed she had bested him. Paragus, too, was convinced that his son had been defeated. A wave of despair washed over him. It seemed there was no escaping this desolate place. He thought to himself that they could only seize their opportunity to shine if they left this wretched locale. Just as he prepared to plead with Xue Tian, a deafening roar echoed through the air. With a resounding thud, Broly slammed his palm against the ground, launching himself skyward, simultaneously unleashing a powerful energy blast with his left hand. The intensity of the attack was overwhelming. Lan Chi, in her speed mode, effortlessly evaded the oncoming energy blast. Skillfully dodging the assault, she repositioned herself, her hands merging in preparation for another strike against Broly. However, Broly's speed had markedly increased. A colossal green energy sphere manifested in his right hand, hurtling downward towards Lan Chi. In response, Lan Chi's hands converged, unleashing a counterattack. The two energy blasts collided with a thunderous explosion, energy surging forth and sending shockwaves through the air. Paragus, nearly toppled by the explosive force, instinctively retreated hundreds of meters. In that moment, he couldn't help but admire Lan Chi. Her strength was indeed formidable, standing toe-to-toe with Broly, whose combat power surged exponentially in his rage-fueled state. He had long believed that no one could rival his son, not even the tyrant Frieza. Yet, witnessing Lan Chi's prowess was an eye-opener, especially considering she had nearly eliminated Broly moments before. The battle raged on between Broly and Lan Chi, but Lan Chi consistently maintained the upper hand, her fist raining down upon him, sending him reeling. Her energy blast struck him with unrelenting force, leaving him utterly defenseless. Speed, she thought, was a distinct advantage, while her attacks might lack raw power. They allowed her to strike the enemy without injury. With a series of rapid punches to Broly's head, she left him dazed and battered. Though stripped of much of his rationality, the pain coursing through his body ignited an inferno of rage. Suddenly, he halted midair, no longer recklessly charging at Lan Chi. Clenching his fists tightly, he roared with fury, unleashing a shockwave of sound energy that reverberated through the skies, his internal energy swelling exponentially. Broly's power surged dramatically, spirals of energy whirling around him. Xue Tian, observing the transformation, smiled knowingly. Was he about to evolve? This initial phase, he mused, must be the Oozaru form. Unlike Goku and Vegeta, who transformed into colossal apes, Broly's Oozaru state merely caused his physique to expand 2- or 3-fold. Nevertheless, his strength was formidable, surpassing even that of Goku and Vegeta in their Oozaru forms, as Broly's transformation infused him with the essence of the Oozaru's might. Xue Tian's conjecture was spot on. Broly's muscles swelled at a visible rate, his pupils shifting to a golden hue, hair standing erect, and his aura turning a vibrant green. Xue Tian recalled that in this form, Broly had once been stronger than Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta, yet weaker than Super Saiyan God. However, as he acclimatized, he grew stronger than Super Saiyan God, though he still fell short against Super Saiyan Blue Goku. With mastery over this form, he could potentially match or even surpass Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Broly unleashed a primal roar, his gaze fixated on Lan Chi, filled with an intense hatred. He pounded his chest and lunged at her, delivering a flurry of punches. Lan Chi sensed his newfound power, yet felt no fear. She continued to leverage her speed to evade his strikes. She kicked towards Broly, expecting him to dodge. But he stood his ground, catching her foot and forcefully throwing her down. As Lan Chi plummeted, Broly raised his hand high, summoning a massive green energy sphere, the super explosive wave. Without hesitation, he unleashed the colossal attack. Lan Chi, witnessing the enormity of the energy blast, felt a surge of danger for the first time. Without a moment's hesitation, she propelled herself at full speed, narrowly escaping the blast's destructive range. The super explosive wave detonated with a cataclysmic roar upon striking the surface of Wampa Star, unleashing a deafening explosion. The entire planet trembled, glaciers shattered, volcanoes erupted, and tsunamis surged, only to be swiftly consumed by the ensuing chaos. Within a minute, Wampa Star transformed into a fiery sphere, engulfed in flames and molten rock. Parados, witnessing the devastation, muttered to himself, "This is it. Wampa Star is doomed. There will be no surviving here. I must escape. I must get out." He realized that if he continued to dwell in this catastrophic environment, death would be imminent. Thus, he resolved to follow Xue Tian and Lan Chi, determined to leave this place behind. The battle between Broly and Lan Chi persisted. His missed super explosive wave only fueled his fury. With a furious shout, he directed his hands towards her. "Meteor shower," he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of green energy blast that rained down upon her. Chapter 84, The Legendary Super Saiyan, Broly's Explosive Meteor. As Lan Chi beheld the densely packed energy spheres, she realized that no matter how swift she was, evasion was futile. Resolute, she summoned her power. A cascade of silver light enveloped her, her hair transforming into a brilliant silver hue, surrounded by shimmering silver stars. In the air, Xue Tian observed Lan Chi's invocation of the Ultra Instinct technique without surprise. It was the only means to evade Broly's explosive meteor attack. Despite the multitude of energy blasts, their destructive force was formidable. Under her swift form, her defense was lacking. Being struck by the explosive meteor could prove disastrous. In this dire situation, employing the Ultra Instinct was indeed the wisest choice. With a surge of energy, Lan Chi deftly evaded the rain-like barrage of energy blasts. Appearing before Broly, she unleashed a powerful punch to his chest, sending him crashing into the magma below. The searing heat failed to consume Broly. With a mighty sweep of his hand, the molten rock surged upward like an energy projectile aimed at Lan Chi. Yet, enhanced by the Ultra Instinct, she effortlessly dodged once more, reappearing in front of Broly to deliver another punishing blow. Time and again, Broly was thrust into the magma, only to rise once more, unrelenting. With a fierce roar, Broly emerged from the lava, arms spread wide, shouting, "Energy, blast charge." Two energy projectiles raced towards Lan Chi. She countered with a combined energy blast, colliding with Broly's attack and striking him squarely in the chest, causing his clothing to shred and reverting his primal form back to his original state. Like a kite severed from its string, Broly plummeted downward. Paragus called out, "Broly." Exhausted, Broly closed his eyes, acknowledging the prowess of his opponent. Suddenly, upon hearing his father's voice, he felt a surge of determination. He was resolved to defeat this woman and escape. As Lan Shi watched Broly descend, a sense of finality washed over her. She believed the savage was finally subdued. However, she sensed a shift. Her gaze sharpened on Broly, who appeared to be regaining strength and resolve. His pupils dulled, yet his body slowly righted itself. With a thunderous roar that reverberated across planet Wampa, the very space trembled. The magma erupted violently, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky, transforming the landscape into a spectacle of molten fireworks. Surrounding Broly, green vortices coalesced, and in an instant, he entered a primal state, quickly evolving into an entirely new form. His hair and eyebrows turned golden, his pupils vanished, and his rationality dissipated. Paragus, astonished, exclaimed, "What form is this?" He had never witnessed Broly in this state, having only seen his muscular, primal form, which had already instilled fear of cosmic destruction. Now, even without witnessing Broly's actions, he could feel the oppressive aura suffocating the air around him, even from a distance of several kilometers. Xue Tian, with a satisfied grin, declared, "He is transformed into the Super Saiyan form." Super Saiyan? Paragus inquired, perplexed. Seeing Broly's transformation, Xue Tian's excitement overshadowed his disdain for Paragus, as he explained, "Indeed, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, a combat prodigy who appears once in a millennium. His Super Saiyan form will undoubtedly impress." Unfazed by Xue Tian's enthusiasm, Paragus questioned, "Aren't you afraid Broly will kill you?" He acknowledged Xue Tian's strength, but sensed that Broly, in this new form, could rival and perhaps even defeat him. "Take me away now. I have a way to stop Broly." Xue Tian scoffed, "You have a solution? What could it possibly be? Your control device has already been destroyed." Paragus raised his hands in explanation. "True, the device is gone, but Broly is very obedient. He is a dutiful son. I believe he will regain some rationality in my presence. You could then ambush him and incapacitate him, allowing him to return to normal." Xue Tian, taken aback, considered the possibility. If Paragus could indeed restore Broly's sanity, Xue Tian could recruit him as a disciple, guiding him towards the path of Super Saiyan 4. A route uncharted yet tantalizing. He had long yearned to understand which form was superior, Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4, or even higher levels such as Super Saiyan 5 and beyond. This curiosity had lingered since he first encountered the Dragon Ball manga, but he had yet to find definitive evidence. Now, the potential for discovery lay before him, and the prospect of harnessing the power of the legendary Super Saiyan thrilled him. Paragus, noticing Xue Tian's contemplative silence, pressed, "What are your thoughts?" Chapter 85, The Ultimate Technique Beneath the Golden Hair State. "What are your thoughts?" Paragus inquired with a hint of confusion, as he assumed Xue Tian was contemplating his previous words. Xue Tian replied indifferently, "Not much. If you wish for him to regain his composure, you may persuade him yourself. I have no inclination towards ambushing others. Is it really necessary to resort to such tactics to subdue Broly? It is utterly unnecessary." Paragus's expression twitched slightly. He indeed possessed confidence in his ability to bring Broly to a more rational state, yet he was acutely aware that achieving complete rationality was beyond his grasp. It would require someone to incapacitate Broly, and this accomplice would need to be nearly as powerful as Broly himself. Otherwise, failing to subdue him could lead to disastrous consequences. As Broly transformed, he enveloped himself in a halo of golden energy, emanating an aura of terrifying pressure. Lan Shi, aware of Broly's status as the legendary Super Saiyan, felt no surprise at his transformation. However, she was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming force he exuded in this state. Based on her understanding, Broly's current form was merely the first stage of Super Saiyan. If the first stage was so formidable, what might the second or third stages entail? Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Upon completing his transformation, Broly lunged at Lan Shi like a streak of green light, delivering a powerful punch. Lan Shi, guided by her instinctual mastery of the ultimate technique, evaded his blow effortlessly. Without pausing, Broly unleashed a flurry of rapid punches towards her. Despite the speed of his assault, Lan Shi adeptly dodged, leveraging her technique to avoid his strikes. After successfully evading, she seized the opportunity to counterattack, launching a series of strikes against Broly. Although she momentarily pushed him back, he appeared completely unscathed, swiftly regaining his balance and relentlessly pursuing her, akin to an inexhaustible automaton. As the battle raged on for what felt like thousands of exchanges, Lan Shi began to sense her stamina depleting. while Broly remained tireless, moving with an unyielding vigor. His combat prowess was escalating at an alarming rate. While she could still evade his attacks with her ultimate technique, it was becoming increasingly arduous, with signs of an inability to dodge looming ominously. Though the ultimate technique allowed for significant enhancement in evasion, it did not guarantee that one could evade under all circumstances. If the opponent's speed progressively surpassed hers, evasion would become a formidable challenge. This divine skill enabled her body to react instinctively, as if possessing its own consciousness, thereby reducing the time required for thought. However, if the opponent's speed exceeded hers, even the most refined evasive maneuvers could fail. After a moment's reflection, Lan Shi realized that she could not continue in this manner. She must defeat Broly before her energy was entirely expended. With this determination, she willed herself to relinquish the ultimate technique, transforming from her gentle blue-haired state into the more ferocious golden-haired form. In that instant, her gaze morphed into one of brutality and malice, revealing disdain and arrogance towards Broly. With a fierce roar, she clenched her fists and launched herself at Broly, sending him flying with her overwhelming force. As purple energy swirled around her, her eyes gleamed with a violet light. A palpable aura of annihilation radiated from her, causing Paragus to feel an instinctual urge to kneel, overwhelmed by the fear that surged within him. "Little Broly, do you dare challenge me, Lan Shi? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the ultimate technique," she taunted, her voice dripping with arrogance. Paragus paused, pondering the term ultimate technique, which was unfamiliar to him. Although this woman had previously appeared relatively composed, her demeanor had shifted drastically upon assuming this form. Broly, incensed by Lan Shi's dismissive gesture, felt a surge of rage. Though devoid of reason, he recognized her mockery. The expression of arrogance on her face was intolerable. With a thunderous crash, he raised his right hand high. "Super explosive wave," he bellowed, unleashing a colossal energy blast. Lan Shi showed no intention of evading. A contemptuous smile graced her lips as she overlapped her hands and declared, "Overlapping energy wave." The two energy blasts collided with a cataclysmic force. The resulting shockwave reverberated through the already ravaged Vampa star, shaking it once more. Undeterred, they continued their assault against each other, Broly's massive fist clashing against Lan Shi's seemingly delicate ones. With a resounding impact, their fists met. An unfathomable energy wave erupted, sending shockwaves rippling outward, igniting volcanic eruptions and raising torrents of magma that shattered the ground, transforming depths of hundreds of meters into thousands. Paragus, observing the devastation beneath him, swallowed hard, unable to restrain his anxiety. He turned to Xue Tian, saying, "Esteemed sir, they cannot continue fighting like this. The very existence of Vampa Star is at stake." However, Xue Tian remained unconcerned about the fate of the star. His focus lay solely on the enhancement of Broly and Lan Shi's combat abilities. While Lan Shi's growth was not as staggering as Broly's, she still gained invaluable experience that would bolster her strength. Despite her significant improvements, she had yet to engage in a true battle, and without such experience, even the mightiest power would be ineffectively wielded. This was one of the reasons Xue Tian brought her here. As his disciple, she must not bring shame upon him. As Paragus grew increasingly anxious under the silence of Xue Tian, he could only helplessly watch the unfolding battle. With each punch exchanged between Lan Shi and Broly, Vampa Star trembled anew, transforming into a molten landscape devoid of life, save for those resilient enough to withstand the onslaught of lava. Chapter 86. Who? The battle between the two had not yet reached its conclusion, as Lan Shi and Broly gradually acclimated to the intensity of combat. Explosive meteor. The air was filled with a barrage of energy blasts, resembling a torrential downpour. Undaunted, Lan Shi enveloped herself in a layered energy shield and charged at Broly, taunting. "Is this all you've got, little Broly? You're still too weak." Xue Tian, suspended in midair, could not help but chuckle at Lan Shi's audacious demeanor. In her current state, she bore a striking resemblance to the boastful nature of transformed Saiyans. It is well known that Saiyans become exceedingly arrogant and domineering upon transformation, although Lan Shi was not a Saiyan. Her golden-haired state brought forth a similar disposition. Her mastery of the self-extremity technique and the autonomous ultra instinct was impressive, particularly the former, which showcased remarkable finesse. Previously, Lan Shi had employed the autonomous ultra instinct primarily for evasion, seizing opportunities to strike. In contrast, the self-extremity technique was a forceful approach, unyielding to any power. While both techniques had their merits, Xue Tian found the self-extremity technique more exhilarating to witness. After all, evasion was something he could practice himself. Observing others engage in such tactics was far less satisfying. With a resounding impact, Lanchi effortlessly navigated through the deluge of energy blasts and confronted Broly, launching a powerful punch. Naturally, Broly did not shy away. The collision of their fists erupted with tremendous force, sending shockwaves that rippled across the entire Wampa Star. The planet could no longer withstand the pressure exerted by their clash, fracturing several meters deep, and the explosions continued unabated. Moving at a speed almost too swift for the eye to follow, one could observe the molten rock cascading into an abyss so profound that it seemed endless. In truth, this abyss was not a genuine chasm but rather the vastness of space, signifying that the Wampa Star had been utterly obliterated, akin to a shattered globe. With the next inevitable phase being complete disintegration, Paragus was engulfed in panic. Should Wampa Star explode, he would perish alongside it. As for the fate of the mysterious young man, he could not ascertain. What he knew for certain was that his demise was imminent. He immediately cried out to Broly, "Stop, Broly! Wampa Star is on the brink of destruction." However, Broly had already succumbed to a frenzy, lost in irrationality. Even upon hearing Paragus's pleas, he remained oblivious. Unable to heed the warning, Paragus swiftly flew in front of Xue Tian, kneeling midair in desperation, imploring, "Esteemed sir, I beg you, intervene and make them cease. I know you possess the power to do so. Wampa Star is about to explode." Xue Tian assessed the situation and confirmed that Wampa Star had little time left before it met its end, likely only able to endure a few more exchanges of their formidable energies. The star was simply too diminutive to withstand such overwhelming force, rendering it inadequate for their fierce combat. The clash of their fists continued unabated, each strike resonating fiercely as they both retreated several hundred meters. Yet neither exhibited any intention of relenting. As they prepared to unleash another formidable blow, Xue Tian swiftly materialized between them, extending his arms to intercept their strikes, calmly stating, "That is enough." Despite her arrogance and ferocity in her golden-haired state, Lanchi was still inclined to heed Xue Tian's words, even in her wild and ruthless demeanor. She understood that before Xue Tian, she was merely a disciple. The adage "once a teacher, always a father" held true, no matter how cruel or arrogant one may be. It is unfathomable to harm a father. To do so would not signify mere arrogance, but a moral decline into something far darker. Lanchi's consciousness shifted back to her gentle blue-haired state, gazing at the surrounding molten landscape, unable to contain her astonishment. "Ah, did we do all this, Broly?" Broly, his fist firmly grasped by Xue Tian, felt a surge of indignation and let out an enraged roar, preparing to unleash another strike at Xue Tian. Yet, how could Xue Tian be so easily dismissed? Unflinching, he preemptively countered with a precise strike to Broly's shoulder, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing Xue Tian's prowess left Paragus utterly astounded. To subdue Broly with a single move was nothing short of terrifying. Previously, he had considered drawing Broly's attention to stage a sneak attack. But now he realized the futility of such thoughts. There was no need for such cunning stratagems. Gratefully, Paragus ascended and expressed his thanks. "Thank you." He silently vowed to himself that on his path as a cosmic emperor, he must avoid crossing paths with Xue Tian, should they ever meet. Engaging in conflict would be utterly illogical, as he would stand no chance against him, though it appeared to be an unremarkable strike. The force and intensity behind it were simply formidable. Xue Tian calmly remarked, "Place your hands on my shoulders, and I shall lead you away from here." Paragus was bewildered by this notion. How could simply resting his hands on Xue Tian's shoulders facilitate their departure? However, he understood that this was not the time for inquiries. Moreover, he reasoned that Xue Tian had no reason to betray him. If he intended to kill him, a mere energy blast would suffice without the need for such complexity. Without further hesitation, he placed his hands on Xue Tian's shoulders. In an instant, they were enveloped in a cosmic warp. With a rush, Paragus felt his surroundings shift, his body lightening with each passing moment. He instinctively closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself within a villa, perplexed. Where is this place?" Xue Tian did not respond to his query. He had little interest in Paragus and preferred to remain silent. Lanchi interjected, "This is Master's home." "Your Master's home? What planet is this?" Paragus inquired, confusion etched across his face. "This is Earth," Lanchi replied with a smile, suddenly recalling something. "Oh, by the way, there are other Saiyans on Earth." "There are Saiyans on Earth?" Paragus exclaimed in astonishment. Xue Tian had something to say but ultimately chose silence. Unaware of the prior grievances between them, Lanchi cheerfully responded, "Indeed. Son Goku and Vegeta reside on Earth." Paragus's pupils dilated in shock. Who? Chapter 87. Who defeated Frieza? Paragus was taken aback, his spirit jolted with excitement as he inquired fervently. Vegeta and Son Goku, yes, and their descendants, have been on Earth for many years now. Son Goku grew up here, while Vegeta arrived later. Lanchi recounted without a hint of consideration regarding any animosity that might exist between Paragus and Vegeta. Vegeta. Paragus clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage as he muttered, Vegeta, how dare you leave planet Vegeta and come to Earth? This revelation startled Lanchi, prompting her to question, what troubles you? Unfazed by Lanchi's awareness of his grudge against Vegeta, Paragus elaborated, years ago, King Vegeta, upon witnessing my son Broly's extraordinary fighting potential, feared he might eclipse his own legacy. Consequently, he exiled Broly to the distant planet Vampa, nearly leading to our demise. This grievance shall be avenged upon King Vegeta. But since his son is on this planet, I shall first seek retribution against him. Lanchi then recalled a prior conversation with her master, Xue Tian, wherein he had mentioned that King Vegeta was indeed the one responsible for Broly's exile. The realization left her feeling awkward, as if she had unwittingly unleashed a calamity. She glanced at her master, silently pleading for his assistance, filled with regret for having spoken too hastily, as Paragus might have remained oblivious to Vegeta's presence on Earth. Understanding the plight of his disciple, Xue Tian intervened, calmly stating, you need not pursue vengeance against King Vegeta. What do you mean? Are you suggesting you will assist King Vegeta? Paragus asked in despair. He was acutely aware of Xue Tian's formidable power if he were to aid King Vegeta. Paragus's quest for vengeance against Broly would be rendered hopeless. Yet, the thought of relinquishing his 40 years of suffering was unbearable. He aspired to become the Emperor of the universe, and the first step toward that goal was to annihilate King Vegeta, proving how foolish it was to have exiled Broly. For 4 decades, this scenario had haunted him nightly, making it impossible to simply let go. However, if Xue Tian were to support King Vegeta, it would leave Paragus with no recourse for revenge, forcing him to suppress these thoughts until Broly gained the strength to confront King Vegeta. Sensing Paragus's turmoil, Xue Tian remarked indifferently, I harbor no intentions of aiding King Vegeta or his son. I merely inform you that King Vegeta has been deceased for many years, and your planet Vegeta has long since been destroyed. What? Planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Paragus gasped in shock. Xue Tian smirked knowingly. What? Do you doubt my words? Do you recall Frieza? Paragus, recognizing the name, nodded vigorously. Yes, he is the Emperor of the universe. King Vegeta served under him, and many of our Saiyan affairs were conducted through him. Your planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza, and he also killed King Vegeta. Vegeta survived only due to a twist of fate, serving Frieza, Xue Tian explained. Although Paragus was astounded, he observed Xue Tian's earnest demeanor, which suggested he was not lying. After a heavy sigh, Paragus clenched his fists tightly. King Vegeta, I had no idea you had perished so swiftly. I had intended to seek my revenge on you. But now it seems I must target your son, Vegeta. You cast my son into exile, so I shall take your son's life. Surely, you would have no objections to this form of retribution. Xue Tian remained silent, reclining in his chair. Upon hearing his murmurs, Lanchi interjected, What? You intend to kill Vegeta? Paragus affirmed resolutely, of course. With his father dead, it is only fitting that Vegeta pay the debt. But Vegeta has changed. He is no longer a villain. You cannot kill him, and you may not even succeed. Lanchi implored passionately, filled with regret for having inadvertently instigated these events. I must make amends. I cannot allow my thoughtless words to spark a conflict. Paragus countered swiftly, not a villain. King Vegeta was a despicable coward. His son must be evil as well. I believe that with enough effort, Broly will be capable of defeating him. Perhaps with his current strength, he could even kill him. Lanchi fell silent, contemplating his words. Given Broly's prowess, it was conceivable he could best Vegeta. She was unsure who was stronger between herself and Vegeta, but based on her encounters with Broly, if given enough time, he would undoubtedly triumph over her, a fact beyond dispute. Thus, it stood to reason that Broly could likewise overpower Vegeta. However, she could not allow a confrontation between Broly and Vegeta, so she urged Paragus, your desire for vengeance does not equate to Broly's desire for vengeance. You cannot impose your aspirations upon him. It is cruel and unjust to Broly. If Broly were to engage Vegeta, Goku would undoubtedly intervene, leading to a 2-on-1 battle against Broly, and he would stand no chance. This was not the first time Paragus had heard of Son Goku. He inquired curiously, Who is Son Goku? Lanchi struggled to explain, then earnestly declared, You know Frieza, right? He is the one who defeated Frieza. Paragus's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of sheer astonishment. What? The one who defeated Frieza? Chapter 88. Resolving Broly's troubles. What? the one who defeated Frieza. Paragus was well aware of Frieza's formidable prowess, as he was indeed the undisputed emperor of the universe. Now, after 4 decades, he must be even more powerful. Yet, this individual known as Son Goku managed to vanquish Frieza. How terrifying must he be? In that moment, Paragus felt a wave of confusion wash over him. With Vegeta receiving assistance from this Son Goku, should he still pursue vengeance against both of them? As he regained his composure, Lan Chi let out a sigh of relief. Ahem. At that moment, Broly, who had been lying on the ground, awakened. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings and seeing his father standing nearby, along with Lan Chi, he curiously inquired, "Where is this place?" He then stood up. Lan Chi explained that they were on Earth, in the home of her master. It was then that Broly noticed Xue Tian reclining in a chair. He immediately offered a polite greeting. "Hello, thank you for bringing us here." He understood that his arrival was solely due to Xue Tian, who had promised that if he defeated his apprentice, he would bring him to this earth. Did that mean he had indeed triumphed over his apprentice? After careful contemplation, he realized that he had not defeated Lan Chi. They had merely reached a stalemate. Furthermore, he noticed that Lan Chi had not initially fought him with all her strength. Had she unleashed her full power, he would have stood no chance against her. It appeared that Lan Chi's master had instructed her to hold back, as they had never intended to defeat him, merely testing his abilities. With this understanding, his gratitude deepened. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he respectfully asked, "May I become your disciple?" Paragus watched with keen interest, secretly pondering that if this mysterious figure were to take Broly as his apprentice, then Broly might have the potential to defeat Son Goku and Vegeta. Xue Tian sat up and calmly replied, "Of course." He did not put on airs, for from the outset, his intention had been to accept Broly as his disciple. Even if Broly had not voiced it, he would have sought an opportunity to propose it. With a thud, Broly knelt down, exclaiming, "Master." Upon hearing Xue Tian's agreement, Paragus felt a surge of joy. There seemed to be hope for revenge now. Eliminating Vegeta and Son Goku was no longer a mere fantasy. As for Paragus's ulterior motives, Xue Tian was fully aware. However, to Xue Tian, Paragus was merely a figure of ridicule, easily disregarded. He had no desire to concern himself with their vendetta. After all, it was their affair, and he wished to remain uninvolved as long as Broly could be by his side when needed, serving him. Otherwise, what he had given to Broly could just as easily be reclaimed. "All right, rise." A notification echoed in Xue Tian's mind. Hidden choice completed. Reward, 10 consecutive draws won. Hidden choice? Such a concept existed? He had assumed that all choices were laid bare before him. A tenfold draw? Quite impressive. The last time a tenfold draw had awarded him the Void Bloodline. What would this one yield? Without further contemplation, he activated the tenfold draw. Opening the draw yielded Senza Beans 3, System Upgrade 1, Thank You Lottery 2, Tranquil Heart Technique 1, Super Saiyan Level 2 1, Glass Clan Bloodline 2. Upon seeing the rewards, Xue Tian was taken aback. A system upgrade? What could that entail? Would a system enhance after use? What changes would follow? In an instant, anticipation surged within him. However, regarding the other rewards, he felt somewhat perplexed. Among them, only the Glass Clan bloodline caught his interest. He distinctly remembered 2 notable representatives of the Glass Clan, Legus and Beerus. Legus was the last warrior of the prison planet's core area, possessing the ability to generate glass and transform it. Trained rigorously from a young age due to this rare capability, he boasted formidable combat strength, able to create vessels, blades, shields, and even colossal dragons from glass at will. Beerus, too, possessed the ability to generate glass, capable of summoning 2 clone counterparts and a legion of glass soldiers. She was also one of the 4 shadow warriors under the previous Kaioshin, Ios, participating in the grand tournament of time and space. When Xue Tian first encountered the Glass Clan, he had thought them remarkable. However, both individuals he had seen were female. He wondered if any males from the clan had survived. Returning to the present, he turned to Broly, saying, "Broly, since you have taken me as your master, I shall bestow upon you the Tranquil Heart Technique. This technique will enable you to maintain clarity of mind upon transformation, significantly enhancing your combat prowess." Broly's heart swelled with joy, for he understood that in his transformed state, his mind often became chaotic. Although he possessed immense raw power, he lacked the intellect and strategy to wield it effectively. In such a state, it was challenging to truly harness his strength. However, if he could maintain clarity, he could fight according to his own will, thereby greatly amplifying his combat capabilities. "Thank you, Master." Broly expressed his gratitude, while Paragus felt an even greater elation, as this seemed to solve a significant dilemma. He had once thought he could only control the uncontrollable Broly through electric shocks. Now it appeared that with Broly's clarity of mind, he could manage him differently. However, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart, for he could no longer ensure Broly's absolute obedience. Previously, Broly had been entirely compliant with his commands, and even if he resisted, Paragus could employ electric shocks to enforce his will. Now, without that means of control, Broly might not always comply. He pondered whether he should devise a way to create an electric collar for Broly. Yet, it seemed there was no longer an excuse. Previously, he could justify using it to control Broly's rampages, but now that he would not rampage, that excuse was clearly invalid. After contemplating for a considerable time, Xue Tian placed his hand on Broly's forehead, channeling his intent, murmuring, "Utilize the tranquil heart technique upon Broly." Success. In an instant, Broly felt a surge of memories flooding into his mind, merging with his consciousness. He carefully absorbed the experience. The tranquil heart technique unfolded within his mind, clarity like water. The heart pure as the stream, with no winds to stir, and no waves to disturb, alone in the bamboo grove, I serenely play my lute. Even without transforming, simply reciting the tranquil heart technique brought him an unprecedented sense of peace and lucidity. Observing this transformation, Xue Tian smiled and turned to Lan Qi, saying, "Lan Qi, you have distinguished yourself in battle. I bestow upon you the Glass Clan bloodline." Chapter 89, System Upgrade. Lan Qi, your prowess in battle has earned you the Glass Clan bloodline, proclaimed Xue Tian. Although Lan Qi was unaware of the true nature of the Glass Clan bloodline, one thing resonated within her heart. Anything bestowed by her master, Xue Tian, was undoubtedly exceptional. She expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master." In a similar vein, Xue Tian placed his hand upon Lan Qi's forehead, channeling the Glass Clan bloodline into her. He possessed two fragments of the Glass Clan bloodline. One could be assimilated into his void bloodline, while the other was designated for Lan Qi. Xue Tian soon realized that upon absorbing other bloodlines, his void bloodline could harness their effects, enhancing its own potency, a truly remarkable ability, befitting the essence of the void. Beep. The Glass Clan bloodline has been integrated into Lan Qi, announced the system. Following this, Lan Qi felt an extraordinary transformation occurring within her body as shards of glass began to emerge on her limbs and throughout her physique. Yet, these glass formations could be manipulated at her will. Initially taken aback, she quickly learned to control the glass, retracting it with a mere thought. With a flick of her wrist, a glass sphere materialized, which then morphed into a dagger, and then into a fan, all at her command. "This is quite entertaining," Lan Qi exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Focus on solidifying your power," Xue Tian stated calmly, intending to delve deeper into the intricacies of this system upgrade. Observing Paragus and Broly approaching the villa, Xue Tian pondered, "Paragus, please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Broly wished to remain, but Xue Tian insisted he return to the training grounds, as the recent battle had significantly elevated his combat strength, necessitating a period of acclimatization. Now that he had acquired the tranquil heart technique, it was imperative for him to master it, allowing for transformations at will without fear of losing control. Paragus, bewildered, inquired, "Sir, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Confusion filled his mind as he wondered why Xue Tian wanted to speak with him. Was it an attempt to dissuade him from seeking vengeance? It was certainly a possibility, considering both he and Vegeta resided on Earth and might share some connection. If there was a link, Xue Tian could very well attempt to persuade him. However, if he were to be dissuaded, it would only serve to postpone his desire for revenge until Broly had mastered his abilities. Seemingly reading Paragus's thoughts, Xue Tian replied indifferently, "Your quest for vengeance against Vegeta is of no concern to me. Do not overthink it. Pursue vengeance if you wish, or refrain if you prefer. The reason I summoned you is simply to inform you that your presence in my home is unwelcome. I brought you from planet Wampa solely out of regard for Broly. Thus, while Broly may reside here, you would do well to vacate promptly." Paragus was momentarily taken aback. He recognized that Xue Tian harbored little affection for him, but had assumed he was allowed to stay for Broly's sake. He never anticipated being asked to leave so soon. There's no need for surprise. Do not expect Broly to plead on your behalf. Depart at once, Xue Tian commanded. Paragus, visibly distressed, pleaded, "Sir, please do not do this. I cannot bear to be apart from Broly. Please, do not separate us." Xue Tian swiftly raised a hand, his expression icy. "Enough. Conceal that repugnant demeanor. Do you think I am unaware of your true intentions? You have cared for Broly these past decades. Do you dare claim it was out of paternal duty? Is it not merely a means to an end for you to conquer the universe? You seek to become the emperor of the cosmos, do you not? The shock collar you placed upon him was nothing but a tool for control. Such pitiful tactics may deceive Broly, but they will not fool me. Paragas's face turned crimson with humiliation, clearly struck at the core of his being, his true self laid bare. I do not wish to impede the affections of others. If you are truly inseparable from Broly, you may take him with you, Xue Tian stated matter-of-factly. He held a deep appreciation for Broly as a disciple. Yet he was not inclined to fight tooth and nail over him. If Broly chose to leave with Paragas, it would ultimately be his decision. One that did not pertain to Xue Tian. Paragas, now momentarily composed, realized that to recruit Broly for his imperial ambitions, he must first ensure Broly possessed sufficient skills. Without such abilities, even if he took Broly away, conquering the universe would remain a distant dream. Currently, he lacked the necessary resources and needed to understand the dynamics of Earth, which could serve as a solid foundation. After contemplating these factors, he resigned himself. Very well. I shall depart, and Broly will continue his training with you. However, I wish to bid him farewell. That is acceptable, Xue Tian replied, dismissing Paragas and closing his eyes to engage with the system. System, what does this recent upgrade entail? He inquired. Host may choose to upgrade or decline. Is it true that rewards improve upon upgrading? The system replied affirmatively. Xue Tian, undeterred, focused his thoughts. Initiate system upgrade. Beep. System upgrading. Progress. 20. 44. 89. 100. Upgrade complete. Following the upgrade, new reward effects were introduced. For instance, upon reaching Super Saiyan level 1, a notification would alert the host, significantly enhancing combat prowess. Moreover, the system's random selections transformed into hidden triggers. Henceforth, it would not be the host's conscious choice, but rather a concealed activation, potentially occurring even during slumber, or perhaps never at all. The quality of rewards obtained through hidden triggers would be enhanced, with a higher likelihood of exceptional outcomes. Upon digesting this information, Xue Tian realized, so that was the case. The 10 consecutive draws I achieved were merely the completion of a hidden task. System, is that correct? Indeed, future choices will be less overt. It will all depend on the host's fortune, the system clarified. Xue Tian muttered, I can't shake the feeling of having left the novice village. That sentiment is quite accurate. The system concurred. Xue Tian, now indifferent, decided that as long as the quality of rewards improved, the nature of their acquisition was of little concern. He could not fathom the system's claim that he might never trigger a reward throughout his lifetime. Chapter 90. Additional payment the following day. Xue Tian awoke to the afternoon sun, stretching lazily, savoring the tranquility of life. Upon noticing that his master had risen from the chair, Lan Chi promptly brought over water for washing and breakfast, making for a delightful morning. Xue Tian, not one to be formal, proceeded to freshen up and eat. His master and junior brother had taken his father to find a place to reside. After tidying up, Lan Chi emerged and gently spoke. Xue Tian was unfazed. Based on Broly's portrayal in Dragon Ball Super, he was undoubtedly a devoted son, though his father had been asked to leave. Xue Tian would certainly assist in locating a new abode. Yet, given Paragas's shrewd nature, he would likely claim it was inconvenient to stay. Paragas would certainly wish to keep Broly close for training. This was of little consequence. Suddenly, Xue Tian sensed a spacecraft in the Earth's outer space, intentionally directing energy towards his villa, evidently wishing to meet him. Lan Chi, I need to step out for a moment, he announced. Of course, master, she replied. Utilizing his cosmic shuttle, Xue Tian appeared in the vastness of outer space, where indeed a colossal spaceship hovered. Approaching the vessel, he was greeted at the entrance by a soldier with azure skin. Are you Mr. Xue Tian? He inquired. Indeed, Xue Tian affirmed. The soldier respectfully gestured, please, come in. As Xue Tian followed the soldier inside, he pondered the origins of these visitors. Their demeanor suggested they had come specifically to seek him, as they were already aware of his name, indicating thorough research had been conducted. Upon entering the spaceship's grand hall, he beheld a man adorned in a red coat, with blue skin and hair styled upright, seated in the main position. Flanking him were 3 individuals, 2 with skin of the same hue, a male and a female, while on the opposite side stood a handsome man with green hair, his right eye covered by a patch. Xue Tian instantly recognized the blue-skin trio as members of the Sita organization. The man in the main seat was none other than Elik, the leader of Sita, with the 2 beside him named Jas and Ma Chi. The green-haired man was Granola, the bounty hunter from the 7th universe. Although Granola was not a member of Sita, he was known to work for the right price. However, His unique disposition meant that if displeased, he would not be easily swayed. Having completed a task for Alec, Granola initially intended to leave, but was invited to Earth to witness the prowess of Xue Tian, the slayer of oil. Alec, uninterested in mere spectacle, had offered him a substantial sum, which Granola, being a bounty hunter, found appealing, especially for a task of low difficulty. He surmised that Alec sought to bolster his own status by having Granola accompany him. Alec descended from his seat, a broad smile gracing his face as he approached Xue Tian, exuding warmth akin to that of an old friend. Yet, Xue Tian was acutely aware of Alec's cunning nature and vast ambitions, perceiving all relationships as transactional. Deep down, Alec harbored disdain for the might of Frieza and the Saiyans, believing that true dominion over the universe required a blend of intellect and strength. Upon reaching Xue Tian, Alec cheerfully greeted, "Hello, my friend." Xue Tian, feeling no fondness for Alec, coolly replied, "I am not your friend. In fact, I should be considered your enemy, for I have slain oil." Alec's expression shifted to one of astonishment, realizing that Xue Tian had brazenly exposed the tension between them. The jovial demeanor faded, replaced by a coldness. "Xue Tian, I welcomed you with open arms, and instead of gratitude, you dare to mention this?" Alec and his companions were aware of Xue Tian's actions against oil. Initially, Jas and Ma Chi had suggested eliminating Xue Tian. However, Alec believed that if Xue Tian could vanquish oil, his strength must be formidable. If he could be persuaded to join Sita, he could serve as a valuable asset. After all, oil was already dead. Eliminating Xue Tian would not resurrect him. Yet, Alec had not anticipated Xue Tian's lack of deference. Xue Tian boldly queried, "What are your intentions? Surely, I can discern your desire to manipulate me as a mere pawn. Do you truly think that is feasible?" In the midst of the confrontation, Jas, who had remained silent, suddenly lunged towards Xue Tian, but Alec swiftly interposed. "Stand down." Jas, respecting Alec's authority despite his displeasure towards Xue Tian, reluctantly retreated. "Xue Tian, it seems our discussions have come to an end," Alec stated coldly. "Indeed," Xue Tian responded defiantly. Alec reiterated his warning. "Consider this carefully, for you have slain oil. Should you refuse to join us, the repercussions will not be easily resolved. How then will it conclude?" Xue Tian dismissed Alec's threats with indifference. Alec retreated to his seat, his expression grave as he bellowed, "You possess an audacious spirit. You blatantly disregard the authority of the Sita organization. I once valued your potential, but now it seems unnecessary. Granola, I shall pay you 50 cosmic jewels. Eliminate him." Granola scrutinized Xue Tian, sensing no discernible aura, as if he were an ordinary person. Yet, he understood that Xue Tian was anything but ordinary. Confounded by the absence of energy, he questioned whether Xue Tian was vastly superior to him, causing hesitation in his actions. Nevertheless, Chapter 91, The Evolutionary Eye of Granola. "No, I need more money." Granola insisted firmly. Jas frowned, displeased, and retorted, "Granola, you are taking advantage of the situation. Do you really think we cannot manage without you?" Just as Jas was about to speak further, Alec gestured for him to remain silent. Alec replied, "Very well. I shall offer you double the pay, but you must eliminate him now." With that, he retrieved half of the payment from his waist and tossed it to Granola, adhering to the customary practice of receiving half up front before the job is completed. Once Granola received the payment, he stepped forward with a satisfied expression, fixing his gaze on Xue Tian and stating coolly, "Apologies, but I must act on behalf of those who pay me. Granola, stop wasting time with your chatter and finish him off. The double payment is not meant for idle talk." Jas exclaimed, increasingly irritated by Granola's hesitation. His annoyance was compounded by Granola's evident reluctance to take action. Granola shot Jas a glare, thinking that he would not be so willing to assist the Zeta group if it weren't for his financial needs. However, receiving payment obliges him to fulfill his duties. As is the code of bounty hunters, once money is taken, the job must be done. With a swift motion, Granola lunged at Xue Tian, his fist charged with formidable force akin to a black dragon unleashed in fury. Yet, with a mere lift of his hand, Xue Tian effortlessly blocked the punch, as if he were deflecting the strike of an ordinary person. Granola's initial combat prowess was not particularly strong. His rise to the status of the universe's strongest for a time, excluding the gods, not including the Kaishins, came after acquiring the 2-star Dragon Ball and making a wish. At present, his strength was insufficient, not even comparable to that of Sun Wukong or Vegeta. Given such capabilities, how could he possibly inflict harm upon Xue Tian? Granola was taken aback as his punch was easily thwarted. He was not alone in his astonishment. Alec and his companions were equally shocked, well aware that Granola was only slightly weaker than Jas. To see him so easily repelled was quite astonishing. Recovering from his surprise, Granola swung another punch. Once again, the result was the same. Xue Tian blocked it with ease. Granola attempted to retract his hand, but found it ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering him unable to pull back. He ready to kick aimed at Xue Tian. However, before he could initiate the attack, Xue Tian preemptively struck, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Granola flying. He crashed heavily several dozen meters away, narrowly avoiding a collision with the ship's wall, thanks to the vessel's ample size. It was also a testament to Xue Tian's restraint. Otherwise, Granola would have been sent hurtling far beyond mere distance. Alec was aghast at Granola's ineffectiveness before him. It was no wonder he had managed to eliminate Oil. Granola indeed possessed considerable strength. If only the Zeta group could recruit such talent, universal domination would be within their grasp, and they would no longer need to fear Frieza. At this moment, Alec was already aware of Frieza's resurrection and the formation of the Frieza Force. This urgency to recruit Xue Tian stemmed from the impending threat of Frieza. Otherwise, he would not have been so desperate, as their current combat capabilities were already sufficient. Granola rose, disbelief evident in his eyes. The power before him surpassed his wildest imagination. Although he had contemplated the possibility of being outmatched, he never anticipated such a significant disparity in strength. However, he still had a trump card up his sleeve. He extended his hand to remove his eye patch. Alec intervened. Wait. Granola was bewildered by this sudden interruption. Was he not supposed to eliminate Xue Tian? Nevertheless, he chose to comply, halting his actions. Alec again extended an olive branch. Xue Tian, if you join the Zeta group, I guarantee you will become the Emperor of the universe, the supreme being among all. Internally, he mused that once he had fully utilized Xue Tian, he would find a way to dispose of him. Dreaming of becoming the Emperor of the universe was futile. Xue Tian, of course, had no reason to believe Alec's words. He was utterly uninterested in the notion of becoming a universe emperor. If he truly desired to rule the seventh universe, it would be a matter of moments. But it was entirely unnecessary. Alec, you are an ambitious man with a deep cunning. Do you truly believe you would relinquish the throne of the universe to me? Do you think I would trust you? Alec was momentarily taken aback. How could Xue Tian possess such insight into the Zeta group and himself? Had he previously encountered him? Or perhaps conducted an investigation? Though these thoughts crossed his mind, he refrained from acknowledgement, as admitting such would be detrimental. I have stated that as long as you are willing, the Zeta group can assist you in becoming the Emperor of the universe. The cosmos will belong to you. This is my guarantee. Xue Tian scoffed dismissively, not interested. Seeing the derisive look in Xue Tian's eyes, Alec realized that there was no chance of persuading him to join the Zeta group. If they could not be allies, they would have to be foes. Take action, Granola. Use your utmost strength. Granola, hearing Alec's command, wasted no time in removing his right eye patch. His eye, a peculiar shade of crimson, differed markedly from his left and possessed a mechanical quality. This was the inherent ability of the Cyril race, known as the sniper's right eye. This eye allowed him to lock onto an enemy's vital points from a distance, facilitating focus strikes. Granola assessed Xue Tian, finding him unimposing. For others, the Cyril's right eye might pose a threat, but to Xue Tian, it was inconsequential, for he was a being without vulnerabilities. In fact, he was a being filled with them. Indeed, upon activating his right eye, Granola scrutinized Xue Tian in search of weaknesses. To his surprise, he found only a multitude of apparent vulnerabilities, yet they felt more like defensive points than true weaknesses. It was a perplexing situation, one he had never encountered before. Chapter 92. How will you choose? Granola stood in stunned silence. Alec observed that he had opened his right eye, yet remained unresponsive for a prolonged period, leaving him perplexed about the intentions of this individual. He understood well that Granola's left eye was a specialized eye capable of discerning the flaws in others. In activating this, eye would provide significant auxiliary benefits, enhancing his combat prowess several-fold. This was precisely why Granola had gained renown as a formidable bounty hunter, and the Zeta group had consistently collaborated with him. Unable to contain himself, Alec exclaimed, Granola, what are you doing? If you wish to fight, then fight. What is this hesitance? Upon hearing this, Granola ceased his hesitation. Whether it meant confronting flaws or not, he had to muster the courage to engage, lest he lose his esteemed title as the finest bounty hunter. He leaped high into the air, striking like lightning toward Xue Tian. Boom! A punch came crashing down. Xue Tian remained calm, seemingly unperturbed by Granola's approach. Indeed, Given Granola's strength, he did not regard him as a significant threat. Perhaps he would take him seriously once he wished to become the strongest being in the universe. But for now, that was impossible. Bang! Yet another punch was effortlessly blocked. Xue Tian casually tossed Granola aside, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Granola, your strength is lacking. If you persist in these futile struggles, do not blame me for ending your life. Though his voice was calm, Xue Tian infused his words with energy that struck at Granola's core, causing him to involuntarily shudder. His face paling, he could not help but ponder, who is this individual? How can his strength be so terrifying? I have never heard of such a person in the universe. Alec and his companions could now see that Lin Machen's power was indeed formidable, so strong that even their combined efforts might not suffice. Granola, while not quite at their level, was still a considerable adversary, yet here he was, subjected to such mockery. The most alarming aspect was not merely the derision. Xue Tian genuinely possessed the capability to easily subdue Granola, which was truly impressive. Unfortunately, such a person could not be of use to the Zeta group. Now, to eliminate him would prove quite challenging. What should I do? Is there any way to handle this? Alec pondered incessantly, seeking a novel approach to confront Xue Tian. But despite his efforts, he could not devise a solution. If it truly came to pass that he could not contend with him, he might have to enlist Frieza's aid. If Frieza were willing to intervene, the situation might become manageable. Rumor had it that Frieza was already training. One could only wonder what results would emerge from such efforts. The Frost Demon race seldom trained, and Frieza had not engaged in training until encountering those individuals on Earth. After his defeat, he had finally begun to train. In that moment, Alec found himself torn, hoping for Frieza to become incredibly powerful while simultaneously wishing that he would not. If he became strong, he could assist in defeating Xue Tian, yet thereafter, Alec would find himself in a difficult position. Conversely, if Frieza remained weak, they would have no means of dealing with Xue Tian. With a deep sigh, Alec turned his gaze to Granola, eager to encourage him to test Xue Tian's true strength. Granola, you accepted my remuneration. Are you simply going to cease here? Have you forgotten the code of conduct for bounty hunters? Of course, I could never forget. Granola replied coldly. He understood Alec's intentions were far from altruistic. He clearly recognized that he was outmatched, yet still insisted on pushing him forward. However, having just received payment, he could not retract his commitment unless extraordinary circumstances arose that compelled him to act against his will. Xue Tian glanced at Alec. Are you planning to push him into the fire? It was true. Granola was merely a pawn in Alec's game. Now that Alec deemed him of little use, it was only natural to abandon him. Alternatively, he could easily sacrifice him, for should one bounty hunter perish, others remained. Alec responded coldly, Xue Tian, do not speak so harshly. I am not coercing him. It is Granola's own principle that a bounty hunter fulfills their obligations upon receiving payment, unless he no longer wishes to be a bounty hunter. Xue Tian's lips curled into a playful smile. Oh, how intriguing. I am quite eager to see how Granola chooses to proceed next. What do you mean? Both Alec and Granola were bewildered by his words. What choice? Shouldn't accepting payment mean he must face the challenge head-on? A sense of foreboding washed over Alec, though he could not articulate why. Could it be that we are to be slain by Xue Tian? Surely not. Although we may not be able to oppose him, he cannot easily defeat all three of us. We still possess our trump cards. Xue Tian turned his attention to Granola, speaking earnestly. Granola, a member of the Cyril race. 40 years ago, your planet was invaded by Frieza's forces, and the great apes of the Scions decimated the world. At the tender age of 10, you found your separated mother, Musli, only to be pursued by the rampaging Scion apes. You were so frightened that you lost consciousness. Granola stared at Xue Tian in astonishment. Incredulity etched on his face. How do you know this? Not only was he shocked, but even Alec was taken aback. This person before them was aware of such details. Did he also know the hidden truths lurking in the shadows? If so, would Granola turn against me? With a deep breath, Alec acknowledged that it was too late to intervene. Even if Granola learned the truth, it mattered little now. Xue Tian remained composed as he declared, I know this because I possess knowledge of the past and the future. The reason you became a bounty hunter, Granola, is primarily due to your lack of currency. Your need to care for the one who raised you, Monette. Had it not been for Monette, you would have perished long ago. You have always believed that Frieza and the Scions destroyed your planet, which has fostered a deep-seated hatred within you. A desire to vanquish Frieza and those Scions of the past. However, upon learning of the Scions' demise and the destruction of planet Vegeta, you shifted your focus entirely to Frieza. Correct? Granola affirmed, Indeed, you are not mistaken. His eyes ignited with a fervent light. as though he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Do you truly possess knowledge of the past and the future? Indeed. Chapter 93. The truth. If I were unaware, would I engage in such extensive dialogue with you? Is it possible for me to possess such clarity? This pertains to matters of your planet. Xue Tian replied nonchalantly. Granola concurred, thoroughly convinced. Meanwhile, Alec, seated in the main position, sensed impending doom. Although he recognized the futility of opposition, he still felt compelled to intervene, as he needed Granola to test Xue Tian's true strength. Granola, while he may speak some truths, there are many inaccuracies. He is deceiving you. You must not believe him. Xue Tian scoffed. Whether I deceive him or not is a matter for his own judgment, and it is not your place to interfere with his thoughts. In all honesty, Granola believed Xue Tian, for his statements were nearly correct. It was difficult not to believe such plausibly accurate assertions. Turning to Xue Tian, he inquired further. What else do you know? Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. You might not be aware that the organization you serve, the Sith, has been interacting with the Frieza force all along. Xue Tian inquired calmly. Granola's gaze shifted to Alec, seeking an explanation. Alec, momentarily at a loss for words, could only feebly assert, we do not trust his words. Who is Frieza? I am more aware than you. How could we possibly associate with them? Our aim is to revive our planet, to provide a new home for those who have lost theirs, just like your kin. Upon hearing this, Xue Tian suddenly laughed, provoking Alec's displeasure. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was no match for this individual, even with animosity. He had to endure. He could only hope that Granola would not believe Xue Tian. However, given the current developments, there was no means to thwart Xue Tian. At that moment, Xue Tian continued, wasn't Cyril Star destroyed by your alliance with Frieza? Wasn't the annihilation of the Cyril people you're doing? These words reverberated through Granola's mind, shocking his very thoughts. Alec's expression shifted. His greatest fear had materialized. Xue Tian truly knew about past events. How could he possibly possess such knowledge? Could he indeed perceive the future and the past? This seemed impossible. How could such a person exist in this universe? Yet, upon considering someone, he came to terms with it. Perhaps such beings truly existed, for the universe is vast and full of wonders. Granola's gaze again turned to Alec, now laced with animosity. Alec recognized that Granola had accepted Xue Tian's words and decided to reveal the truth, since you have already believed him. There is no need for me to conceal anything further. He speaks truthfully. Your Cyril Star was indeed destroyed through our collaboration with Frieza. In an instant, Granola's fury ignited. He clenched his fists and shouted in rage, why would you do such a thing? With the cards laid bare, Alec no longer held back. His demeanor cold. Do you not understand the nature of Frieza? If we chose to collaborate, what do you think that implies? Granola comprehended fully. It appears you are vile and despicable individuals. You speak the truth. We are indeed unscrupulous. For only through such depravity can one seize control of this universe and wield dominion over countless planets. Ha ha ha. Alec took pride in this, as his ideology dictated that to achieve greatness, one must be invincible and devoid of morals, thus becoming a true force to be reckoned with. Those like Granola, ensnared by their own emotions, were precisely why Alec held him in contempt. I will kill you all, Granola exclaimed in wrath. Xue Tian interjected, do not rush. There are matters you remain unaware of. Allow me to elaborate. Granola suppressed his fury, awaiting Xue Tian's words. In truth, it was not the Saiyans who killed your mother. Rather, both you and your mother were saved by them. Xue Tian stated calmly. This revelation shattered Granola's long-held beliefs, as he had always thought that his mother was slain by the merciless, giant ape-like Saiyans who ruthlessly ravaged their homeland. He recalled that his mother had been pursued by one of these Saiyans, and upon awakening, he found her dead, surely at the hands of that Saiyan. Yet now, Xue Tian claimed otherwise, stating that they had been rescued by the very beings he despised. Such a notion was utterly confounding. And had it not been for Xue Tian's previous logical assertions, he would have dismissed this entirely. Xue Tian observed Granola's skepticism and continued. The Saiyan who saved you and your mother was named Bardock, and the one who killed your mother is none other than Alec, whom you currently serve. Hisses. Granola felt as though his consciousness was being drained. The news was overwhelmingly shocking. Alec had always told him that the one who murdered his mother was a Saiyan. Deep down, he had always believed this, but now someone was reversing that narrative, asserting that it was Alec who had killed his mother, while the Saiyans had become his saviors. Are you deceiving me? Though directed at Xue Tian, Granola's gaze was fixed on Alec's expression, which remained impassive and devoid of explanation. seemingly disinterested in clarifying matters. This lent considerable credence to Granola's beliefs. Alec refrained from explaining because he had just admitted to conspiring with Frieza to destroy Cyril's star. He knew all too well that Granola's character would not allow him to forgive such transgressions. Thus, there was no need to waste words on an explanation. Xue Tian, feigning intrigue, remarked, "Do you think I have any reason to deceive you? Can you not discern Alec's demeanor? By the way, I forgot to mention. That Saiyan named Bardock once clashed with Jace. Bardock defeated him." Upon hearing this, Jace shot a cold glare at Xue Tian, his eyes betraying surprise. It was astonishing that this information had reached him, yet it was also a source of shame. The thought of being bested by a Saiyan filled him with rage. He clenched his fists, vowing that if he ever encountered that Saiyan again, he would ensure his demise, making him regret ever underestimating him. Chapter 94. Because it is interesting, Granola observed Jace's furious expression and instantly affirmed that Xue Tian's words were indeed correct. If Alec's demeanor seemed somewhat uncertain, lacking clarity, then Jace's expression unequivocally validated the situation. Jace, with his immensely proud character, would undoubtedly perceive such matters as an affront. Being humiliated would naturally elicit such a reaction. If you still harbor doubts, you may inquire with Monet. He is well versed in all these affairs. A sudden shock coursed through Granola's mind as he stared blankly at Xue Tian, swallowing hard. "Monet knows everything? You will find out if you ask him," Xue Tian replied, opting not to elaborate further. The truth or falsity of the matter would become clear through inquiry. However, he recognized that Granola had begun to believe his words. It was simply a lot to process at once, a reality that would be challenging for anyone to accept. After all, in Granola's mind, Frieza and the Scions were responsible for the destruction of his family, while Alec played the role of the benevolent character. Now, the good had turned bad and the bad had turned good, leaving his thoughts in disarray. After taking 3 minutes to gather himself, Granola fully regained his composure. Glaring fiercely at the trio from the Zeta organization, and shouted in anger, "I will kill you." In his mind, Xue Tian cautioned, "Granola, do not act impulsively. With your current strength, you are no match for the three of them. It would be wiser to return and train diligently, waiting until you possess sufficient power to confront them. After having waited for decades, what was the harm in waiting a little longer?" Granola turned to Xue Tian and inquired mentally, "Why do you wish to help me?" "Because it is interesting," Xue Tian replied with a mysterious smile. This response left Granola perplexed. What could possibly be interesting? "Now, I shall grant you 10 seconds to contemplate. Will you allow them to kill you now? Or will you return to train and then take your revenge on them? If by the end of the 10 seconds you have not answered, I will depart. And even if you choose not to kill them, they will surely kill you. If you wish to leave, I can escort you back to Cyril's star. Currently, Cyril's star is inhabited by the Higo people, a race that lost their planet due to Frieza and Alec's machinations. Think it over carefully." Granola, upon hearing Xue Tian's words, recognized their validity. With his current strength, he could not contend with them, let alone Jace alone. He needed to train for a while, otherwise he risked losing his life without avenging his grievances. "I will come with you." "Very well, come along." Thus, under the watchful eyes of Alec and his companions, Granola approached Xue Tian. "Place your hand on my shoulder." Granola complied, which left Alec's trio bewildered. What was transpiring? Granola fixed his gaze on Alec and declared vehemently, "Alec, it will not be long before I seek vengeance against you. Prepare to meet your end." Jace could no longer tolerate Granola's attitude, despite being weaker. He remained haughty and cold, which irked Jace. He raised his hand and fired a ki blast. However, before the blast could reach them, Xue Tian and Granola had already vanished. Where did they go? Maki asked in confusion. Alec sensed Granola's energy but found nothing, as if they had vanished into thin air. They must have left. It seems that Xue Tian employed some special technique. "Boss, what should we do now? Granola is aware of our affairs and will surely become our adversary," Maki queried. Jace dismissively replied, "What should we do? We should go to Granola's planet and eliminate him and his grandfather to prevent future troubles." Alec pondered for a moment, feeling that such a course of action was unwise. "We cannot act just yet." "Why not? Are we to wait for Granola to grow stronger? Although I view him as a worthless being, I do not wish to see him live another day, not even a minute." Jace questioned, bewildered. Alec stood up and descended the steps, calmly explaining, "I too wish to kill him and eradicate the root of the issue, but given the current situation, it appears that Xue Tian intends to assist Granola. With his strength, do you believe the three of us could defeat him?" "To be honest," Alec added, knowing Jace's temperament. Jace understood the implication and after a moment of serious thought, shook his head. Based on his displayed strength, It is indeed challenging for us to prevail. However, boss, I believe it won't be long before I surpass him. I will train with all my might to defeat him. You are aware of my growth rate. Alec ruffled Jas's hair. I am well aware, yet I have a better plan. We can eliminate Xue Tian without expending any effort. Maki smiled slyly. What plan? She knew her leader's ideas were always astute and never failed to meet their expectations. If he claimed they could kill Xue Tian, then surely they could. Frieza has been revived, and we can leverage their strength to take down Xue Tian. Both Frieza and Xue Tian are formidable, and it is highly probable that they will end up inflicting mutual destruction. If both perish, even better. Ha ha ha. Thus, the tense atmosphere transformed into one of merriment under Alec's guidance, as they felt they had discovered a means to eliminate Xue Tian and possibly achieve two objectives in one stroke. Cyril Star. In the blink of an eye, Xue Tian had brought Granola back. Granola gazed at the Higo people on Cyril Star with deep contemplation. Initially, he had felt averse to them, but after living together for so many years, he had grown accustomed to their presence. Xue Tian, aware of his thoughts, spoke calmly. They, like your people, are victims. They too have fallen prey to the machinations of the Zeta organization. Return and seek clarity from your grandfather Monet. Perhaps you will find some growth and understanding. Granola was left in a state of bewilderment, and just as he was about to ask something, Xue Tian had already vanished. Chapter 95, For months later time flies. And in the blink of an eye, 4 months have passed. During this period, Xue Tian's combat prowess has advanced remarkably, and he has acquired a plethora of unique abilities, items, and bloodlines. As the system indicated, following its upgrade, the rewards have significantly enhanced. Since the upgrade, the items and abilities he has obtained, along with the bloodlines, are of a caliber that rivals the higher echelons found within the Dragon Ball universe, including the bloodline of Majin Buu and the legendary Super Saiyan lineage. However, most of the acquired bloodlines have been absorbed by the Void bloodline. Each time he absorbs a bloodline, while his combat strength may not visibly increase, it enhances the efficacy of the Void bloodline, which is already formidable, rendering it even more powerful. With Xue Tian's current strength, as long as Beerus refrains from utilizing destruction, he could undoubtedly defeat him. Destruction exists like a glitch, not as devastating as the Omni-King's erasure, but still a formidable force. This predicament leaves Xue Tian somewhat troubled. Why has he yet to attain true immortality? Achieving genuine immortality would render him impervious to destruction. Fortunately, he is bound to the Omni-King, ensuring that he faces no immediate life-threatening dangers. As for Lan Shi and Broly, they have also made significant strides, particularly Broly. Under Xue Tian's guidance, and after 10 years of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his combat power has skyrocketed. Aside from the god of destruction Whis and Xue Tian, he can be regarded as the foremost warrior in the 7th universe. During these 4 months, Xue Tian has also imparted to him the methods to transform into Super Saiyan forms from the 2nd to the 4th stages. In his full-powered form, Broly exudes an overwhelming aura, rendering even a fully powered Lan Shi a mere opponent. The hyperbolic time chamber was a reward Xue Tian received during a mission. Its effects are comparable to those of the time chamber, albeit infinitely superior in all aspects. At this moment, Xue Tian reclines in his chair, gazing at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, calmly stating, "For months have elapsed. Frieza should be arriving soon." He distinctly remembers that Frieza would come seeking revenge against Goku after 4 months of training. Lan Shi approached with a bowl of grapes, respectfully saying, "Master, please enjoy these grapes." She peeled them for him and fed them. "Master, Broly has been training diligently. With his current combat power, he should be able to defeat Goku and Vegeta, right?" Xue Tian smiled earnestly. "Your brother Broly is a legendary Super Saiyan. His bloodline cannot be compared to the ordinary Saiyan bloodlines of Goku and Vegeta. Defeating them would be effortless, but there is one condition." Lan Shi, puzzled, inquired, "What condition?" Even she lacked confidence in defeating Broly, knowing that over the past 4 months, he had nearly mastered the ultimate instinct and self-instinct techniques. With just 10 days to half a month in the energy chamber, he could undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of mastery in these divine techniques. Yet, she understood that even at maximum proficiency, she would still not stand a chance against Broly. His growth and combat power were simply too terrifying. However, her master's remark about Broly facing Goku and Vegeta posed other complexities piqued her curiosity. Xue Tian elucidated, "If Goku and Vegeta were to fuse, your brother Broly might not necessarily be their equal. Their fusion would yield a qualitative enhancement in their combat power. Although your brother Broly is progressing rapidly, Goku and Vegeta are also advancing. They are not merely playing in the realm of the gods of destruction. There exists an inner space within that realm akin to the hyperbolic time chamber. Go call your brother. A trial awaits him soon, Xue Tian said with a mysterious smile. Lan Shi, unsure of what trial awaited her brother, trusted her master's words and immediately employed her speed to fly to Broly's location. Shortly after, Broly and Lan Shi arrived. Broly looked at Xue Tian, questioning, Master, Lan Shi mentioned a new trial awaits me? Where is it? Though Broly did not crave combat, he possessed a keen interest in training. He was uncertain why he felt that way, merely sensing that training invigorated him, opening his pores and filling him with excitement. This sensation was reminiscent of battle, yet not as exhilarating, as it was merely simulated combat, leading him to perceive it as somewhat illusory. Xue Tian had previously told him that he could seek him out whenever he needed to fight, yet Broly had never done so. He understood that seeking out his master would be akin to looking for a lantern in a restroom. He had no masochistic tendencies. Before training with Xue Tian, he might have entertained such thoughts, but now that was inconceivable. Xue Tian was his master, who had imparted to him the profound techniques of tranquility, enabling him to control his combat power and consciousness after transformation. How could he possibly harm his master in such a state of clarity? No need to rush. Let's wait. He will arrive shortly. Xue Tian closed his eyes. Observing his master's demeanor, Broly ceased his inquiries and obediently seated himself to wait. Despite Xue Tian's closed eyes, his mind remained attuned to the cosmos beyond Earth, sensing any unfamiliar presence outside the planet. Minutes later, a smile graced his lips as he confirmed the arrival of Frieza's forces just as depicted in the comics. A colossal spaceship was swiftly approaching Earth, flanked by numerous smaller ships that provided escort to Frieza's massive vessel, creating an imposing spectacle. Although Frieza's army had fragmented after his demise, losing its former glory, it swiftly regained its reputation following his resurrection, thanks to the reorganization by Sorbet. This restructuring was simply disseminating the news of Frieza's revival, leading many to return while also recruiting numerous newcomers. Soon, everyone feared him. Yet they were also aware that being in his service came with numerous benefits, a coexistence of danger and wealth. They have arrived. Chapter 96. The arrival of Frieza, here he comes, Xue Tian remarked with a hint of amusement. Broly and Lan Shi also turned their gaze towards the expanse beyond Earth, sensing something unusual. However, they had never encountered Frieza's aura before and mistakenly believed it to be someone else's presence. Curiously, they inquired, Master, whose energy is this? It feels quite strong. With a smile, Xue Tian explained, it's someone you are familiar with. However, back then, you were unable to sense his presence. So it feels unfamiliar now that you can. Lan Shi shook her head, unable to fathom who it could be. Although Xue Tian's words sparked a sense of familiarity within her, she could not pinpoint the identity of this individual. Broly, puzzled, asked, Master, should we go and take a look? No need. Let's wait for them to descend, Xue Tian replied, stretching lazily. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lan Shi, who immediately understood and began to feed him grapes. In less than 5 minutes, a colossal spaceship appeared in the skies above Earth, accompanied by a multitude of smaller vessels, densely packed like swarming mosquitoes. Frieza had made a grand entrance, intending to draw attention from the inhabitants of Earth, who were now gazing skyward in curiosity. What could this possibly mean? Journalists quickly contacted Satan, who was in a room playing with Beerus. Upon hearing the reporter's words, he glanced up at the sky and indeed saw the swarm of small ships. He promptly declared that he would investigate. Thus, he called his son-in-law, Son Gohan, to inquire if he knew anything about the situation. Gohan, equally in the dark, understood that these visitors were likely not benevolent and, without hesitation, soared towards the direction of the ships. With his father absent, it was his duty to protect Earth, even if he was merely a scholar. It was an obligation he could not neglect, as the planet housed those he cherished and was the home he had grown up in. Whoosh! He sped through the air. Along the way, he encountered Piccolo, the Krillin couple, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Master Roshi, gathering the main cast together. They greeted each other cheerfully, with Krillin being particularly warm in his salutations. Soon, they arrived at a vast mountainous area, where the ships hovered above, releasing smaller crafts. The attire of those emerging seemed eerily familiar, as if they had encountered it somewhere before. Curious, Krillin remarked, these outfits look oddly familiar. Piccolo's expression turned serious, his face paling as he coldly stated, they are members of Frieza's army. At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, Everyone was suddenly on edge, incredulously questioning, "What? They're from Frieza's army?" Krillin, in particular, became visibly distressed, recalling the moment he was slain by Frieza, a haunting nightmare that still haunted him, waking him in fright even with Android 18 by his side. Master Roshi's expression grew grave. If these were indeed Frieza's forces, they would be formidable opponents, especially given the sheer number of them, surpassing 10,000. Relying solely on their small group would not suffice. In an attempt to reassure himself, Krillin said, "Piccolo, there is no doubt they belong to Frieza's army, but Frieza is dead. He is not alive, so they may not be as terrifying." Piccolo, contemplating the situation, sensed that it was more complicated than it appeared. If there hadn't been a powerful figure orchestrating this gathering, Frieza's forces would not have arrived. What could their purpose be? If Frieza had indeed organized this, he must be seeking revenge on Goku. But if it wasn't Frieza, then who could it be? Just then, a group led by Sorb emerged, casting ominous glances at Gohan and the others. Following their arrival, a familiar yet foreign voice echoed through the air. "Ho, ho, ho." The chilling laughter reverberated in their ears, causing Krillin to shudder uncontrollably, instinctively closing his eyes, murmuring, "Father." Frieza, Android 18, noticing Krillin's reaction, comforted him. "It's all right. I'm right here with you." Krillin looked at her tender expression, swallowing hard. "Thank you, 18. I must have saved several galaxies in my past life to deserve someone as beautiful and understanding as you." With a smile, 18 understood her husband's struggles better than anyone else, hoping to encourage him to confront his fears. Yet, deep down, she recognized that Frieza might forever remain an indelible demon in Krillin's mind. Nevertheless, she had faith in him. Otherwise, she would not have married him. Ho, ho. Frieza appeared in an exceedingly small spacecraft, and upon seeing him, Piccolo and the others were taken aback. He was alive. How was this possible? Was it the Dragon Balls? But recently, aside from Xue Tian, no one had used them. They had all been present when Xue Tian made his wish, which was for Lan Chi and everyone else, never mentioning Frieza at all. How could Frieza have returned? Despite their speculations, they could not fathom that Frieza's resurrection was due to Xue Tian's divine intervention. With a smug expression, Frieza relished the astonishment on their faces, letting out a mocking laugh. "Surprised, are you?" Piccolo demanded. "Frieza, how did you come back?" Frieza, unfazed, coldly replied, "How I returned is none of your concern. Just know that today marks your demise." He scanned the crowd, not spotting Goku, and swiftly inquired, "Where's Goku?" Gohan promptly responded, "My father is not here. You should leave Earth immediately. Or do not blame us for being unkind." Frieza, taken aback for a moment, realized he had seen Gohan but had not scrutinized him closely, as his focus was on Goku. Now, upon a closer look, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, you are that Saiyan child from back then? Goku's son?" Though Gohan's strength was currently limited, his courage remained unshaken as he defiantly declared, "Indeed, I am that child from years ago. Ha ha ha, amusing. So, there is still that noseless child from back then." Chapter 97, The Mighty Zasami and the Nostalgic No-Nose Man. Frieza, upon spotting Krillin, could not help but mock him. As Krillin felt Frieza's gaze sweep over him, he trembled all over, as if confronted by something profoundly terrifying. Indeed, in Krillin's heart, Frieza represented a deep-seated fear, the greatest dread he had ever known. His first death had come at Frieza's hands, an explosion he could never forget. Even now, it remained vivid in his memory, often haunting him with nightmares. The sight of Frieza revived the terror within him, causing him to shake uncontrollably as he stammered, "Father, Frieza, Frieza." Noticing the palpable fear in Krillin's eyes and his trembling form, felt an immense satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he sought. He intended for everyone on Earth to feel terror at his presence, to understand that the cosmic Emperor Frieza had descended upon them, and that their demise was imminent. But where was Goku? A glance around revealed no sign of Goku or Vegeta, filling him with confusion and a hint of disappointment. Goku was not present. Piccolo, observing Frieza, sensed that this version of Frieza was far from the easy adversary he once knew. Perhaps it would be better when Goku and Vegeta arrived. After contemplating this, he declared, "Goku and Vegeta will be here soon. If you are looking for them, then let us wait." Frieza chuckled, "Indeed, I will wait for them. However, before their arrival, I can indulge in a little game." Piccolo, sensing something amiss, inquired, "What game?" "Why, to eliminate you all." The group shuddered at his nonchalant declaration. Did he truly believe it would be that simple to kill them? Yet, they could not underestimate Frieza's power, particularly Krillin and Piccolo. One was gripped by fear, while the other sensed that this time, Frieza was no ordinary foe. If Goku and Vegeta did not arrive, they could very well meet their end. Frieza turned to his subordinates, Zasami and Tagoma, and Salb, asking, "Which of you will kill them?" Salb recoiled, unaccustomed to fighting. He served as Frieza's strategist, merely offering ideas. In combat, he played no role, only striking from the shadows. This was a straightforward battle, not a sneak attack. Frieza had no faith in Salb. Instead, focusing on Tagoma and Zasami. Zasami boldly stepped forward, declaring, "Lord Frieza, allow me to be the one to eliminate them." "Very well," Frieza replied, his satisfaction evident. He was eager to see how much the fighters on Earth had improved over the years. As for the power scanner, it was worthless, adequate for scouting other races, but utterly ineffective against the Scions, whose potential was beyond its capabilities. Zasami hovered before Krillin and the others, arrogantly challenging, "Will you all come at me together, or what?" The group regarded the imposing red, bull-headed figure before them with grave expressions and simmering anger. They were proud warriors, unwilling to band together against a single opponent. Gohan prepared to step up. With his father and Uncle Vegeta absent, he felt it was his duty to bear the burden. But Piccolo interjected, "Gohan, let me handle this." "Uncle Piccolo," Gohan protested. Piccolo, recognizing Gohan's desire to fight, was determined to protect him. In Gohan's eyes, he was indeed the strongest present, but to Piccolo's, Gohan was like his own son. "As your father, I cannot allow you to fight," he asserted. Seeing Gohan about to speak, Piccolo confidently declared, "Do not worry, Gohan. I am more than capable of dealing with this opponent." Zasami, overhearing their exchange, scoffed, flames flickering in his crimson eyes. Such arrogance! Without hesitation, Piccolo charged at Zasami, who met him with equal ferocity. Bang! Their fists collided, sending Piccolo stumbling back several meters, shocking the onlookers. This Zasami was surprisingly powerful, merely a subordinate of Frieza. If he was this strong, how formidable must Frieza be? With Piccolo's current strength, he could easily rival Frieza from years past, even defeating him with ease. Yet here he was, pushed back by Zasami's single blow. It was clear that both they and Frieza's subordinates had grown stronger over the years. Before Piccolo could regain his footing, Zasami surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches, each massive blow raining down like a storm. Piccolo fought back valiantly, blocking with his arms. But he was gradually forced to retreat. In mere moments, Piccolo found himself at a disadvantage. The crowd gasped at Zasami's power. Gohan, anxious to assist, hesitated, reasoning that Uncle Piccolo should be able to handle it. He would not be defeated by this foe. Piccolo unleashed a surge of energy, propelling Zasami back several meters. "You are indeed strong, but so am I." Stripping off his cloak and discarding it on the ground, he removed his shoes, which crashed down heavily, creating a deep crater at least a meter wide. Yamcha remarked, "Indeed, Piccolo has not slacked off in his training. He has been training under heavy weights." Seeing this, the others felt reassured. With the removal of his burdens, Piccolo's combat prowess would surely increase, particularly his speed. Zasami glanced at the discarded cloak and shoes, surprised. He had not anticipated that Piccolo had such an advantage. After their earlier skirmish, he recognized that Piccolo was no ordinary opponent and was undoubtedly stronger now. However, he remained undaunted. Piccolo had yet to reveal his full strength, nor had he. Push. Chapter 98. The Terror of Tagma. With a rush, Piccolo and Zasami moved in tandem, their fists colliding with tremendous force, sending shockwaves throughout their surroundings. The sound of their fierce exchange echoed, bang, bang, bang. As the battle continued, Piccolo found himself gradually at a disadvantage. Spectators gasped in astonishment. Zasami was remarkably powerful, and Piccolo was struggling to keep up. In midair, Sorb remarked approvingly, "Lord Frieza, what do you think of Zasami? He is comparable to the members of the former Ginyu Force." Frieza's expression was a mask of mockery as he replied, "He is adequate, yet still too weak. He requires further training." "Indeed, my lord," another voice chimed in. "Currently, Zasami is our strongest warrior in the Frieza Force." Upon hearing this, the gaunt Tagma, standing beside Sorb, was visibly displeased. Casting a glance at Sorb and then at Zasami, who was locked in combat with Piccolo, he suddenly raised his hand. A beam of light shot forth, piercing through Zasami's chest. Zasami let out a horrific scream, turning in disbelief to Tagma. Confusion etched on his face. Why was he being attacked? With profound uncertainty, he plummeted from the sky, lifeless. Frieza, Sorb, Piccolo, and the others were left in utter shock, unable to comprehend the situation. Krillin, filled with curiosity, wondered aloud, could he be a good person? An undercover agent among us? His question stirred a mix of skepticism among Gohan and the others, who pondered the possibility. If Tagma were not a traitor, what reason could he have to kill Zasami? A supposed ally? Piccolo, hovering in the air, sensed something amiss, feeling that Tagma was not acting as he used to. Sorb confronted Tagma directly. What are you doing? Why did you kill Zasami? Tagma had never been one to harm his own comrades. Months ago, when Frieza was resurrected, Tagma had advised against provoking the Saiyans. Frieza, upon hearing these words, had nearly eliminated him on the spot, only spared by Sorb's intercession. Ultimately, Tagma had only been maimed, but with the Frieza Force's advanced technology, even that could be reversed. Frieza observed in silence. If Tagma had truly betrayed him, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. With an air of indifference, Tagma declared, "The title of the strongest warrior in the Frieza Force belongs solely to me, Tagma. Zasami can only be considered a secondary warrior. He is insignificant in my presence." Sorb, enraged, shouted, "Tagma, how dare you kill one of your own?" Unfazed by Sorb's fury, Tagma slowly approached Frieza, bowing respectfully as he said, "He may be one of our own, but he does not hold the title of the strongest. I trust that Lord Frieza will not blame me for disposing of a worthless fighter. In fact, I am merely assisting you, my lord, in clearing out the trash." At that moment, Sorb realized that his words had cost Zasami his life. A fleeting moment of guilt flickered in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. As members of the Frieza Force, they had long grown accustomed to the law of the jungle, where the weak were devoured by the strong. Sorb, a strategic figure, had always maintained a secure position, rarely threatened by others. Most of the fighters were warriors of a combative nature. Frieza, hearing Tagma's assertion, felt a twinge of approval. "Ha ha ha, well said. Your confidence is intriguing. I am eager to see what you are capable of." In truth, the death of Zasami meant little to him. Even if Tagma were to perish, it would not concern him. As long as he remained unscathed, the fates of others were inconsequential. Frieza acted solely on his whims. Regarding Tagma's current behavior, he felt a semblance of recognition, seeing a reflection of himself in Tagma's assertiveness. If one believed themselves to be the strongest warrior of the Frieza Force, then they indeed were. Frieza, with ample confidence in his own power, harbored no fears of betrayal. Should it occur, he would simply send Tagma to his doom. Tagma vowed, "I shall not disappoint you, my lord." With that, he flew towards Piccolo. A look of disdain on his face as he crossed his arms and casually remarked, "Given your recent display of strength, you are not my match. Are you truly the mightiest among this group? If not, send forth a stronger opponent." Unbeknownst to them, as Tagma spoke, a toad hopped nearby and concealed itself beneath a rock. Piccolo, incensed by Tagma's arrogant demeanor and dismissal of his abilities, began to strategize. Tagma's strength appeared significantly superior to Zasami's, but such arrogance would come with a price. With a heavy huff, he declared, "Arrogant fool." With that, he launched a powerful punch towards Tagma. Unfazed, Tagma effortlessly released one arm from its crossed position and blocked Piccolo's ferocious attack with ease. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. They were aware of Piccolo's formidable prowess, rivaling their own. In fact, he was one of the strongest among them, only slightly weaker than Gohan. Yet, to see such a powerful attack so easily thwarted by Tagma was genuinely terrifying. They had thought Zasami formidable, but Tagma surpassed those expectations. Sorb, equally astonished, exclaimed, "What? Even Zasami could not so easily withstand Piccolo's assault. What has happened to Tagma? How has he become so powerful?" Frieza chuckled heartily, clearly pleased with Tagma's display of strength. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are stronger than Zasami." After blocking Piccolo's punch, Tagma tightened his fist before pulling hard. "Ah!" Piccolo screamed in agony as Tagma forcefully dislocated his right arm, green blood spraying forth. Tagma then delivered a powerful kick, sending Piccolo crashing to the ground. Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 99. The Radiance of the Toad. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan shouted anxiously as he witnessed Piccolo's arm being torn off, and then sent flying by a kick. The others were utterly shocked. Piccolo's formidable strength had crumbled before the might of Tagma, without even a moment of resistance. It was truly terrifying. Frieza, with a sinister laugh, appeared quite pleased with the outcome. Tagma desired precisely this effect. Casting a cold gaze over the onlookers, he proclaimed, "The Tagma of today is no longer the Tagma of the past. My combat prowess now surpasses that of all you earthlings, and I owe this transformation to Lord Frieza." Intrigued, Frieza inquired, "Oh?" Tagma continued, "In the past 4 months, I have been selected as Lord Frieza's training partner, enduring 4 months of rigorous training. Throughout this period, I have been subjected to relentless beatings. Yet, Through this grueling training, I have experienced a significant enhancement in speed, strength, and resilience. Thus, I am now the foremost warrior of Frieza's army. Is that so? Frieza chuckled, a hint of astonishment flickering within him. He had hammered Tagma for 4 months, and the fact that he had not perished attested to his remarkable endurance. Initially unable to evade Frieza's attacks, Tagma had gradually learned to dodge and even retaliate in the latter stages of their training, revealing his undeniable progress. However, Frieza had not anticipated such a remarkable improvement. Piccolo, rising to his feet, glared at his severed arm, struggling fiercely as he bellowed, "Ha!" With a resounding crack, a new arm sprouted forth, an extraordinary trait of the Namekians. Having lost limbs, they could regenerate, and their bodies could heal. Piccolo was ready to charge once more, but Son Gohan intervened, flying in front of him and calmly stating, "Uncle Piccolo, leave this to me." He recognized that Piccolo was no match for Tagma, and thus it was up to him to confront the threat. Though Piccolo was reluctant to admit it, he understood the truth. He could not contend with Tagma, and only Son Gohan stood a chance against this adversary. "Step back," Son Gohan declared, eyes cold as ice. "You invaders, I shall defeat you and send you back." Tagma erupted into laughter. "Defeat me? Your energy is weaker than that Namekian-s. How can you even think of triumphing over me? It's utterly ridiculous." With a grim countenance, Son Gohan clenched his fists and shouted, "Ha!" Instantly, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, enveloped in a golden aura, though it quickly subsided, leaving only his golden hair. Frieza, upon witnessing this transformation, was reminded of Goku's Super Saiyan form, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Gohan's current appearance. He felt an urge to intervene, but restrained himself, eager to see if his subordinate Tagma could handle Son Gohan. Tagma, taken aback, had not anticipated that Gohan could transform. His energy had surged exponentially. Though he could not quantify it, he sensed a tremendous increase. His expression grew serious. With a thunderous roar, Son Gohan lunged forward with blinding speed. Akin to a lightning bolt, Tagma attempted to evade, yet found himself unable to escape the onslaught. Boom. Ultimately, Tagma could not avoid the blow, sent crashing to the ground by Gohan's punch. The onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, despite Tagma's prowess. He was no match for Son Gohan, truly the might of a Super Saiyan. Piccolo, observing Gohan in this moment, recalled the valiant stance he had struck in his youth, single-handedly supporting the Kamehameha wave to vanquish the formidable Cell. Regrettably, after that battle, Gohan had grown increasingly complacent, making no progress. All for the sake of living up to Chi-Chi's aspirations for him. Each time he reflected on this, Piccolo felt a pang of regret. With Gohan's potential, surpassing Goku and Vegeta would have been a trivial matter. He pondered, "I cannot allow this to continue. If an opportunity arises, I must awaken Gohan's fighting spirit, fostering his growth and strength. He cannot remain in this state of decline." Just as Krillin and the others rejoiced over Tagma's defeat, the fallen warrior prepared to rise. Suddenly, a toad leapt onto a rock, then sprang before Tagma with a resounding croak. "Ribbit!" The toad radiated a brilliant white light. In a state of bewilderment, Tagma questioned, "What is happening? Why does this toad emit such a luminescence?" His gaze locked onto the creature's eyes, and the white light enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, Tagma felt as though his very soul was being wrenched from his body. When he regained his senses, he found himself trapped within a diminutive form, having transformed into a toad. "Ribbit! Ribbit! Ribbit!" He cried out in a frenzy, bewildered by the inexplicable turn of events. The onlookers were equally perplexed, questioning what had transpired and why the toad emitted a white glow while frantically croaking. Unbeknownst to them, this was no ordinary toad, but Jinyu, possessing a formidable ability to swap bodies with his target. Previously, Jinyu had sought to exchange bodies with Vegeta, but Goku had seized an alien toad, this very one, and hurled it towards him, causing the body-swapping light to engulf the toad, resulting in Jinyu's transformation. Little did anyone know that this wandering toad on Earth would find itself in such a fortuitous situation. Chapter 100. I am Jinyu. In a state of bewilderment, the crowd found themselves grappling with the inexplicable events unfolding before them, sensing that something significant had transpired yet unable to discern what it was. Amidst their confusion, Taguma soared to the front of Frieza, exuberantly exclaiming, "Lord Frieza, I have returned." This left Frieza utterly baffled. "What do you mean you have returned? Weren't you always here? Have you been somewhere?" Noticing Frieza's perplexed expression, the others mirrored his confusion. Taguma quickly clarified, "I am Jinyu. The Jinyu force is Jinyu." Frieza was momentarily taken aback. Gazing incredulously at Taguma, "You are Jinyu?" The other members of Frieza's army paused, particularly Sorbet, who recognized Jinyu. Hadn't Jinyu been killed? And why did this individual, clearly Taguma, claim to be Jinyu? Seeing the bewilderment around him, Jinyu promptly performed a signature move unique to the Jinyu force. With a flamboyant flourish, he struck a pose that left Frieza convinced that this Taguma truly was Jinyu. "Indeed, you must be Jinyu. I can think of no one else who would adopt such a ridiculous stance." Below, Gohan observed Jinyu's antics and was reminded of his own time as a masked superhero. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he reassured himself, "Perhaps my moves were more graceful." Sorbet, having come to the same conclusion, queried, "How did you become Jinyu?" Upon hearing this, Jinyu felt a wave of indignation wash over him, lamenting, and recounted his unfortunate tale. Frieza listened intently, recognizing the tragic circumstances that had befallen Jinyu. Yet, he could not help but reflect on his own humiliating experiences of being killed repeatedly. Jinyu's frustration mounted as he declared, "Lord Frieza, allow me to handle these nuisances first before we reminisce." Frieza nodded in acquiescence. With permission granted, Jinyu flew towards Gohan, eyeing him coldly. "You must be the son of Goku. I shall eliminate you first, then your father." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, feeling the immense power of this new body, which was significantly stronger than his previous form. He was confident that defeating Gohan would be a simple task. However, this was merely Jinyu's inner monologue. With a burst of energy, his newfound strength indeed exceeded Taguma's previous prowess. As he launched himself towards Gohan, he moved with the speed of a shooting star. Gohan, maintaining his Super Saiyan 1 form, was unafraid and engaged Jinyu head-on. A flurry of blows ensued, and within mere moments, Gohan had the upper hand, overpowering Jinyu. No matter how formidable Jinyu believed himself to be, he was no match for Gohan, whose potential as the strongest Earth Saiyan was well established. Despite Taguma's rigorous 4-month training, he was merely on par with the likes of Dodoria from the Jinyu force. Though he had improved significantly, defeating Gohan was still an insurmountable challenge. With a series of punches, Gohan sent Jinyu hurtling away. A powerful energy blast erupted, striking Jinyu with a resounding boom, sending plumes of smoke billowing into the air. As the smoke cleared, Jinyu gasped for breath, astonished at Gohan's strength. How is it possible that this body, which feels so powerful, cannot defeat Gohan? Has the era of combat changed? Frieza, observing Jinyu's stunned expression, inquired, "Jinyu, are you all right?" Recognizing his inadequacy against Gohan, Jinyu hurriedly approached Frieza, respectfully stating, "Lord Frieza, I have yet to fully master this body. I implore you to take action for now, and once I am in control, I shall return to vanquish these foes." Frieza, feeling a sense of camaraderie toward his erstwhile subordinate, responded with a smirk, "Very well. Allow me to deal with them." With a sinister grin, he gazed at Gohan. "Your strength is impressive, more than I anticipated, but alas, it is still insufficient." He raised his finger, aiming it at Gohan. A beam of light shot forth, piercing through Gohan's chest with blinding speed, leaving him no time to react. The onlookers gasped in shock, while Piccolo turned pale with fear, realizing Frieza's power far exceeded their expectations. Jinyu's lips twitched as he contemplated, "Indeed, Lord Frieza has become exponentially more powerful. If he were my opponent, it would be a nightmare." In an instant, Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan 1 form back to his normal state, trembling yet managing to remain upright. Observing this, Frieza remarked with amusement, "Interesting, you still stand." With that, 2 additional beams of light surged forth, piercing Gohan's legs. Gohan screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground as his legs could no longer support him. Chapter 101. Merely a matter of mood. With a sudden thud, Son Gohan collapsed to the ground, his legs unable to support him, gasping for breath as blood poured from his wounds. Panic-stricken, Piccolo shouted, "Gohan." Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo rushed to Gohan's side, bringing him to Krillin, who understood the urgency and promptly retrieved a Senzu beam to feed Gohan. Shortly thereafter, Gohan's vitality was restored, his wounds on his legs and chest healing remarkably. Frieza, observing the scene, raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. "Oh, a Senzu beam?" he mused, recalling that Son Goku and the others possessed such a miraculous item that could restore one from severe injuries. Once revitalized, Gohan fixed his determined gaze upon Frieza, clenching his fists, ready to transform and confront the tyrant once more. However, Piccolo cautioned, "Gohan, do not act rashly. You are no match for Frieza. We must find a way to contact Goku and Vegeta." Gohan recognized his own limitations against Frieza, knowing that only Bulma could reach out to his father and Uncle Vegeta. I wonder if Aunt Bulma has managed to contact Dad. What if she hasn't? Given our current strength, none of us can contend with Frieza. At that moment, Yamcha interjected. Actually, there is another option. Who? The others inquired in unison, turning to him. Xue Tian. Yamcha replied calmly. Instantly, realization dawned upon them. Indeed, Xue Tian remained on Earth, and his power surpassed even that of Vegeta and Son Goku. If he were to intervene, defeating Frieza would be a certainty. This thought ignited hope within the group. Just then, Xue Tian arrived with Broly and Lan Chi, their presence easing the tension that had enveloped the others. A collective sigh of relief was palpable. However, Frieza's expression shifted to one of confused recognition upon seeing Xue Tian. He remembered the enigmatic figure, whose strength had always eluded him. Yet, after 4 months of rigorous training and the acquisition of a new form, Frieza felt confident that he could easily handle Xue Tian. Krillin, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Xue Tian, you have finally arrived. Xue Tian, understanding the implications of Krillin's words, shrugged lightly and replied, I have come, but I will not engage. The group was taken aback, struggling to grasp the meaning behind his statement. Why would he come only to refrain from fighting? Did he align himself with Frieza? Such a notion seemed absurd. Frieza, with a sinister grin, taunted, have you made a decision? Are you considering joining the Frieza force? What? The group gasped in horror. The idea that Xue Tian might join Frieza's ranks was unfathomable. If he did, Earth would face utter devastation. Neither Goku nor Vegeta stood a chance against him. And even the god of destruction would only be an equal match, with no guarantee of assistance. Noticing the fear and confusion on their faces, Frieza gleefully proclaimed, Ah, you may not be aware, but my resurrection was solely due to Xue Tian. Had he not revived me, I would still be languishing in that wretched paradise, subjected to the insufferable songs of those accursed angels. His visage twisted with rage as he recalled his disdain for the celestial beings. The group was astounded, grappling with the revelation that Frieza's return was linked to Xue Tian. Could it be that Xue Tian was indeed contemplating an alliance with Frieza? They turned to Xue Tian, eager for clarification regarding Frieza's claims. Xue Tian, unfazed by their bewilderment, simply responded, I have stated before that the Frieza force is merely a quagmire that cannot accommodate me. My revival was merely a trivial matter of mood. However, the true benefit of resurrecting you is to provide my disciple with an opportunity for growth. What do you mean? Frieza questioned, perplexed. While Frieza struggled to comprehend, Broly ascended into the air, utilizing his flight technique to position himself opposite Frieza, staring him down with calm intensity. Frieza queried, are you suggesting that my revival was solely for the purpose of allowing him to train? One could say that. However, it was initially just a matter of my good mood. Xue Tian explained, recalling that reviving Frieza had primarily been a mission choice, and he had felt it would be a shame not to witness the infamous Frieza in the Dragon Ball Super universe. Though Frieza was a villain, his character had evolved over time, gaining a certain charm that had won over a number of fans. Xue Tian's words ignited Frieza's fury. The notion that his revival was merely a whim and that he was to be utilized as a training target stirred memories of Tagoma. With a furious burst of energy, Frieza shouted, you underestimate me, and prepared to strike. At that moment, Jinyu emerged, volunteering, Lord Frieza, I have mastered this body, so let me handle these individuals. Especially that arrogant one. His gaze locked onto Xue Tian, fully aware that defeating Broly first would be essential to challenge Xue Tian. Frieza chuckled with satisfaction. Very well. Let it be you who confronts him. His rage subsided, as he considered that if Jinyu could triumph over Xue Tian's disciple, it would reflect well upon him. He eagerly anticipated seeing what Xue Tian would say then. Jinyu smirked at Broly, a cold smile spreading across his face. Prepare to meet your end. With no further ado, he launched himself toward Broly with fierce intent. Chapter 102. A single strike to vanquish Jinyu. As Jinyu charged forward with a fierce gaze, Broly remained unfazed. He raised his hand and unleashed a vibrant green energy blast. The energy sphere erupted forth at an astonishing speed, far beyond Jinyu's capacity to evade. In a moment of panic, Jinyu exclaimed, oh no, and attempted to turn and flee. However, the sheer velocity of the energy blast rendered his efforts futile. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Upon collision, the energy blast produced a deafening roar, and Jinyu was obliterated, reduced to nothing more than a spray of blood. Onlookers were left in shock, their mouths twitching in disbelief. This was utterly terrifying. With a single strike, Jinyu was dispatched. Although Jinyu was not a match for Gohan, he could hold his own for a short while. Moreover, Jinyu had just claimed he had yet to fully master his new body. The truth of that assertion remained uncertain. But one thing was clear to all, Broly was indeed formidable. Frieza, too, was taken aback. He pondered. Perhaps Xue Tian's disciple truly intended to use him as a stepping stone for training. The thought unsettled him. As the emperor of the universe, being reduced to a mere training tool was a tragic fate. He flew before Broly, coldly inquiring, "Who are you?" Broly, came the succinct reply. Frieza mulled over the name. Having never encountered it before, and continued coldly, "Your master claims you intend to use me as a training stone." "Indeed," Broly replied without hesitation. This straightforwardness caused Frieza's expression to twitch. He had anticipated a humble response, perhaps an assertion that his master had exaggerated, but he was unprepared for such earnestness. Frieza's face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "When did common rabble gain the audacity to speak to me, Frieza, in such a manner?" In a flash, Frieza transformed into his ultimate form, firing a beam of energy toward Broly. He understood that given Broly's displayed prowess, he had no chance of victory unless he transformed. Thus, he wasted no time. Broly deftly sidestepped the attack with ease, leaving Frieza momentarily astonished by the young warrior's skill. The two clashed again, exchanging blows with increasing ferocity. Broly's speed escalated, overwhelming Frieza, who struggled to defend himself. Ultimately, their fists collided, sending Frieza flying 100 meters away while Broly stood firm, unwavering. The crowd gasped once more, astonished that this Broly was so overwhelmingly powerful that even Frieza's ultimate form was no match for him. Meanwhile, Sorbet recognized the precarious situation and stealthily maneuvered behind Broly. Frieza, reeling from the blow, gazed at the immovable Broly, feeling both astonished and furious. He had yet to confront Goku, and was already being relentlessly pushed back by Broly. What an indignity! With a roar, he charged again like a falling star, throwing punches that Broly effortlessly blocked. Frieza's tail lashed out, but it met the same fate, causing no harm to Broly while exhausting Frieza in the process. From a distance, Xue Tian chuckled and remarked, "Broly, do not worry about killing him. This Frieza is quite resilient." Frieza's eyes blazed with fury. "What? Do not worry about being killed? So, this Broly is holding back?" With his master's encouragement, Broly's strength surged, and he retaliated with a powerful punch. Frieza raised his arm to counter, but the impact reverberated painfully through his body. What kind of monster is this? Why has his power increased so dramatically? Yet, Frieza, known for his stubbornness, retorted, "Ha ha ha. Is this truly your full strength? It feels rather underwhelming. I have yet to unleash my full power." Xue Tian found humor in Frieza's bravado, reminded of a joke about the dead, whose bodies may be limp, but whose mouths remain obstinate. The onlookers were led to believe that Frieza was merely biding his time. They faced a dire situation. If Broly could not defeat Frieza, they would have to rely on Goku and Vegeta's arrival. However, they failed to consider that if Broly could not contend with Frieza, Goku and Vegeta's presence would not alter the outcome, unless they fused. Broly felt a flicker of displeasure at Frieza's words. To speak so dismissively of him in front of his master was a slight to his honor. With that thought, he intensified his power, realizing it was still insufficient. With a mighty roar, he transformed into the great ape form, his muscles bulging with explosive energy. With a powerful punch, he charged at Frieza. The tyrant, unwilling to hesitate, raised his arms in defense, but Broly's punch shattered through his guard. With a scream of agony, Frieza's arms went limp as Broly relentlessly pummeled him. The onlookers were left in disbelief. Frieza was utterly outmatched. Hadn't he just claimed he had yet to use his full strength? How could he be so overwhelmingly defeated? Yet, they reasoned, perhaps Frieza simply had no opportunity to retaliate. Just then, a specially crafted alien bullet shot toward Broly. Chapter 103. Your golden skin must be worth a fortune. With a sudden crack, Salb, who had been hiding behind Broly, fired his gun, the bullet striking Broly's back. However, the impact was akin to that of a projectile colliding with an unyielding iron plate. Xue Tian cast a casual glance at Salb, who was utterly terrified and trembling, yet Xue Tian had no intention of intervening, for Broly would undoubtedly handle the situation. In truth, Xue Tian had observed Salb's actions from the outset, but he was curious to see if Broly could withstand the bullet. When Son Goku battled Frieza, he had decisively pushed Frieza back, yet a single bullet from Salb had caused him to falter. This left Xue Tian bewildered. How could someone with Goku's formidable combat prowess be felled by a mere bullet? It seemed utterly absurd. Thus, upon witnessing Salb's actions, he chose to disregard them, eager to ascertain whether this alien bullet truly defied the laws of nature. If it did, perhaps he could leverage such technological ammunition to form a battalion of sorts, dispensing with those who displeased him. However, The experiment proved fruitless. The bullet was of little consequence. As for why Goku had succumbed to it, Xue Tian speculated it could be attributed to various factors, perhaps related to his heart or other circumstances. This conundrum left him perplexed. Broly turned around upon seeing Salb, raised his hand, and unleashed a ki blast. A resounding boom echoed as Salb let out a piercing scream, obliterated by the ki attack, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. The others, witnessing Salb's treachery, felt a deep disdain. While they engaged in honorable combat, Salb resorted to cowardly ambushes. A true testament to the shamelessness of Frieza's army. His demise was well-deserved. Nevertheless, Salb's sneak attack provided Frieza with a moment's respite. Unconcerned with Salb's fate, Frieza deemed his sacrifice worthwhile, having bought himself a fleeting chance. Quickly creating distance from Broly, he fixed his cold gaze upon him and proclaimed, "Broly, you have yet to witness my full power. Now, prepare to understand the meaning of suffering." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, his energy swirling around him, lifting him gradually into the sky. Xue Tian observed this spectacle and remarked, "Is he about to transform into Golden Frieza? Yet, it appears futile, merely rendering him more resilient." Suspended in midair, Frieza channeled his energy, his power surging exponentially, generating a tremendous aura that sparked violent winds around him, causing the earth to tremble. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, transforming from clear skies to ominous, storm-laden clouds, accompanied by thunderous roars. A deafening clap of thunder pierced the darkened sky, unleashing a bolt of lightning that illuminated the heavens, shaking the very fabric of the sky. Following this, the tumultuous clouds surged forward once more, centered around Frieza. A brilliant golden light erupted, blinding Piccolo and the others, forcing them to shield their eyes with their arms. For thousands of miles, the land quaked, sending both humans and creatures alike fleeing in terror. Then, with a thunderous crash, the golden light detonated, dissipating the once sword-like brilliance. All that remained was a singular golden figure hovering in the air. At first glance, it appeared to be Frieza, yet he was now entirely enveloped in gold. Krillin, aghast, stammered, "Is this Frieza?" His fear intensified upon witnessing such a terrifying transformation, prompting him to gulp nervously. Beside him, Android 18 offered a gentle pat on his back, signaling him to relax and not succumb to fear. Xue Tian, observing 18's gesture and Krillin's demeanor, couldn't help but reflect on how this Lin had saved multiple galaxies, managing to capture the heart of such a beauty as 18. He chose not to dwell on Krillin any longer, fearing that continued observation might strain his heart, as jealousy threatened to consume him. Piccolo, equally astonished, remarked, "Is this truly the extent of Frieza's capabilities? Indeed, he is formidable." Just the aura swirling around Frieza assured him that should Frieza choose to strike, he would be powerless to resist, and his fate would inevitably be death. Such thoughts filled him with bitterness. Frieza had been dead for years. Yet after only a few months of revival and training, he possessed such terrifying strength, while he himself had trained for considerably longer without achieving similar prowess. This seemed profoundly unjust. As for training, Piccolo had long been troubled by the disparity. No matter how diligently he practiced, he could not surpass Son Goku and Vegeta. Of course, he acknowledged their greater efforts and bore no substantial grievances, yet the inability to outshine Gohan left him somewhat disheartened. Thankfully, Gohan was close to him, alleviating much of his jealousy. He simply lamented Gohan's squandered potential. Frieza hovered above, arms outstretched, embodying a ruler surveying his domain, and declared with arrogance, "Behold, this is my latest form, the culmination of 4 months of training. I, Frieza, have never trained since birth, yet after just 4 months, I can effortlessly defeat all of you. Ha ha ha. I have bestowed a splendid name upon this form, Golden Frieza." The others murmured in astonishment at the name Golden Frieza, finding it quite fitting. Xue Tian, however, pondered aloud, "Is his body truly made of gold? If so, it must be worth a fortune. Imagine the wealth one could amass." With a resounding thud, Piccolo and the others collapsed to the ground, while Frieza, unable to maintain his balance, plummeted rapidly, crashing into the earth and creating a massive crater. Emerging from the depths, he clenched his fists and bellowed, "Is this all you focus on? My appearance? Shouldn't it be my strength that captivates you?" Chapter 104. Frieza Xue Tian. "May I take you as my master?" Upon rising, the golden Frieza soared into the air, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd before settling on Xue Tian. With a smug expression, he remarked, "Your points of focus are rather intriguing, but do you not think they're fundamentally misguided?" Beast, Krillin, and the others trembled at the sight of Frieza's menacing glance, their faces drained of color. Confronted by such formidable power, they felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Xue Tian shrugged nonchalantly, unfazed by Frieza's bravado. What exactly is so misguided? Spare me your bravado and test your mettle against my second disciple, Broly. If you can defeat him, then perhaps you may boast to me. Frieza glared, indignation boiling within him. What? Do you dare underestimate me? With my current strength, vanquishing Broly would be a mere trifle. Turning his attention to Broly, he continued, Broly, I concede that your power is commendable, but defeating me is still beyond your reach. Before Frieza could finish, Broly shot upwards at an astonishing speed, transforming into Super Saiyan 1 mid-flight. He delivered a devastating punch to Frieza's abdomen, nearly shattering his golden exterior. Frieza coughed up a frothy spittle. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, astonished by Broly's overwhelming strength. They could hardly believe that the once dominant Frieza had been so easily bested by a single blow from Broly, who had previously seemed invincible. With a series of rapid strikes, Broly pummeled Frieza relentlessly. Frieza attempted to defend himself but was swiftly caught by his tail, spun through the air, and hurled away with a piercing scream. A green energy blast followed, crashing down upon Frieza's position. The earth shook with a resounding explosion, and Frieza's form plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Everyone stood in stunned silence, eyes wide in astonishment as they gazed at Broly, who had displayed such tremendous power. How could Frieza, who had only transformed moments ago, be defeated so swiftly? The duration of their battle could scarcely have exceeded a minute. Lying in the deep crater, Frieza stared up at the overcast sky, bewildered. How could his pride, the golden Frieza form, be so easily vanquished? Though he suspected a sneak attack, he had found himself utterly unable to retaliate. Why? Why was this happening? Was it merely because Broly was Xue Tian's disciple? If Broly was this formidable, then how powerful must Xue Tian be? Frieza, gritting through the agony radiating from his body, lifted himself from the crater. Yet, the pain was overwhelming, and he finally collapsed onto one knee, glaring furiously at the onlookers. What is the meaning of this? How could I, the mighty Frieza, be defeated by you? Defeated by Broly in less than a minute. What is the reason? In his frustration, he pounded the ground, causing tremors to ripple across the surface. Xue Tian understood Frieza's intent. He was attempting to destroy the planet in his rage. Raising his hand, he addressed Frieza calmly, if you wish to obliterate the earth, then I shall put an end to you now. Although this world was not the same as his previous one, after spending some time here, he had grown fond of it and had no desire to relocate. As Xue Tian's words sank in, the crowd began to realize Frieza's true intention. It was not mere frustration but a calculated ploy to annihilate the planet. Frieza, observing the purple energy sphere in Xue Tian's hand, felt a deep-seated fear. This energy resembled destructive power, so pure. It was unlike any he had encountered before. Wasn't destructive energy exclusive to the gods of destruction? How could he wield it? Was he also a god of destruction? Xue Tian's destructive capabilities had evolved. Previously, his destructive energy was derived from his own cultivation, limited in scope. In contrast, the energy he commanded now was a reward, a true embodiment of destruction, the purest form of destructive power. Frieza paused his assault, a sudden realization dawning upon him. He turned to Xue Tian, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Xue Tian, may I take you as my master? Gasps filled the air as the crowd processed his words, their shock palpable. What? If Frieza truly became Xue Tian's disciple, would they ever be able to confront him again? In unison, their gaze turned to Xue Tian, eager to see how he would respond. Yamcha, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Mr. Xue Tian, you mustn't agree. Frieza is a villain. He has always sought to destroy the earth, and was just about to do so. Xue Tian regarded Yamcha with a calm demeanor. If I were to accept a disciple, I wouldn't concern myself with whether they are a hero or a villain. In this world, there is no clear distinction between good and evil. Such was his perspective. Though the Dragon Ball world contained ordinary people, he perceived it as a realm governed by the law of the jungle. Only the main characters, like Gohan and his companions, retained a semblance of morality, striving to protect the earth. Thus, they designated all external threats as villains. As the crowd absorbed Xue Tian's words, tension filled the air, while Frieza's expression brightened. If he became Xue Tian's disciple, he could acquire his abilities, making it effortless to confront Gohan and Vegeta in the future. However, Xue Tian continued, but I have stringent requirements for my disciples. Anyone who wishes to become my pupil must first undergo a trial, and that trial is to defeat my second disciple. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to Broly. His second disciple was none other than Broly himself. If he could defeat Broly, Why would he even need a master? He would have vanquished Broly and then come for Xue Tian. There would be no need for such humiliation. Chapter 105, The Late Arrival of Vegeta and Goku. Upon hearing the news, Piccolo and the others breathed a sigh of relief. With such stringent requirements, it was indeed a positive development. They had genuinely worried that Xue Tian might acquiesce to Frieza's demands. After all, Xue Tian's earlier statements had hinted at a willingness to comply, which had caused them considerable anxiety. However, soon after, a wave of disappointment washed over Piccolo. Having witnessed Broly's formidable strength, he had already resolved to seek Xue Tian as his master once this ordeal concluded. He aspired not only to surpass Goku and Vegeta, but at least to match their prowess. Otherwise, in the face of future formidable foes, he would be relegated to the sidelines, a sensation he found utterly intolerable. Remaining a mere spectator had never been his desire. Otherwise, he would not have dedicated himself to rigorous training. Yet, upon hearing Xue Tian's stipulation regarding apprenticeships, he felt a sense of numbness. If Frieza could not defeat Broly, how could he? It was inconceivable. Perhaps a single ki blast from Broly could obliterate him, as he had witnessed Broly effortlessly dispatching Jinyu with a single attack. His own strength paled in comparison to Jinyu's. Xue Tian turned and spoke nonchalantly, "Do not entertain thoughts of apprenticeship. However, I can offer you an opportunity to leave. If you wish to live, be swift in your departure." The others immediately cast bewildered glances at Xue Tian. What? Are we to release Frieza? Why is that? Yet, recognizing this was Xue Tian's decision, they remained silent despite their confusion. After all, it was his disciple who had triumphed over Frieza. They had no claim to glory in this matter and were not in a position to voice their opinions. Frieza, realizing that the apprenticeship was unattainable, ceased his pursuit, contemplating, "Once I have trained further, I shall return. I will undoubtedly defeat you all." With that, he boarded his ship and hastily departed, his subordinates following suit, eager to escape. At that moment, Xue Tian's consciousness received a system notification. Ding. Hidden mission completed. Allow Frieza's departure. Reward, true immortality. Hearing this, Xue Tian was elated. What? Immortality. True immortality. For the past 4 months, he had yearned for this reward, and now it was within his grasp. He understood that as long as he remained without immortality, defeating Beerus would be impossible. Now that he had obtained it, Beerus's destruction would hold no sway over him. Suddenly, he could not help but smile. If Beerus's destruction had no effect on him, what of his own destruction? Did Beerus possess immortality? Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to test this theory. In the God of Destruction realm, Beerus sneezed. Whis looked at him with curiosity and inquired, "Lord Beerus, is something amiss? Are you unwell?" Beerus glared at him. A God of Destruction falling ill? What a ridiculous notion. He casually explained, "Perhaps I am merely missing Bulma's new culinary creations." Whis produced his staff and observed Bulma holding a box of delicacies, calling out his name. Embarrassed, he chuckled, "Ah, indeed. Let us go and see." On Earth. After acquiring true immortality, Xue Tian wasted no time in mastering it, achieving genuine immortality. Accompanied by Broly and Lan Chi, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, the space rippled, and Goku, Vegeta, Whis, and Beerus appeared. Beerus, in his lofty demeanor, inquired, "Bulma, do you have any delicacies?" Bulma shot him a glare and retorted, "None left." Beerus sensed something was amiss, recalling Whis had just mentioned food. What had changed? Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta noticed the Earth's altered state, cratered and battered, indicative of a recent battle. What transpired? Piccolo explained, "Frieza invaded Earth, and we just endured a fierce skirmish." Bulma intended to use her culinary delights to communicate with Whis, hoping he would inform you and Vegeta to return and confront him. However, communication was unsuccessful. Fortunately, both Xue Tian and Broly were present, and Broly defeated Frieza. Upon hearing this, Beerus comprehended the situation. No wonder Bulma was displeased with him. Goku and Vegeta, astonished, exclaimed, "Frieza? Wasn't he dead? How can he return?" Piccolo clarified. Xue Tian resurrected him. Why? Simply because he felt like it, Krillin explained helplessly. Goku appeared puzzled, while Vegeta remained indifferent. To him, Frieza's caliber was inconsequential. Confronting him was akin to swatting an ant. Piccolo continued, "Frieza has not only returned, but has also significantly enhanced his strength, likely on par with you two. He has mastered a new form, Golden Frieza." Unbeknownst to him, Goku and Vegeta could now transform into Super Saiyan Blue, which skewed his estimation of Frieza's power. Goku and Vegeta's interest was piqued. What? He has acquired a new form? Golden Frieza? Indeed, Krillin replied proudly. However, he was defeated by Broly in a mere minute. The two were stunned, redirecting their gaze toward Xue Tian and the others, quickly recognizing Broly among them. As Vegeta beheld Broly, his pupils involuntarily constricted. What is this aura? Goku, staring at Broly, felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered him before but could not place when. He scratched his head. Broly, hello? You seem familiar, as if we've met somewhere. As he moved to approach, Vegeta halted him. Kakarot. He is a Saiyan. Goku paused, realization dawning upon him, and his excitement surged. Ah, he's also a Saiyan. How splendid. Vegeta, let us go greet him. And no. Kakarot. Chapter 106. Vegeta recognizes Broly. No. Kakarot. Vegeta said, trembling. Goku, bewildered by his demeanor, pondered the situation. Why did it seem as though Vegeta was frightened of him? Vegeta, what is wrong with you? You appear to be quite afraid of him, he inquired. The others also noticed Vegeta's fear and were perplexed. Bulma, curious, asked, Vegeta, what troubles you? From her understanding, her husband would not behave in such a manner. This was a first. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Vegeta articulated slowly, he is the legendary Super Saiyan. The crowd was taken aback, questioning, what does the legendary Super Saiyan signify? Goku looked utterly confused, unable to comprehend the gravity of the revelation. Broly, observing Gohan, felt a twinge of irritation but managed to suppress it, maintaining a composed demeanor thanks to the tranquil techniques taught by Master Xue. Vegeta continued. The legendary Super Saiyan represents the pinnacle of Saiyan power, said to arise once every millennium. I recall my father mentioning that shortly after my birth, a legendary Super Saiyan was born. He feared this individual would threaten my position as Prince Vegeta, so he banished him to another planet. After all these years, he should have perished, yet it seems this legendary Super Saiyan is very much alive. It was evident that Vegeta believed Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan his father had spoken of, though he was baffled. If his father had indeed exiled Broly, how could he still be alive? Now, he had even become a disciple of Master Xue. Haha, Vegeta, you have finally arrived. At that moment, a chilling laugh echoed as Broly's father, Paragus, descended from the shadows. He had been lurking, unwilling to interfere in a battle of such magnitude, keen to observe his son's prowess. Witnessing Broly effortlessly defeat the cosmic tyrant Frieza filled him with elation as he envisioned the imminent conquest of the universe. Upon Broly's return, he planned to persuade him to abandon Master Xue and embark on their grand ambitions to dominate the cosmos. He had already devised a strategy. To avoid crossing paths with Xue, they would refrain from ruling the galaxy, focusing on other territories instead. As long as they kept their distance from Xue, he would remain oblivious to their dominion, and with Broly's might, even Frieza would bow before them. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, even imagining a scenario where, should Xue obstruct them, he could persuade Broly to eliminate Xue, given Broly's recently displayed terrifying combat abilities. Seeing his father emerge, Broly asked with confusion, Father, why are you here? Paragus gazed fondly at Broly, for he was not only his son but also a vital instrument for his ambitions. I came because I was worried about your safety, Xue thought to himself. The audacity of this man to speak such lies without a hint of shame. If Broly were in danger, his presence would be of no consequence. Piccolo and the others were equally astonished. Worried about Broly's safety? How could that be? With his immense power, does he truly require concern? Is Paragus even stronger than Broly? If that were the case, Piccolo pondered whether he should consider Paragus as a master should Xue not take him as a disciple. However, no matter how he assessed the situation, he saw no indication of Paragus's prowess. Perhaps he had misinterpreted his intentions? After all, a father's concern for his son seemed reasonable. Deciding to observe the unfolding events, Piccolo refrained from further speculation. If it turned out that Paragus possessed formidable strength, he would contemplate the matter of apprenticeship, but only if Xue did not take him under his wing. Broly felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, his father cared for him. Father, I am fine. Let us return. He smiled. Paragus, however, had no intention of departing. Broly, what are you saying? Leave. Did you not hear what Vegeta said? His father fears that you threaten his position, which is why we were exiled to the inhospitable planet of Vampa, left to fend for ourselves. And now you wish to leave? Is it you who are mistaken? Or have I misheard? Broly had little concern about the banishment. It had occurred so long ago, and he felt there was nothing wrong with life on Vampa. The only downside was that his father had not allowed him to play with the beasts, resulting in a lack of companionship. Vegeta, observing Paragus's arrival, recognized him as a formidable adversary and remained on high alert. Upon realizing that Broly was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan, he dismissed any thoughts of underestimating him. The earlier claims from Piccolo and others about Broly easily defeating Frieza, who was on par with them, no longer seemed dubious. Paragus, seeing Broly's indifference, issued a direct command. Broly, I command you to kill Prince Vegeta's son, Vegeta. You must avenge the humiliation and suffering we have endured. Broly weakly responded. But I do not feel that I have suffered. You. Paragus exploded with rage. Broly, are you listening? I command you to kill Vegeta. Kill him. It is they who have exiled us to that wretched Vampa. Still unmoved, Broly urged, Father, let the past be the past. We now live in this beautiful world. Do we not? Goku scratched his head and remarked, Broly is a good person. His father, however, does not seem to share that quality. Even someone as socially inept as Goku recognized Broly's goodness, prompting agreement among the others. It appeared that Broly harbored no resentment or murderous intent. Paragus, unwilling to relent, shouted, What do you mean, let the past be the past? Have you forgotten how we have lived all these years? It cannot be dismissed. It must not be dismissed. Kill him. Kill him at once. Xue stepped forward, a profound chill radiating from him as he coldly declared, Paragus, since Broly is unwilling to carry out your wishes, why must you continue to coerce him? You are indeed his father, but he possesses the right to make his own choices. He is not merely your puppet. Chapter 107. Xue Tian. I will not indulge you. Upon witnessing Xue Tian's emergence, Paragus immediately unleashed his pent-up frustration upon him, exclaiming, It is all your fault. You must have advised my son to disregard my words. Otherwise, he once heeded my every command. Ever since your arrival, everything has changed. With a swift motion, Xue Tian struck Paragus, sending him sprawling several meters away, landing heavily on the ground like a defeated dog. Father. Broly rushed forward with concern. Xue Tian calmly replied, Broly may indulge you, but I will not. It would be wise to speak to me in a more temperate tone. I have no tolerance for your outbursts, particularly when directed at me. Furthermore, you claim Broly listens to you. Let me ask, why does he obey your commands? Is it not due to the shock collar you imposed upon him? If you had not installed that device around his neck, threatening him with electric shocks, would he truly comply with your wishes? Would he not dare to voice a single rebuttal? Or, perhaps all along, you have merely regarded him as a tool to fulfill your ambitions of universal dominion. At these words, Broly cast a glance at his father. Paragus's eyes flickered with panic as he hurriedly urged, Broly, do not heed his nonsense. Go and eliminate him at once. He intends to harm your father. However, Broly had already discerned the shift in Paragus's demeanor. The current Broly was not the uncontrollable beast he once was, but a practitioner of the calm heart technique, capable of approaching matters with a level-headed perspective. Though he noted the change in his father's expression, he felt little resentment, only a hint of disappointment. Regardless, Paragus remained his father. Broly rose and implored, Master, Paragus is my father. I beseech you to forgive his reckless behavior. I apologize on his behalf. I am truly sorry. Xue Tian, unimpressed by Paragus's character, paid him no mind. Paragus, witnessing Broly apologize to Xue Tian, doing so for his sake, felt an overwhelming sense of shame and suppressed the pain on his face as he rose. Kicking Broly, he shouted, You worthless failure. I commanded you to kill him, and yet you choose to apologize instead. I, Paragus, do not have a son like you. Xue Tian furrowed his brow, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him, causing Paragus to instinctively tremble. Not daring to linger any longer, he huffed heavily and swiftly retreated to his residence. In a secluded corner, Chapter 108, Beerus, am I to be relieved of my duties? Could it be that the Grand Zeno intends to appoint him as the god of destruction of Universe 7? Would this mean my dismissal? As this thought crossed his mind, Beerus's face fell into a sorrowful expression, nearly prompting him to weep in Whis's embrace. Whis could not help but chuckle, analyzing the situation. Lord Beerus, you are overthinking. If the Grand Zeno truly wished to appoint Xue Tian as the god of destruction for Universe 7, he would have issued the command long ago. It is inconceivable that no directive has been given until now, nor would one bestow destructive powers before the appointment. After careful consideration, Beerus realized that Whis was indeed correct. Appointments and destructive powers are typically conferred simultaneously. Up until now, there had been no reports of a new god of destruction arising in any universe. This indicated that the Grand Zeno would not appoint Xue Tian as a god of destruction. But why would the Grand Zeno bestow destructive powers upon Xue Tian? What connection could there be between them? Or perhaps, due to Xue Tian's association with the Grand Minister, The Grand Minister had requested the Grand Zeno to grant Xue Tian such powers? As Beerus spoke, he turned his gaze towards Whis, who shook his head in response. Beerus continued, Whis, why not inquire with the Grand Minister to uncover the truth? Who exactly is Xue Tian, and what is his relationship to us? Whis shot a stern glance at Beerus. Regardless of his identity, you must avoid any conflict with him. Although Beerus felt displeased by this remark, he understood that Whis spoke the truth. He could not afford to create enmity with Xue Tian, unless he no longer cared for Whis' well-being. However, if he truly disregarded Whis' safety, would Whis still care for him? In such a scenario, Whis would undoubtedly ally with Xue Tian against him, and given Whis' strength, confronting him would not be a trivial matter. Thus, no matter how one assessed the situation, the best course of action was to avoid provoking Xue Tian. For doing so would only invite trouble. The wisest strategy was to maintain distance, adhering to the principle of avoiding conflicts that one cannot win. Fortunately, their observations indicated that Xue Tian was not a capricious individual. He would not instigate conflict without reason, nor would he easily become irate over trivial matters. Whis believed Xue Tian to be more reasonable than Beerus, whom he served. Let us proceed. We shall remain on Earth for the evening and attend the gathering tomorrow. I anticipate that Bulma will delight us with an abundance of culinary delights tonight, Whis exclaimed cheerfully. However, unbeknownst to them, Bulma had no intentions of hosting them that evening. Her sole focus was on entertaining Vegeta. The following morning, Vegeta arose early to train. Bulma, observing his dedication, thought to herself, indeed, he is a Saiyan with formidable combat prowess. This is rather reassuring, as it alleviates my concerns about his exhaustion. As for Whis and Beerus, after arriving at Bulma's home the previous day, they were not particularly catered to. Bulma merely instructed Trunks and the Pilaf gang to bring forth a variety of delicacies. As long as there was food, the two were indifferent to who provided it. After enjoying a hearty meal, they reclined comfortably in the yard, only opening their eyes when they saw Vegeta emerge. Vegeta greeted them amicably, and they responded with smiles. However, Beerus appeared visibly displeased, likely due to some peculiar sounds he had heard the night before. At that moment, the cosmic courier Monaka arrived, piloting his ship, and called out, Bulma, your delivery has arrived. I'll help you bring it in. Please sign for it when you receive it. Monaka, somewhat diminutive with slender limbs and red skin, bore a dazed expression. Beerus regarded him with mild interest, remarking, this delivery person seems rather dull. Perhaps he could be of use in the future. Whis chuckled but offered no further commentary. Monaka's arrival piqued the curiosity of Trunks and Goten, who were playing nearby. They entered Monaka's ship and began to explore, inadvertently pressing a red button that sealed the cargo hold. The two found themselves trapped in darkness. Monaka, oblivious to their predicament, exited the ship to unload the cargo, piloting it away with his usual blank demeanor toward Planet Firepot. Upon reaching Planet Firepot, Monaka opened the cargo hold, liberating the boys, who gasped for air. Monaka, bewildered, asked, how did you end up here? When did you hide in my cargo hold? A blue-skinned man with tufts of hair and a large beard, the sole survivor of Planet Firepot, called out joyfully, Monaka, you finally arrived. He rushed towards Monaka with enthusiasm. Recognizing him, Monaka realized this was Bodaji, his good friend. Bodaji shared a similar timid disposition with Monaka, yet exhibited unwavering righteousness, having guarded a precious treasure on Planet Firepot for ages. Locally known as the Miracle Water, it was also referred to as Superman Water. Consuming it could significantly amplify one's strength and grant the ability to replicate the powers of others. Upon seeing Bodaji, Monaka immediately produced the items Bodaji had requested, saying, Bodaji, I have brought what you needed. Just as Bodaji was about to respond, a group of blue-skinned space pirates descended from the sky, led by a particularly robust figure. Haha. Bodaji, where do you think you're running? Hand over the miracle water, and I may spare your life. Trunks and Goten, ever the curious duo, inquired. What is this miracle water? Bodaji explained, the miracle water is a unique liquid native to our planet Firepot, originally meant to safeguard us from extraterrestrial invaders. However, as time has passed, the resentment and hatred of those who consumed the water have tainted it, giving rise to malevolent intentions. Trunks and Goten, utterly perplexed, shook their heads in confusion. We don't understand. Chapter 109. How powerful is your father? Bodaji spread his hands in resignation and said, I cannot comprehend. There is little I can do, and it seems this is not the moment for lengthy explanations. The pirate in midair, filled with rage, shouted, Bodaji, I shall ask you one final time. Will you comply? If not, we will take your life. Bodejiu had diligently safeguarded the miracle water for many years, and it was inconceivable for him to relinquish it to these individuals. Without hesitation, he took Monaka and the others and fled towards his secret base. The cosmic pirates, witnessing their escape, were incensed and unleashed a ki blast towards them. Moments later, the four arrived at Bodejiu's hidden sanctuary, the very place where the miracle water was kept. Trunks, ever curious, inquired, "Uncle, what exactly is the miracle water?" Without indulging in unnecessary dialogue, Bodejiu approached the wall and revealed a stone slab that concealed a container resembling a thermos. "This is the miracle water," he proclaimed. "Consuming it can amplify one's strength by several hundredfold, and it also bestows the ability to replicate the powers of others." "Wow, that's incredible! If I were to drink this miracle water, I could easily defeat those cosmic pirates," Trunks exclaimed joyfully, envisioning himself as a hero alongside Uncle Goku and Father Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Bodejiu immediately interjected, "No, this is not permissible. The miracle water was once a blessing, protecting our firepot star. However, as more individuals consumed it, it developed its own malevolent intent. This is why we, the inhabitants of Firepot Star, feared it might threaten the universe and other planets, leading us to seal it away. Indeed, drinking the miracle water may substantially enhance combat power, but it also dilutes the essence of the individual, ultimately leading to their replacement by a mere replica." Trunks gasped in shock at the terrifying implications. "If I were to drink it, would I not be supplanted by a copy? Would there be no true Trunks left?" Seeing Trunks' fear, Bodejiu admonished him. "Now do you understand the significance of my guardianship over the miracle water? Its power is formidable, and if it is not eradicated, it will replicate others, becoming an immortal threat. Now, hand me the miracle water for safekeeping." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Trunks no longer dared to hold on to it and passed it to Bodejiu. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the cave as the ground trembled violently, dislodging large rocks. The cosmic pirates had tracked them down and unleashed a barrage of ki blasts upon the mountain. As the mountain shook, Bodejiu struggled to maintain his grip on the miracle water. In a moment of chaos, the cosmic pirate seized the thermos from him. "Ha! At last, I've acquired the miracle water. Soon, the entire universe shall be mine." The pirate cackled triumphantly. Bodejiu's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "What do I do now? The miracle water has been taken. This is disastrous. The entire universe is at stake." In truth, Bodejiu understood that the pirate who had stolen the miracle water would not survive long unless he refrained from opening it. Once unleashed, the consequences would be dire. Yet, these cosmic pirates had come for the very purpose of seizing the miracle water. How could they resist opening it? He could not care less about the lives of the cosmic pirates. His sole concern was for the peril the miracle water posed to the entire cosmos. "Listen, you must return the miracle water to me. I will seal it away. It is an omen of doom. Do not remain obstinate." At that moment, the cosmic pirates were blinded by greed and would not heed his warning. Having obtained their prize, they had no intention of relinquishing it. The pirate leader, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly unscrewed the lid of the thermos. Bodejiu, witnessing the opening of the container, realized it was too late. "It's over. It has been unleashed. The universe is doomed." Trunks and Goten, unaware of the miracle water's true power, remained skeptical of Bodejiu's frantic murmurs. "Uncle, is the miracle water really so formidable? Even if it grants the pirate a few hundredfold increase in strength, is that truly impressive?" Bodejiu, enraged by Trunks' arrogance, retorted, "What? You believe a cosmic pirate with a few hundredfold increase in power is not formidable? What, then, would you deem as powerful?" Goten chimed in earnestly, "Indeed. Even if this pirate were to gain such strength, he could not possibly defeat Uncle Vegeta or my father." Bodejiu couldn't contain himself, scolding them, "You two arrogant children. How powerful do you think your fathers truly are?" The cosmic pirate dismissed Trunks and Goten's comments, convinced that with his newfound strength, no one in the universe could rival him. Even the tyrant Frieza would bow before him. With another round of maniacal laughter, he raised the thermos, preparing to drink the miracle water. However, the water surged forth uncontrollably, enveloping him in a purple mist. In a flash, a duplicate of the cosmic pirate appeared. Oblivious to the impending doom, the pirate leader continued to laugh, believing he could command the new entity. "You, go kill them." The purple duplicate merely smirked coldly. In a surprising twist, it seized the pirate leader by the throat, channeling a ki blast that obliterated him in an instant. The other cosmic pirates were left in shock, their faces stricken with disbelief. How could this happen? Why would the replica eliminate its original? Meanwhile, Trunks and Goten, having grasped the situation, were not surprised. They understood that the replicated being possessed its own consciousness, and thus the outcome was inevitable. Yet, they sensed that this new entity was far more malevolent than the original. The replicated cosmic pirate regarded Trunks and his companions with a chilling gaze, declaring, "Will you submit to me, or shall I end your lives?" Chapter 110. Replication. Broly. The gaze of the cosmic pirate captain turned towards the other space marauders, who were inherently cowards, quick to submit to the powerful. They perceived no difference between the current captain and the previous one, recognizing only the transformation brought about by the miraculous water. They promptly declared their allegiance. "We follow you. We follow you." At that moment, the purple cosmic pirate captain gradually morphed into the color of the captain, completely supplanting him. If the original perished, the replica would wholly replace it, whereas if the original remained alive, the replica would merely retain its purple hue. The cosmic pirate captain observed this scene with satisfaction, an evil grin spreading across his face as he turned his gaze towards Trunks and the others, awaiting their response. Upon regaining his senses, Vegeta immediately urged his companions to flee, recognizing escape as their only option. He resolved to buy them some time before seeking assistance from the Cosmic Patrol. However, the cosmic pirate captain seemed to discern their intentions, blocking their path and commanding his subordinates, completely obstruct their escape. If they refuse to submit, then they shall die. Hee. Trunks and Goten exchanged glances, and together they shouted, "Ha!" Instantly, they transformed into Super Saiyan Level 1, their battle power surging dramatically. The cosmic pirate captain was momentarily taken aback. These children could transform, and their power had increased so significantly. If he were to replicate them, would he not gain this ability as well? His eyes gleamed with greed, and the desire to duplicate them intensified. With a whoosh, a powerful energy blast hurtled towards them. The two swiftly dodged to the side, evading the attack, and charged forward. A fierce clash ensued, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Vegeta, momentarily stunned, turned to Monaka and questioned, "Are they really that formidable?" Monaka, accustomed to delivering items to Bulma, was aware of the exceptional nature of that family, particularly the formidable strength of the patriarch, Vegeta. However, he was unsure of the full extent of their power. Nodding vacantly, he replied, "I wanted to say, but I never had the chance, always being dragged along by you." Vegeta reflected on this, realizing Monaka was indeed correct, but he had been anxious, worried for their safety against the pirates. "Are you all just playing me? I even brought out this miraculous water," he lamented. "Well, I won't hold it against you anymore. I hope those two can defeat the captain of the cosmic pirates." As soon as he finished speaking, bang bang. Both were sent flying. Vegeta's expression darkened. He had just wished for their victory, and now this misfortune struck. Was he cursed, or were they truly inadequate? The cosmic pirate captain hesitated, contemplating whom to replicate. Both children possessed similar battle powers and transformation abilities, making the decision challenging. Ultimately, he resolved to replicate the stronger one, Trunks, believing that replicating a larger target would facilitate rapid growth and enhancement of power. With that, he focused on Trunks and in a flash appeared at his side. Kiki. Trunks, noticing the sinister grin, felt fear grip him as a mere child. "No, Dad." At that moment, the space rippled, and Goku arrived with Vegeta, Whis, and Beerus, while 50 meters behind the cosmic pirate, Xue Tian, Broly, and Lan Chi also materialized. It turned out that while attending a gathering, they noticed Goten and Trunks were missing. Bulma, in a state of alarm, inquired whether Vegeta had seen them, but he had not, nor had anyone else. Xue Tian calmly reminded everyone that the two children had likely followed Monaka to Fire Boiling Star and could be tracked by their energy signatures. Following Xue Tian's advice, Goku sensed the children's energy and successfully located them, leading to their swift arrival. As they arrived, Vegeta heard his son call out for him, his pupils dilating as he spotted a towering, muscular alien preparing to attack his boy. Without hesitation, he dashed forward and delivered a powerful punch to the cosmic pirate captain's chest, sending him hurtling away, right into the vicinity of Xue Tian and the others. Landing next to Broly, the miraculous water, overwhelmed with pain, felt as though the cosmic pirate's body would explode. Without a moment's hesitation, it disintegrated and enveloped Broly. Caught off guard, Broly pondered how he had only just arrived, oblivious to what was happening. In an instant, a purple Broly, identical to him, materialized. Vegeta, Goku, Beerus, and Lan Chi felt an uncontrollable tremor within them at this sight. How could there be another Broly? The replicated Broly, having successfully copied the original, unleashed a punch aimed at Broly, intending to seize his body just as he had done with the cosmic pirate captain. Yet, it would not be so simple. Broly retaliated with a punch, sending the replica flying hundreds of meters away. As the replicated Broly stabilized himself, he instinctively sensed the power coursing through his arm and erupted into ecstatic laughter. Ha! This body. This perfect body. It is invincible. I thought I had replicated something worthless. But instead, I have gained a flawless form. Ha ha ha, so perfect. Lan Shi, puzzled, inquired, Master, what is happening? Why is there a duplicate of my junior brother? Xue Tian explained. This is the miraculous water from Fire Boiling Star, also known as superhuman water. This substance can replicate others, and upon successful duplication, it inherits all the powers and abilities of the replicated individual. In other words, it has now acquired Broly's strength and abilities. If he is not defeated within 3 minutes, the real Broly will vanish. However, I know of another way to save Broly. By shattering the core essence of the superhuman water, it can be completely eradicated. Chapter 111. The arrogance of the duplicate Broly. Regarding an alternative method to confront the miraculous water, Xue Tian chose to withhold his thoughts, as he wished to observe the extent of the collaboration between Sun Wukong and Vegeta against Broly. It was certain that they would not surpass Broly. The only uncertainty lay in the distance between them. With a casual glance at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he inquired, Do you two possess the confidence to defeat him within 3 minutes? The miraculous water replicates any individual, inheriting their memories, personality, and every aspect, rendering them a perfect duplicate. However, there exists a singular distinction. This replica is imbued with a greater malevolence, as the miraculous water itself is steeped in evil, harboring sinister intentions. This very essence is what transformed it from a sacred artifact guarding the fire star into a malevolent entity. At this moment, the purple Broly exuded an aura of wickedness. Before Sun Wukong and Vegeta could respond, he scornfully declared, You two worthless beings believe you can defeat me in 3 minutes? How ludicrous! One of you weeps in fear of my overwhelming power, while the other fears my legendary status as a Super Saiyan, banishing me to distant planets. Do you truly think you can conquer me? Vegeta's face flushed with indignation as he clenched his fists, retorting, That was not my decision. It is irrelevant to me. Sun Wukong chimed in. Please, do not speak in such a manner. Xue Tian interjected. What are you two hesitating for? Are you truly afraid of him? Upon hearing this, Vegeta wasted no time, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, moving at high speed to engage Broly. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Not expecting Vegeta to transition to Super Blue so decisively, he had intended to take a more measured approach. Yet, realization struck him like a bolt. They had only 3 minutes. Once that time elapsed, the original Broly would be replaced. Without further hesitation, he bellowed, instantly adopting the form of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, launching a powerful punch. The purple Broly remained unfazed, exclaiming, Come at me. Let me truly feel the might of this body. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan Level 1, effortlessly blocking Vegeta's right fist with his left. While countering Sun Wukong's attack, the trio exchanged hundreds of blows, neither side gaining the upper hand. Vegeta was astounded. He knew Broly was formidable, yet he had not anticipated such strength. Even in Super Saiyan Level 1, Broly matched them blow for blow. Continuing this way, it was evident they would not defeat Broly within 3 minutes. Clenching his fist once more, Vegeta unleashed a fierce roar, enveloping himself in a purple aura. Exuding an air of destruction, he activated his Ultra Instinct sign. Sun Wukong, sensing Vegeta's activation, refused to lag behind and immediately initiated his Ultra Instinct sign. Without having trained in the realm of the gods, they had only a rudimentary grasp of these divine techniques. However, after their recent training, they had significantly improved their understanding, thanks in large part to their master, Whis. As their master once stated, even a dog could achieve great things under his guidance, so what of humans? With a powerful punch, the purple Broly launched an attack at Sun Wukong, who evaded effortlessly under the influence of Ultra Instinct, allowing Vegeta to seize the moment and land a devastating punch to Broly's chest, sending him flying. Vegeta wasted no time, following up with a flurry of punches like a torrential downpour, each strike not only rapid but immensely destructive. The barrage pounded against Broly, forcing him to retreat. As he sought to retaliate, Sun Wukong appeared to intercept, granting Vegeta an optimal position to unleash his assault. Vegeta clasped his fists together, forming a colossal hammer, and struck down upon Broly's head. The earth-shattering impact created a massive crater, sending shockwaves that obliterated the landscape for miles, leaving nary a trace of greenery. With determination surging within him, Sun Wukong prepared to unleash his next attack, his hands coiling around his waist to gather energy, embodying the essence of a blooming lotus. He shouted, Kamehameha. A torrent of azure energy erupted with earth-shattering might, surging towards the purple Broly in the depths of the crater, intent on delivering a conclusive blow. However, just as the Kamehameha was about to strike, Broly unleashed an overwhelming force from within the crater, erupting in a blinding golden light. This radiant energy radiated outwards, ravaging the entire planet, transforming it into a desolate wasteland devoid of any green, as if a cataclysmic event had transpired. Whis had already summoned a protective blue shield, safeguarding everyone in its vicinity. Monaka, witnessing the terrifying spectacle, stood frozen, trembling in shock, utterly at a loss for words. Meanwhile, his friend Bodeju, gazing at the airborne forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, suddenly conceived a bold notion. Are those two in the sky your fathers? He inquired. Trunks replied with pride. The one enveloped in purple flames is my father, Vegeta, and the one shrouded in silver flames is his father, Sun Wukong. I told you, our fathers are incredibly powerful. Do you finally believe me now? Though Bodeju had already suspected as much, hearing Trunks affirm it left him astounded, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. They are indeed formidable. They seem even stronger than the Galactic Patrol. At the mention of the Galactic Patrol, Trunks recalled Gak and disdainfully remarked, The Galactic Patrol is certainly no match for our fathers. We are familiar with them. If the apprentice Angel Merus were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, as Gak had tarnished the Galactic Patrol's reputation. Nevertheless, Bodeju was now fully convinced, realizing that these two children spoke no falsehoods. He pondered that had he known, he would have sought their father's assistance earlier, thus avoiding such complications. Chapter 112. Resisting the force of destruction, Vegeta and Goku beheld a surge of golden light erupting, spreading across the entire planet, transforming it into a desolate wasteland. In their hearts, they understood that the purple Broly had not perished, rather, he had attained a new level of power, or perhaps it was merely a hidden card he had yet to reveal. With a whoosh, a figure with waist-length golden hair, remarkably muscular, soared from the deep pit. Super Saiyan 3. He fixed his gaze upon Goku and Vegeta, a mocking grin plastered on his face. Is this truly the pinnacle of your strength? Yet, I wonder if you realize that I have yet to unleash my full power. Upon hearing these words, Goku and Vegeta exchanged a profound glance, their hearts filled with awe. The strength of this Broly was astonishing. Despite unleashing all their might, they had failed to defeat him. Moreover, he claimed this was not even his full strength. What then could his complete power entail? At that moment, standing beside Xue Tian, Lan Shi exclaimed, Master, look at our junior brother. The onlookers turned their attention, witnessing Broly's form becoming translucent, a clear sign of impending disappearance. Without needing to glance, Xue Tian calmly remarked, Do not rush. Though Broly felt a twinge of fear regarding his potential vanishing, he understood from his master's words that when the time came to act, his master would undoubtedly intervene. Simultaneously, he was eager to ascertain whether he could triumph over Goku and Vegeta. As it stood, they seemed to have exerted their utmost power. Yet he had not yet revealed his full capabilities. In midair, the purple Broly laughed triumphantly. It has been over a minute. If within the next minute you fail to defeat me, I shall completely vanish, and then I will take Broly's place. I will become the true Broly. He then turned to Xue Tian, Master, if I become Broly, I shall honor you well, so I hope you will not impede my ascension. Enough of your prattle. Vegeta, incensed by Broly's incessant chatter and his apparent disregard for both himself and Goku, felt deeply insulted. The mere thought of teaming up with Goku against a single foe was a blow to his pride, but now this adversary did not even regard them as worthy opponents. Bang! Vegeta charged forward, his fist distorting the air, yet the purple Broly effortlessly evaded the blow. Just as Vegeta sensed the tide turning against him, a sharp pain struck his abdomen. His body was propelled uncontrollably backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A surge of blood welled up, and he spat it out, relieved that he had not reverted to his base form. Otherwise, he would have sustained severe injuries. In an instant, regaining composure seemed impossible without a sense of being. Yet in their haste, they had not thought to bring any. Goku, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of astonishment. Vegeta, in his ultra instinct state, had been knocked down by a single punch. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he knew he could not afford to be complacent and launched his own offensive. Whoosh! The purple Broly unleashed a punch, imbued with distortion and staggering force. However, Goku's Ultra Instinct allowed him to evade several of Broly's strikes successfully. Broly, unfazed, had assimilated Broly's memories and was aware of the nature of Ultra Instinct. Based on his experience fighting with Lan Chi, he knew that if he could exceed Goku's speed, he could land a hit. As he pondered this, his fist moved faster, and his evasion became swifter. While Goku struggled to make contact, Broly remained equally unable to strike Goku. Nevertheless, it was evident to the onlookers that Goku was becoming increasingly fatigued, his evasive maneuvers growing sluggish. Whis remarked, "Goku is on the brink of exhaustion." Just as he spoke, a thunderous boom resonated as Broly's fist connected with Goku's chest, sending him hurtling thousands of meters away, crashing into the ground in a state of disarray. At that moment, a small sphere of purple destructive energy surged forth, not particularly large, resembling a basketball. The purple Broly recognized that this was no ordinary energy. Should it strike him, it could lead to his disappearance unless he possessed sufficient power to withstand it. With a dismissive snort, Broly challenged, "Vegeta, you believe your destructive energy is formidable? Then I shall absorb it head-on." Vegeta, taken aback, pondered the implications. Was Broly truly intending to withstand his destructive force? As Vegeta contemplated, Broly made no attempt to resist, allowing the energy to envelop him, attempting to annihilate him. Witnessing this, Vegeta smirked with satisfaction. "You are incredibly arrogant. This is destructive energy, a unique form of energy. Do you truly think it can be so easily overcome? Prepare to be obliterated." "Is that so?" Broly, enveloped in the destructive energy, exhibited no fear or pain. On the contrary, he appeared relaxed. After a moment, he roared, "Ha!" His energy erupted outward, shattering the destructive force that surrounded him into countless specks of purple energy, vanishing without a trace. To an observer, it would seem as though the destructive energy had never existed. Vegeta, momentarily at a loss for words, regarded the purple Broly with eyes wide in disbelief, akin to beholding a creature from another realm. He had heard tales of destructive energy capable of annihilating all, yet he had never encountered a being that could withstand it. At that instant, Vegeta's perception began to crumble, and he understood the true extent of Broly's power. Just as he was lost in thought, the purple Broly vanished from sight, reappearing beside Vegeta before he could react, delivering a devastating punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! Ah! Vegeta screamed in agony, blood spewing forth as he reverted to his base form, discarded like a ragged doll by the purple Broly. "Daddy." Chapter 113, The Purple Broly, and What of Xue Tian? "Father," Trunks exclaimed in a state of utter urgency. He could scarcely fathom that his father had been vanquished by the purple Broly. Whoosh! Bang! A silver figure darted like a fleeting shadow towards the purple Broly, who instinctively raised his right hand to block the assault. The newcomer was none other than Goku, in a state of Ultra Instinct. After Goku's punch was intercepted, the purple Broly seized him, delivering a crushing blow to Goku's head. With a cry akin to Vegeta's, Goku collapsed to the ground, reverting to his normal state. "Father!" Goten cried out, murmuring in despair, "Dad lost." His eyes were filled with confusion. Witnessing this, Beerus couldn't help but marvel at Broly's overwhelming strength. Truly, he was a worthy disciple of Xue Tian, having surpassed both Vegeta and Goku in such a short span of time. Although Goku and Vegeta had yet to attain true divinity, they possessed certain divine qualities. However, Broly's aura bore no trace of divinity. It seemed his evolutionary path had no intention of embracing the divine. Was it possible that Xue Tian intended for him to revert to ancestral roots? The Saiyan lineage once boasted illustrious ancestors who shone brightly in their prime, yet now they had diminished. Countless races across the cosmos faced a similar fate. Many reached their zenith through their forebears, but as time passed, their purity waned. Today's Saiyans could not compare to the original progenitors, a disparity of unfathomable magnitude. Even he, should he encounter the ancient Saiyan bloodline, would approach it with utmost seriousness, unlike the present-day Saiyans, who were woefully weak and had seen their entire planet annihilated by Frieza. Goku, lying on the ground in agony, gazed at Vegeta with a pained smile. "He is incredibly strong, truly formidable." Vegeta, however, could not muster a smile. Rage consumed him, mingled with a sense of indignation. As fellow Saiyans, even if the opponent was the legendary Super Saiyan, was it conceivable that the disparity could be so vast? Had the rival been training all these years? Yet, without real combat, how could training yield such results? Having defeated Goku and Vegeta, the purple Broly grew increasingly arrogant, trampling upon their dignity. "Ha ha ha! I told you both. You are nothing. One of you cried in fear, and the other wished to banish me. You think such individuals can defeat me? Vegeta attempted to retort, but his body felt drained of energy, leaving him too weak to speak. He turned to Goku, complaining, "Kakarot, I told you to always keep some senzu beans on hand, but you never do." Goku chuckled nonchalantly. "It's all right, Xue Tian is here. He is Broly's master and won't stand idly by." This statement held truth. As Broly's master, Xue Tian would undoubtedly intervene. However, Broly overheard Goku's words and immediately scoffed, "Kakarot, you are truly naive. You are correct. Xue Tian may indeed strike against me, but it has already been 2.5 minutes. Only half a minute remains. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot eliminate me in that time." With that, the purple Broly provocatively gazed at Xue Tian. "Xue Tian, accept this reality. I shall be your disciple from now on. Rest assured, I will treat you well and will never replicate you." With a sinister grin, he elicited a displeased reaction from Xue Tian. "I apologize, but I prefer the former Broly. I do not favor your malevolent demeanor." Whoosh. In an instant, Xue Tian vanished. The purple Broly sensed danger and attempted to flee, only to find Xue Tian blocking his path. "Ah, Master Xue Tian!" the purple Broly exclaimed in panic. Xue Tian grasped his hand firmly, preventing any escape, rather than retreat. The purple Broly began to gather energy, preparing to transform into Super Saiyan 4. "I have stated before, I do not appreciate this wicked incarnation of you. Do you believe you can transform into Super Saiyan 4 in my presence? This is knowledge I imparted to you. What gives you the right to flaunt it before me?" Divine confinement. A radiant spectrum of light enveloped the purple Broly. "Master, I was wrong. I will become whatever you desire. Please do not kill me." The purple Broly realized that his master was beyond his capacity to resist. Although he had absorbed Broly's consciousness, thoughts, and personality, he inherently rejected some of the original Broly's ideologies. Thus, he believed that even if Xue Tian was stronger, he could not obliterate him within half a minute. As long as he survived that duration, he could escape into the cosmos and return when he had gained sufficient strength. Although avoiding Xue Tian was disconcerting, it was preferable to being reduced to a formless liquid sealed within a thermos. Boom. Xue Tian did not respond, instead directing his right hand towards him, concentrating destructive energy. "If you can withstand Vegeta's destructive power, can you similarly endure mine?" Beerus and Whis were momentarily taken aback by this destructive energy, which rivaled even Beerus's own. It was a true manifestation of destruction, distinct from the energy cultivated through Ultra Instinct. With such destructive power, the likes of the purple Broly stood no chance of resistance. Boom. As the 3-minute mark approached, the purple Broly was utterly annihilated, dissipating into a myriad of stars, as though he had never existed. In that instant, the original Broly regained his former appearance, devoid of any transparency. Beerus approached Xue Tian, perplexed. "Xue Tian, from whence does this destructive power originate?" Xue Tian anticipated their curiosity and knew they would come to inquire. Without providing an explanation, he smiled and countered, "What do you think?" Since they had already speculated, what was the purpose of further inquiry? His words caused Beerus's heart to tremble. Could it truly be a gift from the Grand Zeno? But why would the Grand Zeno do such a thing? Was he to be granted a new position? Yet no announcement had been made. Meanwhile, on Earth. Chapter 114. The invitation from Marzanda. Meanwhile, on Earth, within the cave where Paragus resided, he seethed with indignation, cursing both Xue Tian and Broly. His vitriol centered around the notion that Xue Tian had corrupted Broly, who had become a treacherous ingrate, disregarding his father's commands and heeding only Xue Tian's words. Paragus furiously declared, "Xue Tian, one day I shall kill you. And Broly, you will come to regret your choices. Without me, you are nothing." Just then, a jovial laugh echoed from outside the cave. Startled, Paragus snapped to attention, raising his voice in suspicion. "Who goes there? What manner of person hides in the shadows?" At that moment, a stout man, clad in a red suit and holding a cigar, entered the cave. Accompanying him was a tall, lanky individual, similarly attired, with long, curly hair that added a humorous touch to his appearance, clearly serving as a bodyguard. Paragus eyed the pair with curiosity and inquired, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" With a beaming smile akin to that of a gentleman, the stout man introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marzanda, the president of Red Pharmaceuticals. We are aware that you, Lord Paragus, are a remarkable talent. Hence I have come to extend an invitation for you to join us." Unfamiliar with Marzanda, and in no mood to entertain pleasantries due to his current ire, Paragus dismissively replied, "I am no apothecary. You have mistaken your quarry." Shaking his head, Marzanda took a deep drag from his cigar. No, we have not erred. We seek you, Lord Paragus, for you are indeed Broly's father. The mention of Broly ignited Paragus' fury. He retorted, I have no such ungrateful son. What do you want? Speak quickly, or leave my presence. Paragus sensed that these individuals, despite claiming to represent a pharmaceutical group, were likely involved in matters far beyond mere medicine, as they had evidently investigated his connection to Broly. Marzanda, unperturbed, continued. Whether you have a son or not is irrelevant. We require your collaboration. Our shared ambition is to dominate the universe. Paragus' gaze sharpened. Disbelief etched on his face as he scrutinized Marzanda. The man emitted little energy, suggesting he was no martial artist. And Paragus estimated his combat prowess to be no greater than 100. The high score he possessed seemed attributable solely to the formidable armor he bore, which Paragus recognized as a weapon rather than mere protection. With a disdainful chuckle, he replied, even with your armored attire, your power is but a paltry 100. You aspire to conquer the universe? How laughable. Marzanda, unruffled, responded, indeed, you are correct. I possess no significant combat strength, certainly not in comparison to you Saiyans. However, I possess technology and a brilliant scientist, Dr. Hyde. Unfamiliar with these figures, Paragus displayed a look of confusion. Marzanda, sensing his bewilderment, divulged, to be candid. My father was the infamous Black Marshal, who founded the Red Ribbon Army. Among his ranks was a scientist named Dr. Gero, who created androids rivaling the strength of Goku and Vegeta. They nearly vanquished them, but in the end, Dr. Gero went on to develop the formidable Cell. Paragus gasped in astonishment. What did you say? That Dr. Gero created a being capable of defeating Goku and Vegeta? Although he had never seen Cell, the mere mention of its ability to overpower Goku and Vegeta indicated immense power. Indeed, a contender for universal supremacy. Correct, Marzanda affirmed, the Dr. Gero is no longer with us. His grandson, Dr. Hyde, surpasses him in intellect. He is currently developing a new iteration of Cell, known as Cell Max. It is well underway, and upon completion, we shall seize control of the universe. Ha. Excitement surged within Marzanda as he envisioned a bright future. Paragus, equally stirred, struggled to comprehend. I still do not grasp your intentions. If you are close to success, why seek my assistance? I possess no expertise in research. Marzanda clarified his purpose. We do not require your technical skills. We merely seek your insights into Broly's combat capabilities. Once we input Broly's battle data into Cell Max, it will surpass Broly's strength. In return, I shall appoint you as my chief advisor, overseeing the entire cosmos. Paragus' immediate reaction was to refuse. He had no desire to serve anyone, yearning instead to dominate the universe himself. However, he suddenly realized that if Cell Max indeed possessed formidable power, he could exploit it to eliminate Xue Tian, an outcome that would be even more favorable if they both perished. Moreover, the formidable Dr. Hyde could craft a device to control Broly, ensuring that he would bend to Paragus' will. In that scenario, it would be Paragus, not Marzanda, who would reign supreme over the universe. With these thoughts in mind, Paragus declared, I can agree to your proposal. But I have additional conditions beyond the role of chief advisor. Any demands you have, I am open to considering, should you choose to align with us. Marzanda replied, fully aware that Paragus would not reject his offer, as they both harbored aspirations of universal dominion. Paragus stated, should Cell Max be completed, I require it to eliminate Xue Tian and Vegeta. As for Goku and the others, you may do as you please. Marzanda smirked, unfazed. I anticipated you would have more substantial demands. Rest assured, even without your request, I would have Cell Max deal with them. Vegeta and Goku are threats to my ambitions, and Xue Tian will undoubtedly become an obstacle. Paragus rejoiced. Splendid. Then I shall consent to your terms, but I also wish for Dr. Hyde to craft a necklace capable of delivering electric shocks to control individuals. Only by mastering Broly can I adequately provide you with his combat data. That is a trivial matter, Marzanda assured. Chapter 115. Granola's desire. No one was aware of the secret pact between Mazinda and Paragus. On another planet, Cyril, Granola, upon discovering the truth, found his feelings towards Monet, who had raised him, had soured. He no longer ventured out to earn a living. Instead, he spent his days in training. Yet, he lamented that his progress was painfully slow, so slow that it became a source of frustration for him. With such meager power, he was hardly a match for Frieza, let alone the members of the Zeta group. Upon entering his home, Granola noticed that Monet was absent. His gaze fell upon a transparent glass orb resting on the table, within which lay a 5-pointed star. He recalled Monet mentioning that this object was called a Dragon Ball. of which there were 2 in total. One was in Monet's possession, while the location of the other remained a mystery. Collecting both Dragon Balls would allow one to summon the Eternal Dragon, capable of granting any wish. However, this was not without peril. For the fulfillment of such wishes often brought about ominous consequences, the specifics of which Monet had not divulged to Granola, merely advising him to refrain from using the Dragon Balls for any purpose. At that moment, the television broadcasted a news report. An explorer had discovered a peculiar glass orb in the mountains. Although it appeared to be merely glass, it seemed impervious to destruction, as if imbued with some magical power. The orb had been surrendered to the authorities. Upon hearing this news, Granola's eyes sparkled with joy as he muttered, "My chance for revenge has arrived." He swiftly took the Dragon Ball from the table and flew into the sky, hastening towards the National Museum, murmuring, "Since it has been surrendered, it must surely be housed within the museum." Night had fallen, and the museum was devoid of visitors. Granola, agile and stealthy, entered the premises with ease. There, in the center of the museum, the Dragon Ball was displayed under a protective glass dome. Upon seeing the orb adorned with 2 stars, he felt an overwhelming sense of elation. However, his carelessness led him to trigger the museum's infrared alarm. The blaring sirens echoed through the halls as guards rushed in, urging Granola to surrender. Yet, resolute in his determination, he refused to yield. With a powerful punch, he shattered the glass dome and retrieved the Dragon Ball. The guards wasted no time in opening fire. Grasping the Dragon Ball, Granola swiftly took flight, unwilling to entangle himself with them. The guards, astonished by his ability to fly, hurriedly pursued him in their spacecraft. However, upon exiting, they found Granola had vanished, and just hours after seizing the Dragon Ball, it had been stolen. Half an hour later, the news broke on television. Meanwhile, Monet returned home to witness the report. His gaze shifted to the table where the Dragon Ball had been, only to find it missing. He deduced instantly that Granola must have taken it. The stolen Dragon Ball was undoubtedly Granola's doing, and he pondered where Granola might appear next. Resolute, he hastened towards the likely location, determined to prevent Granola from making a grave mistake. After obtaining the Dragon Ball, Granola arrived at the back mountain of his home. He placed both Dragon Balls on the ground and attempted various incantations for summoning. These incantations were derived from Monet's words, yet after over half an hour, it seemed fruitless. He began to doubt whether Monet had deceived him, suspecting the Dragon Ball was nothing more than an ordinary orb. However, unwilling to accept such a notion, he finally shouted in anger, "Come forth, eternal dragon, and grant my wish." In that instant, the heavens transformed, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and a golden light surged forth, ascending into the stormy sky and unfurling majestically. The clouds, sensing its arrival, parted to make way. Monet, witnessing the celestial phenomena from afar, was struck with alarm. Granola had indeed activated the Dragon Ball. He sighed, hastening towards the mountains. Within the mountains, a brilliant golden light flashed, revealing a 4-clawed dragon. Compared to the eternal dragon of Earth, this one was rather unsightly. It resembled more a serpent than a true dragon. It gazed down at Granola, overcome with excitement. Granola found himself momentarily speechless until the dragon spoke. "The one who summoned me, state your wish. I can grant any desire." Once regaining his composure, Granola swallowed hard and declared, "I wish for Frieza and the leader of the Zeta group, Elec, along with all key members of the Zeta group, to perish." The dragon shook its head, replying, "This wish cannot be fulfilled. It exceeds the rules." "Exceeds the rules?" Granola questioned, bewildered. "Indeed," the dragon confirmed. "I cannot directly cause anyone's death. You may make other wishes or requests to grow stronger to defeat them yourself. These are permissible. However, to ask me to kill them surpasses my abilities and the established rules." Understanding now, Granola contemplated briefly before resolutely stating, "Then I wish to become the strongest in the universe." He believed that once he attained this title, eliminating Elec and the others would be trivial, and he could easily dispose of Frieza himself. The dragon responded, "This wish can indeed be granted, making you the strongest among all living beings, save for deities and angels." Granola eagerly agreed. However, the dragon did not immediately bestow this power upon him. Instead, it sensed something and said, "This wish requires a condition for exchange, or rather, you must sacrifice something for its realization." Chapter 116. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. However, this wish of yours comes with a condition that demands a trade. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say that you must sacrifice something in order to have it fulfilled. Granola was perplexed by the meaning of the 2-star dragon and asked, filled with confusion, "Sacrifice something? What must I give?" Since your body is incapable of bearing such immense power, you must relinquish a sufficient portion of your lifespan to sustain it. If you agree, I shall grant your wish at this very moment. Granola immediately inquired, how many years of lifespan must I sacrifice? The two-star dragon calmly replied, based on your current lifespan. If you accept this condition, you will only have 3 years remaining. Granola's heart raced, and he felt a sudden numbness in his limbs. 3 years. The average lifespan of a serial is 200 years, and at the age of 50, you should have lived for another 150 years. However, the two-star dragon stated that accepting this condition would reduce him to merely 3 years. Thus, he would be paying a price of 147 years of his life. Such a cost is indeed steep. Have you considered it carefully? The two-star dragon asked, driven by a thirst for vengeance. Granola understood that if he continued training as he was, even reaching the age of 200, he would still be no match for Frieza or Elec of the Haida group. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, he looked up at the dragon and solemnly declared, If it allows me to become the strongest in the universe, then I accept this condition. Excellent. The two-star dragon burst forth with a golden radiance, and simultaneously, a bright light enveloped Granola. He felt his combat power surging, his body undergoing a profound transformation. Meanwhile, Monate observed the two-star dragon's light splitting into 2 beams, soaring in opposite directions. And he instantly comprehended that Granola had made his wish, his expression turning sorrowful. After walking for a while, he spotted Granola and immediately called out, Granola, why would you do this? Why? Granola, taken aback, had not expected Monate to arrive, replied nonchalantly, You've come. Monate, feeling helpless, said, Granola, you ultimately used the Dragon Balls. I had warned you that while they might bring benefits, they also carry drawbacks. Why would you not heed my warnings? Granola retorted coldly, As long as it allows me to exact my revenge, I care not what price I must pay. Monate sighed deeply, his face filled with resignation, and asked, What wish did you make? To become the strongest in the universe. Now that I am the strongest, I can easily eliminate Elec and the others from the Haida group. I will kill them all, and then seek out Frieza. I will avenge my mother and my entire race. Granola's face was wild with fury, his fists clenched tightly, consumed by hatred, indifferent to the cost. So long as he gained power. Observing his demeanor, Monate felt powerless to dissuade him, realizing that it was futile to argue now that the price had already been paid. However, he felt compelled to remind Granola, Granola, while you have wished to become the strongest in the universe, today you may hold that title. But it does not guarantee that you will retain it tomorrow. Granola furrowed his brow, struggling to understand. What do you mean? Your title as the strongest today may be surpassed tomorrow by the original strongest if they train diligently. Therefore, Granola, tread carefully. Moreover, you must have paid a significant price to achieve your wish. Monate's tone had calmed considerably. He was aware that there are always those stronger beyond the horizon. And although Granola's power was commendable, it was still insufficient in the vast universe. The price for attaining such strength must be monumental. Granola recalled the cost and felt a chill in his heart. Yet the thought of revenge dispelled that chill, and he stated resolutely, I have 3 years of life left. Monate's pupils widened in shock, his hand gripping his staff trembling. Such a price is indeed exorbitant. This cost, alas. He refrained from saying more, silently wishing that the Dragon Balls would not resurface, thus sparing others from harm. Granola replied blandly, Monate, you speak with great wisdom. Today I am the strongest in the universe. I shall not allow that to change tomorrow. Therefore, I must seek my vengeance now. You may return home. With that, he swiftly moved toward his spaceship, preparing to confront Elec of the Haida group for retribution. Meanwhile, on another planet, Elec, the leader of the Haida group, was utterly astonished. The Dragon Balls. This object is indeed intriguing. I never imagined it would enable Granola to become the strongest in the universe. And now this fellow intends to seek revenge against us. Maki smirked darkly, yet Granola is entirely unaware that we have already implanted listening devices on him. Every move he makes is well within our foresight. Elec chuckled ominously. I always knew Granola would betray us one day. Installing the devices in advance was not a misstep. Now that he has become the strongest, the 3 of us may not stand a chance against him. We should avoid him for now. Beside them, Gas grunted in disapproval. As the leader, Elec understood Gas's temperament well. Gas, do not be hasty. I know you look down on Granola, and I share your sentiments. However, he has attained strength through the Dragon Balls. We too shall seek the Dragon Balls, and then I will mold you into the new strongest in the universe. In that case, your combat power will surpass his. And the old man has stated that although Granola is the strongest today, he may not be tomorrow. Gas felt his anger dissipating at the prospect of becoming the strongest. Elec rose, addressing several key members of the Haida group. Let us go. Now that Granola has ventured into the universe, we must collect the Dragon Balls on Cyril. Hee. Maki laughed sinisterly. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Chapter 117. Stronger than you. A week later. During this past week, Xue Tian had been living quite contentedly. Ever since he returned from the gathering, he had completed a hidden choice and obtained the angelic bloodline. Without a moment's hesitation, he devoured the angelic bloodline, merging it with the void bloodline. The void bloodline was further enhanced, and his combat power increased daily. In his personal life, he enjoyed a blissful existence, as Lan Chi took complete care of him, making his life exceedingly comfortable. He couldn't help but marvel at his decision to take her on as a disciple. She was indeed thoughtful and attentive. As for Broly, he had been visiting home quite frequently over the past few days, and he appeared quite cheerful, seemingly getting along well with Paragus. This puzzled Xue Tian. Logically, given the unpleasant incident that had transpired last time, Paragus should have been furious with Broly. Yet, there were no reports of Broly mentioning Paragus's anger, nor did he express any resentment toward him. Something felt amiss. Xue Tian sensed the oddity but dismissed it, thinking to himself that such a fool could hardly stir up any trouble. Rather than waste time on him, he preferred to relish his life, engage in meaningful conversations with Lan Chi, and perhaps foster a deeper connection between them. As for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, they had followed Whis and Beerus to the Destroyer Realm for training after the gathering. After being defeated by Broly, they realized the vast gulf between their powers and were determined to train diligently to surpass him. They also discovered that they couldn't even defeat Broly's Super Saiyan 3 form, and that Broly could further transform into Super Saiyan 4, which would undoubtedly obliterate them. This realization left them feeling quite unbalanced, prompting them to train rigorously. Meanwhile, Bulma and Whis had agreed that after a week of training, the two should return to visit their wives, allowing both Bulma and Chi-Chi to see their husbands. Bulma had a strong desire for a second child, so she needed to get closer to Vegeta. If anyone else had encountered her in such a state, they would likely have received a year-long vacation, but Vegeta was rather evasive about such matters, always preoccupied with training, which left her quite exasperated. Why were all Saiyans so singularly focused on training? Today happened to be the day Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned to visit their two lovely wives, while Whis and Beerus naturally took the opportunity to indulge in a feast at Vegeta's home. After a week of enjoying a day or two of culinary delights, they were quite pleased. At that moment, Beerus and Whis were savoring their meals when suddenly, they looked up at the sky above Earth. Oh, how intriguing. When did the seventh universe acquire so many powerful beings? Whis inquired with a smile. Not interested, Beerus replied, continuing to eat. Whis remarked once more. Based on their flight speed and trajectory, they seemed to be heading towards Earth. Beerus, having sensed the same, reiterated his disinterest, stating that it was better to enjoy the food than to concern himself with such matters. Those were better left for the Kaioshin to worry about. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin, engrossed in studying a magazine about beautiful women, suddenly sensed a terrifying aura. He abruptly tossed the magazine aside and sat up with a start. How could this be? The East Kaioshin, having diligently studied since being reprimanded for his lack of knowledge, looked at the old Kaioshin with concern. What is it, ancestor? The old Kaioshin gazed toward Earth, worry etched on his face. Do you not feel it? Upon hearing this, the East Kaioshin focused intently on the direction of Earth, and was startled to sense several formidable auras. Ah, ancestor, what is happening? With a resounding thud, the old Kaioshin struck the East Kaioshin on the head and exclaimed, How should I know why this is happening? All I know is that it is due to your negligence. The East Kaioshin was utterly bewildered. How had this become his fault? You spend all your time engrossed in that book, neglecting to monitor the upheavals in the universe. Now, terrifying beings have appeared. And you ask me why? The old Kaioshin chastised. Feeling extremely aggrieved, the East Kaioshin thought to himself that the old Kaioshin's complaints were not entirely unfounded. Yet he still felt wronged. Isn't it because you criticized my knowledge and urged me to read more? Now that I have, you scold me. Can we not live in peace? However, he dared not voice his grievances, knowing that such words would only earn him a beating. Ancestor, based on my observations, they are heading towards Earth. I will contact Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately to warn them. That is more like it. The old Kaioshin felt relieved upon hearing his plan and resumed his studies. The East Kaioshin, observing the old Kaioshin's demeanor, inwardly scoffed at his eccentricity. But there was little he could do about it. If only he were the old Kaioshin, he would have given him a good scolding. Without further delay, he attempted to contact Sun Wukong. Wukong, can you hear me? However, at that moment, Sun Wukong was preoccupied with Chi-Chi and did not hear his call. After several attempts, he swiftly reached out to Vegeta. Vegeta, can you hear me? This is the East Kaioshin. Currently, Vegeta was sitting on the bed, waiting for Bulma to finish her bath. Upon hearing the East Kaioshin's voice, he furrowed his brow, wondering if the Kaioshin was spying on them. However, considering the East Kaioshin's timid nature, he dismissed the thought and coldly asked, "What is it?" "Vegeta, several powerful auras are approaching Earth, and I suspect they may pose a threat. You must be vigilant. Who are these powerful beings? How strong are they?" Vegeta inquired, his tone growing urgent. The East Kaioshin replied anxiously, "I don't know who they are, but based on their displayed power, they are stronger than you." Chapter 118 Master. Are these individuals here for you? Vegeta was momentarily rendered speechless, astonished by the presence of several powerful energies that exceeded his own. After a brief period of disbelief, he pondered, impossible. In this universe, aside from deities like Beerus, and those such as Xue Tian and Broly, who could possibly surpass me? Could they be gods? He internally reflected that if they were indeed deities, it would not concern him greatly, as Beerus and Whis would naturally intervene. Surely, divine matters should not require his involvement. No, they are not gods. They are merely ordinary aliens. This realization caused Vegeta to lose his composure. The East Kaioshin reiterated, "Regardless, you must remain vigilant." With that, he severed communication with Vegeta. At that moment, Bulma entered, wrapped in a towel, drying her damp hair. Though a mother now, her skin remained flawless, radiant as snow, with a curvaceous and alluring figure. However, Vegeta was not in a mood to appreciate such beauty. He was preoccupied with the East Kaioshin's words, expanding his senses to detect changes in energy beyond Earth. Initially, he felt nothing, but after several seconds, he faintly sensed several forces rapidly approaching Earth. How many? 2? 3? The details eluded him. What could this possibly mean? Why was this happening? The energy seemed weaker than his own. Yet, just as that thought crossed his mind, he realized his error. As the closer the entities drew, the more he discerned that their power far surpassed his own. The closer they were, the stronger they became. "Hey, Vegeta, what's wrong?" Bulma noticed Vegeta lost in thought. After calling his name several times to no avail, she approached and gave him a gentle nudge. Only then did Vegeta snap back to reality, his previously tranquil expression now replaced with gravity. With a swift motion, he stood and dressed at lightning speed before departing the room, leaving Bulma in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? "Hey, Vegeta," she called out, but he had already vanished, prompting her to angrily shout, "Scion." After leaving the room, Vegeta joined Whis and Beerus, gazing up at the sky above Earth. "Did you sense it?" Beerus asked nonchalantly, somewhat surprised, as it was unusual for them to be distracted by such matters just before their impending task. "I was contacted by the East Kaioshin, and I can feel it now," Vegeta responded. Beerus quickly understood, realizing it was the East Kaioshin's doing, and resumed indulging in his pudding, exclaiming its delightful taste. Meanwhile, Xue Tian reclined in a chair, savoring grapes peeled by Lan Chi, gazing into the vastness of space with an amused glint in his eyes. He had not anticipated Granola's swift wish using the 2-star Dragon Ball, which had escalated the plot significantly. Yet, this fellow was too naive, easily manipulated by Alec, rendering him a pitiable figure. Their group was likely coming to Earth primarily due to him, as he had previously dealt them a significant blow. And now that their powers had increased, it was only natural they sought retribution, aligning with the character of their Sita group. While others could not discern the identities of those approaching Earth, Xue Tian could sense 4 distinct powers, one of which was exceedingly feeble and on the brink of collapse, Granola. The other 3 powers belonged to Alec, Jars, and Maki of the Sita group. Alec and his companions had undergone a substantial enhancement in strength. Granola was the first to wish for supremacy in the universe, followed by Jars, then Maki, and lastly Alec. However, Maki's potential was not as formidable as Jars, meaning that even as the third to wish for supremacy, she might not be able to contend with Jars. Nonetheless, it was certain that together, they or even Jars alone could easily handle Granola. After subduing him, they intended to leave him barely alive as they made their way to Earth. And their purpose aligned perfectly with Xue Tian's thoughts, to seek revenge. With a swift rush, Broly descended before Xue Tian, respectfully announcing, "Master, 3 energies are heading towards Earth." Broly and his companions could only sense 3 forces, as Granola's energy was too weak to detect due to his near-death state. Xue Tian nodded lightly. No matter. Let us depart this villa before they arrive. I cannot afford to have it damaged. Having deduced that these individuals were indeed coming for him, engaging in battle within his home was out of the question. Curiously, Broly asked, Master, are they truly here for you? Most likely, Xue Tian replied nonchalantly. Broly was taken aback, realizing that there were indeed those foolish enough to confront his master, a perilous endeavor. Indeed. Minutes later, Xue Tian lazily stretched. They will arrive soon. Let us find a suitable location for combat. The 3 figures vanished, reappearing in a vast meadow. Xue Tian deliberately released his energy. Upon sensing it, Jars immediately declared, His energy is over there, pointing towards the meadow. Elec also sensed it, pondering why Xue Tian was situated in such a distant meadow, far removed from the city, an ideal battleground. Could it be that he has been aware of our approach and has been waiting for us? If so, the situation could be dire. He attempted to voice his concerns, but noticed Jars had already accelerated ahead. With a resounding crash, Jars landed powerfully on the ground, staring at Xue Tian and his companions in the meadow, coldly remarking, You certainly know how to choose a graveyard. Seeing Jars descend, Elec followed suit without hesitation. Chapter 119. What distinguishes you from him? Xue Tian scrutinized Jiaz, ultimately shaking his head in disappointment. It appeared that the power of the 2-star dragon was rather underwhelming. He recalled that the 2-star dragon had promised Granola the fulfillment of his wish to become the strongest in the universe, but only beneath deities such as Beerus and Whis. He pondered whether he himself was not regarded as one of those divine beings. Yet, the strength displayed by Jiaz was evidently inferior to his own, failing to surpass him. Was this a testament to the inadequacy of the 2-star dragon's power, or a reflection of Xue Tian's status as a being akin to Beerus? Regardless, Xue Tian felt a tinge of disappointment. He yearned to test his own strength against another, to ascertain how far he had progressed. However, observing Jiaz's combat capabilities, which were merely a slight elevation above Broly's, disheartened him. Excluding himself, Broly was the strongest in the 7th universe before any wishes were made by Beerus and Whis. Thus, their wish only marginally surpassed Broly. In reality, their combat metrics might exceed Broly's, yet in a true confrontation, they would hardly stand a chance against him, even if they banded together. At that moment, Vegeta, Whis, Beerus, and others arrived, including Goku. Goku was in the midst of handling matters with Lan Chi when he sensed the energy of Jiaz and the others entering Earth, prompting him to cease all activity and approach. Upon witnessing the standoff between Jiaz and Xue Tian, Vegeta and the others surmised that their arrival was perhaps directed at Xue Tian. Elec and Maki soon joined, with Maki dragging Granola, who resembled a lifeless dog. Upon seeing Beerus, Elec was taken aback. How could the Destroyer God be present here? He politely inquired, Lord Beerus, I did not expect to find you here. My apologies. Elec recognized Beerus, understanding that as someone frequently traversing the cosmos, he could not be oblivious to the Destroyer. He also grasped that although Frieza was the so-called Emperor of the universe, he still had to act cautiously in Beerus's presence, should Beerus take offense. Frieza's fate would be sealed. Anyone residing within this universe had to heed Beerus's authority. The aspiration to truly reign as the Emperor of the universe and govern it entirely was, in reality, unattainable. However, they noticed that Beerus preferred to remain detached from cosmic affairs, merely observing unless provoked. He existed as an exalted being, aloofly surveying all that transpired below. Thus, to be a ruler under such a deity was certainly a commendable position. Even beneath Beerus, one would still be above the masses. Beerus simply nodded slightly, his demeanor cool and detached. Unable to restrain himself, Elec asked, Lord Beerus, you do not intend to intervene in my matter with Xue Tian, do you? Your affair with Xue Tian? Beerus inquired, perplexed. However, he soon responded, No, that is not my concern. Whatever transpires between you is irrelevant to me. I am merely passing by to observe. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Elec exhaled in relief. If that were the case, all would be well. He had feared Beerus would interfere with his dealings with Xue Tian. Had that been true, he would have retreated immediately and never troubled Xue Tian again. Vegeta and the others exchanged peculiar glances at Elec and his companions. Seeking trouble with Xue Tian? They certainly had some audacity. With arms crossed, they settled in to watch the unfolding drama. Elec turned his gaze to Xue Tian, a cold smile gracing his lips. He subtly signaled Maki, who understood the implication and promptly discarded Granola onto the ground. Elec then slowly spoke, Xue Tian, what do you think? Even if you awakened him, What difference does it make? This worthless being, having gained a modicum of power, believes he can seek vengeance against us. Do you not find that laughable? Xue Tian smirked playfully. Do you not perceive that your current actions bear a striking resemblance to his? Jiaz and Maki were momentarily taken aback. However, Alec, being astute, quickly grasped the implication, furrowing his brow as he exclaimed, "Arrogance! Xue Tian, you are exceedingly presumptuous. Do you even comprehend our current strength?" Xue Tian pointed to the fallen granola. Is it not because he wished upon the two-star dragon to become the strongest in the universe? And then he wished again to surpass you, Alec, followed by Maki, and ultimately you. According to your beliefs, you deem yourself the strongest in the universe, with Maki as second and Jiaz as third. Oh, wait, while Jiaz's combat power may not match Maki's, his potential surpasses hers. Thus he should be considered second in the universe. Alec inhaled deeply, bewildered. How did he know all of this? It was akin to when they learned that Granola had attained the two-star dragon's wish to become the strongest. Could it be that he had installed listening devices on them? When could that have happened? No, even if he had, what of it? The members of the Zeta group were already among the elite of the universe. If he were not the last to wish upon the two-star dragon, he could not possibly surpass them. Moreover, the two-star Dragon Ball was currently in his possession. How could he wish for anything? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he touched his pocket to confirm that the two-star Dragon Ball was indeed with him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Goku, who had remained silent, was astonished and could not help but inquire, "What? You utilized the Dragon Balls to wish to become the strongest in the universe? When did the dragon have such power?" Based on Goku's understanding, the dragon on Earth did not possess such abilities. They had made numerous wishes far weaker than this one, all of which had gone unfulfilled. How could they hope to attain the wish of becoming the strongest in the universe? Vegeta rolled his eyes. He is referring to the two-star dragon. It must be a different kind of Dragon Ball, not the ones from Earth. Xue Tian replied nonchalantly. The two-star Dragon Balls from planet Cyril can be used without cooldown and are infinitely reusable in the reality of their world. Xue Tian had initially seen this premise as a bright spot, but upon further reflection, he recognized it as a flaw. For such a setting directly undermined the diligent training efforts of Goku and Vegeta. Although wishing for such formidable power through the two-star Dragon Balls entailed a price, that price might not be significant for certain individuals or under specific circumstances. Yet, the occurrences and entities manifesting within the realm of the Dragon Balls were hardly surprising. Chapter 120. Trembling in fear. What? No cooling period for the Dragon Balls? Vegeta felt an uncontrollable shiver in his heart, his face a mask of horror as he swallowed hard, unable to believe it. The Dragon Balls on Earth require a year's cooling time. Yet this two-star Dragon Ball needs no such weight, equating to unlimited usage. If one possessed a Dragon Radar, granting dozens of wishes in a single day would be entirely feasible. No wonder such formidable masters appeared in an instant. Son Goku, however, was perplexed by the concept of cooling and inquired, "Vegeta, what does cooling mean?" Vegeta shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "The Dragon Balls on Earth can only be used again after a year, while that Dragon Ball can be utilized as soon as it is collected." Son Goku was equally astonished. This was truly incredible. The leader of the Zeta, Alec, noticing Xue Tian's extensive knowledge, tentatively asked, "Indeed, you seem well informed. Does this imply that you have installed listening devices on us?" Xue Tian scoffed dismissively. "I possess neither the time nor inclination to meddle with you. Do not overestimate your importance. These matters are simply a matter of calculation." Alec, of course, did not believe Xue Tian. Jars, not wishing to engage in excessive chatter with Xue Tian, immediately stated, "Let me take him down." "Very well." Alec nodded slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Beerus to gauge his reaction. Although Beerus had just agreed not to interfere, Alec still wanted to observe his demeanor. Seeing Beerus appear indifferent, his eyes betraying no flicker of concern, Alec felt reassured. With permission granted, Jars lunged at Xue Tian with frenzied intensity. A claw struck out with a whistling sound. Hiss. Whoosh. Xue Tian effortlessly evaded the attack, the claw swiping through empty air, tearing apart the atmosphere. After missing his strike, Jars was momentarily stunned. Not anticipating Xue Tian's remarkable speed, he had assumed that a single blow would suffice to end Xue Tian, teaching him a lesson for disregarding the Zeta group. Yet, the reality exceeded his expectations. With a feint, Jars unleashed a flurry of claws. Whoosh. Each claw fell short, his speed and power nearly tearing the void itself. Observing Jars' speed, Xue Tian remarked coolly, "I see I was not mistaken. That two-star dragon is crafted based on your power levels. Your combat abilities are merely marginally superior to Broly's. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and Son Goku understood the implication. Without these individuals, Broly would reign supreme in the universe. By their calculations, this was indeed the case. Excluding the gods and Xue Tian, Broly was the most formidable. Had they previously doubted this, their encounter with Broly had left them no choice but to concede. Alec began to realize something. Could it be that Xue Tian was also a god? While watching the battle between Jars and Xue Tian, he asked, "Are you a god as well?" Beerus and Whis listened intently, eager to see how Xue Tian would respond to this inquiry. Understanding Alec's thoughts, Xue Tian revealed without reservation, "No, it is simply that the two-star dragon has yet to possess the power to create someone stronger than myself. However, to conjure a being with power exceeding Broly's is already quite an accomplishment." Alec's lips twitched at the arrogance of this statement, yet based on Xue Tian's display of strength, he could not dismiss it as mere bravado. Observing Xue Tian's nonchalant demeanor, Jars felt deeply insulted, his anger reaching a boiling point as he clenched his fists and roared. In an instant, the sky darkened, ominous clouds swirling as a tempest brewed, threatening to obliterate everything in its vicinity. Whoosh! Xue Tian's figure flickered, appearing before Jars. Raising his hand enveloped in a sphere of purple destructive energy, his palm radiating a terrifying aura that felt like a descent into an abyss. This was chilling. What is happening? What is this purple energy in his hand? Alec, witnessing the spectacle, was left dumbfounded. A mere probe revealed the purple energy to be filled with a deathly aura, reminiscent of destruction. Why did it seem that the pressure he exuded bore similarities to that of Beerus? Wasn't Beerus a god of destruction? Surely, there could not be two gods of destruction. It was inconceivable, especially since he had just claimed he was not a god at all. Fear welled up in Jar's eyes. Boom. Before he could transform fully, the purple destructive energy struck him, enveloping him completely. With a pained scream, Jars looked to Alec for help, his voice a desperate plea, before he was utterly obliterated. Reduced to stardust, vanishing from the universe. After annihilating Jars, Xue Tian yawned, glancing indifferently at the stunned Alec and Maki, casually asking, "You mentioned earlier that you came to seek vengeance against me? Is it for Oya's sake, or do you believe I have wronged you in some way?" The weight of his words descended upon them like a mountain, rendering them speechless. Noticing their silence, Xue Tian suddenly vanished, reappearing before Alec, poking at his chest with indifference. "I'm asking you a question. Why the silence?" Thud. Alec collapsed to the ground, not from Xue Tian's power, but from sheer terror rendering him unable to stand. Sitting on the ground, he gazed up at Xue Tian, momentarily forgetting to rise, his eyes fixated on Xue Tian, unable to utter a word. He never imagined that Xue Tian would wield destructive power, which seemed to rival that of Beerus. This left him bewildered. How could such an existence exist alongside Beerus? Previously, he believed that with himself as the strongest in the universe, Jars as second, and Maki as third, the Zeta group could dominate the cosmos, fearing no one but Beerus. Hence, he resolved to confront Xue Tian to avenge Oyer and reclaim his pride from days past. Yet, all of this had exceeded his wildest expectations. Xue Tian's strength was incomprehensible. In moments of avoidance, Jars could not even touch him, and Alec knew he would not have fared any better against Jars. Yet, with Xue Tian, it was entirely different. When Xue Tian struck, it was with destructive force that obliterated Jars in less than a minute. Reflecting on his earlier bravado, he found it somewhat amusing. Swallowing hard, he stammered, "If I say it was a misunderstanding, that we merely wished to pay you a visit, would you believe me?" Chapter 121. Methods to resist the force of destruction. Once Alec regained his composure, he immediately altered his tone. Shedding his previous arrogance in favor of utter humility, a humility that bordered on the extreme. Xue Tian, with a subtle smile playing on his lips, inquired, "What do you think?" Alec, feeling a bitter chuckle rise within him, awkwardly confessed, "I find it hard to believe as well." "Oh, then that is indeed the case." Xue Tian raised his hand, channeling a concentrated force of destruction. "Then you shall perish." Maki, observing the unfolding situation, contemplated for a moment before unleashing all her power to forcibly tear open a rift in space, shouting, "Boss, hurry inside." Without hesitation, Alec rushed into the rift, traversing to another location within the 7th universe. Maki, however, stood alone to face Xue Tian and the others. As Alec made his escape, Xue Tian remained unfazed, his gaze as cold and indifferent as before, showing no signs of disturbance. Broly, Goku, and the others exchanged surprised glances, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Vegeta exclaimed in shock, "He's vanished. He actually fled. With a swift motion, Xue Tian unleashed the force of destruction, striking Maki directly. She screamed in agony as she disintegrated into countless twinkling particles. On another planet, Elec retrieved the two-star Dragon Ball, his face contorted with rage as he cursed. This two-star Dragon Ball has betrayed me. He prepared to destroy it, but as he raised his hand to shatter the Dragon Balls, a sudden clarity washed over him. He realized he must not succumb to despair. He needed vengeance and a means to counter the force of destruction. Summoning the two-star Shinran, dark clouds gathered, shrouding the sky in night. The mighty dragon appeared, addressing Elec. Speak. What is your wish? I can grant any wish. Elec boldly declared. I desire the ability to withstand the force of destruction. Without a moment's hesitation, the two-star Shinran replied, Impossible. I cannot fulfill that wish. Choose another. Elec frowned but did not grow angry, for he had not held much hope for the dragon's powers. Very well. Then I wish to defeat Xue Tian. I wish to surpass him. Once again, the dragon firmly stated, Impossible. That too cannot be accomplished. With frustration boiling over, Elec retorted, What can you do? You claimed you could grant my every wish. I have presented you with 2 requests, both of which you cannot fulfill. Is this merely a hollow promise? The two-star Shinran found himself momentarily flustered. Well, that is merely the premise given to me by the creator of the Shinran. It does not mean that I can truly grant every wish. Even wishes must lie within the realm of my divine abilities. Elec fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, Then tell me, is there any way to shield against the force of destruction? Or does anyone know how to do so? After a moment's thought, the two-star Shinran responded, Perhaps Zeno possesses some knowledge on the matter. Whether he knows the specifics, I cannot say. Elec was taken aback. Zeno? Who is Zeno? The name sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Where could Zeno be found? You must immediately transport me to Zeno's location. I need to seek him out. The two-star Shinran shook his head. I cannot do that. Zeno resides in a place imbued with divine power, beyond my reach. As for his exact location, I am unaware. However, I can offer you guidance. If you seek out OG-73, also known as Saibansley, you will uncover Zeno's dwelling. Currently, OG-73, is imprisoned in the galactic prison. With that, the two-star Shinran began to fade. As the last words left his mouth, a golden light enveloped him, splitting into 2 beams that shot off in different directions. Without hesitation, Elec set out to gather the necessary resources. On Earth, Goku soared to Xue Tian's side, brimming with excitement. Mr. Xue Tian, how does your force of destruction compare to Lord Beerus's? The question hung awkwardly in the air. Xue Tian glanced at Beerus and replied, Of course, Lord Beerus is far more powerful. He is a god of destruction. How could I possibly compare? Beerus observed Xue Tian in silence. Yet based on the force of destruction emanating from him, it was evident that their powers were closely matched. Stretching languidly, Xue Tian remarked, With the troubles resolved, it is time for a well-deserved rest. At that moment, Beerus approached Xue Tian, extending an invitation. Mr. Xue Tian, I cordially invite you to visit the realm of the gods of destruction. What do you say? This was his 3rd time extending such an invitation, the previous 2 having been directed at other gods of destruction. Yet he recognized that while Xue Tian was not a god of destruction, his strength was not to be underestimated. He was astounded. Just months prior, Xue Tian's power had been lesser than his own, yet in such a short span, he had ascended to this level. If he were to confront Xue Tian again, he would have little confidence in securing victory. Should both unleash their forces of destruction, the outcome would likely result in complete annihilation. Unbeknownst to Beerus, he was overestimating himself. Xue Tian had achieved a state of true immortality, rendering even Beerus's force of destruction ineffective against him. Thus, in a confrontation where both wielded their powers, it would be Beerus who faced demise, not Xue Tian. Before Xue Tian could respond, Goku interjected excitedly. By the way, Mr. Xue Tian, you haven't visited Lord Beerus's residence yet, have you? You should see it. His place is immense. There's even a fish that lives in a cup, quite fascinating. You mean the prophecy fish? Xue Tian laughed. Beerus and Whis exchanged surprised glances, not expecting Xue Tian to possess such knowledge. However, upon reflection, they realized that this individual seemed to know much, as if he were aware of all past and future events. Thus, it was not surprising that he knew of the prophecy fish. Indeed, the prophecy fish. Mr. Xue Tian, would you like to go? If you wish to, we can depart at once. Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. Having witnessed Xue Tian's formidable power, he was eager not to waste a moment, wishing to train diligently. He urged everyone to leave promptly, concerned that Chi-Chi would soon come looking for him. Chapter 122, Brotherhood. In the end, Xue Tian followed Sun Wukong and the others to the realm of the destroyer, Beerus. Although he was somewhat familiar with the general appearance of Beerus's domain, as Sun Wukong remarked, if one does not come to see for themselves, it would surely lead to regret. For Xue Tian, this comment served as a significant reminder, having traversed into the Dragon Ball world. It would indeed be a wasted opportunity not to witness Beerus's residence. Thus, he accompanied the group. Beerus was quite pleased by this, as his invitation to Xue Tian was intended to cultivate a good relationship. From the display of Xue Tian's strength and the formidable backing he possessed, Beerus recognized that Xue Tian's future accomplishments and power were beyond his reach. Although he was reluctant to admit this fact, he could not deny it. Alongside Xue Tian were Broly and Lan Qi. Beerus frequently brought his two disciples along, especially Lan Qi, who was almost always in his company. Everyone, please feel free to look around. There's no need to hold back. Whis, acting like a tour guide, exclaimed. He then proceeded to point out various locations to Xue Tian, saying, Mr. Xue Tian, that spot is where Lord Beerus sleeps, and over there is where he dines and trains. As Xue Tian gazed at these places, he was indeed impressed. As Sun Wukong had said, Beerus's realm was vast, not at all smaller than Earth. In the animations, it appeared rather diminutive. But Xue Tian understood that a destroyer's residence could not possibly be so limited. His visit confirmed his thoughts. Beerus's abode was indeed grander than he had imagined. At that moment, Beerus remarked, if you like it here, I can have Whis prepare a residence of similar size for you. Xue Tian waved his hand, replying, no. Thank you. Although I do not particularly enjoy bustling crowds, I also dislike solitude. I find comfort in my villa on Earth. It suits me just fine. I truly appreciate your kindness, Lord Beerus. Beerus smiled and said, there's no need for such formalities. It would be presumptuous of me. After all, we have become acquainted through our interactions. Having lived with Beerus for so many years, Whis understood the unspoken thoughts of his companion. However, as a destroyer, Beerus possessed a certain pride that made it difficult for him to express his feelings directly. Thus, Whis gently interjected, Lord Beerus, Mr. Xue Tian, why not consider becoming brothers? Beerus inwardly chuckled and glanced at Whis, as if to say, you truly understand me. He then turned his attention to Xue Tian, feigning indifference while observing his reaction. As a time traveler from the 21st century, well acquainted with the intricacies of human interactions and having read countless novels and comics, Xue Tian could easily discern Beerus's thoughts. He mused aloud, actually, I was thinking along those lines as well, though I was concerned that Lord Beerus might find me unworthy. Upon hearing Xue Tian's willingness, Beerus turned around with excitement, exclaiming, ha ha ha. I am also willing. Let us become brothers. Whis, prepare for our oath. I wish to pledge brotherhood with Mr. Xue Tian under the most solemn of rules. Of course, Whis promptly complied. Everyone, let us proceed to the hall. The group flew into the grand hall, where Whis waved his staff, unleashing a cascade of vibrant light. In an instant, a purple table adorned with runes appeared at the front of the hall. This table is no ordinary table, it is the table of the gods. Whis explained. Swearing brotherhood before this table will signify the depth of your bond. Whis then poured 2 cups of divine water. Xue Tian and Beerus each took a cup. Whis instructed, now, please repeat after me. I pledge to become brothers with the other. I, Xue Tian, pledge brotherhood with Beerus. I, Beerus, pledge brotherhood with Xue Tian. I do not seek to be born on the same day, in the same month, or in the same year. Finally, the 2 brothers drank from their cups and placed them upon the table of the gods. The table emitted radiant beams of light, enveloping both Xue Tian and Beerus in a divine glow. Their brotherhood was thus sealed. With a joyous laugh, Beerus proclaimed, Brother Xue Tian. Xue Tian replied with equal enthusiasm. Brother Beerus. Truth be told, Xue Tian felt immense joy in becoming brothers with Beerus. As their personalities harmonized well, Beerus appeared aloof, yet possessed a playful spirit. As the saying goes, beauty is common, but an intriguing soul is rare. Both Xue Tian and Beerus were pleased, relieved that they would not have to worry about future conflicts between them. Whis felt at ease, knowing that harmony prevailed among them. Suddenly, Beerus furrowed his brow and unleashed a massive energy sphere towards the entrance. A thunderous explosion echoed through the realm. Not far away, a voice shouted a curse. Beerus, you bag of bones. Is this how you treat your guests? Whis chuckled at the sound of the curse, as if to say another playful spirit had arrived. Beerus merely smirked, unfazed by the insult. Xue Tian recognized the voice and understood who had arrived. while Broly and the others looked perplexed, wondering who would dare insult Beerus as a bag of bones. At that moment, a plump figure, covered in grime, entered alongside a tall woman. The woman, resembling Whis in complexion, had a high ponytail and was clad in a long robe with green stockings. She possessed striking features, a slender figure, and exuded an alluring charm with every movement. In her right hand, she held a staff, which she waved gently. A cloth emerged from the staff, which she handed to the plump figure beside her. After receiving the cloth, the plump figure vigorously wiped his face, removing the dust. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that he shared the same complexion as Beerus. Though he was considerably larger, he could easily be 3 times Beerus's size. This realization clarified why he had called Beerus a bag of bones. "Champa, what brings you here?" Beerus inquired, visibly displeased. The newcomers were none other than Champa, the destroyer of Universe 6, and his attendant, Vados. Chapter 123. I have the most delicious food in the entire universe. The 2 newcomers were Champa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, and his attendant, Vados. Upon seeing Vados, Whis greeted her warmly, "Sister." Except for Xue Tian and his brother Beerus, the others, including Broly, were astounded. "What? This person is actually Whis' sister?" Vados responded with a smile. Champa looked at Beerus with a sense of pride and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Beerus, is it so wrong for me to visit? Can I check on my brother?" Goku, ever blunt, interjected, "What? This chubby guy is Lord Beerus' brother?" Vados couldn't help but chuckle, raising an eyebrow and covering her mouth, her smile alluring. Whis, too, shared in the laughter. Beerus struggled to suppress a smile, while Xue Tian found amusement in Goku's lack of social awareness. Realizing that if Champa were indeed Beerus' brother, he must possess considerable power, Goku's comment seemed foolish. However, those blessed with the protagonist's halo rarely meet their demise easily. Champa shot a fierce glare at Goku, raising his hand, prepared to obliterate him. Beerus, displeased, shouted, "What are you doing? You come to visit your brother, yet you intend to destroy him? What does that mean?" Goku, startled by Champa's hostile stance, was momentarily taken aback. While Vegeta, confused, pondered the oddity of the situation, one claimed to be a brother, and the other echoed the sentiment. Who truly was the elder? Moreover, this individual possessed the power of destruction. Whis, noticing the perplexity among Vegeta and the others, clarified, "Both of them are gods of destruction." "What? Both are gods of destruction?" Goku and the others gazed at Champa in disbelief. They struggled to reconcile his seemingly harmless, even somewhat endearing demeanor with the notion of a god of destruction. According to their understanding, there was typically only one such deity per universe. The emergence of another suggested that there were many more powerful beings than they had imagined. Vegeta felt a sense of inadequacy, realizing his own weakness, while Goku's excitement surged, recognizing the vast potential for growth ahead. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, one might think he was itching for a spar with Champa. Whis noted their misunderstandings and elaborated, "Indeed, there are 2 gods of destruction, but they do not belong to the same universe." "Not from the same universe?" Goku felt increasingly bewildered. Vegeta and Broly remained silent, while Xue Tian maintained a tranquil demeanor. At this moment, Vados provided further explanation. Currently, the universe is divided into 12 realms, each with its own god of destruction. Lord Champa is the god of destruction of Universe 6, while Lord Beerus presides over Universe 7. In other words, the universe you inhabit is referred to as Universe 7. However, Universe 6 and Universe 7 are corresponding realms, meaning whatever exists in your Universe 7, Universe 6 has as well. Likewise, for the planets in their varieties. These 2 gods of destruction are twin brothers. Goku, overwhelmed by the information, grasped only that Champa and Beerus were twins, while Vegeta and the others comprehended the explanation. However, given Vegeta and Broly's composed natures, they refrained from asking further questions. Champa, displeased, remarked coolly, "Vados, why bother explaining so much to them?" Vados merely smiled behind her hand, choosing not to elaborate. Xue Tian observed Vados closely, finding her appearance quite appealing, though her blue skin was a tad difficult for him to accept. Nonetheless, her features were exquisite, rivaling those of Android 18 and Bulma, and her aura was unmatched, being an angel after all. Beerus displayed an ambiguous expression, neither overly pleased nor displeased, but his face betrayed annoyance. "Champa, why are you here instead of staying in your Universe 6? In truth, only Beerus, along with the 2 angels and Xue Tian, understood that beneath his facade of irritation lay a sense of joy. He merely wished to maintain appearances. Feigning indifference, Champa replied, "I merely passed through your Universe 7 and thought to visit your realm of destruction." What else could there be? Beerus, skeptical, retorted, passing through Universe 7? I find that hard to believe. You must be here to see me. He squinted, tapping his temple in disbelief. Champa quickly countered, impossible. I am merely passing through your Universe 7 for a specific purpose. I am collecting a rather peculiar planet. A peculiar planet? Beerus murmured, then dismissed it nonchalantly. What could possibly be so special about a planet? They're all the same. Upon hearing Champa's words, Xue Tian realized that Champa was in pursuit of the Super Dragon Balls. Champa grinned and excitedly proclaimed, this peculiar planet, upon collecting 7 of its orbs, can grant any wish. When the time comes, I shall wish for the most delicious food in all 12 universes. Ha! Beerus, are you envious? He deliberately cast a provocative glance at Beerus, his expression dripping with disdain. However, Beerus remained unfazed, responding coolly, you still need to make a wish to obtain the best food in the universe, yet I already possess the most delectable dish. Upon hearing Champa's words, Goku whispered to Vegeta, Vegeta, isn't the planet Lord Champa mentioned just the Dragon Balls? Collecting 7 would grant a wish. Vegeta agreed. Yet he found it puzzling that a single Dragon Ball was not as large as a planet. Could it be a larger version of the Dragon Balls? Champa ignored their discussion, focusing instead on Beerus's claim of already possessing the best food in the universe, exclaiming, Beerus, what are you saying? You already have the best food in the world? Beerus glanced at Whis, who understood and waved his staff in response. Chapter 124. The mocked Champa waved his staff, and in an instant, several buckets of instant noodles appeared on the table, one for each person, just enough. Champa scrutinized the buckets carefully, then picked one up and shook it dismissively, saying, there is nothing particularly special about this. It pales in comparison to my egg, which is extraordinarily tender. Upon hearing this, Vegeta understood his implication and waved her staff, conjuring several bird eggs, one for each person. They peeled the eggs and began to eat. Sun Wukong exclaimed, delicious. Champa's heart soared upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, Beerus, your people are praising the bird eggs I brought. It seems our 6th universe is indeed a true culinary paradise, ha ha ha. However, no one but Champa paid attention to Sun Wukong's proclamation. After all, Sun Wukong considered even plain cabbage to be a gourmet delicacy. In truth, he found any food that was poisonous to be delightful. Vegeta took a taste and thought to himself that, judging by appearance and texture, these eggs were no different from ordinary ones. Beerus took a few bites and sighed repeatedly, is this really considered gourmet? Isn't there plenty of food in the 7th universe? After finishing, he turned to Whis and commanded, Whis, open the instant noodles and start preparing them for everyone. Understood, Lord Beerus. Whis replied as he began the preparation. Champa was bewildered. Did this food really require hot water? What effect could adding hot water possibly have? Minutes passed, and as the sand in the hourglass ran out, Whis announced, please enjoy your meal. Beerus was the first to lift the lid of his instant noodles and started eating, while Champa mimicked his actions, saying, what could possibly taste good from just soaking in hot water for a while? He opened his noodle cup and took a bite. Instantly, his pupils dilated, and he exclaimed, wow, delicious. He slurped down several mouthfuls, finishing the noodles without leaving a drop of broth, still exclaiming how tasty they were. Once Beerus finished, he looked at Champa and asked nonchalantly, do you still believe your 6th universe is a culinary paradise? Champa felt a pang of insecurity, yet stubbornly retorted, our 6th universe is indeed a culinary paradise. This must have come from another universe, not the 7th. Sun Wukong interjected, this is from our Earth. We have many delicious foods there. Champa chuckled slyly, realizing his earlier statement was merely a bait to provoke Beerus. Hearing Sun Wukong's answer, he immediately instructed Vegeta, find out where our Earth is located. If the 7th universe has an Earth, surely the 6th universe must have one as well. Vegeta promptly examined the magical sphere atop her staff, while Whis assisted in locating it, providing hints about its general position. After a while, Champa impatiently asked Vegeta, did you find it? Vegeta replied with a sorrowful expression, Lord Champa, I regret to inform you that the Earth in the 6th universe has been destroyed due to human wars. Champa's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists in rage. Foolish humans, he bellowed. His reaction drew hearty laughter from Beerus, who mockingly taunted, Champa, if you desire instant noodles, you can always ask me. I could share some delicacies with you. Champa, naturally, was displeased. With a glint in his eye, he challenged, Beerus, do you dare to duel me? A duel? You against me? Beerus responded incredulously. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter for several minutes, leaving Champa blushing with embarrassment. What did this mean? Was he being belittled? He understood that he was no match for Beerus, but such ridicule was uncalled for. Beerus! Champa could no longer tolerate it. He shot into the air, glaring at Beerus, his destructive energy surging forth. He felt deeply insulted by Beerus's behavior. Both deities ascended, their eyes locked. And their destructive energies erupted, causing the universe around them to tremble as reality began to distort beneath their feet. With powerful fists, they struck each other without flinching. Just as they were about to engage in a fierce battle, Whis and Invaders flew to their sides, intervening. My lords, have you forgotten the rules of the gods? If you continue fighting, both the 6th and 7th universes will be at risk, and you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, both warriors grimaced and returned to their respective positions. Champa grumbled, "This is all Beerus's fault." To which Beerus retorted, "Is it my fault? You were the one who challenged me." Champa slammed his fist down on the table, declaring, "When did I say it would be a duel between just the two of us? I meant to select someone from our universe to compete." Beerus grasped the implication. Sun Wukong, hearing the word competition, chimed in excitedly, "Isn't this akin to the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Champa asked curiously, "What is this World Martial Arts Tournament?" Sun Wukong explained the rules. No killing allowed, and simply stepping down from the arena counts as a loss. Champa nodded, "Exactly. So, Beerus, do you dare to compete?" Beerus scoffed, "Why would I engage in such a trivial contest?" Sun Wukong, brimming with enthusiasm, urged, "Lord Beerus, you should accept Champa's challenge." Champa eyed Sun Wukong, pondering how this lad seemed a bit rebellious. Wasn't he one of Beerus's fighters? Just a moment ago, he praised the eggs. And now he was encouraging Beerus to accept the challenge. Perhaps he was captivated by the allure of this destroyer god and considering a defection? Haha. If that were the case, it would not be unwelcome. Beerus turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "Do you truly wish to participate?" "Yes, absolutely," Sun Wukong replied eagerly. Beerus then looked at Vegeta and inquired, "What about you?" Vegeta, while composed, also conveyed excitement in his tone. "I want to." Chapter 125. Is he truly unafraid of death? Beerus pondered for a few moments before turning his gaze towards Champa, casually inquiring, "A contest is acceptable, but pray tell, what shall be the stakes?" Without a moment's hesitation, Champa responded, "If you lose, you shall relinquish Earth to me, allowing its transfer to the 6th universe." Beerus, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, queried, "And if you lose?" Champa erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Impossible. I cannot lose." Beerus pressed further, "Speak. What shall be the consequence if you lose?" "If you remain silent, we shall not compete."